It all started with a single, perfect goal that ripped through the net. Back in his childhood, our boy was glued to the TV with his parents, watching the game. On screen, the legendary player Park Ji-suk scores the equalizer, and the crowd goes wild. The sheer passion of the players running across the field was a sight to behold. For the young Ho-young, watching this moment was like a fire igniting in his soul. Later, over a warm family dinner, his father brings up an important question. He looks at his son and asks him what his dream is for the future. Without a second of hesitation, Ho-young declares he wants to be a football player just like his hero, Park Ji-suk. His father calmly explains that to become a pro, you need real talent. Then, with a knowing smile, he tells Ho-young that he believes his son has a special talent unlike any other. And our boy totally bought it, believing his father's words meant he was a true football genius. So in 2002, filled with sky-high expectations, he joined a proper football academy. But the harsh reality of the pitch hit him like a truck. Turns out, he was no match for kids who had been professionally trained for years. He was constantly outmaneuvered and thrown to the ground. As he sat there, bruised and beaten, he could only think about how he'd failed yet again. Suddenly, the coach's voice cut through his despair, calling his name. But instead of encouragement, the coach just points and tells him to go train separately. Ho-young is left dumbfounded, realizing he's being sent to the group for kids who are below par. He looks over and sees them the trash-tier players and understands that's where he belongs now. At that moment, our boy felt like he was facing a huge, insurmountable wall. The gap in talent was so vast it felt like a physical barrier blocking his path to his dream. And so, feeling like a complete failure, he quit the football academy, basically running away. The shame and disappointment were too much for him to handle. But his father was there to comfort him, gently patting his head. He told Ho-young that everyone blooms at their own pace, and a fast sprout doesn't guarantee a fast flower. Those words stuck with him, a bittersweet memory of kindness in a time of failure. Years later, he's still haunted by that decision, wondering if he had the talent and just gave up too soon. Fast forward to 2016, and the regret still hangs heavy in the air. We see an older Ho-young, drowning his sorrows in a bar, clearly still tormented by the what-ifs. His friend, Lee Young-soo, notices our boy acting strange and asks if he's already drunk. Ho-young just deflects, raising his glass to congratulate his friend on getting accepted. But Young-soo points out he's already done that. Our boy just grins, insisting that a day like this is perfect for a celebration. Young-soo can't help but agree, seeing his friend's forced enthusiasm. He raises his glass, thinking that, yeah, it's definitely a time to celebrate. Ho-young watches his friend, Lee Young-soo, and the bitter thoughts start creeping in. He forces a smile, but inside, he's comparing their completely different lives. While Young-soo is out there living the dream as a professional football player, Ho-young is stuck as a part-time store clerk. The crushing weight of his own failure and what could have been hits him hard. So he just chugs his drink in one shot, trying to drown the bitter taste of regret as his friend watches, dumbfounded. Ho-young slams his glass down, the weight of his failed dreams finally becoming too much to bear. He curses his younger self, realizing that his childhood dream of being a pro was actually within reach. The agony of giving up years ago eats at him, leaving him trembling with a heart full of bitterness. Young-soo mentions they could have been teammates, but Ho-young jokes that he'd have surpassed everyone and won top honors. His friend stays grounded, reminding him that wallowing in the past won't change his current reality one bit. Our boy just stares blankly, knowing deep down that the window for his glory has long since slammed shut. He remembers the rush of the pitch, back when football was his entire world, and not just a hobby. The memory of quitting in the pouring rain haunts him, marking the moment he let his future slip away. Even with chances to return during school, he let his fear and self-doubt keep him on the sidelines. Now he's just another face behind a counter, stuck in a loop of regret while life passes him by. Young Ho-young sits mesmerized by the screen, dreaming of the legends he sees on the pitch. He desperately wishes he could turn back the clock and give his football career another shot. Back in reality, our boy is crushed by his own choices, cursing himself for being such a fool. Suddenly, Lee Young-soo's phone starts buzzing, breaking the heavy silence that was drowning Ho-young in regret. Young-soo looks up and asks if he's down to hit the field for a game right now. Turns out some guys need 2 more players for futsal, catching Ho-young completely off guard. He stares at the pouring rain, the same weather that once marked his lowest point years ago. Instead of hiding, he flashes a rare smile and decides that he's finally ready to play again. He steps out into the damp night air, the neon lights reflecting as he heads to the pitch. Arriving at the court under the heavy rain, he greets the group, ready to face his past. Ho-young and Young-soo finally arrive at the court, greeted by the group waiting in the rain. Our boy suddenly freezes, his eyes wide as he spots a face he definitely didn't expect to see. It turns out Yoon Jung-ho is there, looking as cold and arrogant as ever despite the downpour. Jung-ho just scoffs and turns his back, making it clear he has zero interest in being friendly. Ho-young is dumbfounded that the guy won't even offer a simple hello after all these years. Jung-ho was once a genius talent destined for the top, even winning the prestigious football awards. However, a brutal injury forced him into early retirement, crushing his dreams of becoming a professional star. These two have been at odds since childhood, and Jung-ho clearly still holds a massive grudge. The atmosphere turns heavy as the group gathers, the tension between the rivals thicker than the rain. Young-soo breaks the mood by loudly complaining about why they are even playing in this miserable weather. The group decides to squeeze in a quick match before the indoor field gets completely overrun by others. It is a classic 4-on-4 battle, where the first team to score 5 goals claims total victory. The ball is sent soaring into the air as the high-stakes game finally gets underway in the rain. Our boy Ho-young immediately charges toward the opponent's half after his teammate tells him to go forward. He reflects on his past as a top-tier academy forward, believing his physical stats are still above average. With a clear path ahead, he feels confident he can place the ball exactly where he needs it. Suddenly, Jung-ho intercepts him with ease, leaving the aspiring player completely shocked by the sudden defensive pressure. Ho-young quickly realizes that his current skills are basically trash tier when compared to a seasoned professional athlete. Jung-ho just flashes a mocking smirk, clearly relishing the chance to show who really owns the pitch. Ho-young stands there dumbfounded, watching his rival move with a level of grace he simply cannot match. Ho-young is absolutely fuming, cursing under his breath because he's being treated like a total amateur out here. Even with the rain pouring down, our boy realizes he's finally found the high-caliber challenge he's always craved. He lunges forward with desperate intensity, swearing to himself that hell find a way to break through Jung-ho. The reality check hits hard when Jung-ho effortlessly pins the ball, making Ho-young look like a trash-tier rookie. Jung-ho just wears a punchable smirk, clearly relishing the fact that he's playing with his food right now. With a sudden, violent motion, the elite player launches a powerful strike that cuts through the heavy rain. Ho-young is left dumbfounded as the ball slams into him, the impact nearly doubling him over. As the ball rockets away, the surrounding players can only watch the sheer gap in power between the two. Fueled by pure adrenaline and wounded pride, a hand reaches out to seize control of the heated confrontation. Ho-young grabs Jung-ho's jersey and pulls him close, warning the arrogant star to stop being so damn cocky. The surrounding players quickly scramble to separate the two before things get even uglier on the pitch. Jung-ho dismisses him with a sneer, telling the pathetic kid to just go fetch the ball. Our boy walks away in shame, feeling like a total loser while the rain masks his frustration. He heads toward the boundary, wondering if his dream of returning to football is already over. Above him, the clouds churn violently as a sudden crackle of thunder shakes the very ground. Just as he reaches out, strange blue sparks begin to arc between his fingers and the ball. In a terrifying twist of fate, a massive bolt of lightning slams directly into his body. A blinding pillar of light erupts, turning the rainy night into a scene of pure, electric chaos. He screams in absolute agony as the high-voltage current tears through every fiber of his being. As his consciousness fades, he laments the absurd probability of dying before he could ever succeed. As the lightning consumes him, our boy desperately wonders if this pathetic end is truly his final whistle. He screams into the void, demanding the universe return the life he hasn't even begun to live yet. Suddenly, the agonizing heat vanishes, leaving him gasping for air as his eyes snap open in total shock. He finds himself standing in a pitch-black abyss, completely dumbfounded by the lack of rain or a pitch. A chilling laugh echoes through the darkness, making his skin crawl as he realizes he isn't alone here. The shadows begin to swirl violently, forming a massive vortex of celestial energy that defies all logic. From the center of the storm, a terrifying visage emerges, sporting a golden mask and eyes that pierce souls. This demonic entity stands tall, draped in regal red attire with wings that cast a heavy, suffocating pressure. Ho-young can only stare in silence, feeling like a trash-tier human in the presence of such overwhelming power. He finally gathers his courage to ask if this nightmare is a demon, his voice trembling in the void. The entity confirms that our boy has correctly identified its true, terrifying nature. Ho-young admits the creature's demonic appearance made the answer obvious, feeling like a trash-tier human. The monster introduces itself as the Demon of Greed, a nightmare humans call the Brain Eater. Hearing that title sends a jolt of pure terror through Ho-young as he stands paralyzed. Realizing he can't run, our boy tries to steady his breathing and face the entity. He decides to stop wasting time and get straight to the point of this supernatural meeting. Ho-young cautiously asks what kind of deal a high-ranking demon could possibly want from a mortal. The Demon of Greed seems amused by his directness, prepared to offer a life-changing bargain. Two glowing orbs manifest as the demon explains that there are exactly two things to trade. The first currency for this dark contract is time itself, glowing ominously in the demon's hand. The demon duke reveals the second gift, a swirling purple essence that promises a power beyond human limits. Ho Young stands frozen, his breath hitching as he realizes he is dealing with something beyond his understanding. The entity details the time travel aspect, claiming he can send our boy back over 2 decades if needed. Ho Young is completely dumbfounded, imagining a world where he never had to quit the sport he loved. However, the demon's eyes glow with a sinister light as he emphasizes that every miracle has its cost. Stealing his resolve, Ho Young asks what kind of price a creature of greed expects for such a favor. The demon gestures toward him, his sharp claws glinting as he prepares to lay out the final terms. Turns out, for every year he travels back, his total lifespan will decrease by that exact same amount. The realization hits like a physical blow, leaving him sweating as he calculates the value of his life. The demon duke just laughs it off, noting that since death is a mystery, the trade is perfectly fair. Ho Young just laughs, finding the trade surprisingly fair given the massive potential of the deal. Our boy thinks it's a fantastic balance to trade a few years for a second chance. He figures since people live to 100 nowadays, losing some time won't really matter. Shifting focus, he asks the entity what kind of special ability he'll actually be receiving. The demon duke conjures a glowing orb, promising to grant him a truly hellish power. Ho Young stares at the light, wondering exactly what kind of cheat code he's being handed. The demon explains it's the ultimate tool to finally obtain every single thing he desires. Still a bit lost, our boy asks for a clearer explanation of what that actually means. The demon clenches his fist, revealing the power to steal and master the talents of others. Ho Young realizes he'll have to test this talent-snatching gift himself to truly grasp its potential. The demon duke reaches out, his sharp claws glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. Ho Young thinks this feels more like a charity handout than a fair trade for his soul. Standing tall, the entity prepares to bridge the gap between their two worlds. The demon asks our boy exactly how many years he wants to rewind his life. Ho Young is dumbfounded, his mind racing as the weight of the offer finally sinks in. He laughs at the sheer absurdity, wondering if he's finally lost his mind in the rain. If this is actually real, he knows he's about to flip the script on his entire existence. Suddenly, his vision snaps back to reality as his eyes fly open in a different place. He finds himself standing in his childhood bedroom, feeling smaller and completely out of place. Glancing at the calendar, he realizes the crazy bastard actually did it and sent him back. Ho Young stares at the news, seeing a Legends transfer that confirms he's truly traveled back in time. Our boy looks at his small hands, finally accepting that the demon actually kept its end of the bargain. He tests his voice, finding it high-pitched and youthful, a far cry from the broken man he was. Flexing his fingers, he feels the raw, untapped potential of a body that hasn't been ruined by failure. The calendar on the wall screams August 2002, proving he's landed exactly 14 years in the past. He realizes he's just a 10-year-old in the 3rd grade, with his entire life laid out before him. Clenching his fists, he feels a surge of adrenaline as he prepares to rewrite his pathetic history. With a new fire in his eyes, he vows to use this second chance to reach the absolute top. His mother calls out for help from the kitchen, and the sound nearly brings him to tears. His father mentions it's already evening, completely unaware that his son has just lived an entire lifetime. Ho Young is stunned seeing his parents looking so youthful, finally realizing the reality of his return. Over a warm, home-cooked meal, his father brings up the familiar question about his future dreams. It's a scene our boy remembers well, a simple dinner where life felt uncomplicated and full of hope. Without missing a beat, he declares his desire to become a professional football player once again. His father laughs, noting his son's unusually mature tone, before asking if he still idolizes Park Ji-sung. But the sudden, firm rejection from the young boy catches his father completely off guard. Ho Young clarifies that he wants to surpass the legends and become the absolute best in the world. His parents are left dumbfounded by the sheer intensity and confidence radiating from their 10-year-old son. He gives them a bright smile, but internally, he's dead set on never being trashed here again. Seeing his passion, his parents can't help but laugh, charmed by what they think is just childhood ambition. His parents just laugh and pat his head, clearly thinking his big dreams are just adorable childhood talk. But our boy knows the truth, remembering the demon's deal and the peak performance he's destined to reach. Staring into his cup, he reflects on the fact that he's officially 10 years old again. It's the perfect age to start over, a blank slate where he can do absolutely anything he wants. He quickly turns to his father and asks where they kept the old Hypernova ball. His father hands over the official 2002 World Cup ball, a relic from a legendary era of football. Just holding it makes his heart race, feeling a rush of adrenaline he hasn't felt in years. Under the bright morning sun, he heads out to the local school field to test his new body. His foot connects with the ball, the familiar thud echoing as he starts his first real training session. Dribbling across the grass, he's overwhelmed with joy, realizing he finally has a second chance at greatness. Ho-young reflects on his past life, realizing that being a kid again is actually the ultimate win. Our boy steps onto the pitch, feeling the weight of the ball and the gravity of his situation. He stares at his hands, questioning if that shady demon actually came through with the goods. Taking a deep breath, he shuts his eyes to trigger the system and check his stats. A crackle of golden energy explodes around him, confirming that the contract is very much active. He stands stunned as the power surges, waiting for the interface to show him what he's worth. A status window finally materializes, but the information displayed is enough to make his heart sink. The screen coldly confirms that he currently has no special talents to his name at all. Hess left completely dumbfounded, staring at the proof that his natural abilities are currently bottom of the barrel. It's a disappointing start, but he realizes he'll have to work for every bit of greatness he wants. Ho-young feels like trash, tier trash, realizing he's not even good enough to be a lowly ball boy. He heads out to the school grounds, the bright sky mocking his current lack of any real talent. Our boy starts juggling the ball, trying to get a feel for his small, uncoordinated limbs. Every touch feels clunky and foreign as he struggles to sync his mind with this child's body. He knows adapting will take time, but he desperately needs a benchmark to see where he truly stands. Suddenly, a loud shout cuts through the air, catching him completely off guard. A cocky kid struts onto the field, looking like he owns the place while clutching his own ball. The newcomer immediately starts talking trash, mocking our boy for his pathetic lack of football skills. Ho-young is dumbfounded when he recognizes the brat as a young version of the future legend, Yoon Jung-ho. The future pro keeps barking insults, completely unaware that he's picking a fight with a time-traveling contractor. Yoon Jung-ho keeps acting like a total brat, pulling faces and mocking our boy without a shred of respect. Ho-young clenches his fist in frustration, his adult pride taking a serious hit from this trash-tier attitude. He quickly calms himself, realizing that getting into a petty playground scrap won't help his ultimate goal. Instead of throwing a punch, he decides to test the limits of the demonic contract he just signed. His eyes glow with an eerie light as he focuses his mind on the arrogant prodigy standing before him. He wonders if his new power can peek into the hidden potential of the people around him. Suddenly, a surge of golden energy erupts, confirming that his talent-stealing ability is finally waking up. Our boy watches in awe as the world shifts, revealing the secrets hidden within his future rival. A glowing interface materializes, breaking down the brat's skills into a list of high-tier football abilities. Turns out he can steal these legendary talents if he manages to play with the kid for an hour. Our boy is absolutely hyped because he can finally see the hidden potential of everyone around him. He sizes up Yoon Jung-ho, noting that while the kid isn't a world-class genius yet, he is still useful. Ho-young searches for a specific edge, knowing that even a small advantage can change his entire future. The system confirms he can snag a mid-range shot if he survives an hour on the pitch. He remembers the terrifying presence of the demon who granted him this greedy power in the first place. Despite the risks, he decides to dive in headfirst and see what this new life has in store. With a confident smirk, he invites the arrogant brat to a match, hiding his true intent. The ball flies through the air as the game kicks off, marking the start of his legendary climb. He sticks to his target like glue, realizing that keeping up with a future pro is no joke. Yoon Jung-ho shows off his skills, but our boy doesn't mind as long as the clock keeps ticking. The ball slams into the net, emphasizing the massive skill gap between the two players. Yoon Jung-ho calls the match boring and decides he has finished playing with such a weakling. Our boy just wipes his sweat, completely unfazed by the harsh criticism from the future legend. The system offers a choice between a powerful shot or the coveted football prodigy talent. He doesn't hesitate for a second, choosing the higher tier skill to maximize his growth. He locks in the B-rank prodigy talent, knowing this is the foundation for his new life. A brilliant flash of light signals that the talent-stealing process has successfully triggered. He feels the raw potential of a genius beginning to weave into his very soul. The system confirms the transfer is complete, granting him the skills of a true elite. Ho-young cheers in pure triumph, realizing he just secured his first major win in this timeline. The system confirms our boy finally snagged that B-rank football prodigy talent he was eyeing. He is hyped, realizing he is finally on the same level as the future legend and can actually grow. Looking at Yoon Jung-ho, he notices there is still a juicy C-rank mid-range shot talent left to take. To grab it, the system requires him to play alongside the brat for at least 50 more minutes. Since the remaining talent is a lower rank, the required time has dropped, making the steal even easier. Ho-young calls out to the genius, desperately trying to keep him on the field to meet the condition. Jung-ho just scoffs, calling him trash tier at football and insisting he has to leave for real practice. Our boy knows every kid's weakness and offers to buy him some delicious tteokbokki if he stays. The future pro stops dead in his tracks, clearly tempted by the promise of a free snack. When Ho-young throws in some chocolate as a bonus, the deal is sealed and the brat is hooked. Ho-young laughs, relieved that the future legend is still just a kid who can be easily bribed. He pushes his small body to the absolute limit, gasping for air as the clock finally runs down. Just as he collapses, the system triggers, signaling that he's finally met the conditions to rob the brat. The interface pops up, offering him the powerful mid-range shot he's been eyeing this whole time. Without a second thought, our boy confirms the selection, feeling the talent transfer into his very soul. He celebrates inwardly as the notification confirms he's officially added a C-rank cannon to his growing arsenal. Yoon Jung-ho finally calls it quits, completely wiped out and wondering how the little guy is still standing. The genius actually looks impressed, admitting that the trash-tier kid's skills seem to have improved during their session. Ho-young just smirks, knowing he's just pulled off the ultimate heist right under the prodigy's nose. He offers a fake innocent smile and tells the brat that his improvement is all thanks to him. Ho-young plays it cool, offering to treat the exhausted genius to a snack after their intense session. He figures a bit of tteokbokki is the least he can do after robbing the guy's signature move. But the brat can't help himself, mocking our boy's family for being poor and needing permission. Suddenly, the friendly atmosphere vanishes as Ho-young's expression turns cold at the mention of his mother. Realizing this future pro is a total jerk, he decides the free meal is officially off the table. He tosses a measly 101 coin at the punk, telling him their business is officially over. Leaving the prodigy fuming in the dust, our boy walks away without even looking back at the noise. As he heads home, he realizes that simply stealing a skill isn't the end of the road. He knows he'll need a mix of insane grind and pure luck to make this talent truly blossom. He starts scouting his next move, watching a viral clip of a 5-year-old prodigy dominating the field. Ho-young realizes YouTube doesn't exist yet, but he's already cooking up a different way to get noticed. He stares at the shop TVs, figuring a national broadcast is the fastest ticket to the big leagues. Our boy knows exactly which show will serve as his launchpad to football stardom. It's a legendary youth program that only airs during the hype of the World Cup season. This show is a literal factory for pros, even sending talents like Lee Kang-cheol to Valencia. He smirks, knowing this is the golden opportunity he needs to become an overnight sensation. Back home, his father is caught off guard when his son suddenly bursts in with a wild request. Ho-young excitedly declares his plan to join the cast of the famous show, Shoot Dory. His parents are completely dumbfounded, having no clue what kind of program their son is talking about. Turns out, Fly Shoot Dory is the ultimate stage where young prodigies prove they aren't trash tier. Our boy points to the computer, explaining that it's natural they haven't heard of this brand new program yet. The website displays the audition details for a youth development team, the perfect stage for his grand plan. His parents lean in, trying to understand why their son is suddenly so fixated on a television broadcast. He explains it's not some trash-tier hobby, but a legitimate path to becoming a professional athlete. Seeing a famous singer listed as the coach only adds to the surreal feeling of this golden opportunity. Ho-young looks at his parents, his eyes reflecting a level of determination they've never seen from him before. He places his hand over his father's, silently signaling that he's ready to take this leap of faith. A firm grasp shows he isn't backing down. He needs their support to enter this den of lions. Our boy flashes a confident grin, making it clear that he's destined for the spotlight of the pitch. His parents are left completely dumbfounded by the sudden, intense ambition radiating from their young son. His parents finally crack a smile, realizing their son's ambition is actually the real deal. They decide to go all in on his dream, promising to support him every step of the way. The days blur together until the calendar finally hits September 3rd, the day of the big audition. Our boy arrives at the training center, where a massive crowd of hopefuls has already gathered. The production crew sets up their base, ready to weed out trash-tier players from the potential stars. The director makes it clear they only need a few standouts to make this show work. A staff member questions if they're being too picky, but the focus remains on pure entertainment value. Kim Jong-kook sits among the judges, looking every bit the part of a mentor for these kids. The plan is to focus on the underdogs because that's the kind of story the viewers crave. Jong-kook nods, ready to get on the pitch and see which of these kids is actually elite. PD Choi Hyung-jae reminds the coach that this footage is for a promo, so it needs to be interesting. Kim Jong-kook flashes a confident smile, agreeing that they should give it their absolute best for the cameras. The judging panel settles in, prepared to separate the future legends from the trash-tier players waiting outside. Our boy stands among the sea of hopefuls, wondering if any of these kids are actually worth his time. A polite candidate bows out after his turn, leaving the judges to decide if he has the right stuff. The staff begins categorizing the kids into specific roles, ensuring they have a diverse mix for the broadcast. They highlight a kid with a mischievous vibe, noting how his unique image won't overlap with the other players. The PD gives the thumbs up, telling the latest standout that they've officially made it onto the final list. Finally, the judges flip the page to reveal the profile of the most anticipated player in the entire audition. Ho Young steps onto the pitch with a sharp grin, ready to prove he's cut from a completely different cloth. Ho Young looks completely unfazed, staring down the judges with a gaze that says he's already won. The PD adjusts his shades, confirming our boy's name while trying to read his unreadable expression. Looking at the stats, the PD thinks he's just another average kid with zero standout traits or records. Ho Young stands tall on the grass, ignoring the trash tier evaluations happening behind the judging table. The judges assume he's just a filler candidate, casually asking if he even enjoys playing the game. With a fake innocent smile, Ho Young tells them he absolutely loves it, playing the part of a starry-eyed kid. The panel invites him to demonstrate his skills, completely unaware they're about to see a monster in action. He sets the ball down with precision, his focus shifting as the atmosphere around him begins to change. Standing over the ball, he prepares to unleash a level of talent that shouldn't exist in this age group. The PD mentions showing off special talents, unaware he's not cut from the same cloth as these other kids. Ho Young confidently tells the judges he's about to show them his real special skill. He gives a playful laugh, leaving the staff wondering what this kid could possibly have up his sleeve. Suddenly, the ball is in the air as he begins a masterclass in ball control. Our boy starts juggling with ease, showing off a level of coordination that's definitely not for beginners. The production staff can't believe their eyes, their previous trash-tier expectations completely shattered by his performance. He effortlessly transitions to using his knees, keeping the ball dancing as if it's glued to him. Ho Young moves like a pro, cycling through every part of his body to keep the rhythm going. Even the celebrity mentors are left dumbfounded, realizing they've stumbled upon a genuine prodigy among the masses. He finishes the routine by heading the ball, proving his fundamentals are rock solid and perfectly polished. The surrounding crowd and staff are left in stitches, realizing this kid has clearly practiced like a maniac. This masterclass isn't just luck, it's the result of a grueling month of secret, high-intensity training sessions. Ho Young spent every waking moment honing his touch, knowing his adult mind needed to sync with this tiny body. From dawn till dusk, our boy pushed himself to the limit, mastering the ball until it felt like an extension. It's the perfect fusion of a 24-year-old's seasoned experience and the raw, untapped potential of a natural-born prodigy. As he brings the ball to a dead stop, the atmosphere shifts, signaling the end of his warm-up performance. PD Choi and the crew are completely sold, whispering that they might have just discovered a genuine football miracle. When they mention a special test, Ho Young realizes the real audition is only just beginning for him. Kim Jong-kook steps up, challenging our boy to try and score while a seasoned veteran stands in his way. Despite the pressure, Ho Young doesn't blink, confidently agreeing to take on the celebrity mentor in front of everyone. The stage is set for a freestyle showdown, where a single goal could turn him into a viral sensation. Ho Young charges forward with a burst of energy, his eyes locked onto the path toward the goal. Kim Jong-kook stands his ground, inwardly deciding to go easy on the kid to keep things fair. Suddenly, our boy explodes with a speed that leaves the celebrity mentor grasping at thin air. The coach is left completely dumbfounded, unable to believe a child just blew past him like that. The ball ripples the net with a sharp snap, marking a clean goal against the seasoned veteran. Still processing the shock, Jong-kook can't help but admit that the move was genuinely awesome. Ho Young flashes a smug grin, proving he's definitely not just some trash-tier juggler looking for attention. As they reset, the production crew and the crowd watch in silence, sensing something legendary is happening. Jong-kook laughs and suggests another round, but this time he's determined to face the boy properly. He realizes he needs to defend with everything he's got because this kid's talent is absolutely terrifying. Jong-kook braces himself, desperately wondering if the kid in front of him is actually a legendary prodigy. Our boy locks in with a gaze so sharp, it feels like he is dissecting the entire field. With a lightning-fast touch, he sends the ball dancing right past the mentor's outstretched leg. He slips through the defense like a ghost, leaving the seasoned celebrity grasping at thin air. Ho Young puts his entire soul into the strike, aiming to end this audition with a definitive statement. The ball tears through the air with a violent whoosh, carrying power that no child should possess. It ripples the back of the net with a heavy thud, signaling a total victory for the underdog. The production crew stands frozen in disbelief, realizing they just struck absolute gold with this kid. An explosion of cheers erupts from the sidelines as the crowd realizes they are witnessing a miracle. Jong-kook is left reeling, finally acknowledging that the boy used pure intelligence to overcome their physical gap. Our boy moves with a grace that defies his age, already looking like a seasoned pro on the pitch. Jungkook is completely dumbfounded, realizing that powerful mid-range shot was all he needed to see to be convinced. Ho-young flashes a confident grin, knowing his talent-stealing gamble is finally starting to pay off in a big way. He clenches his fists as the rush of victory settles in, feeling the sheer weight of his incredible progress. Walking away with his head held high, he's certain that the production team's shocked reaction guarantees him a pass. If he can just keep this momentum during the actual broadcast, global fame will be within his grasp. He envisions himself following the path of Lee Kang-cheol, the legendary star who turned a variety show into stardom. Joining a prestigious club like Valencia CF in Spain is the ultimate dream for any aspiring young player. But our boy has even bigger plans, wondering if giants like Barcelona or Real Madrid might be his destination. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, snapping him back to reality as he quickly trots off the field. Ho-young stops in his tracks, realizing the man calling him is none other than the famous Kim Jong-kook. The celebrity singer approaches with a brisk pace, looking every bit the athletic mentor the show needs. He flashes a bright smile and asks our boy if he actually recognizes who he is. Ho-young plays it cool, mentioning he saw him on a music show, which gets a hearty laugh. Kim Jong-kook drops down to eye level, showing he is a genuine mentor rather than an untouchable star. He does not hold back his praise, telling the kid his football skills are absolutely top tier. Hearing that from a legend makes Ho-young's day, his face lighting up with pure, unadulterated joy. They seal the moment with a solid fist bump, a sign of mutual respect between two driven individuals. The singer laughs, clearly charmed by the kid's talent and confidence, as they share a brief connection. Ho-young then asks if he will be joining the program, eager to see how this partnership unfolds. Kim Jong-kook mentions that his older brother has actually stepped up to take over as the show's director. The conversation is interrupted when Ho-young's parents suddenly arrive, calling out to their son from across the lot. His father introduces himself immediately, while the famous singer shows some class by greeting the couple with respect. He maintains a warm, friendly vibe, clearly enjoying the chance to meet the family of such a talented kid. The parents squint in realization, feeling like they have definitely seen this man's face on their television before. Our boy steps in to explain that this is the famous singer, also known by his legendary stage nickname. His father starts apologizing for not recognizing him sooner, but the star just laughs it off like a pro. Shifting the focus, the mentor tells the parents that their son's football skills are on a completely different level. His father beams with pride, already getting ahead of himself by suggesting the boy could play in leagues abroad. Ho-young can only watch in silence, amazed at how quickly his old man and the celebrity became best buds. The celebrity mentor wishes the family luck and tells them to stay safe as they head inside. He gives our boy a wink and a classic cheer, radiating that top-tier superstar energy. Ho-young cheers right back, maintaining his energetic kid persona while his mind starts calculating his next move. Suddenly, his eyes flare with power as he decides to scan the mentor for any useful hidden talents. A blue status window flickers into existence, revealing the secret skills the famous singer is hiding. It turns out he has sculpted muscles and killer vocals, but stealing them requires a grueling workout session. Our boy is left dumbfounded, realizing these particular talents are basically trash tier for a professional football career. Despite the mismatch, he decides not to let the opportunity slide and calls out to the departing star. The mentor stops in his tracks, looking back with curiosity at what the little prodigy wants to say. Ho-young quickly asks for a protein supplement recommendation, hoping to set the stage for a future training session. The mentor looks back, genuinely surprised that a kid his age is even thinking about performance supplements. He gives a warm, knowing smile, clearly impressed by the little guy's unexpected drive and maturity. He mentions that while Ho-young is still young, there is no harm in learning the basics early. Our boy puts on his best innocent face, beaming with excitement to keep the mentor hooked. Internally, he smirks, knowing that nothing gets a fitness nut talking faster than asking for gym advice. He pushes his luck further, asking if the star could personally show him a few effective exercises. The mentor just laughs heartily, completely won over by what he thinks is a budding passion for fitness. Suddenly, the system confirms the copy condition. He just needs to survive a 60-minute workout session together. Ho-young is locked in, determined to secure those gentle vocals even if it means a grueling training. Soon enough, the star is showing off his stash, and our boy is one step closer to success. Stretching with the star, our boy is pushing through the burn to satisfy the system's harsh requirements. The mentor is impressed by his stamina, unaware that he's being farmed for a high-tier physical talent. Ho-young keeps the intensity high, knowing he only needs to survive a bit longer to secure the prize. As the celebrity takes a breather, our boy realizes the 60 minutes are finally up. Suddenly, the golden system window flickers to life, offering him a choice between two distinct talents. He looks at the options, weighing the benefits of a singer's voice against raw physical power. Choosing the muscles is a no-brainer since a football player has zero use for a soft ballad voice. The transfer begins immediately, and he watches as the system confirms his new acquisition. His status updates, officially adding sculpted muscles to his growing list of stolen abilities. Flexing his arm, he feels the surge of strength and knows this will give him a massive edge. Ho Young's father is overflowing with gratitude, thanking the celebrity for mentoring his son during the audition. The star just laughs it off, claiming he actually had a blast since he's got plenty of free time. He watches our boy closely, thinking about how much he genuinely enjoys being around talented kids. It's a first for him seeing a child so obsessed with physical fitness and health. Fast forward 2 weeks later, the sun is shining over the neighborhood as life settles back to normal. Suddenly, the phone rings and Ho Young's father picks up, his voice rising with excitement. While our boy is busy studying football tactics, he notices his dad's sudden change in energy. His father rushes in and grabs him, shouting that he actually made the cut for the show. He starts spinning the kid around in a wild celebration, completely lost in the joy of the moment. Ho Young is absolutely dumbfounded and dizzy, realizing his legendary journey is officially about to begin. Ho Young's father is beaming with pride, his laughter filling the room as he celebrates his son's massive achievement. Our boy asks if the call was finally from the network, and his dad confirms he's officially a member. Ho Young's face lights up with a pure, unfiltered grin, the weight of his future finally starting to feel real. He leaps into the air with a triumphant shout, marking the day his name joined the legendary show's roster. His mother walks in stunned as his father calls her over to share the news of their son's selection. The parents are ecstatic, especially when they realize the show even pays appearance fees for their little rising star. While they dream of him becoming a celebrity, Ho Young stays grounded, focused solely on his path to football greatness. He clutches his chest, feeling the thrill of his first major victory since returning to this era of time. The thought of being part of the main cast on national television makes his heart race with pure anticipation. With a look of absolute steel in his eyes, our boy vows that he will definitely succeed this time. Ho Young packs his gear, knowing that showing the world his skills is the only thing that truly matters. He carefully tucks his football away, prioritizing the sport over any fleeting fame or trash-tier distractions. Looking at the ball, our boy realizes that this simple object is his ticket to a legendary future. He closes his eyes, mentally preparing himself for the long, grueling road that lies ahead in his career. He can already hear the thunderous roar of a packed stadium echoing in his mind, fueling his ambition. In his vision, has already tearing across the pitch, leaving defenders dumbfounded by his pro-level speed and control. He dreams of dominating the world's most iconic stages, from the Bernabeu to the hallowed grounds of Wembley. The sheer thrill of the game brings a confident smirk to his face as he imagines his eventual success. Back in reality, he can't help but chuckle at how perfectly his plan to reach the top is unfolding. He tells his parents he's heading out, knowing that raw skill will always outweigh the hype of any broadcast. Ho Young knows he can envision a hat trick, but his current child body just can't keep up yet. The reason for this frustrating gap is painfully simple, and hits him right where it hurts. He realizes he's lacking the basic fundamentals, so he starts with the most essential skill: juggling. Even a legend like Maradona had to start with these same baby steps before becoming a god. Taking it slow, our boy focuses on every single touch to build that elite muscle memory. Though he's gasping for air, the thrill of improvement keeps him from feeling any real exhaustion. With every passing day, he can feel his control sharpening as the ball becomes an extension of himself. It turns out his stolen potential is blooming, making him look like a true blue-chip prodigy. He refuses to stop here, pushing himself to repeat the grueling drills 100 times more. By the afternoon, he's already hitting the field to grind out his stamina and build a pro-level engine. Ho Young pushes his limits because he knows football is basically a war of attrition and stamina. He realizes that even god-tier technique is trash if your lungs give out before the final whistle. Eventually, his body gives in and he collapses onto the turf, gasping for every bit of oxygen. After grinding out 8 grueling laps, our boy is completely spent but satisfied with the progress. Staring at the clouds, he can't stop thinking about the Shoot Dory stage waiting for him. A wild grin spreads across his face as he swears to conquer every challenge ahead of him. To keep his growth on track, he makes sure to hit the sack early every single night. By 6 a.m., he's already up and shaking off the sleep to start his morning routine. He focuses on flexibility, confident that proper care will help him reach a towering 180 centimeters. Once school lets out, he's right back on the pitch to keep sharpening his elite skills. Ho Young stays disciplined, fueling his body with healthy meals and constant exercise to maximize his growth potential. He grinds through the same intense routine every single day, focusing on core strength and flexibility. By the time he hits the pillow, he's out cold, letting his muscles recover for the journey ahead. The media circus finally descends on the training grounds, with cameras flashing to capture the next big thing. Our boy officially joins the squad, standing tall among the other kids selected for the variety show. He looks focused and determined, fully aware that his second chance at greatness starts right here. When asked if he's feeling up to the task, he gives an enthusiastic confirmation without a second's hesitation. This evaluation match is the moment he's been anticipating since he first made his deal with Greed. Their opponents are the elite prospects from the Cha Bum Kun Academy, the undisputed Goliaths of youth football. The staff watches the powerhouse rivals warm up, feeling the weight of the massive challenge ahead of them. PD Choi tells the staff to show zero mercy because a crushing defeat makes for much better television. He knows the elite academy is on a different level and is counting on that massive skill gap. If the kids get destroyed, the parents at home will be completely heartbroken and glued to their screens. The ultimate goal is showing them eventually overcoming these Goliaths through sheer grit and consistent training. This kind of underdog story is exactly what the viewers crave to warm their hearts and boost ratings. He smirks, knowing he is about to manufacture the perfect emotional roller coaster for the entire national audience. Everything hinges on whether our boy can actually pull off a miracle against these trash-tier odds. Ho Young senses the pressure but remains locked in, unaware he is the center of the producer's plan. The promotional footage of his insane strikes has already gone viral, setting the stage for his big debut. With rumors of celebrities watching his every move, the producer decides to make him the undisputed main character. PD Choi thinks a miracle goal is unlikely, doubting the kid can actually deliver under this pressure. He realizes football is a team game and their opponents are the elite FC Cha Bum Kun Academy. Even if our boy is a one-man show, he knows it won't be enough against these Goliaths. The producer starts to wonder if he set his sights too high for this variety show's debut. When the staff signals they're ready, he locks in and decides it's time to start the show. Both teams line up on the field, the massive gap in experience finally becoming a visible reality. Ho Young shakes hands with the rival captain, feeling the intense pressure of the looming battle. The crowd goes wild with cheers, hoping the underdog story they've been promised actually comes true. The commentators introduce the match, framing it as a legendary clash of titans for the national audience. They emphasize that while the rookies have spirit, the opposing team is a truly elite powerhouse. The commentator admits it's going to be a brutal match for these rookies. They agree that even a loss is a priceless lesson against these football masters. The coin flips through the air, deciding who gets the first crack at the ball. Ho Young wins the toss, and the referee confirms the rookies will be starting first. Our boys' teammates erupt in cheers, feeling the hype of their first real televised game. The crowd finds the kids adorable, but they have no idea what's about to happen. The referee blows the whistle, signaling the start of this David versus Goliath battle. It's finally time for the Elite Academy to face off against our ragtag group. With a sharp thud, the ball is kicked off, and the long-awaited match finally begins. Ho Young locks in, knowing he has to carry his team to prove he's world-class. While the crowd expects a cute playdate, Ho Young decides to shatter those expectations with a single, violent strike. He unleashes a monster shot that leaves the Elite Academy defenders looking like trash-tier amateurs. The ball screams through the air, carving a path toward the goal while the opposition stands frozen in shock. Their goalkeeper doesn't even have time to react before the ball buries itself deep into the back of the net. Up in the booth, the commentators are left completely dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of that opening play. The fans erupt in total disbelief, questioning if they really just witnessed a successful shot from the midfield line. Our boy just stands there looking cool, having ended the debate by scoring 1 second after the whistle. PD Choi is absolutely stunned, realizing his variety show just turned into a documentary about a once-in-a-generation monster. The rest of the production staff can barely find their words as they scramble to process the miracle. As the cameras keep rolling, it's clear that Ho Young is cut from a completely different cloth than these kids. The Elite Academy kids are left scratching their heads, wondering where our boy is even headed. Ho Young just flashes a confident smirk as he sprints toward the sideline, already knowing the outcome. PD Choi screams at the crew to keep the cameras focused, sensing a viral moment is unfolding. He launches himself into the air with a powerful jump, ready to seal his dominance. In his mind, he is not just a talent. He is a showman who knows how to work the crowd. He prepares to unleash a celebration that hasn't even been invented yet in this timeline. Landing with a thunderous shout, he steals the iconic future celebration to mark his territory. Behind him, the ball rests in the net, confirming the most insane goal they have ever seen. The crowd goes absolutely wild, unable to believe a child could pull off such a pro-level move. Standing tall, Our boy basks in the glory while the opposition realizes they are in for a nightmare. The commentators are losing their minds, screaming that our boy's victory pose is absolutely legendary. The opposing goalkeeper stands frozen, wondering how a mere 10-year-old could possibly possess such terrifying power. Even the elite scouts are dumbfounded, realizing the rumors about him being just a neighborhood kid were total lies. This isn't just any spectator, it's Lee Sang-woon, a national legend who knows exactly what real greatness looks like. He analyzes the strike, noting that despite a small frame, the kid's balance and technique are world-class. As Ho Young glides across the pitch, the veteran coach realizes his witnessing a freakish level of innate talent. Our boy's smile hides a predator's instinct, leaving the experts convinced they've found a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Having seen it all as a player and coach, Sang-woon recognizes that this kid's potential is truly limitless. With the eyes of a legend on him, Ho Young prepares to show them that this is only the beginning. Lee Sang-woon thinks that while technique can be taught, the kid's natural instinct is something else entirely. Hess convinced our boy was born for this and is destined to reach heights no one can imagine. But reality hits hard as another ball rips through the net, proving the gap is still massive. The elite academy players from FC Cha Bum aren't slowing down, widening their lead to a crushing 8 goals. Even the commentators are shocked, noting that the prestigious team didn't let one early goal rattle their composure. They wonder if the Shoot Dory squad can even manage a single win this month against such monsters. Ho Young is feeling the heat, his small body struggling to keep up with the relentless pace of the match. He realizes that despite the smaller field, covering this much ground with fewer players is absolutely exhausting. Gasping for air, our boy admits he's completely out of breath as the physical toll finally starts to show. The rest of the Shoot Dory squad is just happy to be there, treating this like a playground. One kid even starts bawling after taking a ball to the face, proving they are mostly just total amateurs. Ho Young sighs, realizing his teammates are trash tier compared to the elite monsters they are facing today. He knows that without his adult physique, he cannot just brute force a win against an entire team. Tightening his laces, our boy decides that even with these physical limits, he will show them true skill. With only 3 minutes left, the elite academy keeper sends a long goal kick deep into the field. The ball drops toward a defender who thinks he has all the time in the world to control it. Suddenly, Ho Young teleports into the play, snatching the ball away before the kid can even blink. He ignites his engines, sprinting down the wing to make one final, desperate play for glory. Ho Young notices the atmosphere shift as the elite academy players suddenly swarm him like hungry wolves. He realizes they are using a concentrated marking strategy, effectively trying to box him out of the game. Lee Sang-woon barks orders for everyone to lock down number 7, knowing he is the only real threat. He plans to use primitive, physical football to crush our boy, regardless of how much talent he possesses. Ho Young just locks in, his eyes glowing with the focus of a pro who has seen it all before. With a sudden burst of speed, he dances through the defense, leaving the elite academy kids grabbing at air. Lee Sang-woon and his players are left completely dumbfounded as their foolproof plan falls apart in seconds. Even the commentators lose their minds, shouting that the ball looks like it is literally glued to his feet. He glides past the final line of defense, making the best youth players in the country look like amateurs. Ho Young winds up and unleashes a thunderous strike that leaves the elite defenders looking like total amateurs. The ball screams into the net, proving that no amount of marking can stop our boy's momentum. He immediately breaks into a celebration, knowing he has completely dismantled the opposition's morale and game plan. He sticks the landing on a future Legends pose, fully aware he's the only one playing at this level. The commentators are absolutely dumbfounded, screaming that he has just secured his 5th goal of the match. It is a literal case of a crane among chickens as he towers over the competition's skill level. Pairing elite hardware with his 24-year-old software makes him an unstoppable glitch in the youth football system. The final whistle echoes across the field as the scoreboard cements a historic and humiliating upset for the academy. Ho Young finally catches his breath on the turf, satisfied that his solo carry job is officially complete. Ho Young lies on the turf, feeling no regrets because he left every ounce of effort on the pitch. He realizes this is what true football feels like and finds the entire experience absolutely incredible. Our boy knows that after a performance like this, he is definitely going to be a hot topic. Regardless of his team's defeat, the reporter announces that the match MVP is undisputed. Ho Young is dumbfounded when the man points him out as the star who scored 5 solo goals. When the reporter asks for an interview, he eagerly agrees, ready to soak up the well-deserved attention. The man asks how he's feeling, curious about the mindset of a child playing with a pro's soul. He takes a brief pause, letting the weight of his debut performance sink in for the cameras. Channeling a legendary manager's famous words, he tells the world that he is still hungry for more. After the big match, our boy spots his mother and sprints over to share the victory. She pulls him into a warm hug, telling him how incredibly proud she is of his performance. Looking at her superstar son, she asks what kind of celebratory feast he wants for dinner tonight. Without a second thought, he shouts that he's craving chicken more than anything else in the world. She laughs and asks if he wants seasoned or fried, but he greedily demands half of each. Their celebration is cut short as a mysterious figure approaches, his footsteps echoing with authority. A man suddenly appears and greets them, catching the duo off guard during their happy moment. It turns out to be the legendary scout who was watching from the sidelines with a keen eye. Ho-young is dumbfounded, realizing that the big fish he was hoping to bait has finally arrived. The man introduces himself as Song-woon, a coach from the elite academy looking to recruit fresh talent. Mom recognizes him immediately, remembering his face from the sports broadcasts she's seen on TV. Sang-woon admits that our boy's skills are so impressive they actually gave him goosebumps. He laughs heartily, thanking the kid for a great time while Mom nudges him to show some manners. Our boy politely says thanks but then tilts his head with a very specific question in mind. He bluntly asks why this stranger is already acting like his teacher when they just met. The legendary scout just chuckles, realizing this kid is definitely not cut from the same cloth as others. He decides to stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point with the mother. Placing a hand on his chest, he declares his desire to personally train the young prodigy. Mom is completely dumbfounded, her jaw nearly hitting the floor at such a sudden, high-tier offer. She wonders if her son truly possesses the kind of world-class talent this legend is looking for. Lee Sang-woon explains that academies usually need months to tell if a kid is pro-material or just a hobbyist. He leans in, acknowledging that while it might be too early to judge, he has seen enough already. When he flat-out calls our boy a genius, both Ho-young and his mom are left completely stunned. The scout admits his professional greed is taking over because he simply cannot let such talent go to waste. He then asks for the name of Ho-young's current academy, assuming he's already receiving top-tier elite training. Mom quickly clears up the misunderstanding, explaining that her son has actually never stepped foot in an academy. This revelation hits the legendary coach like a freight train, leaving him absolutely dumbfounded by the news. He frantically asks who coached him then, only to hear he just kicked the ball around with his dad. The scout is visibly shaken, realizing he is looking at a monster who has not even had formal training. An awkward silence fills the air as the legend tries to wrap his head around this impossible reality. The legend gets straight to the point, asking if she plans on turning our boy into a pro. Mom is all for it if it helps him, but she immediately worries about the academy fees. He explains it depends on the placement, though Ho-young is a lock for the elite S-class. While trash-tier players get stuck in Class A, the S-class is reserved only for true monsters. Getting in is a nightmare with massive waiting lists, making a direct invite a massive shortcut. The scout drops the price tag, and it turns out elite training comes with a heavy monthly cost. Mom starts doing the math, realizing the boy's small TV appearance fees won't even cover the bill. Even though the price is steep, she knows proper training is the only way he reaches the top. She is ready to blow through her savings for his future, but our boy has other plans. Ho-young suddenly pipes up and leaves them dumbfounded, boldly asking the scout if he can pay later. Lee Sang-woon is completely thrown off by the kid's insane request to defer the academy fees. Our boy doubles down, promising to pay back 100-fold once he becomes a world-class superstar. While his mom is dying of embarrassment, the scout actually loves the kid's absolute grit and confidence. He laughs it off, calling Ho-young a dutiful son who clearly knows his own worth. Ho-young just gives a cheeky smile, knowing his plan to bypass the financial barrier is working. The scout reaches out, wanting to make a formal promise to work together toward that future. They seal the deal with a handshake, marking the start of his journey into the elite ranks. Turns out there is a special talent system that might solve their money problems entirely. It is basically a full scholarship for monsters like him, making the steep costs a non-issue. The scout promises to pull some strings with the director, since a spot just opened up. Ho-young's mother is practically glowing with relief, thanking the scout for this life-changing opportunity. The scout explains that if our boy keeps growing, they'll even fund his training with elite European clubs. He asks if playing with top-tier talent sounds good, and Ho-young couldn't be more thrilled to agree. With both sides getting exactly what they want, the deal is officially set in stone. They agree to meet for the formal entrance test tomorrow, finalizing the first step of his master plan. Ho-young knows his presence alone brings enough hype to guarantee him that special scholarship status. Now that the money issues are handled, he can finally focus entirely on mastering the professional game. He bows deeply to his new coach, showing the respect and hunger needed to reach the top. The legendary scout just smirks, realizing he might have just stumbled upon Korea's next big footballing icon. With a clear path ahead, our boy is ready to take the world of football by storm. Ho-young and his mom head out, walking through a crowd of kids who are all chasing the same dream. He spots the elite students from the academy and immediately starts hunting for any worthwhile skills to snatch up. Our boy checks out a kid named Kim Ki-hoon, but the system reveals he's just a mid-tier talent. It turns out his current abilities are already superior, so wasting a slot on trash-tier skills is out of the question. He knows the talent he took from Yoon Jung-ho is the real deal, making these other kids look like amateurs. Even the legendary scout's unique eye for potential isn't the kind of raw power he's looking for right now. As they leave, he realizes he'll need to wait for the academy to find a truly exceptional mark to target. Later that evening, his father is completely dumbfounded when he hears about the encounter with the legendary Lee Sang-woon. The man breaks down in tears of pure regret, wishing he had taken the day off to see the legend. He eventually settles down and pats his son's head, feeling incredibly happy about the path the boy is carving. Ho Young's father is absolutely over the moon, shouting that his son is the greatest in the world. He immediately calls for delivery, bragging to the shop about his son joining the elite academy. Our boy's eyes sparkle like diamonds because he knows a high-tier feast is finally on the menu. Back in the day, his family was so broke that eating out was a dream they couldn't afford. The whole squad gathers around the steaming pepperoni pie, the savory scent filling their humble home. He remembers being a kid who stayed silent about his cravings to avoid stressing his struggling parents. After a quick prayer of thanks, he vows to reach the top and repay their endless sacrifices. As he digs in, he wonders if his younger taste buds are just making everything taste legendary. He starts inhaling the slices, making his parents laugh as they watch their little champion eat. With a massive grin, he tells them they're the best, soaking in this rare moment of peace. 9 days pass and the Fly Shoot Dory show finally hits the airwaves across the entire nation. Families everywhere are glued to their screens, instantly falling in love with the adorable, yet talented kids. The broadcast is a massive hit, leaving viewers in tears of joy as they witness the next generation. Back home, our boy is just chilling when his dad bursts in with some explosive, life-changing news. Turns out the legendary Lee Sang-woon called to offer him a special spot at his prestigious academy. Ho Young is stunned, realizing his plan to secure a professional future is moving faster than he imagined. Suddenly, his mom kicks the door down in a total frenzy, looking like she has seen a ghost. The guys are completely lost, wondering what could possibly top the news of a full scholarship. She can barely breathe as she points at the computer, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated disbelief. It turns out our boy already has his own dedicated fan club, leaving both him and his dad dumbfounded. Ho Young's father frantically clicks through the web, desperate to find the source of all the sudden online commotion. He nearly falls out of his chair seeing a dedicated fan cafe with hundreds of members already signed up. Our boy is left speechless as his dad reads an article comparing his potential to the legendary Park Ji-seok. While his parents celebrate, Ho Young looks closer, knowing the internet isn't always a friendly place for rising stars. He scrolls through the forums, bracing himself for the inevitable wave of trash-tier takes and bitter keyboard warriors. Some users are hyped, but one delusional hater claims they could have scored 10 goals with just a little practice. It makes sense though, since the country hasn't felt this kind of nationalistic fever since the 2002 glory days. After years of decline, the public is starving for a new hero to lead them back to greatness. Ho Young just smirks, realizing that even the spicy criticism feels like a badge of honor in the spotlight. Suddenly, his dad freezes, spotting another post that might just flip their world upside down once again. The comments are absolute trash tier, claiming the whole show is a scripted mess designed to manufacture a fake hero. Some keyboard warriors even spread conspiracies that our boy is just a rich kid whose family bought his stardom. Ho Young's dad is absolutely fuming, unable to believe the sheer audacity of these faceless haters and their delusional takes. His mom tries to play peacemaker, telling her husband to ignore the noise, since it is just pure jealousy. When she checks on Ho Young, he shocks them both by admitting he actually finds the hate quite entertaining. He flashes a confident grin, explaining that people only bother envying those who are actually worth something in life. His parents are left completely dumbfounded, wondering how their kid became so mentally tough at such a young age. The tension finally breaks as the family laughs it off, realizing the boy has the heart of a pro. Internally, Ho Young knows that facing heat is just part of the job when you are aiming for the top. However, one specific hater is being a bit too loud, and it is starting to get under his skin. The internet trolls are already moving the goalposts, claiming our boy only succeeded because the academy went easy. Ho Young just stares at the screen, silently promising himself that he will eventually shut every single hater up. The very next day, he arrives at the prestigious academy, ready to see if the hype is actually real. Our boy starts scanning the field, his eyes searching for any spark of genius worth taking for himself. He spots Kim Ki-hoon, a kid with decent potential whose aggressive shooting style immediately catches his predatory gaze. Ho Young doesn't stop there, keeping his focus sharp as he evaluates every single player on the pitch. Another prospect flashes impressive flank penetration and free kick skills, making this place feel like a literal goldmine. He realizes this academy is basically an all-you-can-eat talent buffet, and he is feeling extremely hungry for more. With the Demon Duke looming over him, Ho-young decides it is finally time to claim his fourth stolen ability. As he steps onto the grass in his new jersey, his family watches on with pure, unadulterated pride. Ho-young shows off his unpolished talent, chest-trapping the ball while his family watches from the sidelines. His mother beams with pride while holding little Ho-il, who is basically the team's unofficial mascot right now. Suddenly, another parent approaches, her eyes sharp as she realizes she's standing next to a local celebrity's mom. The woman introduces herself, noting that it's her first time seeing a new face at this elite academy. She quickly connects the dots, realizing she's talking to the mother of the kid currently breaking the internet. The two hit it off instantly, deciding to drop the formalities since they were born in the same year. The academy mom admits our boy looks even better in person and asks where he learned such insane skills. Ho-young's mother just smiles, explaining that the kid has basically had a ball glued to his feet since birth. They share a laugh as she downplays his genius, claiming he just kicks the ball around with his dad. When asked if the father is a pro, she reveals he actually just works a regular semiconductor job. The academy mom pauses for a second, her gears turning as she tries to gauge the family's status. She lets out a laugh and asks if the father is actually the owner of the whole company. Ho-young's mother doesn't skip a beat and flatly tells her that definitely isn't the case. When she clarifies he is just a regular manager, the wealthy woman finds the situation quite intriguing. Then she drops the real question, asking if they can even afford the academy's legendary tuition fees. Our boy's mom just wears a calm, knowing smile, clearly not bothered by the mention of money. She casually mentions that her son is actually a specialist, leaving the other woman looking totally dumbfounded. After explaining that it is basically a full scholarship, the academy mom can hardly believe her ears. She nearly loses her cool, demanding to know why only her son gets to attend for free. Ho-young's mother just laughs it off, reminding her that her son is simply built different on the pitch. The wealthy woman is left speechless, realizing that money can't buy the raw talent she's seeing. Ho-young's mother just smiles, knowing that while wealth is nice, raising a prodigy is the ultimate flex. On the field, our boy is tearing it up, leaving defenders in the dust with his improved speed. Lee Sang-woon watches from the sidelines, stunned that the kid has leveled up this much so quickly. He knows many prodigies flame out because their physical and technical growth aren't in perfect sync. If the balance is off, that explosive growth becomes a career-ending poison, wasting his god-tier potential. So, he puts Ho-young through the ringer, drilling the fundamentals of ball control and passing. It's not just about flashy plays. They dive into injury prevention and the complex chess of positioning. Our boy learns to use his body like a pro, focusing his strength to dominate every physical challenge. The legendary scout keeps pushing him, reminding him that a true master never stops moving after passing. Ho-young wonders where he should run, realizing that just standing around is a one-way ticket to trash tier. Lee Sang-woon shouts that constant movement is the only way to develop elite off-the-ball instincts. The legend notes Ho-young wants to be a striker, which means he needs to master finding the net. Our boy admits that nothing beats the rush of scoring goals, but he knows he needs the skills. Sang-woon explains that every single step on the pitch must have a clear, tactical purpose to be effective. Ho-young nods, realizing he has to cut out the fat and minimize any movement that doesn't help. If he ever feels lost, the coach tells him to just mimic the legends who came before him. Our boy is genuinely relieved to finally get some pro-level insight into the complex chess of positioning. He used to think flashy dribbles were everything, but his perspective is shifting as he matures. He realizes this top-notch instruction is invaluable for his growth as he watches the other students train. Ho-young is drenched in sweat but thrilled because the talent in this elite class is totally off the charts. He surveys the competition, knowing these academy kids are the perfect prey for his unique contractor abilities. Our boy's eyes flare with a predatory light as he decides exactly which skill he is going to snatch first. He targets Yeom Baemun, a specialist whose formidable free kick talent is ripe for the taking if he wins. The ball ripples the net with a satisfying thud, showing off the raw power behind his calculated strike. Yeom Baemun collapses in despair while Ho-young breezes past, having officially clinched the win in their private shootout. The system offers up the spoils of war, letting him finally claim that formidable free kick for himself. He contemplates if he can eventually evolve this curved shot into a lethal no-spin kick through sheer practice. Our boy plays it cool and thanks his opponent, though his mind is already hunting for the next mark. From the sidelines, Lee Sang-woon observes the match, likely realizing he has a real monster on his hands. Our boy tests his new kick, feeling the satisfying weight of the ball as it leaves his foot. His eyes flare with greed as he activates his ability, scanning the field for any worthwhile prey. He finds the current class underwhelming and realizes he needs to infiltrate the restricted facility for better targets. While cooling off, he grumbles that the coach's skills are trash tier and finding elite active players is rare. He decides to take what he can for now, wondering if the legendary Coach Cha is actually home. Suddenly, his breath hitches as he catches sight of someone completely unexpected standing near the sidelines. He watches Lee Sang-woon talking to a man in a cap, sensing an overwhelming aura from the stranger. Our boy loses his cool and shouts in shock, unable to believe his luck at this chance encounter. It turns out the visitor is the legendary Cha Du-rim, a man known for his terrifying physical dominance. As a literal human weapon on the pitch, this pro is the ultimate jackpot for his talent-stealing mission. This is Cha Du-rim, the legendary eldest son of Asia's greatest striker. Our boy is dumbfounded, wondering why a World Cup star is hanging around a youth academy. He realizes the man is far more impressive in person, regretting his past trash-tier insults. He decides to play it cool and observe from the shadows before making his move. He overhears the legendary scout and the pro discussing a massive transfer to Leverkusen very soon. Suddenly, a memory flashes through his mind as he pieces together the professional timeline. This is the legendary winter transfer window where the star finally makes his big debut. He clenches his fist, knowing he's at a crossroads that could define his future. Missing this chance would be a disaster, so he decides to risk everything and approach. His eyes glow with greed as he prepares to scan the ultimate human weapon. Ho Young scans the pro and sees a list of insane talents, including a mysterious rank U sprinting skill. The requirements are brutal, demanding hundreds of minutes of shared training and intense leg exercises to unlock them. Our boy is dumbfounded by that rank, questioning if it truly stands for a one-of-a-kind unique ability. Seeing the legendary prefix attached to the skill, he realizes this is the pro's signature, world-class weapon. He knows he can't let this golden opportunity slip and vows to steal that talent no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Lee Sang-woon and the star player discuss the final paperwork needed before the big move to Europe. The scout notices Cha Du-rim looks drained, wondering if the pressure of the transfer is finally taking a toll. The pro just laughs it off, admitting he is feeling a bit worn out from the recent non-stop schedule. Even with a massage suggested, he feels the weight of the big day ahead causing some serious fatigue. Seizing the moment, Ho Young steps out of the shadows and greets the legends to start his high-stakes gamble. Lee Sang-woon and the superstar are caught off guard when our boy suddenly pops up to greet them. Flashing a bright smile, Ho Young tells the legend he brought a special gift just for him. The pro is genuinely shocked that a kid could recognize his face through such a low-hanging cap. Without hesitating, our boy reaches out to hand over his humble offering to the exhausted superstar. It turns out to be a simple bottle of Bacchus, a classic pick-me-up for anyone feeling drained. He admits he's too broke for high-end supplements but hopes this helps the legend recover his strength. The superstar is left completely speechless by the kid's unexpected boldness and thoughtful gesture. Suddenly, he breaks into a massive laugh, finding the whole situation with the little prodigy absolutely hilarious. Ho Young realizes he's successfully made a mark, while the scout joins in on the laughter. Lee Sang-woon tells the pro to remember this face, as this kid is the future of the nation. Cha Du-rim remains skeptical, questioning if our boy is truly as talented as the scout claims. He realizes that if the veteran coach is this confident, the kid can't be just average. The pro suddenly invites Ho Young for a quick match, catching the young prodigy completely off guard. Ho Young knows this is a massive opportunity and accepts immediately, his eyes sparkling with excitement. They start playing, and the energy from the drink helps our boy keep up with the legend. After a few rounds, both are catching their breath as the pro acknowledges the kid's impressive skills. He mentions that watching our boy play reminds him of another talented student named Yuang. When he clarifies he means Ki-sung Yuang, Ho Young is stunned to hear such a legendary name. Our boy recalls from his past life that this kid eventually becomes a Premier League superstar. He realizes he's witnessing the secret training that forged one of the nation's greatest football icons. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing he is literally standing in the presence of a living football legend. Lee Sang-woon praises the kid's performance as they walk back, asking how he is holding up after the match. They take a breather, and the scout reminds the pro about an errand he has for the director. Cha Du-rim just laughs it off, noting that his old man isn't even home to receive the delivery anyway. Lee Sang-woon mentions that while the director hasn't met the kid yet, he's definitely on the radar. The pro jokes that his father might just kidnap our boy to raise him as the next superstar. Getting serious for a second, he asks Ho Young if he truly intends to go pro in this sport. With fire in his eyes, our boy declares he is definitely going to reach the top of the world. Cha Du-rim pats his head, explaining how his father raised other stars who were cut from the same cloth. He looks at the kid with a newfound respect, wondering if he's looking at the next big thing. Ho Young begs the pro to take him under his wing and raise him as a personal protege. He explains that he wants to learn football exactly like the future stars who came before him. Cha Du-rim is caught off guard, reminding the kid he already has a top-tier coach in Lee Sang-woon. Our boy just smiles and asks if he can learn something special that the academy doesn't teach. He looks up with pure admiration, declaring his dream to become a legendary player just like his senior. Desperate to secure a mentor, Ho Young bows low and begs the pro to reconsider his request. Internally, he knows a talent this rare won't come again, so he plans to keep pestering him. Cha Du-rim just pats his head, telling him to stay focused and work hard with his current team. Not giving up, Ho Young asks to visit his house, but the pro quickly shuts that down. Our boy scratches his head, realizing that winning over a legend won't be as easy as he hoped. Our boy looks totally crushed, but the pro's expression suggests he might be softening up a bit. The legend asks for his address, and he's shocked to learn they both hail from the same province. This coincidence seems to change everything, making the pro realize that maybe this was meant to be. He finally caves and proposes a deal that would let him mentor the kid without overcomplicating things. His mother is quick to apologize for the trouble, worried her son is being way too pushy. The pro reassures her, explaining that he genuinely enjoys being around kids who possess such monstrous potential. He lays out a simple plan to train for just 1 hour during his nightly runs. Since he lives nearby with a close friend, the logistics are basically a walk in the park. Ho Young is practically glowing, knowing he just landed the most exclusive training session in the country. By the very next morning, he is already charging toward the legend to start his path to greatness. Our boy meets the legend for their first crack of dawn session to start the real grind. The pro looks surprisingly relaxed, ready to put the kid through his paces on the track. Ho Young is completely locked in, knowing every second with a world-class player is pure gold. They start the workout, their footsteps echoing as they tear through the quiet morning air together. Even though the legend finds this extra work a bit of a chore, he keeps his promise. Suddenly, the system pops up, offering a buffet of elite-tier skills for our boy to snatch. After just 1 week of relentless training, he finally meets the requirements for a U-rank steal. While the other options are tempting, he knows he needs that explosive, game-breaking speed to dominate. He locks his sights on the legendary sprinting talent, ready to make it his own forever. He remembers how the legend's speed is so monstrous it actually outpaces the ball during a sprint. Ho Young stares at the notification, realizing he's finally tapped into a talent that's truly in a league of its own. The system makes it clear that devouring this U-rank speed takes 30 days, during which he can't snatch anything else. Our boy takes it in stride, knowing that high-tier skills need time to digest just like a heavy meal. He watches Cha Du-rim and realizes the elite connections he's forged are worth more than any quick power-up. This is the true path of a pro, and has more than ready to embrace the long, hard grind. He knows greatness isn't born overnight, so he focuses on taking it one grueling step at a time. With every breath, he feels himself ascending closer to the legendary status he's been hunting for. Time becomes a blur of sweat and filming as he pushes his young body to its absolute limits. Even a gambling scandal involving the staff can't stop his show from absolutely dominating the national TV ratings. Seeing a 16-year-old prodigy debut in the Premier League only makes him hungrier to reach the top. Wayne Rooney's explosive debut sends shockwaves through the world, signaling the arrival of a new era of football legends. Our boy watches the screen with wide eyes, dreaming of the day he'll finally stand on that same stage. Fast forward to December at the National Training Center, where the air is thick with anticipation and media presence. Ho Young feels the weight of the moment, noticing the scouts and journalists are all hunting for the next prodigy. The production crew is out in full force, making sure every lens is focused on the potential stars of tomorrow. His old man senses the tension and tells him not to let the massive crowd get inside his head. He reminds his son that, while the opponents might be taller, they can't match his elite-tier football sense. Fueled by that support, our boy shouts his resolve and promises to walk away from this match a winner. His father just laughs and gives him a proud pat on the head, trusting in his son's undeniable talent. With his heart racing, Ho Young charges onto the field, ready to turn his ambitious dreams into a reality. Ho Young's movements on the pitch are looking sharper than ever, catching everyone's attention during the pre-game warm-up. The commentators debate whether our boy is just riding a lucky streak, or if he is truly elite. Caster Choi Seong-don laughs it off, jokingly claiming he's already trying to secure a friendship with the future superstar. They quickly shift focus to the main event, wondering if the underdog team can actually pull off a miracle. This match is no joke, as our boy faces his toughest hurdle yet against a world-renowned Brazilian powerhouse. The Sao Paulo FC youth squad arrives, radiating an aura of absolute dominance that makes the air feel heavy. PD Choi recalls the legends this club has produced, knowing his ratings depend entirely on this high-stakes clash. These Brazilian prodigies are in town for a major championship, bringing a level of play Korea rarely sees. They move with a natural rhythm and confidence that suggests they aren't here to take it easy. PD Choi is betting everything on this match, desperately hoping Ho Young can help him smash the viewership records. Ho Young looks at the opposition, genuinely wondering if his ragtag team can actually pull off a win. The gap is massive, as these Brazilians are not only older but significantly taller than our boys' squad. He keeps a close eye on them, sensing that something about their presence is completely different from local teams. One player stands out, juggling the ball with a level of technical grace that screams professional tier talent. This is Douglas, a kid who carries himself with the absolute certainty of a future global superstar. He laughs with his teammate, motivated by a promise of an amusement park trip if he drops 10 goals. This monster recently netted 5 goals in 15 minutes, proving he is way too fast for anyone to catch. Ho Young questions the kid's history, but quickly realizes his origins do not matter as much as his skills. Our boy activates his special eyes, the blue glow signaling that he is ready to go shopping for talents. The system reveals Douglas Costa's insane stats, including A-rank speed, that Ho Young is desperate to make his own. The system lays out the high-stakes terms, requiring our boy to outrun the monster and shut down his scoring. Ho Young can practically taste the power, his hunger for those A-rank legs reaching a fever pitch. He looks out at the pitch, admitting to himself that the chance to snag such elite skills is tempting. Meanwhile, the opposing coach watches on, convinced his star will drop 10 goals without even breaking a sweat. Carlo feels that tactics are a waste of time when his squad possesses such overwhelming, crushing talent. He calls his players over, ready to unleash his Brazilian juggernauts onto the unsuspecting local kids. The tension on the grass is palpable, as the elite prospects step forward to claim their territory. Douglas stands tall alongside his teammate, looking every bit like the world-class prodigy the system described. Carlo tells his ace to treat this like a simple warm-up, while still demanding a double-digit goal count. Douglas just smirks with total arrogance, certain that crushing the competition will be a total piece of cake. Carlo singles out Casemiro, making sure he's ready for the specific task ahead. He points directly at Ho Young, ordering his defender to stick to the kid like glue. The coach insists this match is a chance for Douglas to actually learn something useful. Douglas is visibly offended, wondering if his coach seriously thinks he could lose to some trash-tier kid. To sweeten the deal, Carlo promises a trip to the amusement park for a perfect clean sheet. During the final huddle, he reminds the squad that the smaller field requires tighter coordination. He demands they execute Vengerball tactics in the midfield to completely dismantle the opposition's rhythm. The keeper gets a stern warning to stay alert for any cheeky shots from the halfway line. While the Brazilians swear they won't let these tykes win, our boy calmly prepares for the whistle. Douglas notes the strange aura around Ho Young, despite the kid being significantly shorter than him. Casemiro is fully convinced that either shutting down our boy or helping Douglas score 10 will be a breeze. The Brazilian duo shares a hyped moment, already tasting the victory that earns them a trip to the park. The whistle finally screams to life, signaling the start of a David versus Goliath battle on the pitch. Right from the jump, the Brazilians prove they aren't just flashy as they play with terrifyingly organized tactical discipline. Casemiro handles the rock with ease, showing off the kind of composure only found in world-class youth academies. Their passing is clinical and organized, making it clear why they are considered the gold standard of youth football. By funneling everything through the center, they force the shoot-dory kids into a desperate game of chasing shadows. Watching from the booth, the commentators fear the natural physical advantage of the Westerners will make this match insurmountable. Douglas Costa begins to radiate a dangerous aura, his agility and samba style making him nearly impossible to track. The shoot-dory squad looks visibly shaken, realizing they are up against a physically imposing wall of pure talent. The commentators worry about the thin talent pool, desperately hoping home field advantage can somehow save the day. Douglas Costa immediately puts those hopes to the test, aggressively driving the ball deep into enemy territory. With a massive first touch, he explodes forward, effortlessly shredding the defensive formation with his elite speed. He glides past the defenders in an instant, making the local prospects look like they are standing still. The Brazilian scoffs at their effort, thinking these kids are utterly trash tier and nowhere near his level. He decides to end the suspense early, winding up for a powerful strike to claim the first goal. His boot connects with the ball, sending a rocket toward the net that looks impossible to stop. Out of nowhere, our boy throws his body into the line of fire, executing a perfectly timed block. The ball ricochets harmlessly away, leaving the entire stadium breathless as the certain goal is miraculously denied. Douglas is left completely dumbfounded, unable to believe someone actually had the guts and skill to stop him. Douglas Costa is reeling, realizing his trash-tier opponents actually have a defensive wall he can't crack. Our boy just gives a cool smirk, knowing his future knowledge and stolen talents are finally paying off. The tension on the pitch is thick enough to cut as the stadium erupts in pure disbelief. He remains unfazed, completely locked into the game and ready for whatever the Brazilian prodigy tries next. Frustrated, Douglas snaps that he's just getting lucky, but his shaky voice tells a completely different story. As the clock keeps ticking, the pressure mounts for the visiting team to finally find an opening. Every time the Brazilian tries to break through, our boy is there with a perfectly timed challenge. The spectators can't believe their eyes, shouting about how the legendary striker is being totally shut down. Douglas is spiraling, obsessing over how he should have scored twice already if not for that one kid. No matter how many chances he creates, every single shot is met with a brick wall of talent. Ho-young realizes this isn't just luck. The Brazilian kid actually has some serious tactical brains on the pitch. Meanwhile, Douglas is absolutely losing his cool, grinding his teeth as his frustration hits a dangerous boiling point. Unable to take the pressure anymore, the Brazilian prodigy storms over to confront our boy right mid-match. He demands to know why a supposed attacker is playing so deep, clearly rattled by the defensive masterclass. Douglas keeps barking questions in English, but Ho-young just stares back like the kid is speaking a dead language. After a brief silence, our boy realizes he needs to drop a line to finally shut this trash-tier talker up. With a confident smirk, he tells the superstar in broken English that he won't be scoring a single goal. The sheer audacity of the claim leaves the Brazilian completely dumbfounded and frozen in his tracks. As Ho-young laughs it off and walks away, Douglas begins to boil over with pure, unadulterated rage. He feels utterly humiliated, unable to believe a fellow attacker is making him look like a total amateur. Douglas clenches his fist, deciding to ignore his coach's cautious orders to finally prove his worth. He feels the heat rising, confident that with Casemiro anchoring the defense, he's free to go score. The shoot-dory squad tries to mount an attack, but the Brazilian wall looks completely impenetrable right now. Right on cue, Casemiro slides in with a clinical interception, snatching the ball away like it was nothing. The young defender doesn't waste a second, immediately scanning the field to kickstart a lethal counterattack. He fires a precise pass forward, trusting his star teammate to punish the opposition for their overextension. Douglas explodes into a sprint, leaving the defenders in the dust as he hunts for his first goal. He breaks through the final line of defense, realizing the path to the net is wide open. The poor goalkeeper can only tremble in fear, knowing he's about to face a world-class strike alone. With no one left to mark him, Douglas prepares to finish the job and reclaim his bruised pride. Just as Douglas thinks he's clear, our boy Ho-young appears out of nowhere to contest the ball. The Brazilian star is forced into a desperate shoulder-to-shoulder battle against the pint-sized monster. Douglas is completely dumbfounded, wondering how a striker managed to track back so fast. The ball spills loose as the intensity of their clash sends it rolling toward the open field. Without missing a beat, Ho-young snatches possession and leaves the Brazilian wonder kid eating his dust. Douglas huffs in frustration, wondering why an elite attacker is doing the dirty work of a defender. Refusing to be humiliated, he taps into his A-rank speed, determined to reclaim his pride. He digs his cleats into the turf, launching himself forward with everything he's got. Despite pushing his body to the absolute limit, the gap between them isn't closing at all. He realizes with horror that even with his elite pace, he simply can't catch up to Ho-young. Ho-young is a blur on the pitch, leaving everyone in his wake as he guns for the goal. Douglas is absolutely rattled, unable to process how he is actually losing a foot race to a kid. The gap only widens, and the Brazilian wonder kid realizes our boy is playing on a completely different level. He finally grinds to a halt, his cleats digging deep into the turf as his pride takes a hit. Gasping for air, he stands frozen while watching the miracle he thought was impossible unfold before his eyes. He gnashes his teeth in pure agony, his ego bruised by the realization that his speed isn't enough. In a fit of rage, he lashes out at the grass, wondering what kind of monster he is facing. Up in the booth, the commentators note how fuming Douglas looks while Ho-young shows off a new side. They point out that while he usually snipes from distance, today he is choosing to tear through the defense. With his eyes glowing with focus, our boy carves through the Brazilian backline like they are trash-tier obstacles. Our boy is moving with the same explosive power as the legendary Chadu Rim, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. He wonders just how high the ceiling goes for a player even more gifted than his legendary mentor. As he charges down the pitch, a new obstacle stands in his way, ready to test his limits. Ho-young activates his special sight, his eyes glowing as he prepares to peel back the layers of his opponent. He locks onto a blonde defender named Casemiro, who radiates the aura of a true elite prospect. The system reveals Casemiro is a B+ prodigy with high-tier interception skills, just waiting to be snatched. Turns out this kid is destined for Real Madrid. making him a prime target for our boy's collection. Ho Young smirks, realizing that outplaying this future legend is a total win-win for his own growth. To steal the talent, he simply needs to pull off a solo breakthrough and put the ball in the net. With the conditions set, he lunges forward, determined to dismantle the Brazilian defense and claim his prize. Casemiro is the next-gen defensive wall, a Brazilian prodigy with top-tier skills for his age group. Our boy charges forward with insane speed, but the defender thinks pace alone won't be enough. Casemiro remains composed, believing that raw athleticism can't overcome a truly elite defensive mind. Ho Young closes the gap in a heartbeat, his eyes locked onto the goal and the talent he's targeting. He makes his move, striking the ball with a precision that catches the Brazilian off guard. The defender lunges in for the kill, certain his interception will shut down the play instantly. Suddenly, the ball vanishes from his path as Ho Young executes a perfect, high-level technical breakthrough. Casemiro is left grabbing at thin air, wondering how he could have possibly missed the ball. Before he can even process the failure, our boy has already zoomed past him like a blue blur. The future Real Madrid star is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe his ironclad defense was just breached. Ho Young charges forward, leaving the defense in the dust as he hunts for the opening goal. Casemiro is left reeling, unable to comprehend how a simple kick and run just completely dismantled his elite positioning. Our boy doesn't let up for a second, pouring every ounce of his stolen speed into this final sprint. The Brazilian goalkeeper lunges desperately, knowing that if he fails here, their reputation is going down the drain. It's no use as the ball tears through the air and ripples the net with absolute authority. Ho Young just smirks, thinking that these world-class prospects are way too slow to keep up with his pace. The crowd erupts into a total frenzy, chanting his name as they witness a miracle unfolding before them. Nobody expected the underdogs to strike first against a powerhouse like São Paulo, but the stadium is electric. The commentators are losing their minds, shouting that the future of Korean football has never looked this bright. Even PD Choi can't hide his satisfaction, realizing he's just captured the birth of a legend on camera. Our boy leaves Douglas Costa eating dust, proving his stolen speed is on a whole different level. Even Casemiro, the core of the defense, is left dumbfounded as he gets completely outplayed. PD Choi is already planning the flashy subtitles to ensure this legendary moment goes viral. The staff realizes viewership will skyrocket, knowing the nation's football craze is about to hit its peak. Every camera is locked onto the kid who single-handedly made every football academy in the country full. He plants his feet with a heavy thud, the sheer power of his play shaking the pitch. Ho Young lets out a roar of triumph, finally tasting the fruit of his high-stakes gamble. He screams in pure joy, realizing he's officially become the star everyone will be talking about tomorrow. He thinks to himself that Cha Durim's talent is basically a fraudulent cheat code for his body. But even with elite skills, he realizes his young knee is starting to buckle under the intense pressure. The crowd erupts as Korea takes the lead, and our boy stands tall amidst the deafening, celebratory roar. He admits that even though this level is technically trash tier for him, the thrill is still absolutely addictive. Charging forward, he is determined to dominate every inch of the pitch and leave the opposition completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, the familiar glow of the system catches him off guard right in the heat of the play. He spots a goldmine of talents ripe for the taking from the Brazilian wonder kid standing right before him. Without a second thought, he locks onto the elite prodigy talent to fuel his next massive evolution. His stats surge as his rank climbs, proving that his high-stakes gamble is finally yielding some serious results. However, the system demands a steep price, requiring a hat trick and 5 solo breakthroughs to seal the deal. With only 30 minutes left, his eyes burn with a cold resolve to crush the remaining requirements. Meanwhile, the Brazilian coach watches from the sidelines, terrified that his star players are being mentally broken. Carlo pulls the plug on his star player, telling a stunned Douglas he is heading straight to the bench. Douglas desperately tries to save face, insisting his poor performance was just a fluke in his physical condition. The coach isn't buying the excuses, coldly stating that if he is not fit, he belongs on the sidelines. He wants the prodigy to reflect on the beating he just took and come back stronger next time. But Douglas lets his ego talk, trash-tier arrogance making him wonder what he could learn from these opponents. Carlo absolutely loses it, his fury flaring as he demands the boy repeat that disrespectful nonsense. He warns the kid that such racist garbage is a straight red card offense in the real world. If he cannot respect talent, he can rot on the bench and witness the truth for himself. Back on the pitch, Ho Young continues his rampage while the Brazilian subs watch the slaughter in total silence. Now grounded, Douglas sits there dumbfounded, finally starting to realize he is not the only monster on the field. Our boy continues his rampage into the second half, leaving the Brazilian defense scrambling to catch his shadow. Even the elite São Paulo squad is left completely rattled, unable to handle the sheer pressure of his drive. Watching from the sidelines, Douglas is absolutely dumbfounded that a kid this young can dominate the pitch like this. Ho shuts down any excuses, reminding the boy that at 12 years old, he is no longer a protected child. He points out that true legends like Ronaldo were already making their professional debuts by age 14. The coach expects his players to understand the weight of the jersey and the reality of the professional world. He warns that while fans might tolerate arrogance, it only works if you have the elite skill to back it. Finally, humbled by the gap in talent, Douglas hangs his head and offers a sincere apology to his coach. As they watch, Carlo analyzes our boy's perfect stamina and realizes his on-the-ball speed is legitimately world-class. After coaching countless prospects, the veteran realizes Ho Young is simply cut from a completely different cloth than everyone else. Ho Young charges forward while the Demon Duke wonders where on earth such a monster of a child came from. The ball blurs across the pitch as the momentum of the game begins to shift quite unexpectedly. The shoot-dory goalkeeper is left completely dumbfounded as the ball rips through the net for a goal. The Brazilian prodigies finally find their rhythm and celebrate as they start closing the massive score gap. The commentators note that the visitors have finally adjusted to the climate and are showing their true power. Our boy starts feeling the burn, realizing that even with stolen talents, he can't carry the team alone. Despite his exhaustion, Ho Young refuses to back down because beating a powerhouse like São Paulo is the goal. He grits his teeth with pure determination, pushing his physical limits to the absolute brink to stay in it. He taunts the defenders to run a little faster, weaving through the Brazilian line with his remaining speed. The whistle finally blows, ending the match with a crushing 9-4 victory for the elite Brazilian squad. Carlo lets out a long breath, relieved they salvaged their pride after almost being humiliated by a child. Douglas Costa and the Brazilian squad look like they've been through a war, questioning how things got so close. Casimiro stays quiet on the bench, his mind racing as he processes the sheer talent he just witnessed. Our boy is completely spent, but he's already looking for the next challenge to test his stolen skills. Carlo confesses to his staff that the kid has undeniable potential, far outclassing any local talent they've seen. The assistant coach nods, mentioning how the boy's movements reminded him of a young Ricardo's early days. Turns out his on-the-ball acceleration is his real weapon, making him a nightmare for any defender to track. They realize his fundamentals are currently trashed here, but his elite intelligence and speed make him a massive threat. Most importantly, Ho Young looks genuinely happy, proving that his love for the game is his greatest engine. The coaches laugh it off, deciding to wait and see if he's a true genius or just a flash. Ho Young's parents sit in the stands, content that their boy gave his all despite the tough loss. Suddenly, a voice calls out to them in a foreign tongue, catching them both completely off guard. It turns out Carlo has decided to bypass the formalities and approach the family directly after the match. To everyone's shock, the mother responds perfectly in Spanish, leaving her husband looking absolutely dumbfounded. She explains her Spanish roots, which is a massive win since they can now communicate without an interpreter. Carlo introduces himself as the São Paulo youth coach, clearly eager to discuss the monster talent he witnessed. While the mother agrees to talk, she's secretly wondering why such a high-level coach is targeting her son. The coach gets straight to the point, asking if the boy is already tied down to another youth club. He claims that football has no borders and that their son is a raw diamond waiting to be polished. Finally, he drops the bombshell by offering a youth contract to bring our boy to their elite Brazilian academy. Ho Young realizes this offer is the golden ticket he needs to truly dominate the global stage. He quickly opens his system to weigh the potential loot he can snag from the Brazilian stars. Looking at Casimiro, he sees some solid B-grade defensive talents that would make him a nightmare to pass. But Douglas Costa is the real prize, boasting that insane A-rank speed that leaves everyone in the dust. Our boy hesitates since he already has a prodigy talent and doesn't want to waste a selection. He considers his current explosive speed skill, which unfortunately only triggers when he actually has the ball. Without the ball, he is still sluggish, and overusing his current skills is putting massive strain on his knees. He decides that while prodigies are common, elite raw speed is what separates the legends from the trash tier. Knowing that off-the-ball movement is king, he locks in the choice to upgrade his physical engine. His status window is now a total cheat code, proving he is no longer just a talented kid. Ho Young feels a massive surge of power, realizing his legs are finally brimming with that stolen Brazilian energy. He grins at the thought of becoming a truly unprecedented monster on the pitch if he keeps this up. Suddenly, a system window pops up with a soft vroom, signaling the start of the talent assimilation process. Turns out it takes 7 days to fully digest the skill, locking him out of scouting other talents. Compared to the month it took for his previous legendary speed upgrade, a week feels like a total steal. Before he can celebrate, a reporter rushes over to interview the kid who just dropped a legendary hat trick. Our boy plays it cool, admitting the loss stings, but he is satisfied with his own individual performance. The reporter is impressed, asking if the boy is already mature enough to acknowledge his opponent's superior skill. Ho Young just smiles, explaining that while winning is vital, his main goal today was simply finding the net. The reporter asks our boy why he seemed to be playing with a different level of intensity today. Ho Young admits he wanted to silence the trash-tier comments claiming he couldn't handle a real foreign powerhouse. He even jokes that he should thank his haters, since even anti-fans help fuel his legendary rise. The reporter wraps things up, clearly charmed by how the kid handles the spotlight like a seasoned pro. Back in the editing room, the staff watches the footage, realizing they have absolute gold on their hands. PD Choi can't stop laughing, calling the kid a total natural who knows exactly how to work the camera. He smirks behind his shades, knowing this episode is going to shatter every viewership record they have. Later, over a celebratory meal of sizzling meat, the atmosphere shifts from celebration to a serious career move. Our boy is completely dumbfounded when he hears that São Paulo actually wants to recruit him right now. Mother explains the grueling academy tests and the legal red tape preventing him from playing abroad so early. Our boy isn't slow, immediately grasping that his age makes a solo transfer to Brazil a total impossibility. He knows the international transfer rules are meant to protect kids, but for him, they're just a massive wall. Yet, he suspects a club like São Paulo must have a secret workaround if they're already offering a contract. He wonders why Coach Carlo skipped the formalities with him, feeling a bit left out of the loop. His parents clarify that the swarm of reporters forced the scouts to negotiate with the adults in private instead. Ho Young holds his breath and asks the million-dollar question about how they actually handled the life-changing offer. His father drops a total bombshell, revealing that they rejected the Brazilian giants without a second thought. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded, staring in pure shock as his dreams of Brazil seemingly go up in smoke. His dad doubles down, shouting that sending a 10-year-old halfway across the world is absolutely out of the question. Our boy's soul practically leaves his body as he realizes his golden ticket might have just been shredded. Suddenly, his parents burst out laughing, admitting they were just pulling his leg to see his reaction. Turns out his dad couldn't even understand the scouts, so his mom had to step in and handle everything. Ho Young turns to his mother, desperate to know what she actually told the Brazilian giants during their private talk. She gives him a warm smile, explaining that his happiness is the only thing that matters to them. He explodes with joy, realizing the dream is alive and he's actually heading to the land of football. He can't stop grinning, picturing the legendary superstars that were forged in the very streets hell soon walk. Most importantly, he sees this as a buffet of elite South American talents just waiting to be stolen. Ho Young's parents remind him that Brazil isn't just for study. He needs to learn Portuguese to truly survive. Our boy doesn't care about the difficulty and vows to start mastering the language this very night. Hes fired up to leave immediately, knowing a professional contract means both money and elite-level growth. As night falls over the city, his mind is already miles away on those legendary Brazilian pitches. He realizes he has to wait for the upcoming youth tournament before he can officially follow Coach Carlo. While browsing, he notes that his current academy, Cha Bum Kun FC, is also entering the massive competition. Looking at the roster of 16 international clubs, he sees legendary names from England, Portugal, and France. He can't help but smirk, seeing this tournament as an all-you-can-eat buffet of world-class talents to steal. With the final entry deadline only 5 days away, the clock is officially ticking for his next move. Our boy knows the opportunity is there, but a sudden realization hits him like a freight train. A sharp, stinging pain shoots through his knees, reminding him that his young body has its limits. He collapses onto the floor, cursing himself for overworking his joints during today's intense training session. He realizes that elite skills are worthless if his physical engine breaks down before the big game. Remembering how even the legendary Ronaldo suffered from overwork, he massages his aching legs to prevent disaster. Suddenly, his mother walks in and catches him on the floor, immediately worrying if he's actually injured. He quickly puts on a brave face and laughs, claiming it's just a growth spurt to keep her calm. She isn't buying the act for a second, and reaches out to check the source of his discomfort. Looking him in the eye, she gently examines his knee while wondering if he's pushing himself too hard. His mother tells him he can quit if the pressure is too much, prioritizing his health over everything. Our boy realizes she just wants him to stay healthy, showing the pure love behind her worried eyes. He gives her a bright smile and agrees, feeling the warmth of her genuine concern for his future. As she massages his aching joints, he silently wishes for her to stay healthy and strong as well. Later that night, he finally drifts off into a deep sleep, exhausted from the day's heavy physical toll. Suddenly, he sits up in the dark, feeling a strange and familiar sensation radiating from his overworked knee. A sharp throb pulses through his leg, a grim reminder that his young body is reaching its absolute limit. He eventually falls back asleep, thinking about how his mother's healing touch is the best medicine he has. He remembers the glory of scoring against the Brazilian giants, knowing the path to greatness requires these sacrifices. High-level coaches watch Ho Young's highlights, debating if it's too late to add him to the upcoming tournament roster. Sang-woon turns to the man beside him, eager to hear what the ultimate authority thinks of the kid's skills. This isn't just anyone. It's Cha Boom-kun, a literal legend of Korean football, carefully weighing the boy's potential. He smiles, noting that watching our boy reminds him exactly of his own son, Do-rim, during his childhood. Bum-kun is clearly impressed, pointing out that the kid doesn't just run, he hunts the ball like crazy. Beyond the raw speed, the legend sees a high-tier football IQ that makes the game look effortless. Sang-woon asks for a final verdict, knowing a recommendation from this man changes everything for the boy's future. The legend decides he needs to see this miracle in person and asks to schedule a lesson immediately. He plans to call the parents tomorrow, making sure they respect the young prodigy's own busy training schedule. The journey leads them to the gates of the legendary Cha Bum-kun football school for a life-changing meeting. Our boy and his mother arrive, looking absolutely dumbfounded as they realize who they are actually meeting. The legend himself steps out, greeting the young prodigy with a warm smile and an open hand. Cha Bum-kun looks at him with genuine interest, already seeing the spark that everyone has been talking about. Ho Young stammers out his name, his heart racing because a literal god of football is standing right there. The legend gives him a friendly head pat, jokingly calling him a little bomber for his scoring spree. He laughs heartily, finding the kid's reaction refreshing and realizing this isn't just any ordinary youth player. He invites them inside to get down to business, wanting to discuss the future in a more private setting. They settle into the office, the air thick with the weight of what this meeting could mean for him. His mother clarifies the terms, confirming that his participation in the upcoming competition hinges on one simple test. Lee Sang-woon asks for permission to proceed, needing the family's blessing before the real trial begins. Our boy is already vibrating with excitement, his face making it clear he's down for the challenge. His mother gives the nod, prioritizing his happiness and the incredible path he's carving for himself. Ho Young knows this test is the only thing standing between him and the world youth stage. He laces up his boots with grim determination, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline as he enters. The U13 team is gathered, and he immediately senses they are a massive step up in quality. Hes nearly dumbfounded by one kid's height, wondering how a middle schooler can be this massive. Seo Kyung-jun looms over the pitch, his sheer physical presence enough to make any normal kid flinch. Our boy's eyes spark to life, ready to dissect the giant's abilities with his supernatural talent-stealing sight. The talent window reveals a monster with high growth potential and a heading skill he absolutely needs. Ho Young asks what kind of test he's facing, and Lee Sang-woon just gives a knowing smirk. The scout reveals it's a full 11-on-11 match, the ultimate proving ground for any aspiring pro. Our boy realizes this won't be a walk in the park, his blue eyes burning with focused intensity. The whistle blows as the two teams line up, the tension on the pitch thick enough to cut. With a sharp thwack, the ball is set in motion, signaling the start of his biggest challenge yet. The older academy kids move with a speed and precision that puts the trash-tier players he's faced to shame. Studying the tactical board, he sees he's been assigned as a poacher in a classic 4-4-2 formation. This role is for the elite, modeled after legends like Ronaldo and Inzaghi, who exist only to score. Even as he grits his teeth against the pressure, he understands that being marked is just part of the game. He drifts through the defense like a ghost, waiting for that one perfect moment to strike and steal the show. Ho Young finds a perfect opening, but the older kids are acting like he doesn't even exist. He waves his arms and screams for a pass, desperate to show off his elite football IQ. It's clear these academy players are ignoring him, treating our boy like some kind of invisible. Realizing they're pulling a trash-tier seniority move, he decides if they won't give him the ball, hell take it. He kicks into high gear, charging toward the action with a level of intensity that catches everyone off guard. The older players are locked in their own struggle, completely unaware that a predator is closing in fast. One of the seniors freezes in total shock as he feels a sudden, suffocating pressure from his blind side. Ho Young lunges into the thick of it, his movements sharp as he hunts for any chance to intercept. He lets out a fierce roar, demanding the spotlight while finally forcing his way into the play. The rest of the squad stands there absolutely dumbfounded, watching a mere child hijack their entire flow. Cha Boom-kun and Lee Sang-woon watch from the sidelines, laughing at the sheer audacity of the young kid. The legend recalls his days in Germany, knowing that when teammates don't trust you, you must force their respect. He knows the ultimate joy in football is having the ball, even if it means taking a massive risk. Our boy puts that philosophy into practice immediately, burning across the grass with his stolen A-rank speed. He doesn't wait for an invitation, ruthlessly snatching the ball right out from under a senior player's nose. With a sharp thud, he secures possession, leaving the older boy grasping at thin air. Ho-young effortlessly dances around his teammate, proving he's on a completely different level than these academy regulars. The senior player is absolutely fuming, screaming about why a teammate would ever dare to intercept his own pass. But Ho-young doesn't care about their feelings. He knows only elite skills will make these trash-tier seniors acknowledge him. He lets out a primal roar, fully committed to tearing up the field and claiming his rightful place. Ho-young explodes forward, knowing his stolen A-rank speed is the only way to shatter the seniors' arrogance. The academy regulars are left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mere child is outrunning them all. He isn't just playing for fun, he's showing them the raw hunger of a true goal. Scoring predator. Panic shouts ring out as the defense tries to close the gap, but our boy is already gone. Instead of taking a difficult shot, he opts for a clinical cross to exploit the defense's blind spot. A defender can only watch in shock as the ball perfectly bypasses his reach in mid-air. Seok-young-jun tracks the incoming cross, realizing this kid just served him a goal on a silver platter. Ho-young commands his teammate to use his head, fully expecting the tall striker to finish the play. Hyung-jun leaps high and smashes a header, finally putting his massive physical advantage to good use. The ball hits the net with authority, leaving the trash-tier defense and keeper completely paralyzed. The system lays out the grind, requiring 15 assists and significant playtime to snatch a new talent. With the Demon Duke looming, our boy vows to reach a towering height in this new life. He targets Seok-young-jun, a legendary prospect often compared to the iconic Zlatan for his physical dominance. Hyung-jun is a literal giant among kids, destined to hit a massive 190 centimeters in the future. Ho-young realizes the widely open growth plate talent is his ticket to escaping a short stature forever. He immediately fires off a clinical pass, focused on clearing the assist conditions with absolute precision. Hyung-jun leaps above the trash-tier defenders, using his overwhelming height to dominate the air effortlessly. The ball rockets into the goal, leaving the helpless keeper completely paralyzed by the sheer power. Our boy gives a thumbs up, secretly plotting to farm every bit of talent from his new teammate. Lee Song-woon is left speechless when Ho-young confirms he bagged a goal and 3 assists so easily. Cha Bum-kun asks if he prefers assisting, but our boy admits he would much rather be scoring the goals. The legend then questions why he passed to Hyung-jun, instead of taking the shot himself during the trial. He claims it was to win over his teammates, though secretly he knows that is just a complete lie. Impressed by his maturity, the coach moves him to the elite competition class to start his real training. Ho-young agrees with a smile, but his eyes reveal the predatory hunger of a true talent-stealing monster. Suddenly, the legendary stats of the icon appear, showcasing a terrifying legend-ranked talent for his powerful thighs. To steal this god-tier power, he needs 30 long-range goals and a deep run in an official tournament. Our boy can't help but salivate at the prospect of obtaining such a massive physical advantage for himself. The coach gets weirded out by the intense stare, forcing Ho-young to quickly play it off as nothing. He realizes the L grade must stand for legend, a tier he has never even dreamed of seeing before. Cha Bum-kun's legendary 31-inch thighs are pure myth, packing enough explosive power to outrun absolutely anyone on the pitch. Our boy knows the conditions to steal this legend-tier talent are insane, but he refuses to back down. The legend suddenly asks if the Brazilian giants from Sao Paulo have reached out with a life-changing offer. Ho-young admits he received the offer, making the coach wonder what the kid actually plans to do next. Without a second of hesitation, our boy declares his burning desire to go and conquer the football world. Seeing that fire in his eyes, the legend can't help but smile at the kid's sheer audacity. He agrees it's a smart move, knowing that blooming in different countries is how true stars are made. After some heartfelt advice and a promise to keep in touch, Ho-young prepares for his next big chapter. Hess absolutely thrilled, knowing his path to the top is finally starting to take a real, concrete shape. From that day on, he dives into team practice with his teammates, focusing on blending in while training hard. Ho-young keeps feeding perfect balls to Seok-young-jun, proving his elite football IQ isn't just for scoring. Our boy realizes his role is evolving, shifting from a pure poacher to a versatile second striker. Lee Sang-woon explains that this position requires the grit of an attacker and the vision of a midfielder. The coach tells him to lead the charge without feeling pressured, though he admits his advice sounds contradictory. Ho-young just flashes a confident grin and tells the man not to sweat the small stuff. On the final day of training, he sharpens his movements, ready to showcase his stolen talents once more. He sends a pinpoint cross into the box, testing the chemistry he's built with the academy's giant. Seok-young-jun towers over the defenders, using his massive physical presence to meet the ball mid-air. The ball screams into the back of the net, proving their combination play is becoming a nightmare for opponents. They celebrate the successful play, knowing they're fully prepared to dominate the upcoming competition together. Lee Sang-woon watches the training, thinking the duo's synergy is almost perfect for the upcoming tournament. He knows they'll face European giants, but believes his boys aren't far behind the world's best. The whistle blows for the final session, with the staff ordering everyone to cool down and rest up. Our boy catches his breath, feeling the weight of the last team training before the real war begins. Suddenly, the system pops up confirming he's cleared the first hurdle for his next talent steal. Hez already bagged the assists, so now he just needs enough game time to seal the deal. Calculating the minutes, he realizes reaching the quarterfinals is the only way to secure that sweet new ability. The big day finally arrives as the commentators introduce the highly anticipated World Youth Championship in Korea. Public interest is at an all-time high, especially with the hype still lingering from the 2002 World Cup. The tension is palpable as the players finally step onto the pitch to start their legendary journey. The highly anticipated clash between FC Cha-bum and the Polish national team is finally set to begin. Our boy looks toward the horizon, feeling the immense pressure of his first real international test. He realizes this is the moment his legendary path truly starts to take a professional shape. Stepping onto the natural grass, he finally feels like a real player in this era of football. While greeting the opponents, he suddenly realizes he's standing on the same pitch as future world-class legends. He thinks of Lewandowski, the Polish icon, who will eventually dominate the world with his scoring prowess. It's a shame the timing wasn't perfect to face the man himself and steal his elite talent. Regardless of who is missing, he knows winning this match is his only path to further growth. His eyes ignite with a predatory hunger as the system prepares to track his legendary progress. The whistle finally blows and the battle between Korea and Poland officially kicks off in earnest. The commentators are hyping up the match, feeling confident that the Korean side can definitely take the win. Our boy Ho Young is the ultimate variable, with the Demon Duke watching over his every predatory move. Korea is sticking to a classic 4-4-2 formation, aiming to keep constant pressure across the entire pitch. Poland counters with a 4-2-3-1, looking to leverage their superior physical stats to bully the midfield. The Polish squad starts barking orders, desperate to clog up the center and suffocate Korea's playmaking. They move with professional precision, showing why they are considered elite international prospects in this tournament. Their 5 midfielders begin a masterclass in passing, completely dominating the flow of the game early on. One of their attackers spots an opening and signals for the ball to be launched immediately. A heavy strike sends the ball flying forward, bypassing the midfield with a thunderous boom. The Korean defenders are left dumbfounded as the ball zips past them, realizing Poland isn't playing around. The Korean defense is in absolute shambles as the Polish squad tears right through their formation. Jarosław Kaczynski thinks he's home free, already celebrating a breakthrough that feels way too easy. He focuses entirely on his first touch, believing a stable trap will seal the one-on-one victory. The ball drops perfectly, and he prepares to take control and finish the job himself. Suddenly, our boy Ho Young teleports into the frame, snatching the ball right out from under him. The Polish attacker is completely dumbfounded, wondering why a top-tier striker is playing so deep in defense. Without wasting a single heartbeat, Ho Young launches a thunderous counterpass deep into the opponent's territory. He urges his teammates to run, knowing this transition is their best shot at a goal. Jarosław sneers and tries to close the gap, refusing to let the pass go through. Ho Young just smirks and dances around him, proving his elite agility is on another level. The Polish defender is rattled, realizing Ho Young is moving way before the ball even arrives. Our boy is already halfway across the pitch, leaving everyone else in his dust. His teammate can barely keep up, shouting out in pure disbelief at the kid's insane reaction speed. Ho Young traps the ball perfectly, praising the delivery as he prepares to dismantle the defense. He ignites his boosters and commands the team to push forward, smelling a goal in the air. The opposition captain screams for his defense to wake up and stop the blue-haired menace. With a sudden burst of power, he shifts gears, leaving a trail of scorched grass behind him. His eyes glow with a predator's intensity as he weaves through the defense like they're standing still. The sheer pressure of his aura sends the defenders stumbling, unable to even touch his shadow. The headband-wearing Pole is left shaking, finally realizing he's facing a literal monster on the pitch. Our boy stares down the keeper, ready to bury the ball and end this lopsided contest. He takes a sharp breath, focusing every bit of his stolen speed into his next explosive movement. With a sudden burst, he slides past the keeper like a blue blur, leaving the defense dumbfounded. The ball hits the back of the net, sealing a goal that feels like a total cheat code. His teammates erupt in pure chaos, celebrating the fact that they are leading against such elite competition. They mob him with high fives, laughing at how the opposing defenders look completely flustered and broken. Ho Young just laughs it off, secretly thinking his legs were moving so fast he almost lost control. The commentators are losing their minds, wondering if this kid is actually a track star in disguise. Lee Sang-woon is left shaking his head, unable to believe a 9-year-old can possess such terrifying potential. He realizes that watching this kid play is like bringing a literal bazooka to a simple fistfight. Yeom Baemun starts sweating bullets, realizing the opposition's pressure is about to break his resolve completely. Our boy Ho Young sees the struggle and calls for the rock, ready to bail his team out. The flustered player quickly passes it off, relieved to let the young prodigy handle the heavy lifting. Ho Young secures possession instantly, his focus shifting toward dismantling the wall of defenders in front of him. He activates his high-tier vision, his blue eyes scanning for even the tiniest crack in the enemy formation. Even with his elite IQ, he realizes the space is tight, and a solo run is currently impossible. He shouts for his squad to move, knowing he needs a decoy to pull the defenders out of position. His teammate doesn't hesitate for a second, sprinting into the open lane as soon as he hears the command. The defenders are left dumbfounded by the sudden change in pace, struggling to keep up with the tactical shift. Staying calm under pressure, Ho Young looks to link up with Seo Kyung-jun to finish this playoff right. Our boy notes that Seo Kyung-jun is reacting perfectly to the play. He effortlessly glides past the first defender, leaving the kid grasping at thin air. Everything is going according to plan as the opposition falls right into his tactical trap. Ho Young bursts toward the flank, creating the necessary space to tear the defense apart. Seo Kyung-jun screams for the ball, positioned perfectly to hammer home across. He signals for a lob, knowing the defenders can't possibly contest a ball in the air. However, a sudden spark of predatory instinct flashes in Ho Young's eyes as he changes his mind. Instead of passing, he locks onto the goal, spotting a gap the keeper hasn't covered yet. He plants his foot firmly, loading up a strike that no one in this stadium expected. Our boy unleashes a thunderous mid-range rocket, catching the entire defense completely off guard. The opposing goalkeeper dives desperately, but the ball is moving way too fast for him to even touch. It's a clean strike that ripples the net, leaving the entire defense absolutely stunned by the sudden power. The commentators lose their minds, praising our boy for his tactical genius and that unexpected shooting angle. Ho Young can't help but grin, realizing the complex plays he imagined are finally becoming a reality on pitch. He feels a surge of adrenaline as he sprints across the turf, his body moving with newfound precision. Our boy wonders if he'll always feel this invincible while channeling the legends of the future into his game. To top it off, he pulls out a classic Ronaldo celebration, making the crowd go wild with his confidence. He laughs to himself, knowing his gamble paid off and his growth is only just getting started. A notification confirms his heavy mid-range shot has leveled up, proving his stolen talents are evolving even further. Now he wonders if he can even surpass the original legends by refining the skills he's taken from them. Our boy is absolutely buzzing, feeling the pure joy of the pitch while eyeing a legendary hat-trick. He wastes no time, burying his second goal into the net and leaving the defense in the dust. As he celebrates, it's clear the Polish national team is completely cornered by his overwhelming pace and skill. The opposing players are left dumbfounded, wondering if they're even facing a human or some kind of monster. Little do they know, the Demon Duke's influence looms over the field as Ho Young tears through their ranks. Despite his dominance, our boy stays sharp, sensing the shifting flow of the match as he resets. His tall teammate, Hyungjun, catches up and questions why he didn't just pass the ball earlier. Ho Young just flashes a grin, explaining that his conditions are met and securing the win comes first. He tells his buddy to stay patient, promising that a perfect scoring opportunity is coming his way soon. With the score sitting at 2-0, there are only 13 minutes left to seal the victory. Our boy charges forward, his eyes locked on the goal as he prepares to finish this once and for all. He unleashes a powerful strike, the ball screaming through the air with enough force to leave everyone breathless. The keeper dives in desperation, but it is useless as Ho Young officially secures his legendary hat-trick. Catching his breath, he realizes that even the spectators are starting to see him as a true footballing god. The crowd erupts in cheers, already whispering that he is the clear favorite for the tournament's Golden Ball award. Back on the pitch, he does not slow down, weaving through the defense like they are just trash-tier obstacles. He stays hyper-focused, knowing that his every move is being analyzed by scouts and rivals alike. The opposition finally wakes up, swarming him with 3 markers now that they realize he is the real threat. Seeing the trap, he decides to switch things up and sends a crisp pass to exploit their tunnel vision. The ball zips across the turf, perfectly placed to set up his teammate for another easy strike. Even though the pass looked perfect initially, Ho Young realizes he might have put too much power behind it. He watches the ball sail, his mind racing as he tries to predict where it will eventually land. Our boy watches in horror as a defender moves to intercept his overextended cross before it reaches its target. He grits his teeth, fearing that his uncharacteristic mistake might just cost the team their hard-earned momentum. Suddenly, he hears a familiar roar from across the pitch that snaps him right back into the game. It is Hyung-jun, the Korean Zlatan himself, demanding the ball while carving out space in the box. The giant striker is absolutely locked in, screaming for the delivery to come his way right now. Ho-young prays his teammate can make something out of this mess and properly connect with the high ball. Using his massive physical frame, Hyung-jun outmuscles the trash-tier defender to win the desperate aerial duel. The ball flies into the net with a heavy thwack, proving this duo is truly cut from different cloth. The crowd goes absolutely ballistic as the scoreboard confirms the Academy's 4th goal of the afternoon. Hyung-jun points a finger toward the stands, making sure everyone knows exactly who that goal was for. Ho-young's mother beams with joy, her heart swelling as she watches her son dominate the field. Our boy realizes the big man was actually dedicating that celebration to his mom, which is pure class. He stands there dumbfounded for a second, touched that his teammate would show such respect to his family. Up in the bleachers, his mother gives him a double thumbs up, radiating nothing but supportive energy. He returns the gesture with a bright smile, feeling more connected to the team than ever before. Hyung-jun pulls him in, telling him that the cross was absolute perfection and made the finish easy. The Korean Zlatan laughs heartily, genuinely thankful for the service that let him bully the trash-tier defense. Ho-young muses that while life can be lonely, football is a reminder that nobody wins entirely on their own. After the final whistle, the reporter corners our boy to discuss his legendary hat trick and match-winning assist. Ho-young stays humble for the cameras, claiming the victory only happened because his teammates supported him so well. The reporter and his crew are stunned by such a mature answer coming from a mere child. Suddenly, he shifts gears and boldly tells the world to watch him become the greatest player in history. Back at home, he watches the replay and immediately regrets acting like a protagonist in a trash-tier drama. He thrashes around his bed in total agony, dying of embarrassment over his own cringy, emo phase declaration. Meanwhile, the internet is flipping out as former haters start swearing their lifelong loyalty to the new star. His fan base is growing at a terrifying rate, proving that the world is finally waking up to his talent. The next day against the Swedes, he maintains his momentum by bullying their defense in a tight victory. Even against a powerhouse like FC Porto, he carries the squad to a dramatic draw with his relentless scoring. The quarterfinals against Paraguay turn into a total nail-biter until our boy and Hyung-jun pull off a comeback. Now it is the semifinals, and the stakes are massive since the winner gets a ticket to Sangam Stadium. The squad huddles up, fueled by pure hype and the desperate need to crush their next big hurdle. As they step onto the pitch, the tension is thick enough to cut with a dull blade. Standing across from Japan's national youth team, Ho-young realizes this isn't just another game, it is a war. He grits his teeth, knowing that losing to their rivals is absolutely not an option for his pride. His eyes immediately lock onto the opposition, searching for the one threat that could ruin his perfect run. He spots Koga Shinji, the Japanese ace who handles the ball like it is an extension of his body. Our boy's predatory instincts kick in as he prepares to peel back the layers of his opponent's skill. The system activates, revealing Shinji's hidden stats and making him the perfect target for a talent heist. The system reveals Shinji's stats, demanding a win and 5 steals for Ho-young to claim that delicate touch. Since He's usually an attacker, our boy decides a free roll is the only way to satisfy those conditions. He approaches the Japanese ace with a look that says he's already planned out his opponent's downfall. Ho-young points a finger directly at the playmaker, instantly turning the pitch into a psychological battlefield. He delivers a cold warning that he's going to destroy him, leaving no room for any friendly competition. Shinji is left completely dumbfounded, questioning if this kid is just a total lunatic or a serious threat. Our boy begins his hunt, knowing the free roll requires elite IQ to be in the right place. He trusts his instincts and prepares to move, eager to test if his plan will actually bear fruit. He vows to follow his target everywhere, making sure the ace doesn't have a single second of peace. With the scoreboard at 0, the hunt for Japan's best talent officially begins under the bright stadium lights. 7 minutes in, and Japan is already cranking up the heat, looking to dominate the early game. Shinji feeds the ball to his teammate, keeping the flow alive while testing the Korean defense. He moves with the grace of a seasoned pro, proving why he is considered Japan's technical ace. The playmaker calls for the return pass, fully focused on orchestrating a breakthrough in the final third. Suddenly, our boy is right on his heels, showing off that terrifying A-rank speed he stole earlier. Ho-young's eyes are locked on his prey, completely ignoring the tactical formation to hunt the playmaker down. Shinji is rattled by the pressure, wondering why a striker is deep in the midfield just to harass him. He decides to stop running and settle things with pure technique, confident his footwork is superior. The ace believes his ball control is untouchable, but he is severely underestimating the monster behind him. Even the coach starts panicking, screaming at Ho Young for abandoning his position to play this dangerous game. Lee Sang-woon is absolutely stunned, unable to believe the defensive awareness he's seeing from a young striker. Our boy lunges in with surgical precision, snatching the ball right off the playmaker's toes with ease. Shinji is left frozen in place, wondering how his supposedly superior technique just failed him so miserably. Without wasting a second, Ho Young bursts forward, instantly turning a defensive win into a lethal counterattack. The scout watches in awe, questioning when the kid even had time to master such elite defensive positioning. It turns out he's using a stolen talent from Casemiro, making his interceptions feel like a seasoned pros. The Japanese ace stands there dumbfounded, struggling to process that an attacker just schooled him in the midfield. Humiliation washes over him as he realizes he's being treated like a trash-tier amateur on his own turf. He tries to fight back, but Ho Young's physical dominance makes every desperate attempt at a tackle look pathetic. No matter how hard he struggles, the ball stays glued to our boy as he effortlessly shrugs off pressure. Ho Young flashes a confident grin, knowing he's already met the hidden requirements for his next big talent theft. Since he's already cleared the interception quota, all that's left is to secure the win and claim his prize. With the defensive chores finished, our boy shifts gears, ready to show these kids a real attacking masterclass. He effortlessly breezes past Shinji, realizing he can finally focus all his energy on hunting for a goal. He digs his cleats deep into the grass, preparing to ignite a burst of speed that defies logic. In a flash, he's gone, leaving a trail of dust as he accelerates toward the heart of their defense. The opposition is left reeling, wondering what kind of monster they've accidentally let loose on the pitch. The Japanese coach desperately bellows from the sidelines, ordering his players to stop number 7 before it's too late. The defenders scramble backward in a panic, terrified of giving him any space to unleash a lethal long-range strike. But Ho Young remains cold and calculated, scanning the field for the perfect moment to finish them off. Our boy tracks the ball's trajectory, knowing the defense is too slow to react to the coming chaos. He anticipates the rebound, ready to turn a messy play into a clinical execution of his offensive strategy. Wang Yu delivers a sharp pass into the gap, finally playing at the level Ho Young demands from his team. He tears through the grass toward the open space, leaving the Japanese defenders clutching at thin air. With the goal in sight, he prepares to unleash a strike, backed by his elite football intelligence. He remains focused on the prize, ignoring the desperate scramble of the opposition trying to close him down. He strikes the ball with a resounding thud, sending it flying toward the net like a guided missile. The goalkeeper's desperate dive proves useless as the ball screams past his fingertips into the back of the net. His mother and the spectators scream in delight, witnessing a level of play that feels almost supernatural. Ho Young offers a rare word of praise to Hyung Jun, acknowledging the teammate who helped make the magic happen. Soo Hyun Jun tracks the ball's trajectory, knowing this is the perfect moment to silence the doubters. He leaps with perfect timing and hammers the ball home, leaving the keeper frozen as the score changes. Ho Young gives a nod of approval, satisfied that his teammate finally capitalized on the opening he created. The match turns into a total slaughter as the Japanese squad is forced into a desperate defensive shell. A final whistle confirms the 3-0 shutout, proving that the Korean side is simply cut from a different cloth. The commentators are losing it over Ho Young's performance, noting his insane contributions on both sides of the ball. His teammates pile on him in a frenzy, celebrating the fact that they've officially punched their ticket to the finals. The entire squad erupts in cheers, fully aware that they are now the favorites to take the whole tournament. Ho Young clenches his fist and reminds himself that they only need one more victory to claim the championship. Meanwhile, the heavyweights from Germany and Sao Paulo prepare to battle for the right to challenge our boy. The German squad absolutely demolishes Sao Paulo with a 4-0 shutout, setting the stage for a terrifying final match. Our boy is stunned that such a top-tier contender was rendered completely helpless against the German giants. These kids look more like grown men, boasting a physical presence that makes their speed seem impossible to match. Even though Hez reached the finals, Ho Young realizes the wall ahead of him is higher than he ever imagined. He pulls up his status window to assess his current arsenal before the ultimate showdown begins. With a new technical skill now in his pocket, he's officially sitting on 8 stolen talents to carry the load. He reviews his elite speed and defensive perks, knowing every single one will be tested against Germany's monsters. If he can just survive 20 minutes alongside his teammate, he'll unlock a growth plate to boost his potential. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the hallway, stopping our boy dead in his tracks as he heads out. It turns out Shinji isn't finished with him yet, looking like he's got a major bone to pick. Shinji steps up and vows to settle the score in their next encounter. They lock hands in a show of mutual respect before parting ways for now. Ho Young just laughs, clueless about the Japanese but assuming it's a compliment to his god-tier skills. The scene shifts to the massive Sangam Stadium in Seoul for the tournament's grand finale. Cleats dig into the turf as the weight of the championship finally settles in. The crowd erupts, screaming for our boy to carry Korea to a historic victory. Both squads line up at the center circle, the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. The referee blows the whistle, signaling the start of the most important match of his life. It's finally time for FC Chabum to face off against the German powerhouse, Spengalt. Hoyoung eyes, the massive defenders, realizing their height makes them look like absolute titans on the pitch. Volgo Batsudver is touted as the future of German defense, though his massive height is often a double-edged sword. Our boy activates his scanning ability, his eyes glowing as he prepares to dissect the giant's hidden potential. The system reveals Volgo's decent defensive stats, but the conditions to steal them are borderline impossible this time. Hoyoung realizes that while the talents aren't top tier, the physical gap makes this a completely different beast. Looking up at the defender, he feels like a tiny ant standing in the shadow of a literal giraffe. Suddenly, the sound of the ball hitting the net echoes through the stadium as Spengalt strikes first. The Germans erupt in celebration, taking a crucial lead just 15 minutes into the high-stakes championship final. Our boy wipes the sweat from his face, admitting to himself that this match is becoming a total nightmare. He realizes the opposition is specifically targeting him, using their massive frames to block every possible path to goal. He grinds his teeth in frustration, swearing that he'll find a way to dismantle their wall and score somehow. Hoyoung kicks off with everything he has, knowing he needs a miracle to save this sinking ship. Unfortunately, the German powerhouse strikes again, burying the ball deep into the net with terrifying precision. With the score sitting at a trash tier 3-0, the match is quickly turning into a total slaughter. The commentators admit that a 20-centimeter height difference is a wall that talent alone simply cannot climb. Our boy refuses to roll over, igniting his stolen speed to tear through the center of the pitch. He becomes a literal blur, pushing his young body to the absolute limit to find an opening. The massive Volgo looms over him like a mountain, determined to crush the little ant's last hope. Hoyoung roars for the giant to move, his eyes filled with a desperate, grit-teeth determination to win. He doesn't try to dribble around. Instead, he slams his shoulder into the defender with bone-rattling force. The stadium goes silent as the German giant hits the dirt, completely dumbfounded by the kid's raw power. Volgo hits the turf hard, the impact of the collision sending him sliding across the grass. Suddenly, the referee's whistle cuts through the stadium noise, signaling a major foul against the German side. Hoyoung looks up from the ground, gasping for air as he realizes his gamble actually paid off. The official doesn't hesitate, pulling out a red card and sending the giant Volgo straight to the showers. Our boy lets out a massive sigh of relief, thankful that the referee saw things his way. He steps up to the ball, staring down a wall of defenders standing between him and the goal. Taking a deep breath, he tells himself that this free kick is his only chance to turn things around. His eyes sharpen with a predatory glow as he decides to unleash one of his stolen elite talents. He charges forward with perfect form, putting every ounce of his remaining strength into the upcoming strike. The defenders brace themselves, sensing that a world-class shot is about to come screaming their way. Hoyoung swings his leg with everything he has, aiming for the perfect trajectory to beat the wall. His boot connects with the ball, sending a shockwave of power through the pitch as it takes flight. The ball arcs beautifully over the defensive wall, leaving the German giants completely dumbfounded by the sudden dip. The keeper desperately lunges toward the corner, but he knows he is already a step too late. It is a masterclass in curve as the ball evades his fingertips by a mere hair's breadth. The net ripples with a satisfying snap, signaling that our boy has finally broken the deadlock. His mother and the entire crowd erupt in a frenzy, celebrating the birth of a true national legend. As the ball settles on the grass, the reality of the goal sinks in for everyone watching. Hoyoung takes flight, channeling his inner pro as he prepares his signature celebration in mid-air. He sticks the landing with a triumphant shout, proving he is definitely not cut from the same cloth. That insane curve was actually a C-rank talent he'd previously swiped from one of his own teammates. The final whistle screams across the stadium, locking in a brutal 3-1 loss for the Korean side. Our boy watches the German powerhouse celebrate, tasting the bitterness of a runner-up finish for the first time. He realizes that while he's a prodigy, the world stage is filled with monsters he still needs to devour. Instead of crumbling, he burns with a new resolve, promising himself that hell dominate the next encounter. The German squad hoists the championship trophy, officially ending the Academy's miraculous run in the tournament. He doesn't leave empty-handed, though, securing the golden boot after a legendary 10-goal and 5-assist performance. A grin breaks through his exhaustion when he senses the system preparing to drop another massive reward. Hes presented with a choice to either boost his height or sharpen his lethal finishing in the air. Without hesitation, he He locks in the confident header talent, evolving his game to a whole new level. Ho Young checks his stats, realizing his talent collection has grown to 9 elite skills after the tournament. Back home, the local fans are already buzzing, waiting to welcome their national hero with open arms. Our boy walks through a sea of supporters who are all cut from the same cloth of passion. Hez dumbfounded by the sheer scale of his new fan club, realizing his life has changed forever. The overwhelming love from the crowd actually brings a rare, emotional tear to the young prodigy's eyes. He points to the fans and vows that the next championship trophy will definitely belong to them. With his resolve hardened, he envisions a golden path, leading him toward absolute global football domination. Later on the bus, our boy can't contain his excitement for the next chapter of his journey. He asks the driver which country truly defines the beautiful game in his professional opinion. The driver doesn't hesitate, confirming that the ultimate destination for any true legend is definitely Brazil. Our boy is absolutely buzzing with excitement as he finally begins the journey to the land of football. By January 6th, the plane touches down in Sao Paulo, marking the start of his Brazilian takeover. As soon as his feet hit the pavement, he realizes the atmosphere here is completely electric. His parents are hit by the intense heat, realizing they've swapped a freezing winter for a tropical furnace. Suddenly, they spot someone waving across the terminal, clearly waiting for the arrival of the Korean prodigy. A friendly duo approaches the family, acting as the perfect welcoming committee for our boy's new life. The woman introduces herself as Maria Choi, the daughter of the family hosting him during his training. Her companion is Lucas Kim, a support officer from São Paulo FC, handling the boy's professional transition. Lucas greets the young star warmly, making our boy feel like a genuine celebrity in this foreign land. He laughs about seeing him on TV, noting that the kid is even more adorable in person. The crew shares a laugh as they're officially welcomed to the sun-drenched streets of São Paulo. They pull into Vitória City, where every corner seems to whisper stories of future football legends. Lucas tells them to relax, since the brutal medical fitness tests don't start for another 2 days. Maria leads the way inside, showing our boy where hell be crashing for the foreseeable future. He starts heading upstairs, his mind racing with thoughts of the elite training that lies ahead. Suddenly, he's stopped dead in his tracks by a girl with golden hair and striking blue eyes. She looks just as caught off guard, staring down at the new arrivals with genuine curiosity. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, realizing the talent in this house isn't just on the pitch. Everyone trades quick greetings while he tries to process the sudden shift in the house's vibe. He thinks she looks like a literal doll, wondering how he'll ever manage to communicate in Portuguese. Maria introduces Monica, explaining she lives right next door and is actually only 10 years old. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, having assumed she was a middle schooler based on her mature looks. Maria finally shows them the room, and everyone is impressed by the high-quality setup for their star. The family is buzzing with joy, feeling like the move to Brazil was the best decision they've made. 2 days later, the real work begins as he stands before the room for his official medical evaluation. Lucas tells him to relax, explaining that this physical exam is just a formality for his team placement. As the door clicks shut, Lucas shifts his focus to the parents for a more technical discussion. He asks for their specific heights, knowing genetics play a massive role in a player's ultimate physical ceiling. The father admits he is a bit shorter, while the mother reveals she is the taller of the two. Lucas reassures them that even if genetics seem trashed here, the club's growth management system is world-class. Ho Young's parents wait in agony, praying their boy gets the results he needs to survive this cutthroat world. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by the sharp ring of the office phone, signaling the moment of truth. Lucas picks up and starts shouting in Portuguese, leaving the parents completely dumbfounded by his sudden outburst. He hangs up with a massive grin, laughing that the medical results are actually better than they imagined. The tension returns as he prepares to reveal the most critical stat for any aspiring pro: his potential height. Our boy is stunned to learn he is projected to reach nearly 190 centimeters, a physical god tier for strikers. The room erupts in pure joy as they realize the physical hurdles that plague most players won't stop him. Ho Young knows this isn't luck. It is the growth plate talent he swiped from Seo Kyung-jun working magic. With the physical exam cleared, a wave of relief washes over the family, finally securing their future in Brazil. Lucas then sits them down to break down the grueling schedule and the complex legalities of international transfers. Ho Young is pumped, thinking he can finally ditch the stress and focus purely on the beautiful game. Lucas reassures him, saying they will handle any future drama as it comes, keeping the path clear. Our boy knows Brazil is just the starting line. He is already eyeing world-class clubs for his future. The plan is set for April registration, but first, he must survive the academy's rigorous evaluation phase. Lucas explains the contract hinges on a GPA score, where anything below a 6.5 is trashed here. Failure means getting stuck in training limbo, but Ho-young is way too determined to ever look back now. Everything seems golden until Lucas mentions the written portion of the test, specifically mastering the local Portuguese language. The whole family freezes in shock, realizing they completely overlooked the massive language barrier standing in their way. It turns out the academy does not just want athletes, they demand scholars who can actually communicate. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing his quest for greatness just got hit with a surprise academic boss fight. The parents prepare to head out, leaving our boy to navigate the Brazilian landscape on his own terms. His father jokes about his son's maturity, wondering which side of the family he actually takes after. He asks if Ho-young is truly ready for the grind, making sure his heart is in the game. Our boy doesn't flinch, giving a confident answer that shows he is ready for any academic boss fight. His old man is beaming with pride, realizing his son is truly cut from a different cloth. His mother pulls him into a warm embrace, reminding him that he never has to suffer in silence. He hugs her back, promising to keep their bond strong while he conquers this new world. With the house quiet, he starts grinding on his Portuguese since school starts in just a few weeks. It turns out his mother's Spanish skills are a total cheat code for learning the local language quickly. Maria Choi even organizes a tutoring group with other foreign kids, helping him level up his social skills. Ho-young starts his daily grind at the U9 Academy, focusing on the basics until the April registration period begins. Even though the language barrier is real, our boy realizes that football is a universal language of body movement. By sunset, he collapses in his dorm, completely drained and missing the late-night safety of his home in Korea. Lying there, he instinctively craves a cold beer, momentarily forgetting he is trapped in a 10-year-old's body. He reminisces about his past life as a 24-year-old, where a simple drink was his only post-work reward. Shaking off the nostalgia, he decides that being sociable is the quickest way to improve his local training environment. He steps out into the hallway, determined to put his social skills to the test and find some allies. Suddenly, he spots Monica leaving the room right next to his, catching him completely off guard. He wonders if she is actually his neighbor, feeling a bit dumbfounded by her sudden and bright presence. When she gives him a friendly greeting, he fumbles his words while trying to make a decent first impression. Monica looks at him expectantly, but our boy is already hitting a massive mental wall. He realizes he completely blanked on his Portuguese, leaving him looking like a total deer in headlights. In a moment of pure desperation, he blabs out a question about whether she knows any Korean. He immediately regrets the trash tier move, remembering that K-pop hasn't even taken over the world yet. Monica just smiles and asks if he speaks English instead, trying to find some common ground. He admits he only knows a little, so she pivots to Russian, which leaves him even more dumbfounded. Suddenly, she brings up Spanish, and a light bulb finally goes off in his brilliant football brain. They both light up when he mentions his mom's Spanish history, finally breaking the icy language barrier. The tension evaporates as they head into her room, surrounded by innocent toys and a cozy atmosphere. He listens as she explains her complex family tree, realizing his new neighbor is quite the global citizen. Monica explains her paternal grandmother gave her the name, adding another layer to her complex family history. Our boy is genuinely impressed by her background, while she just laughs off the praise with a smile. He starts wondering just how many bloodlines are mixed in her and asks about her linguistic skills. She casually lists off Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, and English, admitting she isn't quite a native speaker yet. The revelation hits him like a bolt of lightning as he realizes the massive potential sitting right before him. His system confirms she is a total prodigy with high-tier language and gymnastics talents just waiting to be snatched. He stares at the screen, debating whether a language talent is actually worth his limited growth slots. Since they are housemates, he figures he has plenty of time to grind out the conditions for her skills. When he asks about sports, she reveals she does rhythmic gymnastics, which perfectly explains her elite physical stats. It all clicks for him, connecting her Russian heritage to the world-class gymnastics culture he knows from the future. Monica explains her background in Rio and how a teacher recognized her gymnastics talent for Spain. Our boy smiles, acknowledging that her physical stats definitely back up those claims of elite talent. She looks surprised by his reaction, perhaps not used to boys being so supportive or observant. She bursts out laughing, finding his vibe totally different and way more fun than the usual kids. They officially shake on it, sealing a friendship that gives him a front-row seat to her skills. A month flies by as he balances grueling training, studying, and grinding to snatch those precious talents. February rolls around, marking the start of a new semester at a local Brazilian elementary school. Thanks to his high social stats and cheerful front, he fits right in with the local kids. Even when some trash-tier bullies try to get racist, he knows football is the only language they respect. He shuts them up by absolutely dominating the pitch, proving that talent speaks louder than any insults. Our boy quickly becomes the life of the party, winning over the Brazilian students with his insane skills. Every evening, he and Monica grind through tutoring sessions, pushing his limits to master the local tongue. 2 months of relentless effort pass by, and suddenly it's April, the time for results to finally drop. He checks his status window, curious to see how much his hard work has actually paid off. Turns out he's now packing 11 elite talents, including a newly snatched innate language sense. Even when words failed him before, this new ability ensures hell never be lost in translation again. Just as he's planning his next move, his mother and Monica rush over, looking completely anxious. His mother immediately asks about the Portuguese certification exam, her voice filled with nervous anticipation. Both ladies hold their breath, terrified that all those sleepless nights of studying might have been for nothing. He just flashes a grin and reveals the certificate, proving he's officially passed the exam with flying colors. His mother and Monica are absolutely hyped, screaming that our boy finally pulled off the impossible. With the language barrier crushed, the only thing left is securing that elite São Paulo FC contract. Fast forward to April 2003, and he is sitting down for the most important meeting of his life. The youth team manager, Bianca, acknowledges the insane grind he has put in over the past few months. His heart races as he waits for the verdict that will decide his entire future in Brazil. Bianca finally breaks the tension with a smile, offering him the congratulations he has been dying to hear. He is completely dumbfounded, realizing that all those grueling training sessions actually paid off. She explains that even with a slight dip in Portuguese, his overall evaluation is still trash-tier defying. His stats are legendary, boasting 26 goals and elite physical scores that put other prospects to shame. Because he cleared 9 points, he is officially ranked first place and ready to sign that dream contract. Ho Young is absolutely beaming, expressing his gratitude for the massive opportunity he just secured. Bianca notes that while language was a hurdle, his sheer talent on the pitch spoke for itself. Our boy is hyped because even the head coach is satisfied with his performance during the trials. Looking at the contract, he realizes his weekly pay is nearly half of what a young Ronaldo earned. It's a huge step up from the trash-tier wages he made working part-time in his previous life. When he asks about his placement, she explains that climbing the ranks will only lead to more cash. She drops the bombshell that he's officially joining the U13 squad and starting league matches immediately. Hez stunned because jumping straight into the elite U13 team at his age is practically unheard of. This is the same powerhouse squad he faced back in Korea, and now he's finally one of them. By April 4th, he's already back on the grind, proving that his hunger for greatness never sleeps. Our boy knows the U13 league is a different beast, requiring teamwork over solo glory to succeed. Even with his future knowledge, the pressure of the upcoming debut has him feeling genuinely nervous. He stops the ball dead, trying to ground himself before the anxiety takes over his focus completely. He slaps his cheeks hard, refusing to let a little stage fright stop a real man like him. With his spirit reignited, he roars out that he can definitely handle whatever the league throws his way. Suddenly, a familiar voice from above breaks his concentration, making him look up in surprise. Monica leans out the window, reminding him that it is time to go and he better not be late. He joins his mother at the car, while his neighbor watches them prepare for the big day. As the car pulls away, Monica cheers him on, wishing him luck for his first official match. That simple encouragement is all he needs to settle his nerves and focus on the goal ahead. Ho Young's mother asks if he is keeping in touch with his family and if he plans to visit soon. Our boy confidently claims he will only return once he is carrying the league championship trophy in his hands. His mother just laughs at his ambition, promising to cheer him on every step of the way. He begins listing his 3 main goals, starting with winning the league and getting promoted to the U15S. The final goal is much darker, as he plans to devour every elite talent among Brazil's rising stars. A quick glance at his status window confirms he is already stacked with high-tier skills from his previous thefts. He notes that prodigy-type talents are rare in adults, realizing they mainly fuel growth during a player's youth. If he wants to reach the top, he needs to farm these growth-boosting skills, while his peers still have them. His boots hit the ground with a firm thud as he finally arrives at the academy gates. Looking at the sun-drenched facility, our boy prepares to turn the Brazilian Youth League into his personal buffet. The facility is top-tier, even including dedicated indoor study areas to ensure the players stay educated. There is a mini futsal field and a gym for training when the Brazilian weather turns sour. Coach Emily explains that this massive complex is actually the largest football training facility in the country. Known affectionately as Mama, she tells our boy to reach out whenever he runs into any trouble. Ho Young follows her through the restricted doors, feeling the weight of the opportunity he has finally secured. She leads him down the final hallway toward the bright light of the outdoor training grounds. Stepping out into the open air, the sheer scale of the operation leaves our boy completely dumbfounded. The massive fields are filled with elite prospects, all fighting for a chance at the professional level. Groups of academy students are already focused on their stretching, showing the discipline required at this level. Watching the high-level drills, he realizes the Brazilian Youth League is officially his personal talent buffet. Ho Young notes that even with 30 minutes until training, these elite prospects are already grinding through warm-ups. Suddenly, a group of academy students surrounds him, eager to confirm the rumors about his insane evaluation score. When he casually mentions his actual score was a 9.33, the boys are left completely dumbfounded by the gap. Our boy feels a heavy gaze from across the field and realizes not everyone is here to be friendly. He spots the older players watching him like hawks, clearly worried the newcomer might snatch away their starting spots. Instead of being intimidated, he grins at the realization that this place is a literal battlefield for ambitious boys. As he walks toward the pitch, a massive shadow looms over him, blocking his path with a heavy thud. Two rival players confront him directly, demanding to know why a kid like him is invading their territory. They look down at him with a mix of fear and arrogance, trying to size up the competition. Ho Young just gives them a predatory look, ready to feast on whatever high-tier talents these guys are hiding. Ho Young stands his ground against the academy regulars, the atmosphere crackling with the weight of his massive ambition. He scans the field and hits the jackpot, identifying future world-class talents like Douglas Costa and Casemiro. Our boy looks at them like a predator, determined to strip every elite skill from their very souls. The word officially gets out that he is joining the roster, immediately putting the entire squad on high alert. The players gossip about their dismal league ranking, hoping this new kid is the miracle they desperately need. Some remain wary, keeping a sharp eye on him to see if he is truly cut from different cloth. As he begins his drills, his natural scoring instinct leaves the skeptics absolutely dumbfounded by his clinical precision. The tension breaks into pure excitement as the boys realize they finally have a world-class finisher among them. They acknowledge that their lack of a proper striker is the only thing keeping them in 7th place. Coach Carlo knows he is taking a massive gamble by bringing a kid this young into the elite league. The other kids notice our boy has hit a growth spurt, looking more like a pro already. Coach Carlo gathers everyone to announce a complete overhaul of their training regimen for the new season. Ho Young wonders if they will focus on complex tactics or if it is all about building team chemistry. The sound of cleats digging into the turf echoes as the intensity of the session immediately ramps up. Everyone starts their individual drills, focusing on maintaining ball control under pressure across the pitch. He thinks these basic drills are simple enough, but he is not about to let his guard down. Even while doing the basics, he senses a unique rhythm to the Brazilian style that feels entirely new. The coaches watch closely, adhering to a philosophy that balances structure with the freedom to be creative. Our boy explodes past a defender, proving his stolen speed is already putting him on another level. A teammate calls for the ball, desperate to see if the new kid actually knows how to share. Our boy gets bullied off the ball, realizing that Brazilian physicality is on a completely different level. He tries to thread a pass through the defense, but the ball sails wide and lacks any precision. Ho Young wipes away sweat, frustrated that even the most basic drills are proving to be a massive struggle. The other academy students start snickering, wondering if this new kid is actually just a total fraud. Coach Carlo pulls him aside, explaining that passing is more about body balance than just kicking a ball. He warns that any bit of anxiety will ruin his posture and make his playstyle completely unstable. When our boy asks for the secret to perfect timing, the coach tells him to just keep practicing. Ho Young realizes there are no shortcuts to greatness, and he needs to grind until his body just knows. As the clock ticks away, the sheer weight of the technical gap starts to settle in his mind. Later, Carlo tells the staff that while the kid has raw talent, his fundamentals are currently trashed here. The staff worries our boy's stamina is trashed here, and suggests demoting him to the U11 squad immediately. Coach Carlo shuts that down, insisting they need to focus on nurturing his growth instead of giving up. He reminds them that the kid has only been playing for 6 months, making his talent level terrifying. Carlo is convinced that if they just give him time, he'll undoubtedly catch up to the elite standard. Out on the pitch, the whistle blows as the grueling training session continues under the coach's watchful eyes. Ho Young scans the field, realizing the U13 league is packed with monsters, but he's already picked his target. He eyes Douglas Costa, a speed demon with elite balance and a prodigy-level IQ ripe for the taking. Our boy realizes he already possesses most of these skills, having pushed his own speed to the limit. He wonders if stacking the same talent will trigger an evolution, and decides it's time for an experiment. As he prepares for team training, someone calls out to him, signaling the start of his next hunt. Douglas tries to bully our boy out of his striker spot, telling him to play shadow striker instead. Ho Young isn't having any of it, firmly stating that his only goal is to score. Douglas just scoffs and calls him slow, ordering him to focus on harassing defenders from below. Our boy is genuinely dumbfounded, reminding the arrogant speedster that he was faster just last year. Since words aren't working, Ho-young proposes a race to prove who really owns the pitch. Douglas laughs in his face, thinking the kid is delusional and needs to learn his place. With a sharp smirk, Ho-young tells him he's about to witness exactly what real speed looks like. The two rivals line up on the track as a teammate prepares to start the high-stakes race. They crouch low, their focus sharpening as they wait for the final command to burst forward. Suddenly, the signal drops, and they both tear across the turf in a blur of pure acceleration. Douglas is sweating bullets, realizing the kid he called slow is actually breathing down his neck. It is a photo finish, but Douglas barely manages to cross the line first by a single hair. While catching his breath, Douglas is genuinely rattled by how much the rookie's pace has exploded. He looks at our boy and admits that if they shared the same build, he would be finished. The prideful speedster is absolutely fuming, unable to accept that a younger kid is already this elite. Swallowing his ego, Douglas tells Ho-young to lead the charge while he provides the backup support. Ho-young just grins and tells him to keep the passes coming so he can handle the scoring. Our boy bursts into space, ready to turn any decent delivery into a highlight reel moment. The ball ripples the net, proving his clinical finishing is just as top tier as his speed. Douglas finally starts feeding him the rock, acknowledging that the kid is cut from a different cloth. The ball ripples the net, signaling the end of another successful day on the training grounds. 3 weeks later, the system notification pops up, confirming he's finally met the conditions to copy a talent. Our boy feels a surge of nerves as he realizes his hard work has finally paid off. He decides to lock in the football prodigy talent, aiming to sharpen his instincts to an elite level. The interface glows intensely as the talent begins to fuse with his existing abilities. Turns out, the reinforcement is even more effective than expected, boosting his rank to a higher tier. He checks his updated stats, noting the week-long cooldown needed for the talent to fully settle in. Seeing the successful reinforcement and his improved language sense, he knows he's becoming the complete package. With a determined look, he resolves to keep grinding until these stolen skills become second nature. Ho-young starts his relentless practice routine, knowing that raw talent alone won't keep him at the top for long. He pushes himself to the absolute limit because he knows that consistent practice is the only way to truly evolve. Fast forward 1 month, and the physical intensity of the training has reached a whole new level of grit. Our boy focuses on maintaining perfect posture during every duel, refusing to let any defender knock him off balance. He launches a pinpoint pass across the field, showing off the elite vision he has been refining during these weeks. The other academy students are completely dumbfounded, whispering about how he has become a totally different beast on the pitch. He realizes his reinforced football prodigy talent is cutting his learning time in half, making every complex move feel effortless. Even the most difficult dribbling drills become second nature as he weaves through the cones with surgical precision and speed. Coach Carlo pulls him aside to explain that his entire body needs to move in sync with the ball's momentum. Ho-young eagerly agrees, ready to soak up every bit of professional advice to solidify his dominance in the elite squad. Ho-young starts practicing, even though the coach's complex advice hasn't fully clicked in his head yet. He realizes that some lessons can only be learned by getting his hands dirty on the pitch. Our boy spots Casemiro, a talented player who has exactly what he needs to level up. He approaches the defender and suggests they play a quick round of the crown game for practice. This minigame is simple. Keep the ball to become king, and make the loser do your bidding. Casemiro is confused by the sudden challenge, but Ho-young baits him by calling him the team's best defender. Falling for the flattery, the blonde defender smugly agrees to show off his skills in the duel. Ho-young hides a smirk, knowing his true intention isn't just a simple game or training session. He scans the defender's elite talents, realizing this is the perfect chance to fulfill his copying conditions. With the target locked, our boy takes the first move to begin the hunt for those defensive skills. The staff member clicks the stopwatch to start the timer, marking the beginning of a brutal trial for our boy. Before long, Ho-young is doubled over and panting while Casemiro keeps the ball with effortless, elite-level ease. He grits his teeth, frustrated that he couldn't even keep possession for more than 3 measly minutes against the defender. It turns out, Casemiro is a true B-rank prodigy who doesn't have a single opening in his fundamental defense. To narrow this humiliating gap, our boy decides he needs to push his body until his feet catch fire. He bursts into a sprint with a desperate shout, determined to overcome his current pathetic limitations through sheer will. Throughout the following weeks, he trains like a man possessed, compensating for his lack of experience with pure sweat. 1 month later, the coach stops the clock again to see if the kid's hellish training actually changed anything. Ho-young cheers wildly as he finally manages to outplay the defender, leaving Casemiro looking completely dumbfounded. He laughs, realizing that combining his fairly flashy footwork with solid basics has finally made him a real threat. Ho-young scans the available talents and decides to prioritize a defensive skill to patch up his remaining weaknesses. He locks in the ball-blocking ability, adding another layer to his already stacked list of stolen powers. Our boy feels a surge of accomplishment, knowing these fundamentals are the bricks building his path to greatness. From the sidelines, Coach Carlo observes the boy's movements, noticing a level of focus that borders on obsession. He bursts across the pitch with newfound grace, proving that his hellish training is finally paying dividends. The academy staff is impressed by his trajectory, but remains skeptical about his performance in a real match. Carlo remains firm, sensing that the kid is a natural-born performer who only gets better when things get intense. The assistant is left dumbfounded when the coach suggests debuting the rookie in the upcoming high-stakes league match. He insists that real pressure is the only way to see if the boy is truly cut from elite cloth. Finally, August 1st arrives, marking the start of the 23rd round of the U13 Weekly League. Coach Carlo sets the stakes, warning the squad that their third-ranked opponents are a genuine threat. He singles out Fabia, a defensive titan known for his surgical tackles and vision for the ball. Our boy locks in as the coach instructs him to create space by switching plays with Douglas. The whistle screams across the field, signaling the start of the first official match in his professional journey. Exhaling slowly, Ho-young feels his heart thump as the reality of being a pro finally sinks in. He catches a fleeting memory of his younger self, watching matches at home with his supportive parents. That childhood passion is now a burning fire, fueling his desire to dominate every blade of grass. With a predatory grin, he prepares to show the world that he isn't just another trash-tier prospect. A hand is extended in a brief moment of respect before the real war begins on the turf. Fabia offers a polite greeting, but Ho-young is already planning how to dismantle the defensive ace. Ho-young sharpens his focus, his eyes scanning the pitch for the next elite talent ripe for the taking. He evaluates Fabia, the opposing ace, noting his motor-like legs and precision in ball distribution. To claim those skills, our boy realizes he must secure a victory and net 2 goals today. Having trained with monsters like Douglas and Casemiro, his definition of a true challenge has completely shifted. Despite his smaller frame, he remains confident that his superior football IQ will let him dominate the league. With the demon of greed backing him, he feels the weight of his stolen talents ready to explode. The match against the top-ranked opponents finally begins, and the pressure on the pitch becomes suffocatingly real. As the play unfolds, the tactical battle for space starts across every inch of the sun-drenched turf. Ho-young suddenly bursts forward, leaving the supposedly impregnable Fabia completely dumbfounded by his sheer agility. Watching from the bench, Coach Carlo can hardly believe this is the same prospect he recently brought in. Our boy isn't the same reckless kid from last year. His movements are now calculated and sharp. Even the iron wall defender Pavia is left dumbfounded as Ho-young effortlessly dances right past his reach. Coach Carlo watches from the sidelines, finally acknowledging that the kid's level has truly gone up a notch. 15 minutes have already ticked by, and the suffocating pressure on the pitch is only just beginning. Ho-young smirks to himself, deciding that the warm-up is officially over and it's time to play for real. Surrounded by a sea of blue jerseys, he keeps his cool while hunting for the perfect tactical opening. He locks eyes with his teammate, a silent spark of instinct passing between them in an instant. With the defense closing in, he prepares to unleash a play that will leave the opposition in the dust. He sends a crisp, perfectly weighted pass slicing through the turf toward the open space ahead. His teammate bursts forward like a rocket, ready to turn that elite vision into a clinical finish. The defenders scramble to switch marks, but they're already too late to catch our boy's movement. His teammates watch in awe as the supposedly ironclad defense completely falls apart before them. Desperate shouts ring out to block the path, yet the opposition is just chasing shadows now. Ho-young glides across the turf, his physical stats making the elite Brazilian defenders look like trash-tier amateurs. With a sudden burst of speed, he latches onto the ball, ignoring the frantic cries of the backline. He drives forward with clinical precision, his mind already 3 steps ahead of everyone else on the pitch. The goalkeeper braces for impact, realizing he's the only thing left standing between Ho-young and the net. Our boy takes a quick glance, calculating the exact trajectory needed to bypass the keeper's reach. He winds up for the strike, knowing this single moment will cement his status in the squad. With a soft touch, he sends the ball flying, perfectly executing the talent he worked to steal. Ho-young's eyes lock onto the target, his instincts screaming that this shot is already a guaranteed point. He lets it rip with a thunderous strike, sending the ball screaming past the keeper into the net. As the net ripples, he reflects on 7 months of grueling Brazilian training finally paying off in spades. Our boy lets out a roar of pure joy, feeling the weight of his hard work finally bearing fruit. Across the pitch, Fabia watches with a grim expression, realizing the first half is quickly slipping away. He notices Ho Young's movements have become terrifyingly stable, controlling the game's tempo like a seasoned veteran. Fabia tries to stay positive, hoping his tactical marking is at least draining the kid's massive stamina reserves. But even under heavy pressure, Ho Young finds the gap, proving he's simply cut from a different cloth. The defensive ace grinds his teeth in frustration, cursing the fact that he just cannot keep up anymore. Every time they lose track of him, Ho Young completely dismantles their formation, leaving the opposition absolutely dumbfounded. Fabia digs his cleats into the turf, desperate to close the gap before the game spirals out of control. He pushes his body to the limit, knowing that letting our boy roam free is a recipe for disaster. Suddenly, Ho Young and Douglas Costa initiate a seamless switching play, leaving the defenders completely scrambled and second-guessing. Our boy just smirks, fully aware that his superior football IQ is light years ahead of these local kids. With a crisp thwack, the ball is sent whistling across the grass, cutting through the defense like butter. The opposition panics as they realize they've been baited into a trap, leaving the flank wide open. Fabia realizes too late that he overcommitted to the switch, leaving his assigned zone completely unprotected. Douglas Costa effortlessly traps the ball, his elite speed making him look like a blur on the wing. He looks up and sees Ho Young calling for the return, ready to dismantle the defense once more. With a powerful strike, Douglas sends the ball back, trusting his teammate to finish the job. Our boy cushions the ball with a touch so soft it feels like he is cheating physics. He realizes that his delicate ball touch skill is finally paying off against these Brazilian prospects. Without hesitating, he winds up for a strike, aiming to put this game to bed immediately. The keeper barely manages to get a finger to it, sending the ball wide in a desperate save. The spectators are left dumbfounded, clutching their heads as they witness the near-miracle strike. Even his teammates are screaming in frustration, feeling the weight of that missed golden opportunity. Ho Young curses his left foot, realizing he still lacks the raw power needed to beat elite keepers. Despite the miss, he smirks because he knows his elite IQ will create another opening soon. He reminds himself that his fundamentals are now ingrained in his soul, allowing for stable play anywhere. Our boy cannot help but wonder what kind of monster he will become once he steals more talent. Ho Young realizes his vague dream is finally turning into a concrete reality he can actually grasp. Our boy is genuinely having the time of his life, feeling the pure joy of the beautiful game. The whistle blows for halftime, with Sao Paulo holding a narrow 1-0 lead over their frustrated rivals. Inside the opponent's meeting room, the atmosphere is thick with tension as they scramble for a new plan. The opposing coach is absolutely livid, demanding to know why they can't mark someone so much smaller. He tears into Pavia, Bark ordering the squad to narrow their defensive zone and stop the constant switching. He reminds them that it isn't just one player's fault, but they must adapt to these unconventional plays. Despite being in third place, he refuses to let Sao Paulo hold them back from their league ambitions. Meanwhile, Coach Carlo tells his squad they won't just defend, but will wait for the perfect moment. He looks directly at Ho Young, giving him the green light to finally go all out and dominate. Ho Young is pumped, ready to take the coach's advice and finally let loose on the pitch. The whistle blows for the second half as both teams reset for the final showdown. Coach Carlo watches closely, immediately noticing something different about how the opposition is lining up. The rivals have switched to a tight zone defense, hoping to kill the space for any quick switches. Carlo just smirks, knowing his tactical masterclass is about to make their new plan look like trash-tier garbage. Our boy recognizes the shift too, realizing they are trying to stay organized to stop his explosive runs. He doesn't panic though, instead calculating exactly how to tear through this new defensive wall. As his teammate sends a crisp pass forward, the rhythm of the game begins to shift. Ho Young scans the field like a hawk, searching for the one tiny crack in their formation. He spots the opening behind the defense and realizes his teammate is perfectly positioned to strike. Ho Young decides it is time to strike, launching himself forward with explosive, game-changing speed. His teammate easily bypasses a defender, proving that the academy's training is leagues above the rest. Our boy stays glued to the ball, feeling the heavy pressure of the defense closing in. He signals for Douglas Costa to move, firing a perfectly weighted pass into the open space. The duo executes a flawless tactical play, leaving the stunned defenders chasing shadows in their wake. Ho Young charges ahead with a grin, knowing their trash-tier zone defense is about to completely crumble. Even as two defenders converge on him, he remains calm, already calculating his next lethal move. The opposition thinks they have him trapped, but they have completely underestimated his elite football IQ. He recalls the endless hours spent perfecting his passing, knowing this exact moment would eventually arrive. With surgical precision, he threads the needle, sending the ball exactly where it needs to go. Douglas Costa latches onto the ball, praising the perfect delivery as he breaks into the clear. He doesn't hesitate, unleashing a thunderous strike that leaves the keeper rooted to the spot. Our boy rushes over to celebrate, knowing their chemistry is becoming a nightmare for the opposition. The final whistle blows with a solid 2-0 victory, securing another win for the Sao Paulo squad. The team erupts in joy, but Ho Young is already focused on the spoils of his victory. The system prompts him to choose a new talent, offering the precise passing he just witnessed. He successfully snatches Pavia's talent, adding another tool to his already stacked arsenal of elite skills. Looking at his progress, he realizes that higher football IQ makes his stolen talents even more effective. Even with his monstrous growth, he knows he still has a long way to go to reach the top. Coach Carlo offers some rare praise, acknowledging the hard work that led to such a dominant performance. Coach Carlo gives our boy a playful smack on the head to keep him humble after the win. The coach stands tall, reminding him that while today was good, the real grind never actually stops. He offers a rare, genuine compliment, acknowledging that the kid's performance was truly well done. Ho Young flashes a grin, vowing to push himself even further and do even better in the next match. Leaving the field behind, our boy finally heads back home to rest and recharge for tomorrow. His mother welcomes him back, catching a whiff of something delicious coming from the bags he is carrying. He proudly reveals a mountain of snacks, wanting everyone to enjoy a sweet treat together tonight. She is momentarily dumbfounded by his kindness, touched that her son is thinking about more than just football. The house fills with joy as she celebrates his big win, knowing her boy is becoming a star. He explains it is just a small gift for helping him master the local language during his training. Ho Young counts his earnings from the match, feeling like a high roller with his appearance fee and goal bonus. He brushes off dinner for a moment, sprinting upstairs because he has something much more important to do. Our boy reaches for the phone, his fingers flying across the buttons to make a long-distance call. He waits impatiently for the line to connect, his heart racing with the excitement of his recent success. Someone finally picks up on the other end, and he can hardly contain his grin as he hears a familiar voice. His father answers the phone while his mother stands nearby, curious about why their son is calling so late. Ho Young beams as he announces that he officially won the Man of the Match award today. His parents are completely dumbfounded, unable to believe their kid is already dominating the Brazilian youth leagues. The house erupts in cheers as his dad celebrates the victory, realizing their boy is truly cut from a different cloth. Hearing his family's joy gives him a second wind, reminding him exactly why he's working this hard. Sao Paulo FC goes on an absolute tear, climbing the ranks to snag the second spot by September. Our boy is the engine behind it all, racking up 13 goals and 3 assists in just 8 matches. With the playoffs finally here, the team is only 2 victories away from claiming the ultimate league trophy. Back at home, he relaxes with Monica while watching a professional match, waiting for a moment of magic. Suddenly, Christian Zieg finds the back of the net, proving why he is a world-class talent. The two of them cheer wildly, but he knows Zieg is playing a completely different game than everyone else. Even with his own success, he still looks up to Zieg as the ultimate idol and benchmark for greatness. A fire ignites in his eyes as he realizes he wants to meet his hero face-to-face one day. He suddenly bolts upright, startling Monica as his mind begins racing with a brand new plan for growth. He marches off with purpose, leaving her confused about where he is heading in such a massive hurry. Ho Young knows that reaching the top requires a level of effort most people find completely insane. He wastes no time and heads to the academy, the rhythmic thud of a ball soon filling the air. Our boy starts his solo session, pushing his stolen talents to their absolute limit on the pitch. He continues his relentless drill, completely oblivious to the fact that Emily is observing his every move. She stands there dumbfounded, wondering how a child can possess such a monstrous level of focus. When he finally takes a breather, she walks over to acknowledge his incredible dedication to the craft. She expresses concern that he might burn out before the playoffs, urging him to actually get some sleep. Ho Young just laughs it off, claiming he still has more than enough energy to keep the momentum going. He reflects on his miserable past life, where he trained despite the exhaustion of working multiple trash-tier jobs. Emily realizes he is truly cut from a different cloth, unlike any other prospect she has ever managed. Ho Young reaches into his bag, offering Emily a little something to show his appreciation for her constant guidance. He pulls out a bag of roasted chestnuts, a simple snack he brought along to fuel his lunch break. Emily is genuinely touched by the gesture, thinking our boy is far too kind for his own good. With a quick wave, he sprints back to the field, determined to squeeze in every second of training. She enjoys the snack, finding it surprisingly delicious as she reflects on the young prodigy's unique personality. As she heads back toward the main building, she suddenly spots a familiar face approaching her in the hallway. It turns out to be the academy director, who seems to be making his rounds through the facility today. He greets her with a warm smile, clearly in a good mood despite the heavy administrative workload he carries. He notices the bag in her hand and curiously asks what kind of treats she managed to score. She explains the gift came from the U13 star, and the academy director happily takes one for himself. The director wonders why the U13s aren't resting, but Emily explains our boy is just built different. He recalls seeing that name in the reports, while Emily confirms the kid is actually the real deal. Intrigued, the director decides he'll have to personally scout the prodigy during the upcoming championship matches. Meanwhile, Ho-young sits alone on the pitch, reflecting on how much has changed since his league debut. With a solid foundation, he feels his skills evolving rapidly after facing off against some top-tier Brazilian talents. A new notification flashes before his eyes, listing the fresh skills he's managed to snatch from his opponents. Hess particularly hyped about his 14th talent, a sharp 2-on-1 pass that'll leave defenders completely dumbfounded. Both his flashy footwork and rhythmic flexibility have leveled up to a solid rank, showing his insane growth. Looking at his updated status window, it's clear that his relentless training is finally paying off in spades. However, as he catches his breath, he realizes there's something even more interesting about how these talents work. Ho-young realizes that simply stacking trash-tier C-rank talents won't be enough to trigger a real level up. Our boy figures he needs to copy a specific variety of skills to truly understand his current limits. He grips the ball tight, knowing the path to greatness is paved with endless, grueling repetition. The immediate mission is clear. He needs to sink 30 mid-range goals to meet a hidden requirement. He checks the status of the legendary Cha Byung-gon, whose L-grade physical talents are practically god-tier. To snatch those elite traits, he has to dominate official matches and reach the FIFA semi-finals. Ho-young knows that even with his contract, true mastery only comes through blood, sweat, and effort. For months, he's been obsessively grinding his free kicks and long-distance strikes to bridge the gap. Every single day is a repeat of the same intense routine as he hunts for perfection. He puts his soul into the strike, determined to make these impossible conditions his new reality. Ho-young continues his relentless grind, pouring every ounce of energy into perfecting his mid-range strikes. The ball screams into the back of the net, proving his accuracy is finally starting to sharpen. He doesn't stop there, launching shot after shot until his legs feel like they might actually give out. 2 hours of pure hell later, our boy stands alone on the pitch, catching his breath. Suddenly, the familiar blue interface flickers to life, signaling that his hard work hasn't gone unnoticed. Hes pumped to see his heavy mid-range shot has officially leveled up through this grueling, intensive training. With the preseason approaching, he realizes he can push his talents even further if he stays this focused. The calendar flips to late September, where a brutal semi-final clash sees the underdogs scrap for every inch. Ho-young and his squad prepare for a crisis, knowing their next opponents boast an almost impregnable defense. As the whistle blows, the tactical battle begins on a pitch where only the strongest will survive. Ho-young and Douglas Costa step onto the pitch, ready to show this league exactly what they are made of. Their opponents today look like they have been forged in the fires of Brazil's toughest street football matches. The whistle blows and the game explodes into life, as the ball is hammered deep into enemy territory. The defenders are immediately on high alert, realizing our boy is not just some random, trash-tier youth player. Ho-young ignites his stolen speed, leaving the opposition dumbfounded as he tears through their initial defensive line. The opposing squad quickly regroups, dropping deep to form a human wall that seems almost impossible to crack. Coach Carlo watches intently, noting how they are packing the midfield just to keep the ball from Ho-young. It is a tactical squeeze designed to suffocate their play, forcing the squad into a much tighter, dangerous space. But the coach just smirks, knowing his secret weapon is about to flip the entire script on them. Ho-young and Douglas Costa charge forward together, executing a hidden plan that is about to blow the game open. Ho-young and Douglas Costa lock eyes, knowing exactly when to pull the trigger on their coordinated assault. Our boy immediately puts the ball in motion, leaving the first defender grasping at thin air. His touch is surgical, keeping the ball glued to his boots as he navigates the high-pressure zone. The opposition tries to close the gap, but he is already 2 steps ahead of their sluggish reactions. A notification confirms his flashy footwork has leveled up, proving his growth is accelerating mid-match. He weaves through the blue jerseys like a ghost, making the elite Brazilian defense look like total amateurs. With a sharp flick of his ankle, he shifts his center of gravity to bypass the next incoming tackle. Fabia tries to intercept, but Ho-young explodes past him with a burst of speed that defies logic. The defensive ace is left completely dumbfounded, wondering how a kid could move with such raw, predatory grace. The entire backline panics, screaming for backup, as Ho-young carves a path straight toward their goal. The defenders scramble to close the gap, believing that blocking the path will finally give them the advantage. But they are completely overlooking the massive chasm in skill level between them and our boy. Even though they know He's going to dribble, his glowing gaze tells them they're already finished. It's simple logic. A sudden burst of pure talent is all it takes to break their formation. Their minds might see the move, but their sluggish bodies simply can't react to his explosive pace. He cuts through the defense like a hot knife through butter, leaving another opponent grasping at shadows. Ho Young tears across the pitch, the ball remaining perfectly glued to his feet as he accelerates. The defensive ace is left gasping for air, wondering how he's supposed to block a monster like that. With the goal in sight, he leaves the trash-tier defenders in the dust, focused only on the net. He unleashes a thunderous strike, sending the ball screaming toward the goal with unstoppable power. The final whistle blows and the squad erupts, having finally secured their well-deserved spot in the championship. Ho Young's clinical performance in the second half proved to be the decisive factor in this hard-fought victory. Coach Carlo watches his players celebrate with a sigh of relief, though his mind is already elsewhere. He knows they can't afford to get complacent, because their final opponent is the powerhouse SC Corinthians. They are an unrivaled force, standing like a massive mountain that the team must somehow find a way to scale. Carlo realizes that if they can't neutralize the genius talent leading that squad, they have zero chance of winning. The very next day, the team gathers at the facility with a renewed sense of urgency and focus. The coach wastes no time, telling the boys that their entire training block now centers on stopping one man. Ho Young locks in as he hears the name Alexandre Pato, a kid destined to be called the second Pelé. This is the future legend of AC Milan, and he's the biggest hurdle our boy has ever had to face. Ho Young sizes up the genius rival, thinking a 3-year age gap is manageable in a team sport. Coach Carlo breaks down the stats, revealing the monster has already netted 18 goals in 14 matches. The coach points out a potential flaw, hoping the prodigy hasn't fully gelled with his new squad yet. He reminds the boys that individual brilliance doesn't always beat a well-oiled machine on the pitch. Our boy locks in, fully convinced that they just need to evolve into that superior winning unit. Even elite prospects like Douglas Costa look tense as the weight of the upcoming finals sinks in. Every player knows they can't afford a single mistake if they want to survive this tactical nightmare. Carlo warns them that while they'll exploit every weakness, stopping a talent like Pato is never easy. The team roars their resolve, ready to push their bodies to the limit for the sake of victory. With the pep talk over, they head out to the pitch to begin their grueling position-specific drills. Carlo and his assistant break down the enemy's formation, wondering if any tactic can truly stop a beast like Pato. The staffer frets that the opposition will swarm our boy, potentially neutralizing their only real threat on the pitch. Carlo just gives a confident look, hinting that he has already cooked up a plan to deal with that pressure. Outside, the clear sky sets the stage for a legendary showdown that will define these young players' careers. The locker room door stands as the final barrier before the squad faces their ultimate test of the season. Carlo rallies the troops, telling them straight up that they are destined to be the winning team today. Douglas Costa and the others lock in, their hands meeting in a silent pact to dominate the competition. Ho Young looks on with lethal focus, knowing his stolen talents are about to be put to the ultimate test. The team lets out a thunderous roar, vowing to bring the majesty of a king onto the field. Before they head out, Carlo calls out to Ho Young to give him one last specific and crucial instruction. Carlo tells our boy the pitch is his stage to prove that all his training wasn't for nothing. Ho Young barks back a determined response, his heart racing as the adrenaline finally starts to kick in. The two squads face off on the grass, the air heavy with the weight of a championship final. A quick handshake marks the calm before the storm as both sides prepare to tear each other apart. Our boy immediately zeroes in on his prey, wondering just how much talent this supposed prodigy is hiding. He activates his scanning ability, his eye glowing as he begins to dissect the opponent's very soul. The system confirms Alexandre Pato is a total monster, boasting A-rank speed and some insane copy conditions. This kid is hailed as the second coming of Pelé, a future legend standing in our boy's way. Instead of being intimidated, Ho Young is absolutely stoked to finally meet the final boss of this tournament. He stares at the list of god-tier skills, knowing he has to dominate today to make them his. The system lays out the brutal conditions, requiring a championship win and 2 goals to snag that elite talent. Alexandre Pato isn't just some trash-tier prospect, he's a certified genius with speed that would leave a supercar behind. Our boy's heart races with pure adrenaline, realizing that copying these skills would change his entire life forever. It's a clash of destinies as the Demon Duke watches over this high-stakes gamble for footballing greatness. The whistle blows and Ho Young charges forward, his mind already calculating every move to secure those goals. His cleats dig into the turf as the match kicks off, the pressure of the final finally setting in. Alexandre Pato senses something is off, his instinct screaming that this kid isn't like the other defenders he's faced. The coach is completely dumbfounded, unable to figure out what kind of game our boy is playing. The Corinthians players stick to their formation, but their strategy is about to be torn to shreds. Everyone is left wondering why Ho Young is out of position, unaware he's already 3 steps ahead of them. The staff and Coach Carlo are baffled by why our boy is suddenly playing in the midfield position. Coach Carlo just smirks, revealing that they've been secretly grinding through some intense special training for this moment. It all started with a shocked exclamation when the experimental plan was first laid out on the table. Ho Young was completely dumbfounded when he was first asked to take on the heavy responsibility of a midfielder. Coach Carlo told him not to be scared, while our boy realized there had to be a master plan. Hez led out to the field, questioning what kind of training could possibly prepare him for this shift. The coach remains mysterious, simply stating that this special training is the key to their upcoming victory. Ho Young wonders if elite talents like Douglas Costa and Casemiro will be part of this tactical evolution. Coach Carlo breaks down the play, asking how to bridge the gap between the defense and the attack. Showing off his high IQ, our boy suggests using a short build-up or pulling a winger down deep. Coach Carlo confirms the plan, shifting the entire focus to ball distribution patterns for the upcoming matches. For several days, our boy grinds on the pitch, perfecting how he moves the ball across the grass. Carlo breaks down the tactical routes, making sure every linkage feels like second nature to the squad. Ho Young sacrifices his basic drills to master these long-range feeds, and his growth is honestly terrifying to witness. Hard work pays off when the system chimes in, granting him the precise ball distribution skill at rank C+. The coach is fired up by the progress, ordering our boy to jump straight into high-intensity team drills. The intensive training doesn't slow down, pushing everyone to their limits as the final days count down. Carlo demands they restart from the beginning, wanting these patterns burned into their very souls for any situation. Despite the grueling repetition, the team stays locked in, determined to end their season with a massive statement victory. The coach knows the whole plan hinges on one thing: a master regista who can bridge the entire field. The coach decides the entire strategy rests on Ho Young stepping into that crucial master regista role. Everyone knows Alexandre Pato is a speed demon, making him an absolute nightmare for any standard defense. Luckily, our boy has the raw pace to keep up, proving he is the ultimate counter to their ace. The entire match outcome now hinges on whether Ho Young can handle the pressure of this new tactical burden. Fabio Carril finds the situation incredibly difficult as he realizes his pre-match analysis was completely off the mark. He planned for Ho Young to be a striker, so seeing him in a defensive position ruins his strategy. This sudden position change is a genius move, perfectly utilizing the kid's insane versatility to shield the goal. The Corinthians bench is left completely dumbfounded, forced to surrender the initiative before the first whistle even blows. With a sharp blast of the whistle, the referee signals the start of this high-stakes championship final. It is finally time for the showdown between Sao Paulo and Corinthians to see who truly rules the pitch. The whistle blows and the ball is finally in play, sparking an immediate clash of wills on the grass. Every initial movement is calculated, but the intensity of the final is already starting to weigh on the players. A Corinthians midfielder attempts to spark an attack, only to realize that every ground option is completely blocked off. He searches for a gap with growing frustration, feeling the heat of the match as the clock starts ticking. Our boy has positioned his teammates perfectly, creating a defensive grid that leaves the opposition feeling totally trapped. Realizing he cannot play through the middle, the playmaker decides to take a massive risk with his next move. He swings his leg for a high lob, desperately trying to go over the top of the crowded midfield. His confidence vanishes instantly when he sees the trajectory, knowing he just handed the initiative right back to them. The ball is plucked out of the air with ease, proving that the Sao Paulo defense is ready for anything. Douglas Costa and the rest of the backline swarm the loose ball, leaving the Corinthians offense looking completely helpless. A Corinthians midfielder breaks through the middle, desperately looking for an opening to salvage the play. He spots his ace and signals for Alexandre Pato to get ready for a high-stakes delivery. Pato locks onto the ball, his eyes sharpening as he prepares to show why he's a genius. The teammate launches a laser-accurate long ball, putting all his faith into this single connection. Pato cushions the ball perfectly, instantly turning his focus toward the goal with predatory intent. He feels the pressure of the final, but his talent-filled mind only sees the path to victory. With a sudden burst of power, he kicks the ball into space and activates his insane acceleration. He leaves the defenders in the dust, moving so fast he's practically a blur on the pitch. The Sao Paulo boys are left dumbfounded, realizing they're up against someone who moves like a rocket. One defender tries to rally the troops, but even he knows catching this monster is nearly impossible. Pato is moving like a ghost, leaving the defenders gasping for air as they realize they can't keep up. The goalkeeper's heart drops into his stomach, knowing he is the last line of defense in this critical moment. It is a nightmare one-on-one scenario as Pato prepares to unleash his trademark move on the helpless keeper. The keeper braces himself, praying his instincts are sharp enough to stop the monster charging toward him. Peido's eyes are cold and calculated, seeing nothing but the back of the net and the glory ahead. With a cheeky flick, he pulls off a perfect nutmeg that leaves the keeper looking absolutely trashed here. The stadium erupts as Corinthians takes the lead, proving that Pato's genius is on a completely different level. Our boy and his teammates can only watch in silence, as the opposition celebrates their lightning-fast opening goal. Despite all their grueling practice sessions, their defense was dismantled in just 5 minutes of high-intensity play. They realize that Pato's combination of speed and dribbling is a cheat code they have not figured out yet. Ho-young grits his teeth, feeling the suffocating pressure of being a goal down so early in the match. He takes a deep breath to steady his racing heart, desperately trying to keep his composure under fire. Our boy knows they just need one solid response to turn the tide of this intense championship final. The clock hits the 30-minute mark as the squad fights tooth and nail to prevent another total disaster. His teammates are getting absolutely bullied on the pitch, struggling to keep up with the opposition's high-speed tempo. No matter how hard they look, the defense is so tight they can't find a single viable opening. Ho-young realizes he can't stay as a striker when the team's defense is looking this trash tier right now. Even a talent like Casemiro is getting left in the dust by Peido's terrifyingly fast, sports car-like legs. Peido is playing like a man possessed, proving why everyone considers him the next legendary Brazilian icon. Our boy decides to drop deep, focusing on smooth ball distribution to personally drag his team back. Ho-young barks orders at Casemiro, warning him that the opposition is launching another relentless, high-speed assault. The elite defender is clearly rattled, feeling the immense pressure of trying to contain the legendary Peido. Our boy demands his teammates stay focused, knowing one more mistake could end their championship dreams right here. The whistle finally blows, ending a brutal first half with Sao Paulo trailing behind by a single goal. The squad limps toward the locker room, looking completely drained after being bullied for 30 straight minutes. Even though Ho-young helped them find their rhythm, the reality of the scoreboard weighs heavy on their minds. Coach Carlo looks like he is about to explode, radiating a demonic fury that terrifies the youth squad. As the locker room door shuts, the heavy atmosphere suggests a massive reality check is coming for everyone. The players gather around the tactical board, bracing themselves for the harsh words their manager will surely drop. Ho-young and Casemiro exchange tense looks, praying they can survive this lecture and somehow find a winning response. Coach Carlo shocks the entire room by calmly telling the boys they actually played well during that brutal half. Our boy and his teammates just stand there, waiting for the inevitable explosion that usually follows such rare praise. The squad is completely dumbfounded because they expected a screaming match instead of a pat on the back. Carlo doubles down on his assessment, insisting that their performance on the pitch was actually top tier despite the score. The players exchange confused glances, wondering if the pressure of the finals finally made their manager lose his mind. He asks them to remember when Peido destroyed them with a hat trick, contrasting it with today's tighter game. The stats don't lie, and Carlo points out that they finally controlled the midfield and dominated the possession rate. Ho-young realizes their grueling ball distribution drills are finally paying off against a world-class opponent like SC Corinthians. Casemiro still feels the weight of the deficit, lamenting that all their hard training still hasn't stopped Peido's genius. Carlo counters by explaining that their rivals are just as desperate and have sacrificed everything for that championship trophy. Carlo reminds them that while anyone can train, only those who execute their training can actually win. He tells the boys not to sweat a single goal and to just enjoy the high-stakes atmosphere. The squad listens intently as their manager's unexpected positivity starts to sink into their exhausted minds. Our boy looks more focused than ever, realizing this is the moment he's been grinding for. Carlo notices the kid's smirk and asks if he found something funny about the dire situation. Ho-young confidently replies that he's just going to enjoy the game and show off his hard-earned skills. The whistle shrills across the pitch, signaling the start of a final push for the championship title. Corinthians immediately goes on the offensive, with Peido leading the charge like a man possessed. As the pressure mounts, Ho-young spots his teammate and calls out to get his head in the game. He tells Casemiro to cheer up because he's got his back no matter how intense things get. Casemiro nods and finally locks in, trusting that our boy really does have the defense under control. Peido charges forward with the ball, internally mocking the opposition and claiming that whatever they try is completely useless. He decides it is time to humiliate them again by unleashing his signature special moves to end the game. With a sharp kick, the Corinthians ace sends the ball flying, expecting it to bypass the defense with ease. Suddenly, our boy dives in with a perfectly timed interception, cutting off the play before it even develops. Peido is left completely stunned, his eyes widening as he realizes his supposedly unstoppable drive was just shut down. Ho-young just smirks, thinking to himself that those same trash-tier tactics won't work on him a second time. The rival ace grits his teeth in pure frustration, unable to believe a kid just read his entire play. The ball bounces harmlessly away, signaling a total shift in momentum as the Sao Paulo defense holds firm. Pato stands there dumbfounded, realizing he is no longer the only genius standing on this pitch today. Ho Young bursts forward with explosive speed, the ball glued to his feet as he ignites a sudden counterattack. He effortlessly weaves through the opposition, leaving the trash-tier defenders grasping at thin air as he accelerates. Our boy feels the rhythm of the game shifting, confident that victory is finally within his reach today. Pato watches in disbelief, realizing the monster across from him has completely evolved since the first half started. The genius ace is shaken, noting how Ho Young perfectly predicted the pass timing to steal the ball away. He desperately calls out to his teammate, refusing to let his carefully laid plans fall apart so easily. Seeing no other choice, the Corinthians squad shifts their entire formation to a desperate and aggressive two-top offensive. Pato keeps a sharp eye on the field, searching for any opening to reclaim his dominance and pride. Suddenly, our boy senses a shift in the air, his instincts screaming that the real battle is just beginning. Pato just lets out a chilling smirk, ready to show why he is considered the ultimate genius of Brazil. Pato tells our boy to step aside, making it clear who really runs this pitch. Ho Young is left dumbfounded as the Brazilian genius blows past him with terrifying acceleration. He glares at his rival's back, acknowledging that this guy is truly cut from a different cloth. Coach Carlo realizes the Corinthians have shifted gears and knows his squad must adapt or be crushed. Even Pato senses something is off, feeling a sudden chill as the tactical landscape begins to shift. The new plan involves surrendering possession and loosening the midfield, baiting the opponents into a trap. Carlo bets the entire match on a single counterattack, praying his players have the grit to survive. The opposition falls for the bait, calling for the ball as they push deep into the final third. Pato prepares to finish the job, convinced that his genius-level talent will carry them to victory. Turns out our boy was just waiting for this moment, lunging in with a perfect tackle to steal possession. Pato explodes down the wing, leaving the trash tier marking behind as he hunts for a game-changing goal. Casimiro lunges in with a desperate slide, but the genius just dances right past the challenge like nothing. With the path clear, the Corinthians' ace sprints toward the box, feeling like he has already won. He stares down the keeper, confident that his legendary talent is about to silence the entire stadium. The boy narrows his focus, realizing that one perfect touch here will cement his status as a prodigy. He winds up for a massive strike, putting every ounce of his ambition into this final, decisive move. His boot connects with the ball in a clean snap, launching a rocket aimed straight for the corner. Out of nowhere, our boy Ho Young teleports into the frame, putting his life on the line to block. Pato is left completely dumbfounded, wondering how a striker managed to read his play and track back. Ho Young just locks eyes with him, making it clear that he isn't the only genius on this pitch. Alexandre Pato is absolutely fuming, unable to believe this little punk is still glued to him like a shadow. Our boy doesn't waste a second, screaming for his teammates to push forward for one final, desperate counterattack. He knows that fancy passing means nothing if they can't find a way to put the ball away. Douglas Costa kicks into high gear as the entire Sao Paulo squad bets their lives on this last-ditch effort. It is total war on the pitch now, with every single player abandoning their posts to join the assault. Ho Young weaves through the chaos, his elite IQ allowing him to see gaps before they even fully exist. He steals a glance toward the flank, his mind racing at 100 miles per hour to calculate. He monitors Douglas Costa's run, but realizes the chance of the ball being intercepted there is way too high. If he can't use Douglas as the spearhead, he needs a plan B before the defense collapses on him. These Corinthians defenders aren't trash tier. They've already shut down the lanes, forcing our boy to find another way. Ho Young realizes that while a pass is the standard play, he is done playing it safe today. Our boy decides to take matters into his own hands, his eyes locked firmly on the prize ahead. A Corinthians defender steps up to shut him down, certain that the path is now completely blocked. Suddenly, he executes a lightning-fast nutmeg, leaving the defender dumbfounded as the ball slips right through. He recalls seeing Pato pull off this exact move, and knew he had to master it himself. With the defender left in the rearview mirror, the path to the goal is finally wide open. He calculates the distance at 20 meters, feeling a surge of confidence from his relentless training. His stolen mid-range shot skill activates, his eyes glowing with the promise of a perfect strike. He plants his foot and prepares to unleash a shot that carries the weight of the entire match. Every single repetition on the training ground was for this exact moment under the bright stadium lights. Ho Young visualizes the perfect strike, recalling every hour spent perfecting his form on the training grounds. He unleashes a thunderous shot, feeling the vibration of a clean hit travel through his entire body. The net ripples violently as the ball settles, signaling a massive shift in the game's momentum. Pato is left speechless, stunned that a mere rookie could equalize against a powerhouse like Corinthians. Our boy celebrates wildly with his squad, knowing they've finally dragged themselves back into the fight. With the clock winding down, the ball is back in play for one final, desperate push. Pato realizes they are running out of time and decides to take matters into his own hands. He charges forward with everything he has, hunting for a golden opportunity to steal the victory back. Suddenly, Casemiro lunges in with a clinical back tackle, proving why he's the Academy's top defensive wall. Pato lets out a frustrated cry as his path is blocked, realizing his last-ditch effort just went up in smoke. The referee doesn't hesitate, pulling out a red card that completely shifts the pressure onto Sao Paulo. Casemiro is sent off, having sacrificed his place on the pitch to stop Pato from scoring a winner. Pato is absolutely fuming, realizing his opponents are just as willing to play dirty to protect their lead. He immediately lunges into a fierce tackle, desperate to reclaim the ball and crush our boy's momentum. The two aces collide in a brutal sprint, neither willing to give an inch in this high-stakes duel. With only minutes left in the second half, the tension in the stadium reaches a suffocating breaking point. Ho Young knows there is no turning back. If this final attack fails, their championship dreams are dead. He links up with Douglas Costa, receiving a clinical return pass that slices through the Corinthians' defense. They trade the ball with lightning speed, executing a perfect 1-2 play that leaves the defenders dumbfounded. Our boy kicks into high gear, his eyes locked on the goal as he prepares for the final strike. Ho Young breaks through the final line, his eyes fixed on the goal for the match-winning strike. He puts everything into the shot, praying his stolen power is enough to pierce the keeper's defense. The ball screams through the air as the keeper desperately dives, hoping to keep his clean sheet intact. But fate is cruel, and the ball rattles off the crossbar with a thud that echoes through the stadium. Our boy is absolutely devastated, fearing that their one and only chance for a comeback just vanished. Coach Carlo screams from the sidelines that it's not over, demanding they stay focused until the very end. Ho Young snaps back to reality, realizing the rebound is live, and Douglas Costa is perfectly positioned to pounce. Douglas Costa lunges forward with everything he has, sliding across the turf to meet the falling ball. The net ripples violently as the ball finally finds its home, turning the stadium into a sea of chaos. They've secured the comeback goal, leaving Alexandre Pato and his squad completely shell-shocked by the sudden turn. The final whistle blows and the scoreboard confirms the impossible. Sao Paulo FC has actually done it. Our boy and his teammates sprint across the pitch, their hearts racing with the pure adrenaline of victory. They huddle together in a frenzy of joy, realizing all that grueling training finally paid off. The squad celebrates the miracle they just pulled off, knowing they have finally reached the top. Coach Carlo and Casemiro watch the celebration, finally feeling the weight of the intense pressure lift away. Every hand reaches for the gold, a symbol of their dominance over the best youth teams in Brazil. They hoist the trophy high into the air, letting out a roar that shakes the entire stadium. Ho Young stares at the sky in disbelief, still processing that he really just won the championship. But the grind never stops, and soon he is back on the track to push his talents further. He stands tall against his next challenge, ready to prove that this victory was only the beginning. Our boy dances through the midfield, making these elite defenders look like they are standing perfectly still. He kicks into high gear, leaving the opposition dumbfounded as he explodes toward the final third. A clinical finish sends the ball into the back of the net, effectively ending the rivals' championship hopes. Exhausted but triumphant, he takes a moment to soak in the atmosphere of a stadium chanting his name. The squad hoists the trophy high, celebrating a championship that many thought was impossible for an outsider. Far from the pitch, the heavy hitters at the Football Federation prepare to acknowledge his historic run. Behind closed doors, the technical committee gathers to decide who truly deserves the season's highest honors. They dive into the stats, realizing no one else even comes close to the impact he made this season. One official notes that awarding Ho Young the Golden Ball will push every local player to work even harder. They all agree it has been a historic year, watching an Asian kid redefine what is possible in Brazil. The committee members gossip about a kid named Damar, who just signed with a powerhouse club. This new rival is already itching for a fight in next year's First Division League. Ceremony day arrives, and while Pato takes top scorer, our boy is named the league's best striker. Ho Young walks toward the stage, feeling the weight of every envious gaze in the room. The official presents the golden ball, officially crowning him as the most valuable player in the country. He flashes a smile for the crowd, but his mind is already on the notification pinging in his head. Beyond the cash prize, the system finally grants him the chance to plunder a new, high-tier talent. He stares at the list of legendary skills, realizing he is about to become a literal cheat code. He locks in the football genius trait, feeling his soccer IQ skyrocket, as the system confirms the successful theft. Our boy is absolutely feasting as the system confirms his latest heist with a cheeky message. Back at his Brazilian home, the quiet exterior hides the fact that a monster is evolving inside. Lying in bed, he realizes that snagging this genius trait was the missing piece for his growth. The system works its magic, merging his existing prodigy status with the newly stolen elite talent. He can hardly believe his luck, staring at the screen as his stats undergo a massive transformation. By absorbing Pato's high-tier ability, his own potential finally breaks through the ceiling to reach rank A. He smiles to himself, knowing every drop of sweat and every calculated move has finally paid off. A new notification warns him that fully absorbing this talent will take 30 days of cooldown. He sits up, realizing he's just 30 days away from becoming the greatest rookie in Asian history. Our boy sits on his bed, realizing his professional debut is finally just around the corner. He recalls the world record held by the Argentine legend Ro and vows to shatter it completely. Massaging his legs, he knows he needs peak physical condition to survive the upcoming preseason turning point. He pumps himself up, ready to tackle a schedule even more brutal than the regular season. Time skips to November 2003 as the scene shifts back to the familiar skyline of South Korea. Stepping into the terminal, he feels a rush of nostalgia being back on his home turf. He smirks, thinking how the club rewarded his championship-winning performance with a free flight home. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks when he spots some familiar faces waiting in the terminal crowd. His parents and little brother Hoil are right there, waving him down with huge, proud smiles. His family is absolutely hyped to see him, waving like crazy as he finally touches down in Korea. Our boy's dad loses it and starts crying, dumbfounded by how much his son has grown in Brazil. Little Hoil rushes over to greet his big brother, thrilled to see the family's rising star back home. Ho Young scoops the kid up, deciding right then that he's definitely sleeping in the same room tonight. He tells his brother that soon, everyone will be jealous he's related to a friend of legends like Ro. His mom finally speaks up, her eyes full of warmth as she welcomes her champion back to reality. She acknowledges how much blood and sweat he poured into his training, telling him he worked incredibly hard. Looking at his parents, Ho Young feels the weight of his journey finally lifting for a well-deserved break. The brothers share a massive grin, proving that no matter the fame, family always comes first for him. Ho Young digs into a meal, feeling like today is truly the best day of his life. He finally gets to enjoy the home-cooked food he missed so much while grinding in Brazil. After eating, our boy recharges by playing with his little brother, savoring these quiet family moments. He even recalls the frantic interview request he dodged at the airport right after landing back home. Checking his fan club online, he's dumbfounded to see his following has exploded past 20,000 members. As he scrolls through the comments, something catches his eye and makes him pause in confusion. Rumors are flying about a sudden promotion, leaving him wondering if a club official leaked the news. He realizes his biggest former hater has actually turned into his most dedicated die-hard fan. His parents suddenly walk in, and he jumps when his dad asks for a moment of his time. His father struggles with the weight of his backpack, curious about what heavy secrets are hidden inside. Ho Young excitedly tells his parents that he brought back some special gifts from his successful stint in Brazil. He unzips his bag to reveal the prestigious Golden Ball trophy and various other prizes he earned abroad. Our boy hands over 5 million won in bonuses, calling it a well-deserved homecoming gift for his family. His parents are completely dumbfounded, unable to believe their young son has already amassed such a massive fortune. Overwhelmed with pride, they pull him into a tight embrace, celebrating the incredible success of their little superstar. His mother admits his thoughtfulness means more than the money, while his father feels too energized to sleep. The next morning arrives with a loud shout echoing through the neighborhood as a brand new chapter begins. His mom bursts into the room to wake him, but he lazily begs for just 5 more minutes. Once she mentions a call from the legendary Cha Bum-kun, his eyes snap open in pure shock. He practically flies out of bed, realizing he almost slept through a connection with a literal football god. Ho Young reaches out to the legendary Cha Bum-kun, eager to keep his momentum going after the championship. The coach tells our boy to get in touch as soon as he lands back on home soil. They meet up at a quiet spot to discuss the future of his skyrocketing career. Lee Sang-woon welcomes him back, praising the sheer grit he showed during his time in the Brazilian league. He checks if the kid has any plans, clearly hiding a massive opportunity up his sleeve. When Ho Young confirms his schedule is wide open, the scout reveals his already cleared things with his dad. He drops the bombshell that he wants our boy to join the exclusive Dreamtree expedition. Both father and son are left dumbfounded by the prospect of such a high-level overseas project. It's an elite program designed to pit the best youth talents against top-tier international competition. Our boy wonders if joining such a prestigious squad so suddenly is even allowed. Lee Sang-woon points out that the coach has been saving a specific spot just for our boy. Ho Young is thrilled since the off-season was getting a bit too quiet for his taste. When he asks about the routine, the scout explains it is a mix of training and high-stakes matches. The thought of testing his skills against other top-tier prodigies has him grinning like a madman. Over a meal, he cannot help but wonder which heavy hitters they will be facing on the pitch. His eyes practically sparkle as he realizes this is the perfect stage to steal some world-class talent. The destination is Germany, a place where the legendary Cha Bum-kun once carved out his own legacy. By mid-December, the expedition officially takes flight, leaving the local scene far behind them. It is a month-long grind featuring friendly matches and a brutal four-continent tournament to crown the best. As the only one with overseas experience, our boy gets grilled by a reporter throughout the entire flight. After an 11-hour flight, the squad finally touches down in Frankfurt to kick off their high-stakes winter expedition. They head straight to the training grounds, where the professional atmosphere is a massive step up from home. Our boy immediately feels the biting German chill, realizing he is finally standing in a true football powerhouse. He is absolutely dumbfounded by the high-tech gym, wondering if they are trying to manufacture actual Terminators here. Watching the local prospects, he considers the European landscape and wonders which German legends he can scout next. Thoughts of world-class stars like Neuer and Muller fill his head as he hunts for his next target. Suddenly, a stray ball cracks him right in the dome, violently snapping him out of his inner monologue. A stern voice barks at him to stay focused, reminding him that he is here to work, not daydream. He looks up in total shock, his eyes practically popping out when he recognizes the man standing before him. Realizing he is face to face with the legendary Cha Rim, he knows this is his chance to steal elite talent. Cha Rim greets our boy with a bright smile, looking far more approachable than his fierce reputation suggests. Ho Young is completely dumbfounded, unable to process that a living legend is actually standing right in front of him. He notes that in just 1 year, the man has matured into a presence radiating pure professional energy. Our boy recalls the rumors of the legend's struggle in La Liga, realizing how cutthroat European football truly is. The veteran playfully pats his head, genuinely shocked by how much the kid has sprouted since their last meeting. When our boy mentions his recent stint in Brazil, the surrounding players can hardly believe their ears. Cha Rim laughs heartily, clearly impressed that the kid had the guts to fly across the world for training. Ho Young humbly credits their past practice sessions for his rapid growth, playing the part of the grateful student perfectly. Internally, he knows stealing that elite talent was the real secret behind his dominance in the Brazilian leagues. The legend just scratches his head bashfully, having no idea he was the catalyst for a monster's awakening. Our boy stares up at the legend, his mind already calculating the massive value of the man's elite skills. Cha Rim's status window pops up, revealing god-tier sprinting speed and a physique most pros would kill for. It turns out the conditions to steal these talents have actually become easier since he already holds U-rank abilities. Ho Young wonders why his own growth has plateaued, questioning if focusing solely on the basics was a mistake. He decides that snagging the legend's physical dominance is the key to surviving the upcoming season's brutal competition. With the Demon Duke looming behind him, our boy prepares to feast on the talent of another unsuspecting victim. He flashes a bright smile and thanks his senior, all while secretly planning to strip him of his traits. The clock is ticking with only 4 days until the big match, where he must prove his absolute worth. Our boy hits the pitch for intense training, meticulously observing the local German squad's movements and tactical patterns. The German kids are all over him, dying to know if the rumors about his Brazilian dominance are true. Ho Young is suddenly pulled back to reality when a familiar hand taps him on the shoulder. It turns out to be Seo Kyungjun, an old teammate who seems thrilled to reunite with the Brazilian hero. Kyungjun marvels at how much our boy has grown, both in height and in pure footballing skill. Ho Young laughs it off, secretly thanking the B-rank growth plate talent he snatched to fix his physique. He casually asks about Yoon Jung-ho, curious if the legendary prodigy he remembers is still on the same path. Hyungjun just scratches his head, looking totally dumbfounded by a name he does not even recognize. The realization hits our boy like a truck, as he sees that the future he once knew is shifting. Because of his regression and talent theft, even a future award winner like Jung-ho has been erased. He embraces the chaos, determined to use his influence to rewrite the entire world of football. The wait is finally over, as the squad arrives at the pitch for the massive clash against Frankfurt. Our boy steps onto the pitch, his eyes locked on a new target like a predator, finding its prey. He spots Benyel Muharapa, a towering striker whose physical presence alone makes him a threat on the field. Ho Young scans his stats, eyeing those decent heading and quick leg talents as his next potential prizes. He knows that adding aerial dominance to his game will make him an unstoppable force in the air. With a confident smirk, he bursts into action, intent on winning decisively and securing his new skills. From the sidelines, the coaching staff can hardly believe the sheer level of talent they are witnessing. Even the legendary Cha Byung-gon is dumbfounded. claiming that the boy's improvement makes him look like a mirror image. Receiving such high praise from a legend, our boy shreds the defense with the speed of a leopard. His movements are sharp and precise, leaving the opposition looking like total trash-tier players as he glides past. Like a tiger among men, he hammers the ball home, leaving the keeper with no chance to react. The ball ripples the net as our boy draws first blood against the German side. He cheers with his teammates, feeling the raw results of his grueling Brazilian training sessions. By hitting the back of the net, he clears the final condition and upgrades his mid-range shot. Feeling the rush of a new talent, he leaps high into the air for a legendary celebration. He sticks the landing with a shout, signaling that the real hunt for skills has just begun. On the sidelines, the rest of the squad is losing their minds over his insane performance. Cha Du-rim watches with a smirk, knowing he's witnessing something truly special in this kid. He tells Lee Sang-woon that the future of Korean football is looking brighter than ever before. The veteran scout remains stoic, reminding him that the future is never set in stone. Still, the legendary runaway train insists that Lee Sang-woon must feel the same spark of greatness. Lee Sang-woon reflects that even a legend like Pele couldn't accurately predict the future of a talent like this. He admits to himself that his gut feeling about our boy's potential is becoming impossible to ignore. While lazy geniuses eventually hit a wall, Ho Young's relentless work ethic keeps him miles ahead of the pack. His dedication pays off instantly as the ball screams into the back of the net once again. He celebrates his second goal, having absolutely dismantled the defense in less than 10 minutes of play. Our boy notices his dribbling is sharper, and his mid-range accuracy has reached a terrifying new level of precision. He realizes that testing these stolen skills in a real match is the fastest way to achieve true growth. If he keeps this momentum, he'll master that grade B mid-range shot before the offseason even ends. The scoreboard shows total dominance as the Expedition squad heads into the second half with a 2-0 lead. The Frankfurt players try to mount a desperate comeback, but they're clearly not cut from the same cloth. The ball rolls across the pitch as the second half kicks off with a sudden shift in momentum. Frankfurt immediately pushes for a counterattack, desperate to salvage some pride against the dominant Expedition squad. Lee Sang-woon observes that Ho Young has stopped tracking back, now focusing his entire genius on the offensive. Our boy stands his ground, carefully reading the field like a predator waiting for the perfect opening. He knows there is no point in burning through his precious stamina during a mere friendly match. With a bigger challenge on the horizon, he decides to conserve his energy for the real battles ahead. His teammates take the initiative, carving through the midfield while the German defense struggles to keep pace. One of the Expedition players spots the gap and sends a crisp, urgent pass toward their star striker. Ho Young effortlessly traps the ball, instantly putting the entire defense on high alert as he prepares to strike. Benyal Muharapa screams for his team to close the gap, but they are already too late to react. The Frankfurt defenders scramble to close him down, but they're already sweating from the sheer pressure he exerts. Our boy activates his stolen skills, feeling the rhythmic flexibility and dazzling footwork flow through his every fiber. He keeps the ball glued to his feet, moving with a grace that feels completely alien to these amateurs. Like a bolt of lightning, he tears through their formation, leaving a trail of dumbfounded defenders in his wake. One of the German players can't even believe his eyes, wondering if this kid is even human at all. Ho Young locks eyes with the final man standing between him and the goal, ready to end this game. The defender tries to read his hips, convinced that the prodigy is definitely going to break toward the left. But it's all a lie, as he executes a perfect feint that sends the poor guy's balance into shambles. With a light tap, he sends the ball through the gap, completely bypassing the defender's desperate recovery attempt. The defender hits the turf hard, realizing too late that he was just a prop in a masterclass performance. Ho Young narrows his eyes, realizing that the moment to prove his evolution has finally arrived. He vividly remembers being a trash-tier player just a year ago, struggling to even breathe on the pitch. The memory of facing Schwenkfeld, a literal mountain of a German player, still haunts his competitive spirit. That crushing defeat was the catalyst that forced our boy to rebuild his entire game from the ground up. Now, he moves with a level of grace and speed that makes his past self look completely amateur. Every grueling hour of training was spent perfecting these feints until they became a part of his soul. He adjusts his balance mid-sprint, leaving another defender grasping at thin air as he charges into the box. The goal is finally in sight, and he can feel the weight of his progress in every single stride. The goalkeeper screams that he will block the shot, but his eyes show he is absolutely terrified. Ho Young doesn't hesitate for a second, fully prepared to finish this revenge arc with a clinical strike. Ho Young blasts the ball right past the defender, leaving him completely frozen in place as he strikes. The ball ripples the back of the net with enough force to silence the entire stadium instantly. As he celebrates, Benyal can only stare at the goal, unable to believe he just got cooked. The Frankfurt squad is left dumbfounded, wondering how a kid like this even exists on their home pitch. His teammates realize that the time he spent in Brazil turned him into a completely different beast. They discuss how his level is simply unreachable, but one friend knows there is more to it. Seo Kyungjun smiles, knowing that while others see genius, he sees the result of insane hard work. Our boy has even hit a growth spurt, physically catching up to the European giants he once feared. He looks like a total monster on the field, wearing a grin that says he is just starting. In a final act of desperation, Benyul tries to win a header to reclaim some of his pride. Benyul finally scores a consolation goal, but the whistle blows on a dominant 4-1 victory for the team. While everyone treats him like a king, our boy doesn't care about a trash-tier trophy or individual fame. He is hunting for much bigger game, focused entirely on the system windows flickering before his eyes. He quickly picks out a decent heading talent and a stronger physique to patch up his remaining weaknesses. A surge of raw energy ripples through his body as his growing list of stolen skills finally updates. Even with 16 talents under his belt, he clenches his jersey, feeling like he is still just getting started. His gaze turns icy and focused, reflecting a hunger for perfection that most pros couldn't even imagine. With the demon of greed watching his back, he plans to eventually harvest every elite talent on the planet. The journey moves to Munich, the heart of Bavaria, where even tougher German competition is waiting for him. After such a high-stakes performance, a simple hot dog offer is the perfect way to bring him back to reality. Our boy happily accepts the local street food, finally getting a real taste of the German lifestyle. After dropping their gear at the Munich dorms, the squad hits the streets for some well-deserved sightseeing. Turns out, a group of dedicated parents followed them all the way here just to shower them with snacks. He graciously takes the offering, knowing a fueled-up body is the only way to stay ahead of the pack. He sees right through their fawning, realizing these parents are just trying to buy stock in his future success. As he enjoys the meal, the reality of being in the heart of Germany finally starts to sink in. Looking at the old-fashioned buildings, he reflects on the relentless, breakneck pace he has kept since his regression. With the feast finished and his stomach finally full, he knows he needs to focus on his real goals. When the other kids invite him to a museum trip, he realizes their priorities are worlds apart from his. He plays the tired card to head back early, secretly plotting to pick the brain of a football legend. The training facility is quiet, but the air is thick with the dreams of future world-class stars. Hyungjun starts geeking out, trying to explain to a local prospect why his hero is the absolute GOAT. He admits that while Batistuta is great, the legendary Cha Bum-kun is the one who truly owns his heart. Bastian Schweinsteiger looks completely dumbfounded, unable to believe a Korean player could be held in such high regard. Hyungjun doubles down, explaining that the legend's impact on the game was something most kids today can't fathom. Realizing he's late for a secret meeting, he waves goodbye and bolts toward the player dorms at top speed. He navigates the academy grounds, focused solely on reaching Building D before his window of opportunity slams shut. Just as he arrives, he catches a glimpse of someone familiar and wonders what they are doing there. He spots a figure lurking by the entrance, realizing he isn't the only one trying to snag a moment. He shouts out to our boy, shocked that Ho Young beat him to the punch at the legend's front door. Ho Young stops in his tracks, sensing a heavy presence that feels completely different from any youth player he's met. His eyes widen as he catches the reflection of a true titan of the game standing right behind him. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded when he turns around and sees the legendary German midfielder looming over him. It turns out the man standing there is none other than Michael Ballack, looking every bit the world-class pro. Ho Young's heart nearly stops as he realizes he's finally face-to-face with a star player known by every football fan. He immediately triggers his scanning ability, and the list of high-ranked talents that pops up is absolutely insane. From tactical acumen to an ironclad physique, the sheer volume of elite skills makes his head spin in disbelief. He realizes this legend is in a different league entirely, possessing dozens of talents that dwarf any trash-tier prospect. The system reveals strict conditions for copying, requiring him to dominate against Bayern Munich to earn a piece of greatness. Looking at the most desirable target he's ever seen, he vows not to let this golden opportunity go to waste. Our boy sits nervously alongside Lee Sang-woon as they finally begin their high-stakes meeting with the German powerhouse. Michael Ballack beams with genuine excitement, expressing how meeting the young Korean prodigy is actually a huge honor. Lee Sang-woon can't help but smile back, clearly relieved that the legendary midfielder is so incredibly approachable. When the scout asks about his current physical form, Ballack confidently confirms that he is feeling better than ever. Ho Young sips his drink while watching the legend, amazed that a world-class star can still get this hyped. Lee Sang-woon quietly reflects on the fact that no matter the era, a true legend is always a legend. Seeing Ballack laugh, Ho Young wonders if he will be just as starstruck when he eventually meets Messi or Ronaldo. Suddenly, a spark ignites in his mind as he considers the possibility of becoming a global legend himself someday. He imagines his future self signing autographs for adoring fans, realizing that being the idol might feel pretty good. Shaking off the daydream, he reaches for his glass and decides to focus on the immediate challenge first. Michael Ballack is a literal goldmine of talent, and our boy knows he needs to start stealing immediately. Ho Young ponders if the elusive T-grade ranking actually stands for a legendary title that transcends normal limits. He realizes that snagging a midfield commander skill now would grant him the instincts of a prime Batistuta. Sitting next to Lee Sang-woon, our boy can barely contain his excitement about reaching that next level of growth. Even the U-grade versatility skill looks insane, but the requirements to unlock it are absolutely trash-tier levels of difficult. He counts the conditions and realizes that the path to becoming a legend is paved with nearly impossible hurdles. Scoring 5 goals against Bayern Munich and dominating a 4-continent tournament sounds like a total fever dream. He compares these tasks to Cha Du-rim's requirements, noting that this German legend is cut from a different cloth. Instead of being intimidated, a fire ignites in his eyes because he never backs down from a challenge. The legendary Michael Ballack finally notices the kid and asks the scout just who this little monster actually is. Lee Sang-woon introduces our boy as the Golden Ball winner from Sao Paulo, hyping up his insane potential. Michael Ballack is visibly impressed, realizing this kid isn't just some trash-tier prospect from the streets. The legend offers a friendly handshake, officially acknowledging the young monster sitting right in front of him. As their hands meet, our boy feels the weight of a world-class career and prepares to learn. Ho Young gets straight to the point, asking the veteran for the ultimate secret to mastering the beautiful game. He nods eagerly, his mind already calculating how to process whatever wisdom the German legend drops next. Ballack pauses to think, sensing that this kid is cut from the same cloth as the world's best. With eyes sparkling like he's found a treasure map, our boy waits for the answer to his prayers. The veteran smirks, clearly amused by the sheer audacity and hunger radiating off the young Korean prodigy. He points out that only death comes for free, reminding him that greatness requires a massive price. Ho Young is completely dumbfounded by the veteran's cryptic warning, while his mentor just laughs at his confusion. Sang-woon breaks it down, explaining that in this world, you never get something for nothing. The deal is simple. If our boy can somehow topple the giants of Munich, the secret is his. Ballack watches with a knowing smirk, curious to see if the kid actually has the stones to deliver. Fast forward 2 days, and the stage is set for a brutal clash against the legendary Bayern Munich. The sound of the net snapping echoes across the field as the first strike finds its mark. A German prodigy celebrates the opening goal, proving why their academy is considered top tier across the globe. Even with the scoreboard shifting, the pressure mounts as the expedition realizes they're facing a different breed. Ho Young grits his teeth, calculating that he needs at least 5 goals to truly satisfy his hunger today. Staring down a wall of German steel, he realizes that trash-tier tactics won't pierce this elite defensive formation. The real threat reveals himself as Thomas Müller, the future goal machine of Germany. Our boy scans the prodigy and sees a laundry list of elite talents ripe for the taking. Müller moves with terrifying efficiency, proving that his intelligent playstyle is far beyond trash-tier level. His off-the-ball movement is unparalleled, making him a nightmare for any defense to track. Ho Young smirks, realizing he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone by stealing both legends' talents today. He unleashes a thunderous strike, pouring every ounce of his stolen power into the ball. The opposing keeper barely manages to tip the ball over, leaving the crowd completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, the defense swarms him, and he wonders why his usual rhythm feels so off. His next attempt rattles the crossbar with a sickening thud as his luck begins to sour. Frustrated, he realizes the German prodigy's presence is actually getting inside his head and breaking his focus. Müller dances around our boy, proving that his space penetration skill is absolutely top tier and impossible to track. He finds a gap even with 3 defenders closing in, showing off that insane, high-level football intelligence. The ball ripples the net once again, marking another clinical goal for the German powerhouse academy. As the final whistle blows, the harsh reality hits that this nightmare match is finally over. The scoreboard tells a brutal story, displaying a crushing 5-1 lead that leaves the expedition team reeling. Our boy and his teammates stand there completely drained, feeling the soul-crushing weight of a total defeat. He stares blankly into the distance, his mind racing as he tries to process this unprecedented loss. He laments that he lost so completely and missed his chance to steal those legendary German talents. Gritting his teeth in silence, he feels a bitter taste of failure he never expected to face again. He stands alone on the pitch, exhaling a heavy sigh while vowing to reclaim his lost pride. Even with a spread of delicious food laid out, the atmosphere in the cafeteria feels incredibly heavy. Our boy just picks at his plate, his appetite completely gone after that soul-crushing defeat on the pitch. He drops his fork with a clatter, admitting he's full despite barely touching a single bite of his meal. His teammates watch him with concern, wondering why the team's ace is acting so out of character tonight. Feeling the suffocating weight of their stares, he decides to slip away and wander the quiet hallways alone. He remembers how everyone tried to console him earlier, but their empty words of encouragement only sting even more. Unable to contain the mounting pressure, he lets out a frustrated scream that echoes through the empty corridor. He leans against the wall, obsessing over every mistake and wondering why his elite skills failed him so miserably. Suddenly, a voice breaks through his spiraling thoughts, catching him off guard in his moment of pure vulnerability. Turns out Junhyung has been looking for him, rushing over to check on his friend before things get worse. Junhyung breaks the silence, telling our boy that the coach is urgently calling for him right now. He explains that a briefing is starting regarding the upcoming Four Continents Youth Tournament schedule. Ho-young realizes the clock is ticking since the tournament kicks off as early as next week. The two of them head toward the meeting room, where the rest of the squad is already gathered. As they push open the heavy doors, the atmosphere inside is thick with anticipation and nervous energy. The other players are buzzing, dumbfounded that fate has set them up against a familiar foe. Everyone is suddenly fired up, shouting about getting revenge and pushing through whatever special training it takes. While the team vows to crush Munich this time, our boy stands silently, lost in his own thoughts. A subtle smirk creeps onto his face as he realizes the stage is finally set for his comeback. If he can just net 4 goals, he'll finally secure Michael Ballack's legendary talent and silence the doubters. The next morning arrives early, as the squad dives headfirst into a grueling special training regimen. Our boy and the expedition players start with the basics to sharpen their dull edges for the rematch. They drill relentlessly on set pieces, focusing every ounce of energy on perfecting corner kicks and high-pressure penalties. With a solid thump, Ho-young charges across the pitch, his eyes locked onto the ball as he improves. Even among the elite prospects, he stands out like a diamond in a pile of trash-tier rocks. Watching from the sidelines, Lee Sang-woon notes how the boy's fundamentals and diligence are on another level. Despite the praise, he remains locked in, his mind churning with the weight of the upcoming rematch. The legendary scout watches silently, sensing that something deeper is driving his star pupil's intense focus. Suddenly, he calls out to the boy, who snaps out of his trance to acknowledge his mentor. Lee Sang-woon asks what's wrong, noticing that the usually composed prodigy seems unusually disturbed and out of sorts. Lee Sang-woon asks our boy if football has become a struggle for him lately. Ho-young quietly admits it, his usual confidence replaced by a heavy sense of doubt. He feels like his mind is a mess and his body is failing, as if something's broken. When the scout mentions his feet getting tangled, Ho-young realizes he hit the nail on the head. It's driving him crazy because he can't figure out why his elite talent is suddenly failing him. The veteran mentor rubs his chin, carefully analyzing the mental block hindering his star pupil. He explains that the issue isn't physical. Ho-young is simply overthinking every single move on the pitch. Our boy stands there dumbfounded, realizing his own brain has become his toughest opponent. Meanwhile, the sheer dominance of Bayern Munich is on full display against a struggling Hamburg SV side. The scoreboard tells the whole story as the German giants crush their opposition with clinical efficiency. Lee Sang-woon asks our boy for his take on Munich, and Ho-young admits they look completely unstoppable. Staring at the pitch, Ho-young privately thinks that the German side's dominance is simply too overwhelming to ignore. The Hamburg squad looks like trash-tier amateurs as they completely crumble under the weight of Munich's relentless pressure. Meanwhile, the local fans are absolutely electric, their roars fueling the home team while crushing the opposition's spirits. Turning the conversation, the veteran scout asks what specifically went wrong for the struggling Hamburg side during that slaughter. Ho-young notes they were just being dragged around, unable to execute a single play they had actually prepared. When the coach agrees, Ho-young is suddenly dumbfounded, realizing he is describing his own recent failures on the field. He warns that overthinking leads to anxiety, which physically locks up a player's body and kills their natural talent. The mentor emphasizes that he needs to stop just competing and start actually playing the game he loves. Our boy sits there in silence, finally understanding the mental shackles that have been holding him back lately. Ho-young realizes the coach is right. His mental game has been completely off lately. He admits he was way too focused on Wheeler, letting anxiety about outscoring him cloud his judgment. The crushing pressure of needing 5 goals to match his rival was suffocating his natural playstyle. When he asks for a solution, the veteran scout just smiles and asks what else he can possibly do. The answer is simple. He just needs to get back on the pitch and actually play football. The mentor explains that the sport is essentially a battle against one's own internal anxieties. He warns our boy not to get complacent, advising a pure heart, cool head, and fierce body. Ho-young jokes that his heart should actually be hot, making the old man burst out laughing. Feeling the weight lift off his shoulders, he sincerely thanks the man for the wake-up call. A week flies by as the new year arrives, covering the German landscape in a thick blanket of snow. A week later, the Four Continents Youth Tournament finally kicks off on a freezing Tuesday morning in Germany. Our boy stands in the tunnel, feeling the familiar weight of expectation as he prepares for the opening match. He takes a deep breath to steady his nerves, knowing his mental state is his biggest opponent today. In his mind, he drifts into a quiet void to block out the overwhelming noise of the stadium. He starts the meditation his coach taught him, desperately trying to purge every trash tear, obsessive thought from his head. Lee Sang-woon's lessons on mental control are finally clicking, even if the technique isn't quite perfect yet. Suddenly, his eyes snap open with a sharp blue glow as his focus reaches a terrifying new level. With a roar of determination, he pumps himself up, ready to tear through the competition like never before. One of the German youth players looks on, completely dumbfounded by the sudden, explosive shift in the kid's aura. The Munich players realize this is the same prodigy who scored on them before, and they're visibly shaken. Ho Young walks toward the pitch with his teammates, his aura radiating a level of determination they've never seen. Our boy looks completely locked in, his calm expression masking the elite predator waiting to be unleashed. As his cleats dig into the turf, the weight of the moment settles over the entire stadium. The rematch between the Korean expedition and the Munich Giants officially kicks off with tension at an all-time high. One of the expedition players takes initiative, driving the ball forward to test the German defensive line early. He threads a sharp pass through the midfield, proving the team isn't just trash-tier fodder this time around. The ball is launched deep into the final third, setting the stage for a high-speed chase. Ho Young suddenly explodes into a sprint, moving so fast he looks like a blur against the green grass. A German defender is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process how the kid's speed has reached this level. He frantically shouts for his teammate Daniel to close the gap before our boy can cause any more damage. Ho Young keeps his eyes on the prize while the German defenders struggle to keep up with his pace. Even though he's technically shorter than these European giants, our boy refuses to lose in an aerial duel. He knows heading is all about timing, so he focuses entirely on securing the perfect landing spot first. A German defender tries to bully him off the ball, but he's in for a very rude awakening. Suddenly, his stolen strong physique skill activates, giving him the raw power needed to stand his ground. The defender is left reeling as Ho Young anchors himself like an immovable wall in the middle of the pitch. He launches himself into the air, outjumping everyone to claim the ball as his own. Instead of being greedy, he expertly nods the ball toward Hyungjun to keep the offensive momentum alive. Hyungjun catches the pass in stride, immediately turning on the jets to exploit the opening in the defense. With the goal in sight, he puts everything into a strike that could finally turn the tide. Ho Young collides with the defender, proving his physical stats are now on a completely different level. The Munich players start to panic as they realize their defensive line is being shredded by pure talent. Our boy leaves them in the dust, showing off speed that makes these elite prospects look like amateurs. He doesn't hesitate for a second, winding up a strike that carries all his frustration from the previous defeat. The ball screams into the net, leaving the goalkeeper completely frozen as the scoreboard finally changes. The opposition is left dumbfounded, realizing they just conceded a goal in less than 30 seconds of play. Watching from the sidelines, Lee Sang-woon nods, knowing his star pupil has finally broken through his mental slump. Ho Young lets out a roar of triumph, celebrating the opening goal with a massive grin on his face. He gives Hyungjun a thumbs up, acknowledging that the perfect assist made that clinical finish possible. Without wasting a moment, the team sprints back to their half, hungry to hunt for even more goals. Wheeler strikes back for Munich, leveling the playing field and putting the pressure right back on our boy. The second half kicks off with the score tied at 1, leaving everything to play for in this grudge match. Ho Young explodes into action, his dribbling so sharp that the Munich defenders look like they are stuck in slow motion. One defender is left sweating, internally questioning how a human kid could possibly move with such terrifying precision. When he tries to physically challenge Ho Young, he is shocked to find our boy is as immovable as an ancient tree. He is dumbfounded by the transformation, noting that Ho Young's raw strength has skyrocketed since their last encounter just days ago. The realization hits him hard that he is facing a rare hybrid who can score and create plays with equal lethality. In his eyes, Ho Young has transcended being a mere prodigy and has become a true monster on the grass. There is an electric tension in the air because everyone knows something legendary happens whenever our boy claims the ball. The German squad realizes that if they do not suffocate his space immediately, their chances of winning will vanish completely. The Munich defenders close in, their faces tight with the desperate need to shut down the threat. Our boy notices the sudden shift in their formation, realizing they've finally stopped playing nice. He finds himself boxed in by 3 blue jerseys, each one determined to be his shadow. The German players shout for backup, knowing that letting him breathe for even a second is a mistake. Ho-young ignites his speed, his body glowing as he dances through the narrowest gaps imaginable. He prepares to launch a decisive strike, his footwork blurring as he finds his opening. Suddenly, a desperate defender lunges in with a heavy tackle, catching our boy right on the ankle. The whistle pierces the air as he hits the turf, the momentum of the game grinding to a halt. He grimaces in pain, feeling a sharp sting that makes him wonder if his luck just ran out. Hyungjun and the other teammates look on in shock, fearing their star player is truly hurt. Ho-young brushes off the sting, telling Hyungjun he is more than ready to get back into the action. He points out that this free kick is a rare gift they absolutely cannot afford to waste now. Our boy takes charge of the situation, firmly declaring that he is going to take the strike himself. Hyungjun looks worried, suggesting a set play would be smarter considering Ho-young is clearly still feeling injured. He ignores the concern and sets the ball down, his mind already calculating the perfect trajectory for goal. The onlookers are dumbfounded, questioning if he has lost it by trying to score from such impossible distance. He notes the 24-meter gap, acknowledging that while a set play is standard, he has a different plan. Knowing his teammates are completely smothered by the defense, he decides a direct shot is their only prayer. He analyzes the Munich keeper's stats, realizing the guy is elite at stopping mid-range shots and expects curves. Remembering his previous trash-tier defeat, he decides the only way forward is to crush the opponent's greatest strength. The Munich keeper, Fer Lindemann, stands tall, confident in his elite ability to shut down any mid-range threat. He locks eyes with our boy, recognizing the threat of that number 7 but remaining completely unfazed. While he acknowledges the kid's power, he internally scoffs at the simple, predictable trajectory of his previous attempts. He recalls how effortlessly he blocked those threatening shots before, believing this attempt will be no different. He expects a set play, but prepares for a direct shot toward the open space on his left side. Our boy begins his calculated approach, rhythmically counting each step as he closes the distance to the ball. Lindemann tracks the 5-step run-up, certain he has timed the movement perfectly to make the save. With a sudden burst of speed, the prodigy reaches the ball, ready to unleash his upgraded shooting power. He swings his leg with explosive force, determined to prove his talent isn't just some simple, predictable trick. The keeper springs into action, certain he can intercept the shot as it finally comes his way. The ball screams into the top corner before the keeper can even blink. Lindemann is completely dumbfounded, his brain failing to process how the ball moved that fast. He stares at the netting in disbelief, realizing his timing was off by a mile. The realization hits him like a truck that he just got schooled by a kid's free kick. Our boy used a laces drive, a lethal technique that trades steps for pure, unadulterated speed. While most would wreck their toes, his monstrous physique turns this risky move into a perfect weapon. He completely wins the mental game, leaving the defense frozen as he executes his master plan. Ho-young lets out a roar of triumph, knowing his hard work just paid off in the best way. Seok-hyungjun and the rest of the team swarm him, ecstatic to finally take the lead. The scoreboard tells the whole story as the Korean squad officially pulls ahead 2-1. Ho-young catches his breath and centers his focus, knowing there is only one goal left to secure victory. He recalls Lee Sang-woon's wisdom, realizing that merely competing isn't enough if he wants to truly dominate. His eyes ignite with a predatory blue glow as he decides to stop overthinking and just play football. The scoreboard shifts to a tense 2-2 draw after Munich catches the defense sleeping and sneaks in another. Seok-hyungjun spots an opening and lofts a desperate cross toward the box, screaming for our boy to move. Time slows down as Ho-young tracks the flight of the ball, preparing to use his stolen physical stats. He leaps high and hammers a clinical header past Fer Lindemann, leaving the German keeper completely dumbfounded. The celebration is electric, as Ho-young secures a legendary hat-trick, putting the Korean squad back in the lead. With the momentum firmly on their side, the team charges back into position to maintain their winning flow. The ball continues to zip across the pitch as the match reaches its final, most grueling stage. The Munich defense is in a total panic, screaming for anyone to shut down the play immediately. But our boy is just too fast, leaving the German defenders eating dust as he surges forward. The ball zips through the midfield as both teams desperately try to regain control of the tempo. A Munich midfielder tries to spark a counterattack, knowing they can't afford to lose this momentum now. Ho-young refuses to give an inch, hunting down the ball with the sheer tenacity of a pro. He throws his weight around, clashing with the opposition in a gritty, physical battle for ball possession. The referee finally blows the whistle after Munich manages to claw back another equalizer to tie it. Seok-hyungjun gasps for air, realizing the scores are deadlocked and they're heading into grueling extra time. Even the elite German prospects are hitting their limit, collapsing onto the grass in state of absolute exhaustion. Despite his lungs burning, Ho-young knows he has to push even harder to finally secure the win. Our boy is absolutely gassed, his lungs burning as he desperately tries to catch his breath. He forces himself to stay positive, knowing that just a little more grit will bridge the gap. The whistle shrills across the pitch, signaling the start of the final, brutal stretch of the match. Ho Young realizes they have been handed a 5-minute extension, a true test of his fading endurance. He bellows at the expedition players to lock down the defense, knowing one slip-up means game over. Lee Sang-woon watches from the sidelines, worried that the team is too spent to even consider attacking. The German youth players smell blood, hoping this extra time is exactly what they need to win. They charge forward with everything left in the tank, desperate to put this grueling match to bed. Even these elite Munich prospects are starting to buckle, their movements becoming heavy and sluggish from fatigue. Ho Young and Se Kyung-jun are running on pure fumes now, their bodies screaming for the final whistle. Lee Sang-woon and his exhausted boys realize they've actually managed to drag this powerhouse to a stalemate. Ho Young knows the real nightmare is just beginning as the match shifts into a high-stakes penalty shootout. The scoreboard settles at a draw, leaving both teams to settle the score from the 12-yard mark. After Munich's first kicker finds the net, So Kyung-jun steps up knowing the pressure is entirely on him. He takes a deep breath, mentally promising himself that he won't be the one to let the team down. Our boy charges forward with everything he has left, focused solely on the white sphere at his feet. Fur Lindemann lunges with elite reflexes, but the strike is perfectly placed just out of the keeper's reach. The net ripples as the equalizer goes in, proving these Korean prospects aren't just trash-tier underdogs. The German youth players refuse to blink, clinical as ever, as they reclaim the lead with their second shot. Not to be outdone, another expedition player steps into the pressure cooker and hammers home a perfect response. Munich's third kicker blasts it home, keeping the pressure on our boys during this high-stakes shootout. Neither team is giving an inch, as the expedition's third kicker clinically finds the back of the net. The pressure mounts as the expedition's fourth kicker hammers it home, keeping the dream of victory alive. Suddenly, the tide turns when the German youth player sends his shot wide, leaving the door wide open. Jun-hyung and the rest of the squad are dumbfounded, realizing this is the golden chance they needed. Everything comes down to our boy Ho Young, who steps up as the final kicker to decide their fate. He takes a steadying breath, knowing that scoring here means a legendary victory against the German giants. With the weight of the expedition on his shoulders, he charges toward the ball with absolute conviction. Ho Young unleashes a strike powered by his stolen talents, the ball screaming toward the goal with terrifying speed. Fur Lindemann can only watch as the sphere rockets past him, sealing a miracle finish for the underdogs. The ball ripples the net, leaving the German keeper completely frozen as the miracle finally happens. Fur Lindemann hits the dirt, unable to believe a kid from Korea just shattered his clean sheet. Seo Kyung-jun and the squad stand dumbfounded, their brains barely processing that they actually pulled this off. The silence breaks as our boy and his teammates erupt, screaming that they finally beat the Munich powerhouse. Ho Young collapses onto the grass, finally letting the exhaustion take over now that the job is done. As he catches his breath, a shadow looms over him, signaling that the battle isn't quite over yet. It is Thomas Müller, the German ace, looking down at the player who just ruined his day. Instead of trash talk, the rival offers a hand, showing respect for the talent that just dominated the field. Ho Young looks up with a smirk, feeling the satisfaction of proving he belongs on this world-class stage. He reflects that while his rival won before, today belongs to him, making them perfectly even. Ho Young and Müller share a respectful handshake, hoping their paths cross again on an even bigger stage. Our boy walks off reflecting on his 4 goals. Slightly annoyed he missed the bonus condition by just 1. The system flares up, presenting the spoils of war from the German ace he just outplayed. He ignores the basic stuff and locks in spatial penetration, marking his very first A+ rank acquisition. Looking at his new stats, he realizes he finally possesses the lethal toolkit required for a world-class breakthrough striker. The catch is a 40-day cooldown period, meaning he is stuck with this choice while the talent fully integrates. He shrugs off the missed chance to snag Michael Ballack's skills, satisfied that he left everything on the pitch. Fast forward 2 days later, and the high of the Munich victory is met with a harsh reality check. The exhausted expedition squad struggles against Seed United, finding their legs heavy and their reactions just a bit slow. Fatigue finally wins out as the opponents find the net, handing our boy a bitter 2-1 defeat. Lee Sang-woon tells the boys they worked hard, finally letting the tension leave his shoulders after the tournament. Even with the recent loss, he reminds the squad that toppling Munich was a massive, unforgettable achievement. With the heavy lifting done, the expedition team finally gets 3 days of much-needed rest to recover. On their final night in the German hotel, the atmosphere is quiet but thick with anticipation for home. Lee Sang-woon summons our boy to a private room, mentioning he has a special guest to introduce. Ho Young wonders who could possibly be visiting as the coach gestures for the mystery guest to enter. A man with wavy hair walks in with a casual greeting, radiating the aura of a seasoned pro. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, instantly recognizing the legendary Gabriel standing right in front of him. Gabriel explains he wanted to see him before the flight, leaving Ho Young questioning why a legend would bother. The coach just laughs, revealing that the superstar is simply here to make good on a previous promise. Gabriel reminds him of the deal regarding the Munich match, proving he truly keeps his word. He admits he was actually keeping a close eye on the game, clearly impressed by the performance. Our boy is floored that a legend was actually watching him, while Lee Sang-woon looks on with pride. Gabriel jokes about him becoming a star, though our boy privately worries about being a perpetual runner-up. The legend gets serious, bringing up the previous question about the secret to reaching the top tier. He explains that he visualizes the entire pitch in his mind, regardless of his position on the field. It is all about reading every player's movement and, most importantly, mastering the overall flow of the game. Ho Young is fired up by the advice, thanking the legend while promising to give it his absolute all. As he processes the wisdom, his eyes glow with the familiar spark of his talent-stealing ability activating. Ho Young is dumbfounded as a massive system notification suddenly bursts into existence right in front of Gabriel. Our boy can't believe his eyes, wondering if this reality-warping interface is actually showing him the legend's secrets. He stares in pure disbelief, his heart racing as he realizes the sheer scale of the opportunity before him. The system prompts him to select a talent 33 days early, a game-changing mechanic he didn't see coming. Looking at the list of god-tier skills, he realizes he can finally snag a coveted U-rank midfield ability. He quickly reviews the harsh conditions, realizing he needed 5 goals against Munich to unlock this legendary potential. He remembers putting everything into that final strike, praying that his performance on the pitch was enough. When the ball flew past for Lindemann, it turns out that clutch penalty shootout goal actually counted toward his total. Ho Young is absolutely fired up, realizing he has officially cleared the path to claim a world-class U-level talent. Ho Young weighs his options, deciding that being a pure striker isn't enough if he wants to dominate. He locks in the U-rank midfield commander's versatility, feeling the rush of obtaining such a legendary talent. Back in the real world, our boy thanks Gabriel for the invaluable advice that helped him make the choice. He flashes a bright smile, confirming that the legend's guidance was exactly what he needed to level up. Gabriel laughs heartily, clearly impressed by the kid's passion and the fire burning in his eyes. The legend even promises to mentor him through his professional journey, offering personal lessons to sharpen his game. They spend their final night in Germany poring over notes, ensuring every bit of wisdom is locked in. By late January 2004, the scene shifts as the expedition wraps up and he heads back to Brazil. Standing before his old home in Sao Paulo, he realizes just how much has changed since he left. Monica bursts in, her face lighting up the moment she spots our boy back from Germany. She looks absolutely radiant, clearly thrilled to have her favorite neighbor back in Sao Paulo. Ho Young notices she's matured quite a bit, and his system confirms her latent talents are blooming too. He checks the requirements to snag her B-rank language sense, realizing he needs some serious study time. Things get a little awkward when she leans in close, testing the air between them. She measures their heights, surprised to see the kid is finally catching up to her. Monica teases him, lamenting that soon he'll be too tall for her to pat his head. Our boy just grins and asks if that means he gets to pat her head instead. She gives him the green light, and he doesn't hesitate to mess up her hair. A month flies by as our boy grinds through the mundane life of a student and athlete. Balancing school and training is a drag, but the system finally drops some game-changing news on him. Suddenly, a surge of power ripples through his body, signaling a massive breakthrough in his development. He realizes that Michael Ballack's elite talent is actually synergistic, boosting his other abilities to insane levels. Our boy is dumbfounded by the sheer value of the German legend's gift, thanking his lucky stars. With his stats peaking, he charges down the field, feeling like a completely different beast on the ball. Every touch and turn feels effortless as his football intelligence adapts to his newly upgraded physical frame. He hammers the ball toward the net, feeling the raw power of his refined mid-range shooting talent. After 3 weeks of this brutal, intensive training, he's absolutely spent but knows he's leveled up significantly. Ho Young notices his talent growth is skyrocketing, likely thanks to his unique football genius trait. He sees his physical stats are evolving in tandem, with his speed and physique reaching new heights. Our boy realizes that as his muscles harden, his explosive speed on the pitch will only get deadlier. With this kind of power, he's convinced the upcoming U13 league will be nothing but a total cakewalk. Suddenly, Coach Carlo interrupts his thoughts, calling him over while he's still cooling down from training. The coach wants to know if He's free after school tomorrow for something important. Ho Young agrees immediately, since he was already planning to spend his afternoon grinding on the field. Carlo instructs him to report for a physical evaluation, wanting to see exactly how much has grown. The next day, the facility is packed with other academy students, all waiting for their turn. Ho-young steps inside and realizes that the important event Carlo mentioned is actually a high-stakes medical evaluation. Scanning the crowd, our boy spots Douglas Costa, who looks surprisingly focused for a simple checkup. He catches sight of Casemiro as well. Realizing the academy's top prospects are all gathered in one place, Hess almost dumbfounded by the heavy atmosphere, wondering why every single player looks so incredibly tense right now. He figures the older guys are feeling the pressure because they need elite stats to reach the U15 squad. At this academy, these physical results are the ultimate gatekeeper that will determine every player's professional future. Our boy realizes he's cut from the same cloth as these elites and must prove his worth today. This is his golden ticket to leapfrog the competition and secure a spot in the U15 division early. Though the challenge is daunting, he's ready to prove his growth and show he's not just some trash-tier prospect. Ho-young notices this medical evaluation is way more intense than anything he faced in the U13 squad. The staff starts poking and prodding everyone, checking everything from blood work to cardiovascular endurance. Our boy hits the track for the sprint, knowing body fat and heart function are also being scrutinized. He pushes his limits during the additional tests, determined to leave every other prospect in the dust. Once the grueling session finally ends, an assistant frantically calls out for Coach Carlo to see the data. The staffer rushes over, claiming the head coach won't believe the insane numbers they just recorded. He shoves the clipboard forward, pointing directly at the results of the 2-5-meter sprint test. It turns out Ho-young shattered the 4-second barrier, clocking in at a mind-blowing 3.97 seconds. Coach Carlo is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process how a kid can move that fast. The assistant notes that his speed rivals track stars and puts him far above any other domestic prodigy. The staffer is hyped, noting our boy is faster than most adult athletes and famous speedsters. Coach Carlo stares at the report, stunned by the rapid growth, and asking if he's ready for U15. The assistant confirms he didn't just pass, he absolutely crushed the standards for the upcoming season. Carlo can't help but chuckle, wondering what kind of monster training the kid did during the break. He remembers the kid's tireless effort on the field, knowing this success was earned through pure grit. Meanwhile, our boy sits in the lobby, clutching his medical results with a mix of nerves and excitement. He peeks at the paper and beams, relieved to see the physical tests are better than expected. Turns out he shot up 7 centimeters in just 4 months, putting him on track to hit the big leagues. He wonders if he'll eventually tower over his past self, maybe even growing tall enough to be a model. His daydreaming is cut short when Carlo walks over, ready to discuss the next step in his career. Carlo drops the bombshell that our boy is moving to the main facility, leaving him completely dumbfounded. It turns out he's officially been promoted to the U15 squad, skipping ahead of the trash-tier competition. While he celebrates, Carlo mentions that he'll be personally taking charge of the U15 team this coming March. He's absolutely buzzing with joy, realizing his dream of reaching the top is finally becoming a reality. However, the mood shifts when he admits that his recent trip to Germany changed his entire perspective. He looks deep in thought, reflecting on the world-class talents he encountered and the gap he needs to close. Carlo watches him closely, wondering if the kid is actually losing his confidence before the big move. Instead, he explains that he's developed a new outlook on football and needs to adapt his playstyle. When asked if Hez worried about the jump in quality, Carlo searches for any sign of hesitation. Our boy admits he's a bit nervous but remains excited, fully believing in the elite talents he's acquired. Carlo nods and notes that staying alert is exactly the kind of mindset a top-tier athlete needs. He warns that the U15 league demands a different style, requiring our boy to blend his skills perfectly. Ho-young gives a confident smile, fully accepting the challenge of adapting his game to the new level. Watching him, Carlo realizes the kid has truly matured since returning from that grueling German expedition. Suddenly, our boy speaks up, mentioning he has a specific request regarding his upcoming contract terms. He boldly asks for at least 31 games, confident that his body can handle the intense load. The coach is momentarily dumbfounded, shocked by the sheer ambition and drive coming from such a young player. He quickly recovers and promises that the club will provide every bit of support for his growth. Ho-young is absolutely buzzing, feeling grateful that the team is finally matching his own sky-high expectations. Carlo then asks about his future transfer plans, knowing world-class scouts will soon be watching him. Ho-young tells the coach he isn't worried about future transfers yet. Our boy is purely focused on the present and making his mark right here. They arrive at the Baja Funda Training Center to finalize the next steps of his career. Bianca greets him warmly, happy to see the club's rising star back on home turf. As the TSN manager, She's the one responsible for tracking his meteoric rise in the academy. She reminisces about their first meeting a year ago when he was just a raw prospect. Adjusting her glasses, she carefully observes the aura of confidence he now radiates. Ho-young is surprised to hear how much he's changed since those early days in Brazil. She notes that he hasn't just hit a growth spurt, but his technical skills have evolved too. However, she hints that his contract value and expectations have shifted just as drastically. Bianca drops the bombshell that our boy's salary is skyrocketing after his legendary performance against the German giants. She explains that his weekly pay has tripled, with massive bonuses tacked on for every achievement he secures. To keep him locked down, the club is guaranteeing him 31 games because they refuse to lose him. When she mentions the buyout clause has also been bumped up, Ho-young can hardly believe his ears. He stares at the contract in total disbelief, seeing a staggering 1 billion won valuation staring back at him. Bianca just smirks and confirms that this massive number is exactly what he is worth to them now. By early April, the countdown begins for the start of the grueling National Soccer League in Brazil. Ho-young prepares for the grind, knowing his schedule is about to become a non-stop cycle of elite competition. In a country obsessed with the sport, playing 80 games a season is just the standard for survival. While the packed schedule offers endless chances to shine, the constant risk of burnout looms over every prospect. Our boy knows that with the league starting, every player is going to be playing with insane passion. He steps onto the field, ready to face the grueling grind of the Brazilian youth system. As he enters the facility, he's greeted by a sea of faces that aren't exactly welcoming him back. The air is thick with tension, and he can feel the weight of their stares pressing down. Even if they don't say it, these guys are definitely keeping a close eye on the returning prodigy. In a place where scouts are always watching, nobody is willing to just hand over a starting spot. Since he was away on loan, he realizes he's now the biggest target on everyone's radar. Suddenly, he spots some familiar faces as Casemiro and Douglas look over at him. He decides to just play his game, confident that his skills will eventually earn everyone's respect. But just as he settles in, something catches his eye that sends a jolt through his system. Ho-young scans the locker room, but his instincts scream that someone here is built different from the rest. Our boy freezes up, feeling a heavy, suffocating pressure that he hasn't felt since his professional days. Slumped against the wall is a hooded figure whose dark presence makes the surrounding air feel incredibly thin. The stranger catches him staring and coldly asks what he's looking at, radiating a sense of pure hostility. Without waiting for a response, the hooded player stands up and begins walking with a terrifyingly calm stride. As they brush past each other, the sheer intensity rolling off the guy makes Ho-young's skin crawl. He racks his brain, certain that he has seen those cold, predatory eyes somewhere in his past life. It finally clicks that this is Rosca, a top 3 Brazilian prospect who absolutely dominated the recent youth tournaments. Realizing the U15 ace just transferred to São Paulo, Ho-young knows the local competition just reached another level. Watching the monster walk away, our boy can't shake the feeling that his path just got much harder. The sharp blast of a whistle echoes through the facility, signaling that it is finally time for business. Coach Carlo announces that with new talent joining the ranks, the squad will focus strictly on teamwork drills. Ho-young listens as the coach explains the rotation system designed to sync everyone's playstyles perfectly. Our boy pulls on the green bib for Team A, feeling the competitive fire start to burn. He realizes he is facing off against the former ace, Rosca, right from the very first whistle. The match kicks off with high intensity as both teams fight to establish dominance on the pitch. One of the academy students is left completely dumbfounded as the pace of the game shifts instantly. Ho-young activates his stolen speed, becoming a blur that the defenders simply cannot hope to track. The opposition can only watch in shock, wondering if a literal bird just flew past their line. Panicking, the blonde defender desperately screams for his teammates to block the monster before he scores. Ho-young hammers the ball home, leaving the goalkeeper with absolutely no chance to react. Our boy beams with pride as he realizes he has completely taken over the entire pitch. The other academy students are left dumbfounded, comparing his explosive movement to that of a wild horse. Rosca grits his teeth, thinking this new kid is just full of annoying showmanship. Coach Carlo watches intently, acknowledging that the young prodigy is truly proving to be something special. A heavy boot digs into the turf as the former ace decides it is time to respond. As one of Brazil's top prospects, Rosca shifts into his natural role as a lethal shadow striker. He relies on his elite soccer intelligence to read the flow and lead his team back into contention. He signals for the ball, determined to catch up and show everyone who the real king is. The ball is zipped toward him as he prepares to challenge the momentum our boy just built. Our boy sticks to Rosca like glue, refusing to give the former ace an inch of breathing room. Rosca is shocked, realizing this kid is moving at a pace he never expected from a newcomer. He feels the intense pressure and worries he will definitely get tackled if he holds the ball longer. Ho-young lunges in with a perfectly timed challenge, disrupting the flow and forcing a desperate scramble for possession. A teammate cheers as they secure the ball, praising the successful play that started with our boy's defense. Roska is left fuming, unable to comprehend how he just got bullied off the ball by a junior. He wonders how someone smaller than him can possess such ridiculous, flow-disrupting physicality that ruins his rhythm. It clicks that the earlier pass was a calculated lure, designed specifically to trigger a deadly counterattack. A cold shiver runs down his spine as the realization of our boy's true tactical genius finally hits. Watching him sprint away, Roska finally admits that this kid is anything but ordinary. Roska curses under his breath, feeling the crushing weight of being completely outclassed by a mere junior. Our boy showcases overwhelming speed, maintaining a level of ball control that makes the defenders look trashed here. He continues to dominate the pitch, combining stable ball distribution with a defensive presence that feels like an iron wall. Even in the air, Ho-young proves superior, snatching a header while the opponents struggle just to touch the ball. Roska watches in total disbelief, genuinely wondering if there is actually any weakness left in this kid's game. He tries to shake off the discouragement, telling himself that football is a team effort and luck was just thin. The whistle blows for a sudden reshuffle, signaling the start of a new phase in this intense training session. Roska is left dumbfounded when he realizes he has been paired up with the very prodigy who just schooled him. He decides to use this chance to steal the spotlight back from the coaches who are currently fixated on Ho-young. The two aces lock eyes, one fueled by desperate ambition, and the other ready to maintain his absolute dominance. Ho-young narrows his eyes, activating his unique ability to peer into the hidden potential of his teammates. He pulls up the stats for Roska, noting the impressive A-rank judgment and positioning that define his playstyle. Our boy realizes that while Roska is physically inconsistent, his tactical mind is actually cut from the same cloth. He notes that Roska's performance is tied to his mood, making him a dangerous but potentially unstable asset. The two aces stand face to face, one fueled by desperate ambition, and the other ready to maintain absolute dominance. A sharp whistle echoes through the facility as the ball is kicked off, signaling the start of the clash. Roska bursts into a sprint, determined to show the coaches that he won't be overshadowed by a younger kid. He watches in shock, as Ho-young effortlessly weaves through the defense, proving his IQ is on another level. Our boy remains laser-focused, his eyes tracking every movement on the pitch with cold, calculated precision. Roska is left dumbfounded, questioning why the prodigy is moving toward a spot where the ball hasn't even arrived. An academy student decides to ignore the complicated plays and just fires a pass down the field. Roska and his teammate watch the ball zip past, completely caught off guard by the sudden change in pace. Roska curses his luck as he realizes he is out of position to make a play on the ball. He freezes in shock when he notices something that should not be possible on a standard pitch. Our boy is standing in a massive pocket of space, making Roska regret not passing to him sooner. As he sprints, Roska wonders if that opening was just luck or part of the prodigy's plan. 5 minutes later, the same scenario unfolds as another teammate sends a long ball toward the wing. Roska pushes himself to the limit, desperate to reach the ball before the defense can collapse. He spots Ho-young in the perfect position again and decides to finally trust his teammates' instincts. Our boy activates his space penetration skill, leaving everyone dumbfounded as he tears through the gaping defensive hole. A defender realizes too late that there is a massive gap wide open on the left flank. Our boy doesn't waste a second, igniting his explosive speed to exploit the defense's trash-tier positioning. He signals for the ball, knowing his positioning is perfect to finish this play once and for all. Roska is stunned by the kid's movement, realizing he is witnessing a level of play beyond his expectations. He immediately launches a long ball, praying his pass finds the path leading straight to a glorious goal. The ball soars across the pitch as the defenders scramble, completely unable to keep up with the pace. Roska curses under his breath, suddenly worried that he might have put too much power behind the strike. Even he thinks the ball is drifting too far, but our boy is already locked onto the target. With total focus, he prepares to make contact, determined to prove that no distance is too great. The goalkeeper can only watch in silence as the ball rockets toward the net, completely frozen by pressure. Ho-young leaps into the air, his eyes locked onto the ball as he prepares to finish the play. With a thunderous thud, our boy connects perfectly, sending the ball screaming past the helpless goalkeeper. The net ripples violently as the ball settles, marking another successful execution of his stolen talents. The surrounding academy students are left dumbfounded, unable to process how a rookie can play at this level. Even Coach Carlo looks satisfied, realizing he has found a gem that defies all standard logic. Roska stands frozen, inwardly comparing the kid's insane speed to the legendary Pato and finding him even faster. It's not just the passing. He realizes Ho Yong possesses every elite element needed to break through any defense. Our boy remains calm, his blue eyes reflecting a level of focus that belongs on a professional stage. He casually waves over to the stunned ace, acting like this world-class display was just another practice drill. Ho Yong gives a cheerful thumbs up, leaving the Shadow Striker completely rattled by the gap in their potential. Roska watches our boy sprint away, feeling a chill as he realizes the gap in their natural talent. Behind that small frame, the shadow of the Demon of Greed looms, making Roska wonder what monster he's facing. With a sharp thud, the ball is sent flying across the pitch with professional-grade precision. Roska finally yields to the momentum, shouting for Ho Yong to take the lead and secure the pass. Our boy doesn't miss a beat, latching onto the ball as he tears through the turf like a pro. The observing staff note how these two are single-handedly carrying Team A, completely dominating the match's flow. Driven by a newfound fire, Roska pushes his physical limits just to keep up with Ho Yong's insane pace. One evaluator chuckles, sensing that even the elite Roska is starting to fall under the kid's magnetic influence. As the final whistle blows, the match concludes with our boy still looking like he could run for hours. The sheer intensity of the session finally takes its toll, leaving the players collapsed on the grass in exhaustion. Ho Yong collapses onto the turf, gasping for air after a match that pushed his physical limits to the brink. He mentally tallies his 2 goals and assists, even as the bitter taste of overexertion fills his mouth. As he tries to recover, a shadow falls over him, signaling the arrival of the team's top prospect. Roska stands over our boy with a stoic gaze, finally seeing the kid as more than just a newcomer. The ace gives a thumbs up, admitting that Ho Yong's skills on the pitch are actually quite impressive. Hearing that praise from a player of Roska's caliber brings a genuine, confident smile to Ho Yong's face. They share a firm handshake, marking the beginning of a partnership that the rest of the league should fear. Our boy tells him he is truly looking forward to dominating the upcoming matches by his side. Following that encounter, the days turn into a relentless grind of non-stop training and tactical drills. Ho Yong focuses entirely on the U15 sessions, determined to perfectly adapt to the team's high-speed professional rhythm. Coach Carlo reminds him that a true athlete never lets their guard down while integrating into the league. Our boy checks his progress, realizing his relentless training has finally triggered some massive skill improvements. With his talents honed and his mind sharp, he feels like everything is finally in place for war. The wait is over as the U15 National League officially kicks off under the scorching May sun. Inside the locker room, Ho Yong laces up his boots, feeling the heavy weight of the upcoming debut. While the media focuses on other prodigies, our boy knows Sao Paulo is about to shock the system. Their first opponents from Gremio look like a decent mid-tier challenge, the perfect warm-up for his new skills. He catches Roska's eye, sensing that the ace is just as locked in for this opening match. Coach Carlo breaks down the 4-3-1-2 formation, making it clear that the midfield is their primary battlefield. The boss puts all his chips on the table, trusting his 2-star players to carry the day. Ho Yong rallies the squad, telling everyone to give it their all as they step out for the opener. He shares a firm handshake with Roska, both aces silently agreeing to tear the opposition apart today. The moment of truth arrives as our boy finally plants his foot onto the official league grass. Looking up at the clear sky, he thinks the temperature is just perfect for a legendary debut performance. His tactical role is clear: keep the defense honest by raining down those lethal, stolen, long-range shots. Scanning the Gremio lineup, he searches for any tricky opponents who might actually pose a real threat. He realizes that if their most dangerous weapon were on the field, the challenge would be much better. Turns out Gremio's star, Luhan Urena, is stuck on the sidelines with an injury, weakening their core. He sets his sights on Henrique Netuardo instead, finding the conditions to steal his speed surprisingly simple. With a sharp glance back, Ho Yong prepares to show the league why he is the ultimate talent predator. Roska is absolutely fuming with competitive fire, determined to prove he is still the undisputed king of U15. Our boy Ho Yong takes a deep breath, feeling the electric atmosphere of his official league debut. He realizes this is the perfect stage to show the world that his talent is truly world-class. The match begins with a sharp strike, sending the ball into play as the tactical battle unfolds. Ho Yong immediately calls for the ball, wanting to dictate the tempo and keep the pressure on Gremio. His teammates respond instantly, zipping the ball across the pitch with the precision they honed in training. The blonde midfielder notes their total dominance, though he senses the tide might be about to turn. He launches a long pass forward, testing the resolve of a defense that is already starting to buckle. Every movement is calculated and sharp, showing the massive gap in quality between the two youth squads. Suddenly, Henrique Netuardo activates his motorized legs, exploding into a sprint that catches everyone completely off guard. The Gremio players launch a lightning-fast counterattack, forcing our boys' team to scramble back in a panic. Ho-young realizes that if their passes aren't pixel perfect, this high-speed tempo will swallow them whole. Instead of being intimidated, Hez absolutely loving the challenge, finding this elite U15 level incredibly thrilling. Turns out their opponents specialize in swamp football, a nasty style designed to drag the game into the mud. They use trash-tier rough play to bait fouls, and Roska is already falling straight into their trap. Hez fuming with rage, his focus completely shattered by the constant harassment from the opposing defenders. Seeing the disaster unfolding, the team captain screams for him to keep his cool and stay away. This is Frenu, the leader of the U15 squad who carries the weight of the team on his shoulders. He watches the struggle, trying to stay calm even though they can't seem to land a single shot. Usually, the pressure of an opening match is suffocating, but the captain knows he has to hold it together. But the despair doesn't last long because our boy is finally stepping up to change the game. Frenu, the rock-solid captain of the U15 squad, knows exactly who to trust in this mess. He realizes that with Ho-young up front, a simple long ball can shatter the opponent's suffocating pressure. Even after just a month together, the captain is convinced that this kid is an absolute monster. If they play their cards right, Frenu believes this miracle rookie could lead them straight to a championship. The rest of the team starts to mobilize, sensing that the tide is finally about to turn. Every teammate on the pitch begins to find their rhythm as the captain prepares his next big move. They push forward with renewed energy, ready to break through the trash-tier tactics of their rivals. Even Roska manages to snap out of his funk, focusing his rage into a coordinated offensive strike. The Gremio defenders are left dumbfounded as the midfielders suddenly swarm forward in a perfectly timed attack. Roska digs his cleats in, finally finding the burst of speed he needs to lead the charge. He drives the ball forward, feeling the immense pressure of the opening league match on his shoulders. Every second counts as he scans the field, searching for a way to bypass the wall of defenders. A Gremio defender steps up, ready to use any dirty trick to stop the ace in his tracks. Roska realizes that Hernandez is perfectly positioned, making a direct breakthrough feel almost impossible at this rate. That is when he notices Ho-young making a lightning-fast run into the heart of the enemy territory. Our boy signals for a pass to the right, daring Roska to thread the needle through the defense. Roska second-guesses the play, fearing the window is just too small to actually pull off. However, seeing Ho-young's calm expression makes him realize this kid is simply cut from a different cloth. He lets out a shout and hammers the ball forward, trusting his teammate to make the impossible happen. Ho-young traps the ball with surgical precision, immediately looking for the next opening in the defense. The Gremio defenders are left dumbfounded as our boy prepares to unleash his stolen speed. He ignites his pace, leaving nothing but a blur on the pitch as he accelerates past them. They can only watch his back as he shreds through their formation like it's made of paper. His teammates erupt in cheers, realizing the miracle worker is about to do it again. With only the keeper left to beat, he charges forward with the cold focus of a predator. He shifts his weight, preparing to launch a strike that no amateur could ever hope to stop. His boot connects with a heavy thud, sending the ball screaming toward the net. His eyes glow with the certainty of victory, knowing exactly where the ball will land. The keeper dives in desperation, but the shot is simply too fast and too precise to catch. The ball rips into the back of the net, marking a perfect start for his official debut. Our boy keeps his momentum, his heart racing as he realizes he actually pulled it off. The fans go wild, completely stunned by the sheer audacity of the long-range strike they just witnessed. He pumps his fist in pure joy, feeling the rush of proving he belongs in this elite tier. His teammates swarm the field, ecstatic that the newcomer just secured the opening goal of the match. The opposing defenders are left dumbfounded, wondering how a kid just blasted a shot from 30 meters out. He beams with confidence, knowing for certain that his stolen talents are more than enough for the U15. Frenu watches from the sidelines, his eyes fixed on the prodigy who just mirrored his own signature move. Ho-young rushes over to celebrate with the captain, showing his respect to the leader of the squad. Turns out, he successfully copied the captain's powerful mid-range shot, adding another lethal weapon to his arsenal. Our boy is absolutely stunned, realizing his growth is reaching levels that shouldn't even be possible yet. He finally sees the notification for his first rank up, proving his hard work is paying off big time. Looking at his massive list of talents, he wonders if every single skill will eventually reach these heights. His heart is pounding with pure adrenaline as the potential of his future self starts to sink in. Meanwhile, the Gremio squad is in shambles, with their leader barking orders after that insane goal they conceded. Their captain demands they stay focused and stick to the defensive drills they spent weeks mastering. The defenders can only nod in fear, realizing they are dealing with a monster they weren't prepared for. Alec Wecker, the Brazilian-American fullback and captain, steps up to stabilize his team's crumbling defensive line. Alec commands his backline to push forward, desperately trying to reorganize their defense before things get worse. He knows they have to choke the middle, because letting our boy take another mid-range shot is suicide. Ho-young is a certified all-rounder, known for his explosive penetration and deadly mid-range shooting skills. Even though everyone on the pitch knows exactly what he's planning, they still can't find a way to stop him. Alec Wecker watches our boy with a grimace, realizing the kid is actually having fun while destroying them. The Gremio squad prepares to unleash their signature swamp football, a suffocating defensive strategy meant to kill the game. While the crowd might find it boring, the visitors are convinced this gritty approach is their only path to victory. Alec steps up to confront Ho-young, determined to make sure nothing goes according to the prodigy's plan. Our boy is dumbfounded when he realizes they've assigned 2 markers specifically to shadow him and Roska. The pressure is relentless as the opposition sticks to Roska like glue, refusing to give him an inch of space. Roska is visibly annoyed, finding their thorough marking incredibly frustrating as he struggles to find a rhythm. Alec knows that no matter how talented their opponents are, if they can't score, their hype is totally meaningless. Alec Wecker realizes they must seize the momentum immediately before the prodigy completely takes over the match. Our boy signals for the ball, knowing he has to be the one to break this suffocating deadlock. He executes a clinical sliding challenge, snatching the ball away just as the opposition tries to build play. His teammates are fired up by the play, shouting that he's doing a great job leading the charge. With a sharp tap, the ball is sent skidding across the turf to keep the offensive pressure mounting. Ho-young shifts into high gear, leaving his markers in the dust as he accelerates down the open field. He launches a laser-accurate pass, cutting right through the heart of the Gremio midfield with ease. Alec Wecker screams at his teammates to mark him, sensing the danger as their defensive wall begins crumbling. Our boy ghosts past another defender, making the elite youth prospects look like they belong in trash tier. Alec stands his ground for a final confrontation, but he's clearly dumbfounded by the kid's relentless offensive pressure. Alec Wecker refuses to let him through, calling for backup to shut down the play immediately. The Gremio defenders sandwich our boy, dragging him down in a desperate, trash-tier tactical foul. A sharp whistle echoes across the pitch as the referee halts the play for the blatant trip. Roska and Frenu watch in frustration, realizing the opposition won't give their ace an inch to breathe. The official pulls out a yellow card for Alec, who accepts the warning with a cold, calculated expression. He figures a booking is a small price to pay if it means killing Sao Paulo's offensive momentum. As they prep for the set piece, Alec focuses on winning the upcoming aerial battle in the box. They collide while positioning, and Alec is suddenly dumbfounded by the sheer power in the kid's frame. Their muscles lock in a gritty struggle for dominance, as neither side is willing to yield an inch. Alec grits his teeth, vowing that he won't be outmuscled by someone significantly smaller than himself. Our boy sends a high cross into the box, setting the stage for a massive aerial clash. Alec tries to shove him aside, but he is shocked to find the kid is built like a wall. The captain is dumbfounded as he is pushed back, losing his positioning while the ball reaches its peak. He realizes he has to at least disrupt the jump, or his team is absolutely cooked. Ho-young ignores the pressure and connects with a vicious header, sending the ball screaming toward the net. It is a clean strike that ripples the mesh, officially doubling the lead for the Sao Paulo squad. Our boy celebrates his dominance, proving that even the grittiest swamp defense cannot keep him down for long. The rest of the team goes ballistic, shouting that this is the elite level they expected from him. Alec grits his teeth in frustration, wondering how one player can be this fast, strong, and skilled. Coach Carlo watches with an intense gaze, noting that this is the prodigy's first heading goal in Brazil. Everyone is dumbfounded that our boy is dominating the air despite his height in his debut match. They compare him to the legendary Romario, who was famous for defying physics with his short stature heading. It truly feels like Ho-young possesses a devilish talent that shouldn't belong to a normal kid. The academy director tells Carlo they must prepare a proper reward for such an insane performance. The halftime whistle blows with Sao Paulo holding a dominant 2-0 lead over the frustrated Gremio squad. Gremio's coach, Arvalho, realizes the situation is critical as his defensive tactics are being torn apart. He knows stopping Roska was hard enough, but Ho-young is proving to be an even bigger nightmare. Inside the locker room, he orders his players to switch to a suffocating man-to-man defensive scheme. He commands Alec to stick to Ho-young like glue, even if it means abandoning his tactical position. The ball hits the turf as the second half kicks off with Gremio desperate to turn things around. Alec is completely caught off guard when he realizes the formation has shifted right under his nose. Even the opposing coach is stunned as his carefully planned man-marking scheme starts to crumble instantly. Our boy drops back into the midfield while Roska shifts, leaving the opposition wondering who to mark. To make matters worse, the lightning-fast Douglas Costa enters the fray to spearhead a fresh offensive wave. The Gremio players are left dumbfounded, wandering the pitch as their tactical discipline evaporates into thin air. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ho-young slices through the defense with the precision of a seasoned pro. Alec tries his best to stick to him, but he is simply outclassed by the prodigy's explosive pace. The captain curses his luck, realizing that no matter how hard he tries, he just cannot keep up. With a thunderous strike, Ho-young hammers the ball home to secure a demoralizing third goal for his team. He celebrates wildly, knowing that he has officially turned this high-stakes match into his personal playground. Alex stands there completely broken, finally realizing the terrifying gap that raw talent creates between them. The final whistle blows on a total slaughter, with the scoreboard showing a humiliating 6-0 defeat for Gremio. Our boy is swarmed by his teammates as the stadium erupts, celebrating a debut that nobody will ever forget. He shares a fist bump with Roska, still buzzing from the high of netting a hat trick in his first game. As the rewards roll in, he decides to snag a stylish volley kick to add to his growing arsenal. Looking at his massive list of stolen abilities, it's clear he's becoming a monster the youth leagues can't handle. He eyes his partner Roska, already planning his next move to eventually copy the striker's unique talents. Whistling a happy tune, he heads back to the locker room, feeling like the king of the world right now. Even the rest of the squad is stunned, barely processing that they just dismantled a top-tier opponent so easily. The academy director greets them with a proud smile, promising the boys a reward for their legendary performance today. Our boy stops dead in his tracks when he spots a very familiar face waiting for them. It turns out to be Director Victor, the big boss he's only ever seen in training facility portraits. The rest of the squad starts whispering in a panic, wondering if they should even dare to approach him. Ho-young just walks right up and greets the man casually, acting like they are cut from the same cloth. His teammates are absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe Hez being so relaxed around such a high-ranking authority figure. Victor just laughs it off, saying it's actually an honor that a young prodigy like him recognizes an old man. While the others stay nervous, our boy is already busy wondering what kind of legendary reward he's earned. The director then asks the group if any of them have ever dreamed of visiting the club's home stadium. Everyone erupts in pure excitement, knowing that stepping onto that professional stage is the ultimate dream for any player. Victor flashes a stack of tickets and tells them they'll be heading to the stadium first thing tomorrow morning. The rest of the squad erupts in cheers, absolutely hyped about the prospect of visiting the legendary stadium. Amidst the chaos, Ho-young hears his name and turns to see who is calling him away. Coach Carlo waves him over with a firm gesture, signaling that it is time for the post-match formalities. A reporter stands before the cameras, ready to broadcast the story of the kid who just dominated. Our boy steps up for his first official interview in Brazil, looking surprisingly comfortable under the bright lights. The interviewer notes this is a historic moment, matching a hat-trick record that has stood for 18 years. Ho-young just gives a bright smile and laughs, clearly soaking in the joy of his successful debut. When asked about that insane mid-range goal, the reporter wonders if such a precise strike was actually intentional. Ho-young confidently explains that he always trusts his speed and shooting, so he simply seized the opening. The reporter then asks why he ran straight to his coach, curious about the meaning behind the celebration. Ho-young humbly deflects the praise, insisting his goal only happened because the coach gave him the chance. He explains that the strike was actually the result of the squad's hard work over the last month. Coach Carlo watches with a calculating gaze, realizing our boy has the mental game to match his feat. The reporter is left dumbfounded by the kid's perfect Portuguese and his surprisingly grounded attitude. The story moves to the next day at a sports facility in the bustling town of Vitória Recife. Local students are hyped for the upcoming match, leaving Monica behind as they rush toward the stadium. Monica watches them go, feeling a sting of envy because she wants to see the local talent too. A couple of trash-tier kids start mocking her, laughing because she is alone and cannot afford a ticket. She just watches the idiots run off, trying to stay composed despite their petty and annoying insults. Though she pretends not to care, the loneliness hits hard as she misses watching games with her parents. Ho-young spots Monica and calls out to her, surprising the girl while she is eating alone. Our boy flashes a pair of tickets, asking if she wants to catch the big match together. Monica is hyped because it has been ages since she actually got to see a live game. She thanks him, but Ho-young insists it is just a small payback for her Portuguese tutoring. He mentions that Maria was busy with church, so he figured Monica was the perfect person to invite. Suddenly, those trash-tier bullies show up again, trying to ruin the mood by calling Monica an outcast. Ho-young does not even give them the time of day, grabbing her hand to hurry toward the stadium. He is focused on the match, refusing to let some petty idiots get under their skin today. Monica is left completely dumbfounded by the sudden skinship, her face turning a bright shade of red. She follows his lead through the crowd, wondering where our boy is taking her as kickoff approaches. Ho-young flashes the tickets, explaining that their seats are far beyond the reach of the common fans. Monica is totally confused, wondering where on earth our boy managed to snag a spot this time. They step into a massive view of the pitch, the roar of the crowd shaking the entire stadium. She realizes they are in the exclusive Sky Lounge, her eyes sparkling at the sheer luxury of it. With kickoff approaching, Monica rushes off for snacks while Ho-young settles in to analyze the upcoming match. He scans the massive crowd, searching for the academy director and the coach among the thousands of spectators. Our boy navigates through the stands, his mind focused on finding his teammates before the whistle blows. Suddenly, he spots a familiar group and realizes he isn't the only one watching from the sidelines. He finds the director chatting with the staff, but his eyes lock onto the ace standing right there. Rosca looks completely locked in, his intense gaze proving he is ready to dominate the U15 league. The academy director stands tall, likely feeling proud of the elite talent he's gathered for this season. But Ho-young notices a legendary figure standing right next to him, someone who shouldn't even be here. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering why a world-class manager is rubbing shoulders with academy staff. It turns out the man among men is none other than Carlo Ancelotti, the tactical genius from Italy. As the boss of AC Milan, his presence alone turns this simple scouting mission into a high-stakes event. Ancelotti notices the kid staring and wonders if this young international student actually knows who he is. Ho-young doesn't just recognize him, he sees a golden opportunity to prove his worth to a legend. His eyes begin to glow with that familiar hunger, already calculating how to make a lasting impression. The veteran coach just smirks, noting that the boy has a sharp, predator-like gaze unlike any other. With a sharp whistle, the match kicks off, and the real battle for attention finally begins. Ricardo Kaká tears through the defense, looking every bit the superstar he is destined to become. Watching from the stands, Ancelotti notes that the playmaker is exactly the kind of talent AC Milan needs. Director Victor quickly promises they will baby the star player to ensure he arrives in Italy in peak condition. The legendary manager muses on how Brazilian dominance forced FIFA to change the rules on naturalization. Victor proudly introduces Coach Carlo as the tactical mastermind responsible for polishing the raw potential of their stars. Curious about the future, Ancelotti asks if there are any other hidden gems currently in the academy. Carlo just smirks over his coffee, hinting that the manager might have already crossed paths with the next prodigy. Ancelotti immediately remembers the intense Asian kid he met earlier, wondering if he is truly the one. The coach confirms he will see the boy's skills soon enough when the academy broadcast goes live. Meanwhile, our boy stands in the roaring crowd, completely unaware he is already the talk of the VIP lounge. Kaká tears through the field, showing exactly why he is considered the ultimate playmaker of this era. Our boy watches in absolute awe as the legend moves with a grace that seems almost otherworldly. Even the great Pelé acknowledged that this man is the literal blueprint for the perfect modern star. He dominates every inch of the pitch, leading the attack with a sprint that leaves defenders completely dumbfounded. Ho-young wonders how long it will take to copy that elite talent and reach that god-tier level. His focus is so intense that he barely even notices Monica stuffing a snack into his mouth. She jokingly calls him a total football idiot, telling him to at least look at his food. When she asks if he is a fan, he does not hesitate to confirm his deep admiration. He is determined to become a great player just like him, feeling his ambition burn even brighter. Watching the pros run for 90 minutes makes him realize he still has a long way to go. Ho-young stays glued to the match, unaware that a legendary figure is watching him from the shadows. Coach Ancelotti wonders if this kid is truly the one destined to follow in the footsteps of Kaká. He decides he must alert the scouts immediately to secure this prodigy for the future of AC Milan. As winter settles over São Paulo in May, the grind doesn't stop for a single second. Our boy keeps pushing his limits on the pitch, refusing to let the cooling temperatures slow his growth. However, the physical coach warns him that neglecting self-care during this growth phase will lead to total disaster. He explains that while his muscles are compact, his weak ligaments might cause his entire balance to collapse. Ho-young realizes with a start that his explosive playstyle puts him at a massive risk for a career-ending injury. The trainer points out that his sudden sprints and direction changes are a recipe for tearing his cruciate ligaments. Taking no chances, he immediately overhauls his diet and starts a grueling regimen of posture correction and stretching. Ho-young starts his warm-up, fully aware that he must be smart about his body's limits from now on. Our boy looks at the ball and realizes there is a literal mountain of work ahead of him. He focuses on balanced growth, deciding that longevity is the only way to secure a truly legendary future. A sharp whistle echoes across the stadium, signaling that it is finally time to test his new regimen. Coach Carlo watches from the sidelines, noting that despite the tight schedule, the results are finally pouring in. Ho-young dominates the second round of the National League, racking up 2 assists to secure a massive victory. Rosca spots an opening and fires a crisp pass toward the front while calling out to his teammate. He effortlessly traps the ball and thanks Rosca for the service as he tears through the opposing defense. Their chemistry is reaching a whole new level, making this duo a total nightmare for any trash-tier defender. With the league handled, Carlo shifts his focus toward the high-stakes Super Championship kicking off next week. The Super Championship is the ultimate stage, where regional winners clash for national glory and massive stakes. Their first hurdle is Fluminense FC, a legendary club packed with top-tier prospects hungry for another title. Coach Carlo calls our boy and Rosca over, signaling that the standard training routine is officially over. He explains that they need specialized drills to dismantle Fluminense's defense if they want to survive this tournament. Rosca is pumped, wondering if the opposition actually has defenders capable of stopping their high-octane offensive duo. Carlo warns them about a monstrous talent who can dominate both as a forward and a lockdown defender. Ho Young's mind races as he wonders if this mystery player is another legend from his past life. The coach flips through his notes, insisting they memorize this name because they'll face him all season long. Turns out the threat is Carcelo, a versatile beast known for his insane playmaking and defensive prowess. Our boy is dumbfounded to hear he's compared to Robinho, realizing this championship just got a lot deadlier. Carlo hands over a detailed scouting report, outlining every specialty and glaring weakness of their upcoming rival, Carcelo. Our boy is genuinely impressed by the professional data, realizing his current team operates on a completely different level. The coach drops a bombshell, revealing that Carcelo single-handedly dismantled the entire U15 squad during the previous season. It turns out Ho Young was recruited to be the solid pillar who can escape pressure and counterpress effectively. Carlo explains that Carcelo's insane speed allows him to suffocate attackers before they even have time to think. Ho Young quickly deduces he must outrun the press while simultaneously pinning the defender back to prevent any overlaps. The coach is stunned that the kid not only grasped the complex theory, but immediately proposed a viable solution. However, he warns that theory alone won't work against a league full of elite, trash-tier crushing defensive monsters. Carlo looks directly at his star pupil, emphasizing that his specific role in this match is absolutely crucial. He calls out to Ho Young, knowing the boy's unique talents are the only way to shatter Fluminense's iron defense. Coach Carlo sends Rosca off to join the tactical session where the other starters are already waiting. Our boy is left standing there dumbfounded when the coach pulls him aside for some special individual training. He is told to show up at the first team grounds tomorrow morning to meet a high-level mentor. When the sun rises the next day, the stage is set for a meeting with a true legend. Carlo arrives at the park and warmly greets the Academy's greatest success story, the one and only Ricardo. The man himself appears, looking every bit like the world-class pro he is destined to become. Ricardo flashes a friendly smile, clearly happy to be back at the place where his journey started. The coach checks in on his upcoming transfer, but the superstar claims he is just taking it easy. Carlo does not buy it for a second, knowing the guy was out there grinding on the pitch. Ricardo just laughs it off, admitting that his obsession with the ball makes it impossible to truly rest. Carlo asks the superstar for a final favor, wanting him to mentor a rising talent before he heads out. It's a chance for the legend to pass down his wisdom, essentially becoming a teacher for a lucky prospect. Ricardo agrees without hesitation, recalling how he took a player named Douglas under his wing just last year. He's curious about the new candidate, but the coach decides to keep the identity a surprise for now. As the clock hits 10, the coach notes that the kid should be making his appearance any second. They head over to the indoor facility, expecting to find the place empty before the scheduled start time. Instead, they find our boy already on the pitch, grinding away and putting in the work solo. The coach just chuckles, knowing full well that this kid's punctuality is just as elite as his talent. Ricardo calls out a greeting, catching the young prodigy off guard in the middle of his drill. Our boy quickly composes himself and greets the legend, realizing his next big challenge has finally arrived. Ho Young is absolutely dumbfounded when he sees who just walked into the training facility. Standing right there is Ricardo Gaga, the absolute legend of the game, accompanied by the smiling coach. Our boy can only think of the grand stages where this superstar usually dominates the entire pitch. It finally clicks that the mystery mentor the coach mentioned is none other than this world-class talent. He quickly scans the legend, and the system reveals a list of insane, godlike skills and titles. Ho Young is floored, realizing that even before reaching his prime, Ricardo's stats are already off the charts. The Crown Prince of Football title fits him perfectly, especially with that unique S-rank playmaking ability. With top-notch ball distribution and vision, Ricardo is the ultimate playmaker that every forward dreams of having. However, copying these talents won't be easy, as the demanding conditions require a massive time investment before June. The coach makes it official, announcing that Ricardo will be mentoring our boy for the next 4 weeks. Ho Young introduces himself, eager to soak up every bit of knowledge from this once-in-a-lifetime training opportunity. Just an hour in, Our boy is already gasping for air while trying to keep up with the legend. He realizes that Ricardo's work ethic is even more insane than the rumors suggested, pushing a brutal pace. Even though his 12-year-old body is screaming, he knows he can't afford to slack off now. He remembers Lee Sang-woon's lessons about having a pure heart and fierce determination to reach the very top. With sweat pouring down his face, he vows to make it through this hellish regime no matter what. Every muscle in his gut aches, but he forces himself to endure the physical toll of elite training. Ricardo notices the kid's struggle and kindly warns him not to burn out on the very first day. Ho Young appreciates the concern, but there's a fire in his eyes that won't let him stop just yet. He looks the superstar in the eye, declaring his ambition to become a legendary player just like Gaga. Ricardo just laughs, clearly amused by the kid's bold declaration to become a legend. He mentions he finally understands why Coach Carlo was so hyped about our boy's potential. Before the real grind begins, the superstar asks what kind of role he actually wants to play. Ho Young doesn't hesitate, firmly stating his desire to be the one who leads the entire game. Ricardo nods, noting that the kid already shows the natural qualities of a high-level playmaker. Our boy dreams of being a versatile genius like Ronaldinho, dominating every attacking role on the field. To test those claims, the pro starts setting up the field for a specialized evaluation. It is finally time to see if the kid has the potential to back up his big talk. Ricardo challenges him to prove he truly has the elite qualities required to lead a team. Ricardo breaks down the 4 pillars of playmaking, emphasizing that movement off the ball is absolutely vital. Our boy wonders if the whole game really just starts with having the ball at his feet. The superstar is momentarily dumbfounded by how quickly the kid hones in on the core of the sport. He confirms that, while keeping the ball is key, mastering the initial reception is the true first step. To test his foresight, Ricardo sets up a drill and orders him to receive a pinpoint pass. Ho Young instantly recognizes the setup, remembering the intense sessions he once shared with Rosca. Ricardo smirks, knowing this evaluation is far more punishing than it looks to an outsider. Since the field is cluttered with cones, raw speed is useless without a world-class field of vision. He realizes their lack of chemistry makes receiving a pro's pass a nightmare for any 12-year-old. Ricardo warns him that watching the ball is a trap. He must read the player's movements instead. To really test his limits, the superstar sends a vicious pass that is way too fast for a junior. The ball whistles through the forest of cones, requiring perfect timing and a sharp eye to even track. Ricardo inwardly scoffs, thinking there is no way a kid can react to a professional-level strike like this. Our boy immediately shifts into high gear, his instincts screaming at him to move before it is too late. He weaves through the obstacles with surgical precision, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the ball's trajectory. Just as the ball is about to escape, he executes a flawless trap that leaves the pro stunned. Ricardo is momentarily dumbfounded, unable to believe a 12-year-old just handled his difficult pass with such ease. He finally sees why Coach Carlo assigned him this task, realizing he is dealing with a once-in-a-generation talent. Ricardo barks orders to keep the intensity high, and our boy isn't about to back down now. A thunderous strike rips through the air, testing the limits of the young prodigy's reaction speed. Ricardo shows off his world-class control, effortlessly juggling the ball to set up the next brutal drill. He launches another rocket, pushing the kid to see if he can actually keep up with a pro. Ho Young blurs through the cones, his lungs burning as he fights to maintain his surgical precision. He connects with the ball mid-stride, refusing to let his form slip despite the mounting pressure. Every muscle in his body screams, but he pushes through the obstacles with the focus of a veteran. Finally, the exhaustion catches up, leaving him gasping for air as his vision starts to swim. Ricardo tells him he has done enough for today, but our boy is still clearly hungry for more. Ricardo Gaga calls for a 10-minute breather, finally giving the kid a chance to stop and recover. Our boy collapses onto the turf immediately, his body completely spent from the world-class intensity of the drills. The pro watches him closely, realizing the kid's mental fortitude and tactical reading are way beyond his years. To the legend, it feels like he's looking at a mirror image of his younger, hungrier self. Ho Young catches his breath and asks why a star in recovery is pushing himself this hard too. Ricardo just laughs it off, wondering if this 12-year-old is actually the one worrying about him now. He explains that true diligence is the only path for those who want to tackle the biggest stages. Standing there like a literal god of the pitch, his aura leaves no room for doubt or laziness. Ho Young looks absolutely dumbfounded, realizing he's being mentored by someone cut from the same elite cloth. Ho Young wipes away the sweat, fully realizing he's training with a literal superstar like Ricardo Gaga. Despite the exhaustion, our boy forces himself back up, determined to restart the grueling session immediately. The legend smiles, noting that diligence is the secret sauce that separates the greats from the trash-tier players. He suggests switching to a new drill, knowing a high-stakes match is looming on the horizon for the kid. Ho Young mentions a monster defender named Carcelo, a name that's already making waves in the youth leagues. Ricardo muses that if the kid is truly that good, they might end up as national teammates someday. Hearing that, our boy is dumbfounded by the veteran's incredible foresight regarding future world-class talent. The pro explains that a true playmaker must always anticipate the opponent's next move before it even happens. Following the head coach's strict philosophy, Ho Young spends every waking moment sticking to the legend like a shadow. Ho Young sticks to the legend like glue, soaking up every bit of mental and physical wisdom he offers. Even with the private tutoring, our boy never skips team practice, squeezing every drop of value from his time. Taking a breather, Ricardo admits he actually grew up privileged and initially viewed the sport as a mere hobby. He explains that his passion eventually transformed into a dream, realizing he needed to improve to truly enjoy it. The legend describes his insane grind, from late-night jump rope sessions to grueling early morning swims. Listening closely, Ho Young assumes this was the moment the veteran finally began to outshine everyone else. To his absolute shock, Ricardo reveals he was actually stuck on the bench until he was 14 years old. He recalls the dark days when everyone, including his own parents, pressured him to just throw in the towel. Our boy is stunned to hear how a sudden growth spurt finally led the veteran to a championship win. Ricardo mentions how a brutal spine injury at 18 almost ended his career for good. Our boy realizes that Ricardo's legendary status wasn't just talent, but a literal miracle of persistence. The veteran places a hand on his shoulder, preparing to drop some serious wisdom on him. He points out that Ho Young is already far more skilled than he ever was at that age. The core message is simple. If he wants to reach the top, he must believe in himself. Ricardo reminds him that he isn't alone on the pitch, having 10 teammates to back him up. Hearing this, our boy can't help but smile, feeling the weight of the pressure finally lift. Being around a true role model like Gaga makes his path forward feel incredibly clear and achievable. With a renewed fire in his eyes, he thanks the legend for the life-changing advice. Gaga shifts the focus to the tactical side, explaining exactly how they need to shut down Carcelo. Our boy quickly catches on, realizing that neutralizing Carcelo's suffocating pressure is the key to victory. The legend decides to share a secret, mentioning a specific high-level technique he relies on himself. He recalls a monster defender from his own youth days, proving even the best had to overcome giants. Finally, the big day arrives, and the stadium is packed with people eager to see the prodigy return. The atmosphere is electric, as spectators whisper about how insane the turnout is for a mere youth match. A local newspaper even runs a feature on him, wondering if the seahorse will finally evolve into a dragon. As he makes his way onto the grass, the fans erupt, knowing they're about to witness something special. Stepping onto the pitch, Ho Young locks in, ready to show everyone that his Brazilian training wasn't for nothing. With a sharp blast of the whistle, the battle begins, and the hunt for the win is officially on. Our boy immediately locks onto the target, realizing this defender isn't some trash-tier mob. The opponent moves with a terrifying grace that completely contradicts his sturdy, powerful frame. Ho Young notes that his style is uniquely rough yet flexible, making him a total nightmare to pass. He triggers his talent-stealing interface, scanning the monster's stats to find a skill worth taking. It turns out the entire opposing team's strategy revolves around this one elite defensive anchor. He recalls Ricardo Gaga's advice that a true playmaker must observe every detail to find victory. While scanning the field, he finally spots a tiny opening in the formation to exploit. Even under pressure, the defender's insane balance and tackling skills keep him in total control. Ho Young quickly coordinates with Rosca, instructing him to apply heavy pressure on his signal. As the rival looks for an outlet, our boy prepares to spring his tactical trap. A teammate calls for the ball, but the pressure is already mounting on the defensive line. Carcelo thinks he has a clear path forward, but he's walking right into a calculated trap. Suddenly, Rosca executes the surprise press exactly as our boy commanded to flush out the target. The monster defender is caught off guard, frantically deciding between a risky dribble or a forward pass. Before he can even choose, Ho Young teleports into his personal space with terrifying speed and precision. Our boy's eyes are locked on the prize, ready to snatch the opponent's momentum and talent. Carcelo panics, realizing there is no time to turn and that Rosca was just the bait. Even so, the genius defender refuses to back down, certain he can still power through the pressure. He attempts a high-level dodge, trying to weave past both Rosca and the regressed prodigy simultaneously. Carcelo is convinced his elite dribbling will make any tactical trap look like trash-tier child's play. An opposing player desperately calls for the ball, hoping Carcelo can somehow find an exit. Carcelo feels the heat rising, his genius-level instincts screaming that something is very wrong. Suddenly, our boy slams into him, proving he has the physical stats to dominate the pitch. The monster defender is dumbfounded, realizing he can't even nudge the kid who should be smaller. With a clean steal, Ho Young leaves the elite defender behind, transitioning into a lightning-fast counterattack. Carcelo can only watch in frustration, cursing the fact that this prodigy is sturdy like a rock. Our boy just smirks, knowing his plan is working exactly as his mentor predicted during training. Gaga had taught him that even genius defenders are weak against aggressive, well-timed body checks. Scanning the field, he sees Raska ghosting into the box, perfectly positioned to finish the play. His vision expands as the system recognizes him as a truly versatile midfield commander. Ho Young feels his vision sharpen, realizing the versatile midfield commander title is the real deal for his playmaking. He immediately puts it to use, launching a precise pass toward Raska to keep the offensive momentum alive. Raska traps the ball under heavy pressure, knowing he just needs to hold it for a split second. Without wasting a breath, our boy charges into the open space, trusting his teammate to see the run. The return pass is perfect, slicing through the defense as Ho Young prepares to finish what he started. An opposing defender lunges in desperately, swearing that he won't let the prodigy get a shot off. Ho Young doesn't panic, instead activating his stylish inside-of-foot technique to outmaneuver the trash-tier defense. With a soft thud, his boot connects with the ball, sending it on a trajectory no one expected. He effortlessly bypasses the lunging defender, making the elite youth player look like a complete amateur. The blonde defender is left dumbfounded, unable to believe someone would attempt such a technical kick right there. The ball ripples the net as our boy leaves the keeper frozen in place with a clinical finish. The stadium erupts because an early goal against these giants was something no one actually expected. Ricardo Gaga watches from the stands, noting that his pupil is finally playing with professional maturity. Ho Young and Raska share a quick high five, their chemistry proving they are cut from the same cloth. Carcelo is left grinding his teeth, wondering where this monster suddenly came from to ruin his defense. The whistle blows for halftime with the score sitting at a dominant 1-0 for the visitors. Frustration boils over in the locker room as a trash-tier bench takes the brunt of a furious kick. Carcelo realizes that if they can just win here, the path to the finals becomes easy for them. He refuses to let his pride be crushed by a kid who was not even on his radar. He stares at the goal in his mind, swearing that 1 point will not decide their fate today. Carcelo identifies Ho Young as the primary threat that must be neutralized at all costs. He swears he won't let a younger kid continue to make a fool of his entire squad. 20 minutes into the second half, the match has devolved into a grueling test of endurance. Every challenge for the ball becomes a violent clash as the player's desperation begins to show. A Fluminense defender flies in with a reckless tackle, determined to stop the play by any means. The referee immediately intervenes, brandishing a yellow card to penalize the blatant display of unsportsmanlike conduct. Carcelo tries to regain control, urging his teammates to keep their heads and not lose their composure. Coach Carlo observes the chaos, recognizing the familiar mud football tactics being used to grind the game down. Sensing the perfect moment to strike, he orders Douglas to prepare for an immediate tactical substitution. Douglas jumps to his feet, ready to show he is cut from the same cloth as the starters. The crowd erupts as the whistle blows, sensing a major shift in the game's momentum. With the tension at a breaking point, the coach finally signals for a fresh pair of legs. Douglas Costa steps onto the grass, carrying the weight of the team's offensive hopes on his shoulders. He and our boy exchange a quick nod, knowing exactly what needs to be done to win. Ho Young immediately takes charge, shouting for everyone to spread out and stretch the opposing defense thin. The pace of the game skyrockets as the players scramble to adjust to the new tactical layout. Every second counts now, and the team pushes forward with a renewed sense of urgency and hunger. Our boy realizes that Carcelo is overextending, creating a massive gap they must exploit before a counterattack. He shuts his eyes for a split second, drowning out the noise to focus his incredible mental processing. A complete tactical map forms in his mind, revealing the perfect path through the trash-tier defensive line. Ho Young spots a massive gap between the defensive lines, realizing the flow is completely broken. He barks orders at Douglas to drop back, demanding short and quick passes to exploit the opening. Douglas immediately springs into action, trusting our boy's vision as he tears across the pitch. The opposition is absolutely fuming, unable to keep up with the sudden shift in momentum. They try to close the distance, but realize their efforts are futile against such calculated movement. The ball dances across the grass, perfectly weighted as the team's rhythm finally clicks into place. Ho Young delivers a crisp pass, threading the needle with the precision of a seasoned pro. His teammate connects instantly, keeping the pressure high as they slice through the trash-tier defense. Even the crowd is dumbfounded, whispering about how the team's passing game has reached a new level. Our boy smiles, knowing Douglas's hustle successfully pulled the defenders apart and killed their pressure. Ho Young realizes that if Douglas pushes the line, he can exploit the gap with a perfectly timed breakthrough. Our boy explodes into a sprint, the ball glued to his feet as he charges toward the box. His focus is razor sharp, sensing the pressure mounting as he nears the final third of the pitch. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hits him, identifying the exact weakness in the opponent's defensive structure. He lets loose a powerful strike, trusting his training to guide the ball through the narrowest of lanes. He tracks the play with predatory instinct, knowing he has successfully outmaneuvered the entire backline. Ho Young leaps into the air for a clinical finish, leaving the blonde keeper completely rooted to the spot. The ball tears into the back of the net, marking a goal that feels like a total statement. The spectators go absolutely wild, screaming in disbelief at the level of talent on display. The opposition is left fuming and dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how their defense was just sliced like butter. Carcelo is absolutely fuming, unable to believe how easily our boy just dismantled their entire defensive line. Ho Young lets out a roar of triumph, feeling the adrenaline surge as his teammates scream his name. He sprints across the pitch with unmatched speed, the weight of his training finally paying off in spades. Landing his celebration perfectly, he realizes the game has completely shifted in their favor after that strike. He continues to tear through the Fluminense defense, exploiting every single hole like a seasoned pro. Carcelo tries to spark a counterattack, but he's so gassed he can't even use his signature overlapping runs. The final whistle blows with a clean 2-0 victory, cementing his team's dominance over their rivals today. The opposition is left in the dust, completely drained and forced to swallow a bitter, one-sided defeat. Our boy is swarmed by his squad, having lived up to every bit of the hype as the ultimate rookie. He reflects on his progress, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction that his hellish training actually worked. Coach Carlo lays out the strategy, reminding everyone that their hard work is the only path to victory. Ho Young pushes through the exhaustion, fueled by the rush of adrenaline that only a perfect strike can provide. The coach offers some rare praise, and our boy can't help but feel like he's finally earned his place. Stepping into the meeting room, the weight of the club's expectations hangs heavy in the quiet, sterile air. He pauses to reflect on his next move, knowing one right choice could change his entire career trajectory. Scanning the available talents, he realizes Carcelo is a goldmine and decides to start with his genius-level instincts. He pulls the trigger on the talent theft, officially beginning the process of making that elite skill his own. Though the 15-day wait is a bit of a drag, the thought of hitting A+ rank keeps him hyped. He shuts his locker with a determined thud, already visualizing the path that leads straight to the tournament finals. The sight of the fans cheering wildly for him makes his heart race, solidifying his status as a legend. Ho Young is hyped because winning as a team feels even better than just snagging a new talent. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, the high-stakes world of professional scouting never takes a break. Inside a quiet cafe, a lone man sits buried under the weight of the next generation's potential. Antonio Soriano takes a slow sip of his coffee, trying to find focus amidst his exhausting schedule. He realizes the sheer number of scouting reports he has to write this year is absolutely massive. Between the youth scouting and transfer negotiations, the man is basically drowning in a mountain of work. The staff starts whispering about how he has been camping out for 2 hours on one drink. He decides to prioritize the heavy hitters, starting with a look at a top prospect from Santos FC. However, he can't stop thinking about how the legendary Carcelo was totally neutralized by a new kid. He stares at the photo of our boy, recognizing that this A-grade prodigy is a total game-changer. Antonio flips through the report, realizing our boy is a statistical anomaly compared to every other youth prospect. Fast forward 3 days, and the atmosphere is electric as the National League match finally gets underway. Antonio settles into the stands, noting that the opening clash features Santos FC taking on Coritiba FC. He isn't the only shark in the water, as every scout present is laser-focused on one specific prodigy. The ball screams across the pitch, signaling the start of a match where careers are made or broken. Santos FC's top prospect, Daimar, explodes past his marker with the kind of raw speed that leaves defenders dumbfounded. Antonio watches every move, knowing this kid represents the gold standard for talent in the Brazilian youth circuit. He acknowledges that while Daimar's stamina is still trashed here, his technical balance is actually quite impressive. The boy showcases that signature Brazilian flair, blending insane agility with ball control that feels like pure magic. Santos secures a dominant 3-0 victory, setting a massive bar for anyone else hoping to claim the throne. Antonio watches the final whistle, noting that Santos secured the win exactly as he predicted. He figures the championship title is basically theirs to lose if they keep playing like this. Checking his watch, he prepares for the next clash between Sao Paulo FC and Bahia. There are 4 specific prospects on his radar today, starting with the defensive presence of Casimiro. Next up is Douglas, a kid who knows exactly how to exploit a crumbling defensive line. Then there is Rosca, a reliable talent who keeps the team's rhythm steady under pressure. Finally, his eyes land on our boy Ho Young, the real wildcard in this high-stakes lineup. As the squad sprints onto the pitch, the scout wonders what kind of magic they'll produce today. Walking through the stadium corridors, he keeps his thoughts private while other scouts scramble for info. Looking over his notes, he realizes that Ho Young is truly in a league of his own. Ho Young is a total beast on the field, showing off versatility that lets him dominate any position. Antonio Soriano notes the kid's insane stats, figuring the early sub was just to keep him fresh. With talent like this, it's clear our boy is already playing at a professional level despite his age. The scout is officially hooked, itching for the chance to finally meet this once-in-a-generation prodigy face-to-face. As the sun sets on a successful match day, the atmosphere around the academy feels electric. Ho Young celebrates the clean 3-0 victory with the crew, praising their seamless teamwork throughout the game. He is already fired up for the next clash, confident that their perfected set plays will crush opposition. Ruska looks on, clearly respecting the energy and leadership their star player brings to the squad. Casemiro and Douglas take it all in, knowing they are part of something special with Ho Young leading. After a long day of dominating the pitch, our boy waves goodbye, ready to do it again tomorrow. Ho Young walks home, feeling a bit disappointed that he couldn't snag one more goal before getting substituted. He reminds himself that the season is long and he will definitely swipe those goal-scoring skills next time. With a world full of talent, our boy knows there is no reason to rush his legendary climb. Suddenly, a mysterious figure calls out to him, cutting through the quiet evening air. Ho Young spins around, caught off guard by the stranger lurking in the shadows. The man introduces himself as Antonio, a professional scout who has been keeping a close eye on him. He reaches out and hands over a business card, claiming he wants to learn more about the prodigy. Ho Young stares at the name Antonio Soriano, realizing a high-level scout has already tracked him down. Our boy is completely dumbfounded when he sees the card is from a massive club in Madrid, Spain. Antonio just laughs at his shock, telling him to keep it cool and not overthink the situation. Ho Young is left reeling as he processes the news that a massive Spanish team actually wants him. Antonio waves goodbye, leaving our boy with a promise to watch his progress from the sidelines. 4 days later, the scene shifts to Rio de Janeiro as the squad touches down for their next challenge. Behind closed doors, the atmosphere is thick with anticipation for the upcoming high-stakes rematch. Coach Carlo rallies the troops, reminding them they saved their energy specifically to crush Fluminense once again. Ho Young and his teammates listen intently, knowing their previous victory won't make this encounter any easier. Playing on the rival's home turf means even a single mistake could lead to fatal results today. The boss lays out 3 clear paths to the quarterfinals, emphasizing that they hold their destiny in their hands. With a thunderous roar, the team vows to show the world the true might of Brazilian football. Our boy steps onto the pitch, ready to prove that his talent is worth every bit of the hype. Ho Young meets Carcelo at the center circle, feeling the heavy pressure of the Fluminense captain's suffocating presence. Carcelo stares him down with eyes that clearly show he hasn't forgotten their last humiliating encounter. Our boy doesn't flinch, knowing this match is the ultimate gatekeeper to the Super Championship quarterfinals. Their hands lock in a grip so tight it feels more like a declaration of war than sportsmanship. Hez momentarily dumbfounded by the sheer intensity, realizing the elite defender is truly out for blood today. But Ho Young quickly steals his resolve, internally swearing that he won't yield a single inch of the pitch. If he wins, he secures Gaga's legendary talent and a golden opportunity to snatch Carcelo's A-rank skills. The Demon Duke looms over him as the system confirms that stealing top-tier talents is finally becoming easier. With a sharp whistle, the ball is kicked into play, and the high-stakes battle for dominance officially begins. Ho Young and Casemiro spring into action, fully prepared to dismantle the opposition and claim their hard-earned prize. Fluminense shifts their tactics, deploying a winger in a 4-4-2 formation to counter our boys' tight playstyle. It turns out Carcelo is taking the right wing, clearly aiming to spearhead their offensive from the flank. Ho Young immediately spots the shift and barks orders at Rosca to fall back and adjust their defense. Rosca gives a sharp nod, fully trusting his teammates' tactical vision as he repositions himself on the pitch. If the opposition wants to play wide, our boy decides they'll counter by switching to an aggressive 4-3-3. From the sidelines, Coach Carlo notes that while the 4-4-2 is wide, it leaves the center wide open. 8 minutes fly by as the crowd erupts, witnessing a level of intensity rarely seen in youth matches. The physical play turns gritty as bodies collide, with both sides refusing to yield even an inch. Ho Young finds himself swarmed by defenders, realizing the opposition is desperate to shut him down at any cost. Hess slightly dumbfounded by their ferocity, sensing they aren't just playing a game, they're fighting a mortal war. Ho Young realizes their strategy is failing because they can't dominate the midfield like they usually do. Rosca tries to muscle through, But these Fluminense players are cut from the same cloth and won't budge. The defender practically tackles him while shouting for him to stay out of their territory. Seeing the danger, Ho-young screams for his teammate to be careful before things get out of hand. It's too late as the two collide mid-sprint, sending both players tumbling across the grass. The impact is brutal, leaving both boys sprawled out as the sound of a whistle pierces the air. Everyone stops as the referee rushes over to the scene of the crash. Our boy watches in concern while his teammate winces in pain, hoping the foul goes their way. Suddenly, the official reaches into his pocket and flashes a cold red card at the stunned player. Rosca is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe Hez being sent off for such a trash-tier call. Our boy is completely dumbfounded because a red card here is basically a death sentence for their momentum. He knows Rosca was just trying to keep his footing, making this trash-tier call feel like a setup. The official explains that this isn't just a one-game exit, carrying a brutal two-match suspension instead. If they actually make it to the quarterfinals, they'll have to survive without their key midfield support. The referee coldly demands Rosca's name to finalize the paperwork and get him off the pitch. Rosca tries to plead his case, desperately arguing that the whole collision was a complete accident. Losing his patience, the official barks out a final warning for the boy to just shut up and comply. Rosca is absolutely fuming, gritting his teeth as he struggles to swallow this incredibly unfair decision. Our boy steps in and grabs his teammate, telling him to just do as he's told for now. He warns that the decision is final, and digging a deeper hole will only lead to more penalties. Rosca finally gives his name, and the official doesn't waste a second ordering him off the pitch. Our boy knows better than to argue, remembering their training about respecting the official's final word. As his teammate trudges away, the weight of the situation starts to sink in for the remaining players. Rosca is absolutely livid, cursing the unfairness of it all as he is forced into an early exit. The rest of the squad is just as frustrated, feeling the sting of losing a key man so early. They have bled for this match during days of hellish training, only for it to be ruined now. Between the home advantage and this garbage call, it feels like the universe is rooting against them. But Ho-young clenches his fist, deciding that if luck is a skill, he will just have to be better. He rallies his spirit, determined to show everyone that real talent can overcome any trash-tier officiating. With Rosca officially out, the team is now facing a massive uphill battle with one less man. The coach barks orders, calling for an immediate tactical shift to stabilize their crumbling formation. He instructs the squad to concede possession and focus entirely on cutting off dangerous passing lanes. To bridge the gap, he decides to deploy a false nine tactic to catch the opposition off guard. Douglas nods in agreement, fully prepared to drop back and anchor the play as commanded. The plan is simple: have a striker disguise himself as a midfielder to overload the center. This puts a massive burden on Ho-young, who now has to manage the entire flow of the game. Our boy realizes he is the team's only hope to claw back from this desperate crisis. The opposing players surge forward, confident that their numerical advantage will easily break the defense. Ho-young works tirelessly, dropping deep to mark runners and provide much-needed support to his teammates. He focuses on clean interceptions, knowing that one reckless foul could end their chances for good. Ho-young grits his teeth, realizing that at this rate, their defeat is practically written in stone. The absence of their suspended midfielder has left a gaping wound in the formation that defense can't fix. As if things weren't bad enough, the opposition's ace begins a relentless assault on their goal. Carcelo charges down the wing with terrifying speed, leaving the defenders completely dumbfounded by his pace. He is clearly in top condition today, seemingly teleporting across the field to exploit every single weakness. Our boy realizes Carcelo has evolved into a different beast entirely since their last encounter. The ball screams into the back of the net, officially putting the team behind on the scoreboard. The stands explode with noise as the fans sense the total collapse of the Sao Paulo defense. Ho-young claps his hands loudly, desperately trying to rally his teammates before they lose their nerve entirely. The rest of the squad looks utterly defeated, their morale sinking as the pressure becomes nearly unbearable. The Sao Paulo boys are completely rattled, as the Fluminense fans' chants drown out everything else. Even their captain, Frenu, looks like he's seen a ghost while the pressure continues to mount. The ball blurs past the keeper's fingertips, finding the net with ruthless precision. Carcelo celebrates his second goal of the day, looking like he's playing a different sport entirely. The whistle blows for halftime, leaving the scoreboard reflecting a brutal 2-0 lead for the opposition. Our boy is left gasping for air, wondering how things went south so quickly in this match. The team retreats to the locker room, the heavy silence in the hallway speaking volumes. Frustration finally boils over as a fist slams into a locker, echoing the team's collective anger. The locker room is full of defeated faces, with everyone cursing the opposition's aggressive tactics. Ho-young wipes away the sweat, listening to his teammates call the other side nothing but cowards. The door creaks open as a heavy presence enters the room, instantly silencing the team's frustrated bickering. Coach Carlos walks in with a cold gaze that makes the locker room air turn absolutely frigid. He takes a long, measured breath, trying to contain the fury boiling just beneath the surface. Suddenly, he snaps and calls them all pathetic, demanding to know what they think they are doing. Ho Young and the rest of the squad are left dumbfounded by the sheer intensity of his disappointment. He demands to know why they look so intimidated and what exactly they are so afraid of. One teammate stammers that they are terrified of getting fouls called for even the slightest physical contact. Carlos reminds them that while he warned against reckless fouls, he never told them to play passively. He reminds them that this is a semi-professional stage where trash-tier excuses simply do not fly. He fumes about them for getting their professional mindset, stating that losing their drive is completely unacceptable. The squad finally gets the message, their eyes sharpening as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Carlos clenches his fist, reminding them that while he understands their fear, the fans absolutely won't. He roars that winning is the only option, and they need to show every ounce of their preparation. Reinvigorated, our boy and the rest of the team shout their resolve, ready to face the fire. Just as they head out, Carlos pulls Ho Young aside to speak with him privately. He quietly commends Ho Young for intervening earlier, noting he saved Rosca from a much longer suspension. However, the side effect is a team playing trash-tier football because they're too terrified to be aggressive. Carlos demands he use his high IQ more actively, explaining why he is being deployed as a false nine. In this tactical nightmare, our boy's role is the only thing that can turn the tide. As he heads back, Rosca stops him, likely wanting to address the tension from earlier. Rosca confronts our boy, wondering why he stepped in when he could have handled the heat himself. Despite his pride, he offers a rare word of thanks, realizing Ho Young actually had his back. As they turn to face the pitch, he tells our boy to give it his all for the team. Ho Young simply nods, knowing that talk is cheap and the real work happens on the grass. Stepping onto the field, he carries the weight of the match, ready to prove he's no ordinary kid. The stakes couldn't be higher, as the aggregate score sits at a deadlock 2-all against Fluminense. Every second is a battle for survival, with both sides desperate to break the stalemate and advance. If they let even one more ball slip past the keeper, their championship dreams are officially dead. A draw means the agony of a penalty shootout, a gamble that nobody on the squad wants to take. Now, every touch and every sprint in this final half will decide who reigns supreme in Brazil. The Sao Paulo squad looks completely transformed, shedding their earlier nerves to play with a newfound, aggressive edge. Captain Frenu takes full control of the backline, meticulously organizing the defense to ensure no gaps remain. Our boy Ho Young reassures his captain, promising that the midfield will be a fortress the opposition can't breach. Feeling the weight lift, Frenu realizes he has reliable teammates who are finally cut from the same cloth. He starts barking orders, directing Rafinha to adjust his pressure while Santoro moves to cover the front. Rafinha locks in immediately, determined to prove that his side of the pitch is a total no-fly zone. Santoro doesn't hesitate for a second, fueled by the captain's confidence as he steps up to help. They converge on Carcelo with a suffocating double team, refusing to allow even an inch of offensive development. Carcelo just clicks his tongue in frustration, realizing he's been trapped by a defense that's finally woken up. With the momentum shifting, the defense is ready to make Fluminense's trash-tier offensive attempts look absolutely pathetic. Rafinha stands his ground, making it clear that no one is getting past his defensive line today. Carcelo grits his teeth, frustrated that he can't find a gap or even bait a single foul. The crowd erupts as they witness the defense holding firm against the opposition's relentless but failing offensive waves. Ho Young notices the shift, realizing his teammates have finally traded their passive play for pure, united willpower. Even with the momentum shifting, our boy knows he has to push himself even harder to maintain control. He analyzes the pitch, concluding that a rock-solid defense is their only hope in this unfavorable situation. But as he scans the field, a nagging feeling tells him that this stability might be short-lived. Carcelo proves he's no amateur, slowly finding ways to breach the left side despite being double-marked. Ho Young realizes they can't commit more men to the left without leaving their right side completely exposed. With only 10 men left on the pitch, the crushing weight of exhaustion is starting to take its toll. With 25 minutes left in the half, the 2-0 lead starts feeling incredibly fragile as time ticks away. Our boy and his teammates are absolutely gassed, their lungs burning as they struggle to keep their pace. Every breath feels like lead, and the crushing weight of the numerical disadvantage starts breaking their defensive spirit. Coach Carvalho smells blood in the water, noting that his squad holds the ultimate advantage in fresh stamina. It is the classic strategy of the strong, waiting for the exact moment the exhausted prey finally weakens. The opposition doesn't waste a single second, launching a lightning-fast counterattack while the defense is still reeling. Carcelo barks orders to widen the field, ruthlessly intending to stretch the tiring Sao Paulo defense to its limit. They slice through the exhausted line like a hot knife through butter, leaving the defenders scrambling in panic. One defender desperately tries to hold his ground, but his heavy legs simply cannot keep up anymore. He realizes with a sinking gut that if they don't stop this now, a goal is completely inevitable. Fluminense unleashes a vicious strike, ruthlessly testing the limits of the battered Sao Paulo defense. Their goalkeeper leaps with every ounce of strength left, miraculously clawing the ball away from the goal. The crowd watches in disbelief, feeling the crushing tension as the match hangs by a single thread. Using their fresh legs, the opposition continues their relentless assault, keeping the exhausted defenders on their toes. Another shot screams toward the net as the tired defensive line fails to close down the space. The keeper tips it over the bar again, but the pressure is becoming almost impossible to withstand. With only 10 minutes left, our boy and his squad are completely gassed and barely hanging on. Ho-young forces himself to focus, knowing he needs a tactical breakthrough before their defense finally crumbles. Watching Carcelo dominate the field, he realizes he must shut down the rival playmaker to secure the win. They urge each other to hold on until extra time, knowing there are less than 10 minutes remaining. Coach Carlos barks out orders, reminding the boys that they need to suffer together to survive this onslaught. Ho-young and his teammates look on, feeling the pressure mount as their stamina hits rock bottom. The squad steals their resolve, knowing that one more mistake will cost them the entire game. Our boy realizes that since his body is failing, he needs to use his high IQ to compensate. He analyzes the field, pinpointing Carcelo as the engine driving the opposition's relentless left-wing assault. If they do not stop the rival playmaker from bullying their defense, they are absolutely cooked. He racks his brain for a breakthrough, needing a way to neutralize the threat before time runs out. A sudden realization flashes through his mind as he spots a high-risk opening in the play. It is a total win-or-lose gamble, but he decides he has to give it a shot. The crowd erupts in a frenzy, sensing that the final showdown of this match is finally here. Carcelo weaves through the defense, his movements sharp as he maintains perfect control over the ball. He smirks, fully aware that his team holds a massive stamina advantage over their flagging opponents. Our boy is gasping for air, realizing he is reaching his limit while trying to cover everyone's mistakes. Behind closed doors, the opposition prepares to exploit the fact that Sao Paulo is running out of steam. Coach Carvalho orders his squad to pick up the tempo and unleash a full-scale offensive this half. The team shouts their resolve, ready to crush their rivals now that they have them on the ropes. They charge back onto the field with renewed vigor, certain that one more goal will seal the deal. Fluminense begins a rapid passing sequence, moving the ball with a rhythm meant to land the finishing blow. Carcelo receives the ball with ease, his eyes fixed on the goal as he prepares to strike. He sprints ahead, confident that the defender assigned to mark him is far too exhausted to keep up. Carcelo decides this is the perfect moment to burst through and shatter the defense once and for all. Just as he thinks he is clear, our boy slides in with a perfectly timed tackle to stop the threat. Carcelo realizes that since Santo is gassed, the prodigy himself has stepped back to handle the defensive dirty work. He smirks, realizing the game just got a lot more interesting now that the main event is guarding him. He truly wishes they were teammates, but as opponents, destroying him is the only way to stand out. By leading his team to victory against a legend, he will finally secure his future with the pro scouts. With the clock ticking down in the second half, every touch of the ball feels like a life or death struggle. He tries to shake him off, but the blue-eyed beast is glued to his side like a shadow. Carcelo tells himself to stay calm and not let the pressure of facing such a genius rattle his nerves. Their legs collide in a gritty battle for possession as he prays for the strength to break through. Carcelo goads our boy to try and tackle him, thinking he can easily outmaneuver the defensive pressure. Ho-young remains silent and focused, his blue eyes tracking every twitch of the opponent's muscles. The chase intensifies as the prodigy refuses to give an inch of space on the pitch. Carcelo realizes he's being steered away from a foul and decides he doesn't need to win this duel. He spots a teammate and plans to play it safe with a quick pass instead of overextending. With a sharp kick, the ball flies toward his ally to keep the offensive momentum alive. He shouts for an immediate return pass, hoping to catch the defense off guard with a wall pass. Suddenly, our boy sticks out a leg and intercepts the ball with terrifyingly perfect timing. Carcelo is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering if the genius actually predicted his passing lane from the start. Frustrated, he snaps at his teammate for not opening up a better angle while the play falls apart. Carcelo kicks himself for rushing, realizing the match is likely heading into a high-stakes overtime period. A sudden shout to move snaps him back to reality as the pressure on the pitch reaches a boiling point. With only 1 minute remaining, our boy spearheads a final, aggressive assault to break the deadlock. Every stride feels like a battle as he focuses entirely on the goal, ignoring his burning lungs. Carlos watches intently, reflecting on how possession is a vanity metric compared to the cold reality of scoring. He knows that in the end, only the team that puts the ball in the net earns the crown. Santo battles through the heavy marking, refusing to let the defense strip him of the ball. Seeing the opening, Ho Young signals for the pass, ready to turn this half-chance into a legendary finish. The chemistry is undeniable, as Santo delivers a pinpoint ball that perfectly matches the prodigy's explosive stride. The onlookers lose their minds, realizing this lightning-fast counterattack is the final roll of the dice. The Fluminense defenders panic, realizing they absolutely cannot let him break past their line now. Our boy strikes the ball with everything he has, sending it screaming across the pitch. The spectators are dumbfounded that he can still maintain such explosive speed this late in the game. He continues his relentless breakthrough, leaving the opposition in the dust with his incredible pace. The crowd loses their minds as the stadium shakes with the roar of thousands of excited fans. His legs feel heavy like lead, but he ignores the exhaustion to keep pushing forward. Even when surrounded by defenders, his focus remains sharp as he looks for the tiniest opening. He weaves through the defense with ease, making the elite youth players look completely outclassed. With only 60 seconds remaining, he taps into his final reserves of willpower for one last push. Leading his teammates forward, the prodigy spearheads the final counterattack while Carlos watches his masterpiece unfold. Ho Young ignites the final counterattack, forcing the opposition to chase his shadow across the pitch. The hostile crowd jeers and screams for him to trip up, but he remains locked in. Every lungful of air feels like liquid fire as our boy fights against his own mounting exhaustion. He continues his desperate sprint, knowing that one slip up here means the end of their hard work. His heart hammers violently against his chest, while his legs threaten to buckle under the immense pressure. Looking around, he sees his teammates are also pushing themselves to the absolute limit to stay level. He realizes they've all been enduring this hell together just for the chance at this one play. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he prepares to unleash everything he has left for the win. This clash is proving to be even more taxing than his legendary overtime battle against Bayern Munich. Even that grueling German expedition feels like a warm-up compared to the sheer intensity of this match. His teammates are completely gassed, moving on nothing but pure willpower to keep their championship hopes alive. Our boy remembers Lee Sang-woon's words, keeping his mind icy while his heart burns with competitive fire. Carcelo looks absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe these kids still have this much stamina in the tank. Ho Young charges toward the box, the weight of the entire match resting on his next few steps. He realizes the defense is totally toast, giving him the perfect window to end this once and for all. Santoro makes a desperate sprint into the area, providing a much-needed distraction for the opposing backline. The opposing keeper tenses up, knowing he's the last line of defense against the Brazilian League's rising star. Our boy decides to trust his own instincts and go for the direct kill instead of passing. He connects with the ball, unleashing every bit of his remaining energy into a thunderous strike. The ball screams past the keeper, finally shattering the stalemate in this high-stakes battle of attrition. The Fluminense defender is left dumbfounded as his backline is completely shredded by that sudden burst of speed. The ball ripples the net, marking the first goal for Sao Paulo and shifting the entire match's momentum. His teammates erupt in celebration, realizing this single strike might be their ticket to the quarterfinals. Even the other academy kids are shaken, realizing their own skills look trashed here compared to this monster. Ho Young lets out a roar of pure joy, finally tasting the fruit of his grueling training sessions. He hits the iconic celebration, cementing his status as the undisputed star of the youth circuit. But as the cheers ring out, he feels a strange sensation that stops him dead in his tracks. Suddenly, a blinding golden light flares up, signaling that his talent-stealing system is reacting to something massive. He stares wide-eyed, wondering if he's just pushed past a limit he didn't even know existed. A new notification pops up, confirming he's just unlocked a high-tier skill called Blazing Willpower. The system screen flashes the arrival of Blazing Willpower, making our boy wonder if his talent finally awakened. He spent a year watching his teammates, knowing that awakening a talent this late is practically unheard of. While most players wait years for a breakthrough, Ho Young realizes he just pulled off the absolute impossible. He ponders if this power came from his relentless grind or if it was hidden deep inside all along. Regardless of the source, this new rank proves his potential for growth is now truly limitless. With Blazing Willpower equipped, he feels a surge of mental fortitude that changes the entire vibe of the game. Back on the pitch, the opposition tries to mount a desperate comeback as the ball zips across the grass. The captain barks orders, reminding everyone that a one-goal lead means nothing if they lose focus now. His teammates are clearly running on fumes, but they refuse to let their exhaustion dictate the final score. Ho Young shouts his agreement, ready to use his new skill to crush any hope the rivals have left. Carcelo is absolutely gassed, realizing the momentum has completely shifted away from his squad. He grits his teeth in frustration, unable to comprehend how they let the game slip away. Looking at his teammates, he sees the same despair as they realize their tournament run is over. The final whistle blows, signaling the end of a grueling battle that pushed everyone to their limits. Our boy and his crew erupt in joy, having secured a narrow victory to advance further. The exhaustion is real, but the adrenaline of winning makes every drop of sweat worth it. Even the bench goes wild, knowing they just avoided a trash-tier exit against a top-level powerhouse. Carcelo stands there dumbfounded, forced to respect the sheer tenacity displayed by the winning side. Ho-young thinks it's a nice result as the system interface appears, ready to claim his prize. He successfully snatches the elite talent, adding another high-tier skill to his already stacked arsenal. Ho-young selects the dribbling skill, already eyeing the rest of his rivals' talent for their next encounter. Even as Carcelo breaks down, our boy recognizes him as a top-tier asset worth facing again soon. With the quarterfinals secured, Ho-young admires his growing collection of stolen abilities and his massive potential. The crushing weight of defeat finally sinks in as Carcelo hides his tears behind a towel. He remains haunted by how close he came to winning, feeling like he let everything slip away. Unbeknownst to him, the scouts in the stands were actually impressed by his relentless spirit on the pitch. A shadow looms over the defeated player as a hand reaches out with a jersey. Ho-young stands there half-stripped, offering his own kit to the boy who pushed him to the limit. Carcelo is completely dumbfounded that the match's hero would want to swap jerseys with a loser. Our boy just offers a knowing look, acknowledging that they are both cut from the same competitive cloth. Carcelo wipes his eyes, feeling a bit humiliated that the very person who beat him is offering comfort. He decides to accept the gesture, pulling his sweat-soaked jersey over his head to finalize the swap. As they trade kits, Carcelo finally admits defeat, promising that this loss will be etched into his memory. They share a firm handshake, with the rival player vowing to return stronger after using this experience. Back at the Sao Paulo locker room, the atmosphere is thick with the scent of hard-earned victory. Coach Carlos barks out that they played well, but his intense gaze warns them against getting too comfortable. He reminds the squad that the quarterfinals are just the beginning, and the real challenges are still ahead. With the regional and Champions Leagues approaching, the pressure to maintain their elite status only continues to mount. Our boy takes the advice to heart, shouting his agreement and preparing for the next high-stakes challenge. Ho-young salivates at the thought of the Champions League, seeing it as a literal buffet of top-tier talents. Right as the post-game high settles, Coach Carlos cuts through the noise to pull our boy aside. He orders Ho-young to hit the stands, mentioning that a certain guest is itching for a meeting. Our boy is left scratching his head, wondering who would track him down in the heart of Brazil. Stepping out into the quiet stadium, he finds a lone figure waiting among the sea of empty seats. The man offers a friendly wave, looking like he's been expecting the young ace all afternoon. He introduces himself as Hwang Tae-sok, curious if the kid still remembers the man behind the pen. Memory flashes back to the airport, revealing he's the journalist who first hyped up Ho-young's return to Korea. He explains his scouting for the 2014 World Cup and just had to witness the prodigy's growth firsthand. Ho-young flashes a wide grin, thanking the veteran writer for making the long trek to support him. The journalist laughs it off, claiming the upcoming story will be enough to break the Korean internet again. Hwang Tae-sok kicks things off by asking if the weight of the world is finally getting to our boy. Ho-young just beams, explaining that carrying those heavy expectations is exactly what being a pro is all about. He jokingly warns the reporter to avoid any trash-tier devilish editing that might twist his words around. After seeing examples of clickbait headlines, the journalist laughs and promises he isn't cut from that same cloth. With the air cleared, the veteran writer leans in, eager to dive into the meat of the interview. As they wrap up the basics, the reporter checks his notes for one final, high-stakes question for the prodigy. He asks if Ho-young would answer the call if the legendary coach Cha Bum-kun invited him to the national team. Without a second of hesitation, our boy confirms that representing his country is every footballer's ultimate dream. Secretly, he's eyeing the coach's legendary talents, knowing he needs that national spot to steal those elite skills. Finally, the journalist probes about the future, wondering if he'll jump to Europe or debut early with Sao Paulo. Ho-young plays it cool, telling the reporter he's just focusing on the present for now. Hwang Tae-sok laughs, knowing our boy is dodging the big questions before wrapping up their session. He claps, congratulating the prodigy on reaching the quarterfinals and basically winning the man of the match. While snapping a final photo, he insists that anyone with eyes knows Ho-young earned that top spot. With a final wave, the reporter heads off, eager to see what the kid does in the future. Ho-young is left dumbfounded by the praise, unaware he actually secured the award while he was sleeping. Sunlight pours into the room the next morning as the curtains are pulled back to start the day. Our boy wakes up feeling like he was hit by a truck, his body aching from the intensity. He takes a deep breath, realizing the physical toll of playing at such a high level is no joke. Ho-young checks his system and realizes he finally satisfied every condition to copy Gaga's elite talents. He scans the available skills, deciding to skip the ones he already has in his growing arsenal. Our boy ponders the rarity of the ranks, knowing a unique U rank is worth more than anything. He settles on the playmaking skill, betting it will lower the difficulty for his future talent hunts. Even with a 30-day cooldown, he is certain he can come back for the other skills eventually. Despite his aching body, he heads straight to the training room to start his next evolution. Ricardo Gaga spots him and expresses concern, wondering if the kid is overdoing it after yesterday's match. Ho-young tells him he is perfectly fine and wants to strike while his motivation is at its peak. Seeing that familiar hunger for growth, the veteran decides to step back and let the prodigy cook. Our boy realizes the difficulty for Ricardo's S-rank skill has finally dropped, making the hunt much easier. He notes that simply putting in the time for tutoring will unlock that legendary lightning dribbling talent. Ricardo Gaga observes that the kid is in a suspiciously good mood as they finish their session. Ho-young internally thanks his demonic teacher, promising to make the absolute most of every stolen ability. Meanwhile, head coach Victor meets with Carlos to discuss the swarm of scouts currently circling the club. Victor mentions how these vultures are desperate for any intel after seeing yesterday's dominant performance. Carlos knows this is just the beginning because the prodigy's current form is simply off the charts. With a monster like that on the roster, he believes winning the championship is no longer a dream. As the squad prepares to play, Ho-young is determined to elevate everyone's game to secure the title. Carlos refuses to accept that trash-tier officiating and demands Victor submit a formal appeal regarding the red card. Turns out the Federation actually listened, ruling the incident a total misjudgment since the contact was clearly unintentional. Carlos gathers the squad to deliver the news that the unfair red card has been completely nullified. Our boy and Rosca stand there absolutely dumbfounded, struggling to process that their luck has finally turned around. The locker room erupts as the realization hits that they can actually fight for the title at full strength. Watching the kids celebrate, Carlos knows this morale boost is exactly what they needed for the upcoming matches. He takes a quiet breath of relief, satisfied that his efforts behind the scenes saved the team's momentum. Meanwhile, back in Korea, the exclusive interview with the star reporter is spreading like wildfire across the nation. Everyone is buzzing about the prodigy's dominance and his bold plan to join the national team very soon. The internet is losing its mind over our boy's insane performance in the Brazilian Youth League. Fans back home can't stop talking about him, debating if he's the next big thing for the national team. Of course, some trash-tier trolls are already trying to bring him down with petty, malicious comments. Gaga lets him know it's time for him to head back, ending their intense special training session. Our boy promises to visit soon, grateful for the elite mentorship he received from the legendary pro. As he waves goodbye, he realizes just how many top-tier talents he managed to snag during their time. He checks his status, knowing that while some skills take time to fully integrate, he's patient enough. First up is Rosca's A-rank Precise Judgment, a skill that will definitely sharpen his playmaking on the field. But the real prize is Gaga's Sculpted Beauty, an A-plus rank talent that makes him look like a superstar. The system chimes in, confirming he's clocked 2,000 minutes of tutoring to finally unlock lightning dribbling. Our boy is hyped, knowing this is the hard-earned reward for his fierce showdown against Carcelo. Suddenly, the system starts merging his new S-tier skill with that unique tier fast sprinting he already owns. He realizes that even a unique talent can sometimes be outclassed by a high-ranking S-tier skill. The catch is it'll take 15 days to finish, and he can't snag any new talents until then. As he processes the news, he starts piecing together the complex rules governing his cheat-like abilities. First, he can't unlock lower-tier versions of talents he already has, only those that offer a real upgrade. He also notes that special ranks like Legend or Unique exist independently from the standard letter grade system. Lastly, he learns that massive tier titles are strictly reserved for elite pros who've already turned 18. He learns that U-tier talents are unique treasures that belong to only one specific player at a time. When a legendary icon like Cha Bum-kun retires, those unique skills transform into L-tier talents for others. Our boy realizes that meeting the conditions for these top-tier skills is anything but a walk in the park. While some talents are snatched in a single match, others require a long, grueling grind to fully acquire. He also notes that a talent's letter grade doesn't always reflect its rarity or how it's best utilized. Those plus modifiers are deceptive, as a higher rank doesn't always translate to a massive jump in raw power. The system's limitations are frustrating, since he can only copy a few talents before hitting a total standstill. He grits his teeth, realizing that lacking a specific skill right now could cost him the entire match. Finally, he discovers that every individual has a different limit on how many talent slots they can handle. Our boy discovers a hidden rule, where same-type U and S-tier talents can actually be fused together. He stares at the glowing screens, wondering just how high these talent grades can actually go. Even a monster like Ricardo Gaga only has one S-tier skill despite not even hitting his prime yet. Then there's Gabriel Malak, who makes up for his lack of S-tiers with a mountain of A-tier abilities. He starts imagining the absolute legends of the game and what kind of insane stats they must hide. He figures the true gods of football probably walk around with 10 different S-tier talents at once. If he can successfully synthesize his current skills, he might just reach a level nobody has seen. The system finally kicks into gear, but the 15-day wait for the synthesis to finish is pure torture. Despite the long countdown, Ho-young can't help but grin as he pushes himself through another training session. Time skips to July, as the TV blares the news of Greece's impossible victory in the European Championship. While the world is dumbfounded by the underdog win, our boy sits watching the screen with total composure. He knows exactly how this timeline plays out, right down to the supreme defensive strategy Greece employed. His calm demeanor doesn't go unnoticed as the blonde girl suddenly turns to stare him down with suspicion. He nervously asks if he has something on his face, feeling the pressure of her intense scrutiny. She admits that something feels completely off about him, sensing a change she can't quite put into words. Panicked by his lack of a reaction, she sprints off to find his mother for a second opinion. She drags his mother over, claiming that Ho-young is acting like a completely different person lately. Our boy tries to maintain a natural smile, though he knows his growing maturity is hard to hide. His mother observes him carefully, agreeing that his vibe has shifted into something far more seasoned and focused. The tension is thick as his mother and the blonde girl continue their intense investigation of his face. Suddenly, the blonde girl realizes he just looks slimmer, finally finding a logical reason for his sharp new look. Ho-young laughs it off, secretly knowing his A+ rank, sculpted beauty talent is finally starting to kick in. Fast forward a few days, and the morning sun marks the arrival of a very special milestone. Our boy bolts upright in bed, heart racing because today is the day his long-awaited talent synthesis finishes. The system confirms the transfer is complete, successfully merging his sprinting speed into the legendary lightning dribbling. He is absolutely dumbfounded when the system offers an upgrade to storm dribbling, a tier he has never seen. This special unique rank is a total game changer, even if it locks his copying abilities for 75 days. With his new power surging, he hits the pavement to test out his upgraded physical limits. He knows this talent is truly his alone, pushing himself harder to master the storm brewing in his feet. The system warns that fully integrating the new talent into his vessel will take 75 long days. Our boy calculates that the wait ends in late September, and he is absolutely ready for the grind. Time begins to blur as the calendar flips through July, marking the start of a grueling summer season. He spends every waking moment on the pitch, proving he is cut from a different cloth than others. The schedule is so trashed here that he and his teammates are passing out on the bus between games. By September, the physical exhaustion is mounting, but his hunger for growth keeps him pushing through the fatigue. Meanwhile, a Real Madrid scout named Antonio is carefully reviewing reports on the league's most promising rising stars. He realizes that the youngest player on the squad is actually the one carrying them to second place. After tracking him for 5 months, Antonio is convinced he has finally found a truly special football prodigy. With 24 goals already bagged, his refined dribbling leaves the scouts and the crowd completely dumbfounded. Antonio realizes our boy is the real deal and knows the upcoming match will be his ultimate test. Over at the Bahapunda training ground, the atmosphere has shifted from routine to high-stakes preparation. Coach Carlos breaks the news that their next hurdle is the legendary Santos FC. Ho-young locks in as he hears there is a familiar face waiting for them on the pitch. It is Dimar, the kid recognized by everyone as Brazil's top prospect and a literal force of nature. Facing this genius was the primary reason Ho-young came to Brazil, and he is finally ready to clash. On October 7th, the rivalry between Sao Paulo and Santos reaches a boiling point. The crowd is buzzing because the papers have made it clear that losing is not an option today. Spectators are placing their bets, convinced the entire game rests on the shoulders of the two-star strikers. Most people think Dimar will take the win, but they have no idea what our boy is capable of. Inside the Santos FC locker room, the air is thick with the weight of their undisputed reputation. Coach Pamela lays it out straight, telling the team they must defend their top spot at all costs. Her elite squad looks completely unfazed, acting like the victory is already in the bag before kickoff. Cabagol just shrugs it off, assuring the coach that they won't have any trouble handling the opposition today. Canso follows up with a smirk, convinced that their status as Brazil's best isn't under any real threat. Dimar even laughs, claiming the entire match will be a piece of cake for a genius like him. Despite their bravado, Pamela is sweating, wondering if her players truly grasp the danger heading their way. She doubles down on her warning, telling them they better watch out for Ho-young specifically this time. Daimar locks in for a moment, thinking back to the terrifying highlights he's seen of the kid's talent. He quietly acknowledges that our boy is the real deal, but he's still determined to remain the king. Daimar watches Ho-young's highlights, acknowledging the kid's skill but still believing he's the superior player. He lets out a confident smirk, clearly relishing the idea of a real challenge for once. When Pamela expresses her doubts, Daimar tells her to relax because He's going to handle everything personally. Surrounded by his elite teammates, he anticipates that this showdown is finally going to be entertaining. As the teams take the field, the tension spikes with every step onto the lush green grass. Our boy spots his target across the pitch, immediately identifying the legendary prospect he's been hunting. Ho-young realizes Daimar's talent grade is likely off the charts, far surpassing any genius he's met before. He reflects on how his old, trash-tier self could never have stood against such a monster. But with his stolen abilities, he's now an equal and is dead set on securing the victory. The whistle blows and the ball starts moving, marking the start of the most intense match yet. The match explodes into life as a powerful kick sends the ball screaming deep into the opposing half. It's a clinical long ball that perfectly bypasses the midfield, putting the entire defense on high alert. The fans watching from the sidelines are stunned, realizing this game is moving at a professional pace. Daimar latches onto the ball with ease, his eyes burning with the intensity of a top-tier predator. A defender tries to close the gap, but he's clearly struggling to keep up with the genius. With a slick move, Daimar leaves him in the dust, proving he's cut from a different cloth. The opposing captain is left completely dumbfounded, as he's bypassed like he was just standing still. Daimar doesn't care about their struggle, only focusing on the massive adrenaline rush of the hunt. He notes he's only 13 meters out and decides it's the perfect time to finish the job. With a cold, calculated look, he prepares to strike, ready to crush any hope of a comeback. Kabigal lurks on the far side of the box, waiting like a shark for a potential rebound. Daimar puts his heart into a powerful strike, convinced he's finally about to change the game. A thunderous crack echoes as the ball rattles the crossbar, sending both teams into a frantic scramble. The goalkeeper stands frozen in shock as the ball rockets high into the air after the impact. Daimar tries to keep his composure after the miss, but he knows the pressure is mounting. He suddenly realizes that his missed shot has left his team completely vulnerable to a quick transition. Roska pounces on the loose ball with terrifying speed, proving he's truly cut from a different cloth. He effortlessly takes control of the pitch, immediately looking to exploit the massive gaps in the defense. The coach's previous warning about Roska's elite distribution and vision is now becoming a terrifying reality. Our boy sprints back with everything he's got, desperate to fix the dangerous mess he just created. An opposing defender tries to clear the danger, but he inadvertently sends the ball straight into open space. Ho-young doesn't hesitate for a second, immediately shifting into high gear to capitalize on the massive defensive blunder. He hunts down the loose ball with a predatory focus that leaves the surrounding players looking like trash-tier amateurs. The atmosphere in the stadium shifts as everyone realizes the pass has perfectly found our boy in stride. He ignites his explosive acceleration, tearing across the turf so fast the grass practically screams under his boots. Activating his lightning dribble, he becomes a blur of motion that shreds through the midfield with terrifying ease. The defenders are left completely dumbfounded as he glides past their formation before they can even react. Even Coach Blonde is left shaking, realizing that no amount of scouting could prepare them for this speed. With the goal in sight, he unleashes a clinical strike that leaves the keeper rooted to the spot. The net ripples violently as he secures the opening goal, proving he is truly cut from a different cloth. Ho-young's teammate offers a fist bump, praising the elite vision that led to that perfect scoring opportunity. Daimar stands there looking absolutely shell-shocked as he watches his dominance on the pitch start to crumble. He can't help but think that a talent like him shouldn't be struggling against a mere youth player. He tries to convince himself that his recent failure was just a fluke caused by a string of bad luck. The memory of his shot clanging off the goalpost haunts him, knowing he was only inches from glory. It burns even more knowing the ball fell right to the opponent, effectively handing them the momentum. He stares at our boy, finally acknowledging that Ho-young is a monster, operating on a completely different level. What hurts his pride most is how Ho-young scored with basic movements while his own techniques failed. He clenches his fist, feeling the weight of his ego bruising as he watches how easily Ho-young plays. Despite the world hailing Daimar as the future of football, he feels like he's just met his match. The crowd is losing their minds, convinced they're witnessing a literal god-tier talent descend upon the pitch. But Daimar isn't satisfied, his ego taking a massive hit as he grits his teeth in pure frustration. He takes a deep breath, forcing himself to reset before his pride completely spirals out of control. Meanwhile, our boy Ho-young is feeling the heat, realizing the pace of this match is reaching a breaking point. With a sharp thud, the ball is pinned down as the counterattack begins to ignite. Suddenly, Dimar explodes forward, weaving through the defense like they're nothing more than trash-tier obstacles. Ho-young can only curse his luck as he realizes he's been left in the dust by that insane speed. Coach Carlos watches grimly, noting that while they struck first, the momentum has completely shifted towards Santo FC. It's clear to everyone now that Dimar is the undisputed heart of this aggressive comeback. The moment the ball touches his feet, he creates a world of his own, leaving defenders dumbfounded and desperate. Coach Carlos realizes his initial plan to stifle the opposition with 4 midfielders is being completely dismantled. Our boy Ho-young frantically commands the defense to drop back, sensing the impending disaster of the counterattack. Dimar grits his teeth, his predatory instincts flaring as he prepares to break the game wide open. He explodes forward, leaving the defenders dumbfounded as he weaves through them with effortless grace. To a genius like him, complex formations are just trash-tier obstacles, meant to be ignored during his run. The crowd erupts in cheers, fully swept up in the momentum of this legendary prospect's aggressive assault. Carlos watches with a grim expression, acknowledging that the boy is coming at them with terrifying ferocity. He quickly pivots his strategy, ordering a double pivot and shifting players to stabilize the crumbling midfield. His gaze sharpens as he looks for the one player capable of turning this chaos into a victory. He decides to funnel every play through Ho-young, trusting his synthesized talents to carry the team's offense. Dimar slices through the midfield, making the defense look like they belong in a lower tier. He skips past a challenge with a quick touch, his focus entirely locked on the goal ahead. The blonde defender can only watch in awe as the prodigy leaves him eating dust. Every step he takes radiates a predatory aura that has the entire stadium holding its breath. Finally, the Sao Paulo captain blocks his path, hoping his experience can stop this aggressive assault. Frenu is already reaching his limit, his lungs burning as he tries to track the monster's movements. His teammate realizes the danger and prepares to help, knowing Frenu can't handle this alone. It's a high-stakes duel of pride where one wrong move means a total defensive collapse. Dimar just smirks and executes a perfect flick, sending the ball dancing around the captain's reach. He explodes into the gap, leaving Frenu completely dumbfounded as he charges toward the penalty area. Frenu realizes the situation is critical as the monster-tier genius breaks through the final line of defense. Without a moment's hesitation, Dimar unleashes a thunderous strike that rips through the air with terrifying precision. The goalkeeper lunges desperately, but the ball screams into the net to complete a spectacular solo effort. Dimar celebrates with Kabigol, their momentum shifting the entire atmosphere of the match in an instant. Our boys' teammates are left completely dumbfounded, their faces pale as they realize their lead has vanished. Frenu gasps for air, his body trembling from the sheer pressure of trying to contain such freakish talent. The whistle finally blows to end the first half, giving the exhausted squad a much-needed moment to breathe. Slumping onto the bench, the captain feels the weight of the match crushing his spirit after that collapse. He stares at the floor, realizing that even Ho-young's 2 goals aren't enough to keep them safe. Despite all their grueling practice, Frenu despairs because he simply can't find a way to stop Dimar's instincts. Frenu tries to steady his nerves, knowing a captain can't afford to lose his cool right now. Suddenly, our boy Ho-young approaches, sensing the heavy atmosphere weighing down on his teammates' shoulders. He gives a reassuring smile, telling the captain that everything is still under control despite the pressure. Ho-young reminds him they aren't losing yet, and credits Frenu for keeping the scoreline from getting worse. He confidently claims he'll just keep scoring even if the defense slips up again, showing his monster-tier resolve. Frenu finally relaxes, feeling the crushing pressure lift thanks to the young striker's unwavering spirit. Meanwhile, the weight of history looms over the opposition, a club built on the legends of global football. Dimar carries that elite lineage on his shoulders, embodying the aggressive, attacking spirit of his famous predecessors. Back in the rival locker room, the genius prospect catches his breath while planning his next move. He realizes his own defense is trashed here today, meaning he'll have to carry the entire team himself. Ho-young is tearing through the defense, making it look like child's play as he breaks their lines repeatedly. Dimar is losing his cool in the locker room, admitting that the pressure from our boy is ruining his focus. Sensing the panic, the coach decides to play his trump card by subbing in a specialist named Felipe Luaz. This new defender is a man-to-man beast, boasting the kind of reflexes and anticipation that shut down elite strikers. The coach warns his squad to keep their distance and stay sharp, knowing one slip-up means game over. Felipe Luaz isn't sweating it though, confidently promising to lock down the opposition's biggest threats himself. As the second half kicks off, the crowd roars while the tactical sub steps onto the pitch to stabilize things. Ho-young immediately gets back to work, calling for the ball as he looks to maintain his momentum. He takes a heavy touch and tells his team to leave the rest to him, ready to dismantle the defense. But a new wall stands in his way, as Felipe Luaz prepares to test our boy's monster-tier dribbling. Felipe Luaz locks in immediately, telling himself that he absolutely has to stop our boy from advancing further. He takes a sharp, focused breath, centering his mind to handle the pressure of guarding a monster-tier talent. Knowing that quick breakthroughs are the prodigy's specialty, the defender realizes he needs to maintain a perfect distance. Felipe has rewatched the gameplay videos multiple times, obsessively studying how the ace dismantles every defense he faces. Even with all that preparation, he realizes Ho Young is playing at an even higher level than the footage showed. He quickly shakes off the intimidation, reminding himself to stay focused despite the overwhelming aura coming off the striker. Scanning the field, Felipe anticipates a potential through pass to Douglas on the right side of the attack. He shifts his positioning to narrow the gap, aiming to block the passing lane while preparing for a breakthrough. Suddenly, Ho Young kills his momentum and brings the ball to a dead stop with a crisp, clean touch. Felipe is left completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why the ace would suddenly halt his aggressive drive. Felipe tells himself to just hold out until the rest of the defense can get into position. Our boy locks in, his eyes glowing with the tactical vision that makes him a monster on the pitch. The defender freezes, sensing that something is about to go horribly wrong for his team. With a sudden flick, he manipulates the ball in a way that defies the defender's expectations. Instead of forcing a breakthrough, he sends a sharp pass right past the defender's reach. Felipe realizes too late that he was baited into covering the wrong lane. Douglas is already sprinting into the open space, perfectly timing his run to meet the delivery. The teammate collects the ball with ease, leaving the opposition's defensive line in total shambles. Felipe is left feeling like a trash-tier amateur, realizing the scouting videos didn't show this level of play. His outstanding ball control catches everyone off guard, proving he is simply cut from a different cloth. Douglas buries the ball in the back of the net, finishing the play our boy masterfully set up. The two celebrate the breakthrough, with Ho Young officially logging a massive assist on the stat sheet. Felipe is left reeling in silence, realizing he completely misread the situation and let the game slip away. As the whistle blows, the grueling battle finally ends with the scoreboard reflecting a hard-fought victory. The Sao Paulo squad erupts in joy after securing a narrow 3-2 win against their fierce rivals. Ho Young reflects on his dominant performance, having carried the team with 2 goals and a clutch assist. He glances over at the opposition, noticing the elite, monster-tier genius looking completely devastated by the loss. Dimar and his teammates are left breathless, struggling to accept that their best wasn't enough this time. The reality of the defeat sinks in as the rival ace realizes he's up against a true predator. Our boy pulls up his system window, eyeing Dimar's S-rank talent and the hidden conditions needed to steal it. Ho Young scans the system window, noting Dimar's insane S-rank talent and the steep requirements to take it. Our boy wonders if the kid is really just 13, acknowledging he's a genuine monster on the pitch. Since he met the match conditions, he decides to secure the A-rank genius dribbling talent for now. He realizes the top-tier prodigy skill remains locked behind a hidden condition he'll have to figure out later. Nearby, the team captain stands completely drained, the weight of the intense match finally catching up to him. Frenu exhales sharply, thinking about how those 80 minutes against a genius like Dimar were absolute hell. He knows he couldn't have held the line without his teammates constantly backing him up during the assault. Turning his gaze toward the younger player, the captain realizes who the real game-changer was today. Frenu approaches Ho Young and offers his sincere thanks, admitting the boy's performance truly saved the entire squad. Ho Young just brushes it off with a smile, telling his captain they won because the whole team refused to break. Ho Young praises Frenu, calling him a true leader who held the squad together through the storm. Our boy laughs it off, showing that even with his insane talent, he values his teammates' grit. They walk off the pitch together, the bond between the veteran captain and the rookie prodigy tightening. In the distance, Dimar watches them, his eyes burning with the sting of a humiliating defeat. The genius prospect isn't used to losing, and this failure is clearly eating him alive inside. Ho Young knows he's made a permanent rival today, one who won't stop until he gets his revenge. Shifting gears, Ho Young asks the captain about his morning routine, curious about his daily discipline. When Frenu mentions waking at 8, Ho Young tells him that schedule needs to change starting tomorrow. He insists on an earlier start because staying at the top requires more than just trash-tier effort. The very next morning, the training grounds are quiet as the team prepares for a new grind. The headlines scream about Sao Paulo reclaiming the top spot, yet the journey to the championship is barely halfway. Coach Carlos stares at the reports, knowing the decisive February match will be a total bloodbath. He worries that their unstable defense will crumble if they don't find a way to tighten things up. Recalling how Frenu was nearly dismantled by Dimar, the coach knows his captain needs to overcome that wall. He walks the halls, desperately hunting for a tactical solution to shut down Dimar's elite dribbling. His thoughts are interrupted when he spots something on the pitch that leaves him completely dumbfounded. Despite the brutal match yesterday, our boy is already back on the grind, leading an early morning session. Ho Young moves with a level of passion and talent that makes it clear he's cut from a different cloth. Seeing the rookies fire, even Frenu is out there sweating, refusing to let his effort be trashed here. It turns out Ho Young's infectious willpower is already starting to transform the rest of the squad. Coach Carlos arrives and sees the boys already sweating, noting their incredible dedication to the craft. Ho Young declares they absolutely have to win the next match, his eyes burning with a fierce, unyielding resolve. The coach is genuinely impressed, thinking that this kid possesses the perfect professional mindset to reach the top. From that moment on, the team shifts their entire focus toward grueling, practical training sessions to sharpen their edges. Our boy drags Frenu and the others into extra practice, knowing they need every advantage to stop Dimar. When Roska joins them, Ho Young suggests a high-stakes 2-on-2 match to simulate the pressure of a real game. He decides to mimic Dimar's lethal style himself, while Roska takes on the role of the dangerous poacher Kabigol. With the team set, they dive into the session, each player determined to push their limits past the breaking point. Ho Young immediately goes on the offensive, testing Frenu's defensive reflexes with a series of lightning-fast, unpredictable feints. A sharp tuk echoes across the pitch as he makes his move, perfectly executing the technical drill. Our boy dances around Frenu, his touch on the ball so precise it leaves the defender completely scrambling. Frenu can barely keep up, wondering if the kid was always this terrifyingly good at weaving through traffic. With skills like storm dribbling active, his breakthrough ability reaches a monstrous level that defies all logic. Frenu feels a cold chill, realizing how lucky they are that this monster is a teammate and not an enemy. Ho Young snaps him back to reality, warning that the real Dimar is on a completely different level than this. He promises to mimic that elite style perfectly, so the team can finally get used to the overwhelming pressure. Frenu just nods, completely dumbfounded by the sheer gap in their understanding of what it means to be elite. Ho Young recalls watching Dimar's legendary career unfold in his past life, long before he ever regressed to this point. He remembers how the genius played with a creative, flexible style that made every finish look like effortless art. By channeling that world-class talent now, he turns this practice session into the ultimate trial for his squad. Frenu sits there exhausted, wondering why our boy is putting in so much extra effort for them. Ho Young just shrugs it off, explaining that helping the squad is the most natural thing for a teammate. The captain feels a bit small, admitting he wouldn't have the same dedication even with his title. Ho Young stands up and tells him the only repayment he needs is a win in the real match. He adds that this intense training is actually perfect for sharpening his own skills anyway. Turns out he's right, as his flashy footwork evolves into a mesmerizing B-rank talent through sheer repetition. He rallies the captain, insisting they keep pushing their limits together to secure the team's ultimate victory. Fast forward a few months, and the squad finally steps onto the pitch for the FA Cup final. Their opponents are Santa Cruz FC, a satellite league team that our boy is already sizing up. He notes they have a dribble-heavy winger who, while decent, is still trash tier compared to the legendary Dimar. The whistle blows, and our boy realizes this is the perfect stage to test their hellish training results. The Santa Cruz winger tries to show off his speed, thinking he can just breeze past the defense. But Frenu steps up immediately, shutting down the lane before the trash-tier dribbler can even make a move. The opponent is completely dumbfounded, as he realizes the captain's positioning is an unbreakable wall he can't bypass. Desperate to make something happen, they cough up the ball, and the momentum shifts in a heartbeat. A teammate snatches the loose ball, and immediately triggers a lightning-fast counterattack down the center. He keeps his head up, scanning the field for the perfect run to exploit the opponent's messy transition. Ho Young ignites his engines, surging forward with the kind of explosive speed that leaves defenders in the dust. Even Frenu joins the charge, proving that their collective stamina is now on a whole different level. They weave a web of precision passes, cutting through the defense like a hot knife through butter. Ho Young hammers the ball with surgical precision, leaving the defender frozen as the strike screams past him. The net bulges as Sao Paulo takes the lead, proving their counterattack is a death sentence for the opposition. The crowd goes wild, sensing that the Brazilian prodigy is about to turn this match into a highlight reel. Our boy immediately credits Frenu, knowing the captain's elite defensive read was what actually cracked the game open. Frenu beams with pride, finally seeing their grueling training sessions pay off in the most satisfying way possible. Spectators are left dumbfounded by the sheer gap in skill as the momentum shifts entirely toward the white kits. He keeps the pressure high, slotting in the 7th goal and making the rival keeper look like a total amateur. Having netted 4 goals himself, Ho Young rallies the team, his hunger for victory still as sharp as ever. The whistle finally signals the end of a 7-0 massacre, leaving the opponents crushed under Sao Paulo's dominance. Ho Young and Frenu share a celebratory fist bump, officially crowning themselves as the new FA Cup champions. By January 2005, the grueling schedule finally breaks the squad, leading to a bitter exit from international play. Our boy realizes they can't win everything, so he shifts his focus towards securing the remaining domestic titles. Between matches, he hits the books with Monica, determined to snatch her linguistic gifts before his big exam. The strategy pays off as Sao Paulo maintains a razor-thin lead at the top of the national table. However, Santos FC is breathing down their necks, trailing by just 2 points as the final showdown looms. Valentine's Day brings no love, only a high-stakes clash that will decide the entire season's fate. It is the ultimate face-off where every drop of sweat counts and the tension is absolutely suffocating. Ho Young pulls Casemiro aside, warning him that their opponent's star playmaker is a threat from anywhere. He emphasizes that they can't give an inch of space because a single long-range strike could ruin everything. If he shuts down Canso and secures the win, he will finally add those elite skills to his arsenal. To snag Dimar's S-rank talent, our boy realizes he must secure the National League's Golden Ball trophy. Ho Young rallies his squad, knowing that all their grueling training has led to this final, decisive moment. The whistle screams to life, and Santos wastes no time pushing the pace right from the opening kickoff. Canso takes control of the ball, his eyes already scanning for a gap in the defense to exploit. He charges forward, surprised by how smoothly the play is developing as he hunts for a scoring chance. With the ball glued to his feet, the star playmaker prepares to unleash his signature lethal strike. Canso decides to gamble on a long-range blast, hoping to catch the goalkeeper off guard and strike first. Suddenly, Casemiro lunges in with a perfect block, completely shutting down the shot before it even takes flight. Having followed the game plan to the letter, the defender remains focused on neutralizing the opposition's biggest threat. Canso is left absolutely dumbfounded, wondering how his every intention was read so easily by the defense. Douglas knows that if they can just sever the midfield connection, the game is practically theirs for the taking. Ho Young commands a shift to a 4-3-3 formation, pivoting the entire team into a lethal, aggressive offensive stance. Our boy sprints into the open space, urging his teammates to keep the pressure mounting against the rival defense. Frenu pushes his pace to the limit, desperate to ensure they don't waste this golden opportunity to score. The opposition is left reeling, unable to believe how quickly the Sao Paulo players are closing the distance. Their passing is a work of art, carving through the defense with the surgical precision of a professional unit. Ho Young traps the ball with ease, his tactical mind already calculating the next 3 moves to dismantle them. He catches his breath for a split second, realizing they need to control the tempo to stay truly dominant. 2 defensive midfielders from Santos converge on him, hoping their combined strength can finally halt his terrifying momentum. Manatu drops back to anchor the defense, knowing he is the last line of resistance against the returning prodigy. Hoda steps up as the defensive anchor, ready to block the opponent's attacks and prove he belongs here. Manatu barks orders to close the space, promising to cover any sudden breakthroughs that might slip through the cracks. The blonde midfielder simply nods, his focus sharpening as he prepares to face the most dangerous player on the field. As our boy closes in, Hota realizes this is his golden ticket to fame if he can just stop him. He believes that shutting down the league's top scorer is the only way to steal the spotlight for himself today. Having survived grueling training sessions against beasts like Dimar and Cabagol, he feels ready to take him down. He stands his ground, his mind racing to figure out if the prodigy is planning to pass or shoot. Staring down the blue-haired striker, he waits for the decisive move, wondering if he can actually hold the line. Suddenly, Ho Young becomes a blur of motion, his sheer speed making it look like there are 2 of him. With a subtle flick of his foot, our boy begins a mesmerizing dribble that leaves the defense completely dumbfounded. Hota grits his teeth, telling himself he won't fall for any of the prodigy's flashy tricks. Our boy counts the rhythm of the defense, waiting for the perfect microsecond to explode forward. The defender matches his breathing, convinced he has finally timed the striker's next move. Suddenly, the blue-haired monster shifts gears, leaving the blonde defender lunging at thin air. Hota tries to react instantly, but his body just can't keep up with the boy's insane acceleration. In a flash of pure speed, the prodigy blows past him like he's standing still. The defender is left completely dumbfounded, cursing his inability to even graze the striker's jersey. He can't understand how he's losing when he already predicted the exact path of the dribble. His only hope now is for Manatu to step up and stop the unstoppable force. Despite all his grueling training, Hota realizes there's just no accounting for this level of raw talent. Ho Young bears down on Manatu, who is the only thing standing between him and the final defensive line. Manatu breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the sheer speed of the monster approaching him is completely unnatural. Our boy leans into his sprint, using every ounce of his stolen talent to maintain his maximum velocity. The defender tries to narrow his focus, praying he can at least stall the prodigy's momentum for now. With a delicate touch, Ho-young sets up his next move, keeping the ball glued to his feet perfectly. He explodes past the defender with a sudden change of direction, leaving Minato staring at his blurry afterimage. Minato is left in the dust, silent and broken as he realizes his best effort wasn't even close. Now at the final line, Ho-young sharpens his gaze, knowing the goal is finally within his reach. Felipe Ruiz steps up to challenge him, throwing his entire reputation as a center back on the line. The defender's heart sinks as he realizes that stopping this boy is an utterly impossible task. Ho-young locks in, his eyes glowing with the intensity of a predator closing in on his prey. Felipe Ruiz can only gasp in terror as he realizes he is just another obstacle about to be demolished. With a surgical touch, our boy sends the ball right through the defender's legs in a soul-crushing nutmeg. The poor guy is left eating dust, cursing his luck as the prodigy disappears into the distance. He realizes that no matter how hard he tries, he is just not cut from the same cloth. The goal is in sight, but Ho-young is looking to dismantle the entire formation rather than just scoring. He calculates the field, deciding to circulate the ball while his strikers pull the defense apart like paper. Douglas hits his stride on the left, perfectly positioned to deliver the finishing blow to this defense. Even with two defenders swarming him, Ho-young stays cool, knowing this match needs a decisive, legendary ending. He threads a needle-perfect pass to Douglas, effectively sealing the fate of the entire Santos squad. Douglas receives the perfect pass and realizes he has been left completely unmarked in a dangerous position. A Santos defender panics and lunges forward, desperate to close the gap before Douglas can pull the trigger. The defender is left dumbfounded as Douglas lofts a high ball back into the center instead of shooting. Ho-young reads the play instantly, sprinting into the box to meet the delivery with perfect timing. He maneuvers through the trash-tier defense with ease, his eyes locked onto the ball falling from the sky. Our boy connects with a thunderous volley, sending the ball screaming past the keeper into the back net. The stadium erupts as the opening goal is secured, proving that Sao Paulo is in a different league. He roars in celebration, knowing that this early lead will force the opposition to play into his hands. He reflects on the scoring talent he stole from Pat, realizing how much his stolen skills have evolved. Douglas nearly tackles him in a celebratory hug, thrilled that their coordinated play resulted in a legendary goal. The stadium is absolutely electric as the fans roar with excitement following the opening goal. High in the stands, a man in a sharp suit watches the match with a cold, calculating gaze. This is Charles Leshak, an elite scout from FC Barcelona who doesn't look easily impressed by youth talent. Down on the field, Damar is moving like a man possessed, his sharp footwork threatening to shake the game. Every player is desperate to showcase their specialties, turning the pitch into a high-stakes battleground for individual glory. However, most of them are just trash tier, overreaching and self-destructing with wild shots that never find the mark. Charles notices that Ho-young is different, possessing the rare discipline to only unleash his skills when absolutely necessary. Our boy is completely dominating the match, reading the flow with a maturity that leaves the scouts stunned. Hess already shredded the defense 9 times in 30 minutes, making the opposition look like total amateurs. Charles came to see other prospects, but he realizes he's stumbled upon a monster he never expected to find. Ho-young's evaluation is through the roof, proving our boy is truly cut from a different cloth. Charles is absolutely dumbfounded, admitting it has been ages since a youth player left him this impressed. He finds it impossible to look away because the kid's movements on the pitch are just that mesmerizing. When halftime finally hits, the squad heads back to the locker room to catch their breath. Frenu tries to stay locked in, knowing their slim lead depends entirely on his defensive focus. Our boy approaches the captain, noticing the weight of the match is starting to press him down. He flashes a grin and praises the captain's defense, ensuring the team's morale stays sky-high. Hearing such high praise from a monster like Ho-young gives the captain a massive sense of relief. Then, he casually mentions that they shouldn't let a talent like Dimar get inside their heads. He explains that football requires a clear mind, because playing with anxiety is a recipe for disaster. Frenu takes the advice to heart, realizing a calm mind is his best weapon against the mounting pressure. Our boy rallies his captain, and the fire returns to the squad for the final push. The whistle screams as the second half kicks off, with the opposition looking dead set on a comeback. Kabigol grits his teeth, determined to snatch back the momentum before the match slips away completely. Hota knows they need perfect synchronization to finally dismantle the defense that has been holding them back. Dimar's predatory instincts flare up as he vows to put the ball in the net this time. They execute a series of lightning-fast passes, carving through the midfield like a hot knife through butter. The defense is left dumbfounded, as 3 attackers suddenly burst through their line in a perfectly coordinated assault. Ho-young bellows at his teammates to keep their heads and stay locked in despite the sudden pressure. But Daimar isn't waiting around, unleashing a thunderous strike that threatens to level the playing field. Kanso keeps the ball glued to his feet, scanning the field for any crack in the defense. Casimiro steps up to meet him, knowing he can't let this playmaker dictate the game's rhythm. He realizes there are too many gaps to cover, but he's determined to stop them regardless. Kanso remains unfazed, his tactical IQ allowing him to see the entire pitch in slow motion. Casimiro remembers the grueling months spent training alongside a monster-tier talent like Ho-young. That experience gives him the confidence to believe he can actually handle this elite level of pressure. Kanso weighs his options, debating whether to go for a solo breakthrough or a clinical pass. Since the defense has been blocking mid-range shots all day, he figures a direct assault is risky. He decides that passing to Daimar is the classic Santos style needed to finally break the deadlock. Suddenly, our boy Ho-young teleports into the play, snuffing out the danger with a perfectly timed interception. Kanso is absolutely dumbfounded by Ho-young's defensive presence, wondering what kind of monster he is actually facing. He grits his teeth, frustrated that all his grueling training hasn't stopped his passes from being shut down. Exhausted, he stares at our boy, realizing the gap between them is much wider than he ever imagined. Meanwhile, Daimar takes charge, exploding down the field with the ball to keep the Santos offense alive. He knows he needs to produce a miracle, focusing every ounce of his genius on this single breakthrough. As he reaches his favorite spot in the penalty area, the pressure mounts with the goal finally in sight. Despite the intense effort, the whistle blows for halftime, leaving him gasping for air and craving a goal. The scene shifts to the locker room where the air is thick with tension after a scoreless half. Daimar sits alone, hydrating while replaying every missed opportunity and tactical error in his head. Suddenly, the blonde coach approaches him, ready to drop some heavy tactical adjustments for the final showdown. Coach Blonde tells Daimar to stop holding back and finally start living up to his legendary reputation. He reminds the boy that his natural talent made him a household name at a ridiculously young age. Daimar's eyes ignite with a predatory glow as he prepares to unleash his full potential on the pitch. He charges forward with a singular focus, believing that clearing this one hurdle is his key to victory. The genius begins his signature body feints, moving with a level of flexibility that looks like an art form. Frenu steps up to mark him, but the captain is just another obstacle in the rival's path today. Daimar scoffs internally, certain that the defender is no match for his superior technical skills and raw speed. He executes a sharp feint, his body blurring as he attempts to bypass the defense in a single motion. Frenu is left completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide as he struggles to process the speed of the attack. The defender desperately tries to recover his footing, but he's already losing ground to the rival's explosive movement. Daimar realizes his initial feint failed, and wonders how the defender stayed so composed against his skill. Refusing to be stopped, the genius decides to switch gears and try something much more daring. He attempts a cheeky nutmeg, aiming to humiliate the captain by sliding the ball right through his legs. Frenu isn't having any of it today, his expression hardening as he reads the play perfectly. With a sharp thud, the captain shuts the door, intercepting the ball before it can even pass him. The rival is left completely frozen, unable to believe his signature move was just snuffed out like that. Our boy's teammate doesn't hesitate, surging past the stunned genius to launch a quick counterattack. He clears the ball with a powerful strike, leaving the opposition's star player eating his dust. Daimar stares in total shock, questioning how someone could evolve this much in such a short time. He tries to regain his composure, desperately telling himself that this defensive masterclass was just a lucky coincidence. Daimar keeps pushing with everything he has, but even his genius can't break through the wall they've built. Ho-young slides in with perfect timing, making sure Kabigel's attempt ends in a pathetic waste of effort. As the clock ticks, the Santos squad starts losing their cool, their once solid teamwork crumbling under the pressure. A sharp tap on the ball signals the start of a final, desperate counter-offensive from the backline. Rosca bellows for the entire team to push forward, knowing this is their one shot at absolute glory. With only seconds left on the clock, Ho-young ignites his engines for one last charge toward the goal. The playmaker screams for everyone to give it their all, his voice echoing across the silent, tense pitch. Ho-young hears the command and pushes his body to the limit, his eyes locked firmly on the prize. He doesn't even need to look back to know exactly where the ball is going to land. Rosca watches with bated breath, trusting his ace to turn this final pass into a legendary miracle. Ho-young shrugs off the defender, showing these kids that their teamwork is useless against his overwhelming talent. A heavy thud echoes across the grass as the ball is launched with incredible, bone-shaking force. The crowd watches in absolute silence, completely dumbfounded by the sheer speed unfolding right before their eyes. Our boy leaves the defenders in the dust, his movements becoming a blur of pure, unadulterated intent. He taps into his hidden reserves, his body surging with the raw, crackling power of his specialized talent. With a light touch, he redirects the momentum, keeping the ball glued to his feet like absolute magic. He strikes the ball with a thunderous boom, sending it screaming toward the opponent's territory like a missile. The Santos players are left completely dumbfounded, realizing their defensive wall is nothing but trash tier against him. He tears through the defensive line like a literal natural disaster, leaving everyone paralyzed in his wake. Ho-young fully unleashes his storm dribbling, proving he is truly cut from a different cloth than these amateurs. Our boy breaks away for a solo run, leaving the defense in the dust as he charges the goal. The opposing goalkeeper realizes this is serious, his nerves fraying under the weight of the impending disaster. Ho-young's eyes glow with an intense blue light as he fully taps into his monstrous, god-tier talent. The keeper is left sweating and visibly shaken, realizing he's facing someone truly cut from a different cloth. With a sudden, sharp movement, he prepares to unleash a strike that will seal their opponent's fate. The goalie braces for a thunderous shot, his mind racing to predict where the ball will fly. But our boy is a genius, using a burst of speed to dance right past the helpless keeper instead. He calmly taps the ball into the open net, making the elite defense look like absolute trash-tier amateurs. The ball ripples the net, securing a clinching victory and leaving the entire stadium completely dumbfounded. Ho-young celebrates with his teammates, the roar of the crowd confirming his status as a literal natural disaster. The final whistle echoes as the ball clears the goal, leaving the keeper breathless, and the match finally over. São Paulo FC is officially crowned the U15 national champions, sending the entire team into a frenzied celebration. Our boy is mobbed by his teammates, his bright blue eyes shining with the joy of a hard-earned victory. Coach Carlos stands tall on the sidelines, looking satisfied that his faith in the young prodigy finally paid off. Fans in the stands are absolutely dumbfounded, whispering about how the legendary Dimar actually tasted defeat today. Dimar stands alone, forced to watch the celebration of the rival who just shattered his undefeated streak. He grits his teeth in silent fury, the weight of the loss heavy on his shoulders as he retreats. Exhaustion finally hits Ho-young like a truck, and he collapses onto the grass, reflecting on the brutal season. He realizes that pushing his storm dribbling to its absolute limit was the only way to secure this win. While the effect was god-tier, the side effects are extreme, leaving him without even the strength to stand. Ho-young reaches for the sky, realizing his current body can't keep up with his elite skills for long. As he lies on the turf, he knows he needs to secure his reward before the window closes. The system flickers to life, presenting Kanso's elite passing ability as the ultimate prize for today's hard-fought victory. Without a second thought, our boy locks in the high-tier passing talent to further evolve his playmaking game. Suddenly, a shadow looms over him, snapping him out of his internal monologue and back to reality. It is Frenu, the team captain, extending a hand to pull his star player off the grass. Their hands meet in a firm grip, sealing the bond between the team heart and its greatest weapon. Standing tall together, the atmosphere on the pitch shifts from exhaustion to a profound sense of mutual respect. Frenu looks him in the eye and offers his sincere thanks for carrying the team to this win. The captain's gaze softens with emotion, finally acknowledging that Ho-young is the miracle they truly needed. Ho-young humbly deflects the praise, insisting that every single player on the pitch gave their absolute all. He recalls the intense struggle of the match where every inch of grass was bought with sweat. Our boy tells the captain that his individual success is built entirely on the foundation of the team. Every time he bypassed a defender, it was only possible because his teammates held the line. Even the captain played like a man possessed, proving they were all cut from the same cloth. When he finally slotted the ball home, it felt like the culmination of their shared spirit. The weight of the victory finally hits the captain, causing him to break down in emotional tears. He suddenly lunges forward and pulls Ho-young into a tight hug, overwhelmed by their hard-earned success. Our boy stands there completely dumbfounded, caught off guard by the captain's sudden burst of raw gratitude. Ricardo Gaga's past advice rings true now, proving that a player's dedication is fueled by those behind him. Ho-young realizes that Ricardo Gaga's wisdom about teamwork was spot on as Frenu continues his emotional embrace. Surrounded by his cheering teammates, our boy reflects on the massive growth he experienced during this intense match. Just as the celebration peaks, a familiar pair of cleats approaches him on the pitch. Ho-young turns around and is surprised to see his rival, Dimar, walking straight toward him. Without saying a word, the legendary prospect extends his hand in a rare gesture of respect. Our boy firmly grasps the hand, sealing a silent acknowledgement between the two monster-tier geniuses. Dimar stands there drenched in sweat, looking completely humbled by the performance he just witnessed. He looks up in shock, his yellow eyes widening as he feels something unexpected during the handshake. Dimar is stunned by the thick calluses on Ho Young's palms, realizing the insane effort behind his talent. Looking at our boy, Dimar realizes he didn't just sharpen his skills, but built a monster-tier physique through training. The Brazilian prodigy hangs his head, cursing his own complacency, and the fact that he relied solely on talent. As he walks off, he vows to engrave this sting of defeat deep into his soul for a rematch. Ho Young stands amidst the chaos, finally letting the reality of his massive achievement sink in with a calm smile. The quiet doesn't last long as a barrage of camera flashes signals the arrival of the hungry media vultures. Surrounded by reporters, our boy is asked to describe the feeling of securing the National League Championship trophy. He doesn't hold back his excitement, telling them that reaching this peak feels nothing short of incredible. A reporter leans in with a sharp gaze, demanding to know what the young genius plans to conquer next. Ho Young takes a breath, ready to announce his next objective and leave the world dumbfounded once again. Ho Young declares his next target is the Super Championship to secure a legendary treble victory. The locker room door practically rattles from the explosive cheers of the victorious squad inside. Our boy joins his teammates as they celebrate the hard-earned reward for their relentless focus and training. Coach Carlos pulls the captain aside, praising him for keeping the team steady against a monster like Dimar. He reminds the boy that the result they achieved today is the ultimate proof that hard work never betrays. Frenu stands there, visibly moved as the weight of the coach's recognition finally hits him. He humbly bows and deflects the praise, insisting that the credit belongs to the entire team's collective effort. Even as the coach highlights his flawless performance, the captain knows he didn't reach this level alone. He admits that Ho Young was the one who dragged him to extra practice sessions, never giving up on him. Frenu reflects on the intense match, realizing his peak performance and the championship win were only possible through grit. The captain breaks down in tears, admitting that his massive growth is entirely thanks to our boy's constant pressure. Coach Carlos takes it all in, finally seeing how the team's dynamic has shifted under a new kind of leadership. In the middle of the locker room chaos, Ho Young just laughs with the squad, enjoying the taste of victory. The coach smiles and tells the confused captain that he finally understands the true value of their newest star. After a whirlwind day, the association officially crowns our boy as the man of the match for his dominance. Later that night, the house is quiet, but the adrenaline from the win hasn't faded for the young prodigy. He sits up in bed, dumbfounded as the familiar blue glow of the system suddenly illuminates the dark room. It turns out he can finally snatch one of Dimar's elite A-rank talents to further evolve his own game. To snag that legendary dribbling talent, he realizes he needs to dominate the next match under specific conditions. Our boy decides to prioritize exceptional flexibility, knowing it's the secret sauce to unlocking his full potential. He recalls his coach explaining that mastering the balance between strength and flexibility separates pros from trash-tier players. This new ability links perfectly with his dribbling, making his movements on the grass look like a choreographed dance. 4 days later, the final round of the National League kicks off with the championship already in their hands. Even with nothing left to prove, Sao Paulo treats the match like a war, dismantling their opponents 5-0. Ho Young hammers home a legendary long-range strike, making sure everyone knows who the real top scorer is. The atmosphere turns electric as the league officials prepare to honor the standout performer of this historic season. Our boy holds the golden ball high, officially cementing his legacy as the greatest prospect in the country. Our boy stands tall with 3 major awards, having absolutely dominated the league with 29 goals. Suddenly, the system flares to life, signaling that his hard work has finally triggered the ultimate prize. Turns out, Hez unlocked Dimar's monster-tier talent, officially becoming an S-rank football prodigy himself. He realizes the hidden requirement was winning the golden ball after already copying one of the rival's skills. However, the acquisition isn't instant, requiring a 40-day cooldown where he can't steal any other trash-tier abilities. Ho Young can barely contain his excitement, knowing that crushing elite teams is the only way to grow fast. Fast forward 40 days, and the transformation is complete, finally cementing his status as a true football prodigy. Meanwhile, Pat takes home the best forward trophy, though his 27 goals still pale in comparison to Ho Young. Even the legendary Dimar has to settle for the silver ball, finishing third behind the 2 scoring monsters. Frenu and Casemiro walk up side by side, claiming their well-earned spots as the league's top-tier defensive anchors. The accolades keep rolling in as Rosca takes the best midfielder trophy while Pedersen is named the top goalkeeper. São Paulo FC throws a massive rager to celebrate the haul, letting the squad finally blow off some steam. Once the noise fades, our boy heads back to his room to finally get some much-needed peace and quiet. He collapses onto the mattress, feeling the weight of the world lift after finally conquering that massive mountain. Staring at the ceiling, he can't believe he actually checked off every single goal he set in Brazil. He thinks back to the endless training sessions where he pushed his body to the absolute limit without stopping. Dominating the Brazilian league wasn't just a dream anymore, it was the grit that forged him into a legend. As the radio hums, he realizes this journey provided an experience that he'll never forget as he moves forward. The action moves to the Barra Funda training grounds where a high-stakes match is underway under the clear sky. Our boy locks in, his eyes sharp as he scans the field for the perfect opening to strike. The defenders and keeper are left dumbfounded as they realize they can't keep up with his explosive movement. He spots the gap and unleashes a piercing mid-range shot, pouring his training into one heavy, decisive strike. Just a minute into the half, the ball streaks across the pitch like a comet, leaving everyone behind. It rips through the net, putting Sao Paulo in the lead, and proving his dominance is no fluke. Suddenly, he feels a surge of power and realizes his mid-range shooting talent has actually evolved during the match. Has pumped, realizing that as his physical skills sharpen, his stolen talents are growing at an even faster rate. With the momentum firmly on their side, our boy and his team continue to dismantle the opposition with ease. Even the spectators can see the massive skill gap, whispering about how this match has become a total wash. Our boy and his squad are proving that their championship title wasn't just a lucky break for show. But the opposition still has a versatile genius like Coutinho, a playmaker who is basically a flawless crack player. He is the type of threat where nobody knows when he might suddenly pull off a game-changing superplay. Ho Young doesn't wait around, immediately putting pressure on the defense and making them look like absolute amateurs. Coutinho is stunned, realizing this isn't the same team from last year because their entire chemistry has transformed. The pace is relentless as our boy tears through the midfield, leaving the defenders completely outclassed and breathless. It is obvious to everyone watching that he is the one who dragged the entire squad to this level. He sets up the play with a sharp pass, forcing the defense to scramble while he dictates the tempo. His teammate connects perfectly, launching a strike that carries all the momentum of their dominant performance so far. The keeper is left diving at shadows as the ball hits the net, marking the team's second clinical goal. Our boy kicks it into high gear, leaving the defense in the dust with his explosive speed. He spots an opening and sends a perfect pass, trusting his teammate to finish the job. The strike is clinical, burying the ball in the net and securing a massive 3-goal lead. As the whistle blows for halftime, the squad celebrates their total dominance over the rival academy. Meanwhile, the Santos players look completely broken, gasping for air after being outclassed in every single department. Back in the locker room, the energy is electric as the cheers echo through the hallway. The team is riding high on confidence, convinced that the victory is already in their hands. However, Frenu steps up as a true leader, reminding everyone that the battle isn't over until the end. Casimiro and the others quickly snap out of it, acknowledging that they can't afford any trash-tier mistakes now. Watching them, Ho Young realizes that his influence has truly transformed these guys into elite-tier players. Yoon Jung-ho reflects on their first meeting, realizing how far our boy has come since then. Frenu has evolved into a true captain, his eyes burning with the desire to crush the opposition. Alongside Ruska and Casimiro, the squad stands tall as elite-tier warriors cut from the same cloth. Ho Young realizes this is his final match in Brazil and vows to leave everything on the pitch. He looks at his teammates, wishing he could play with this crew for just a little longer. Coach Carlos remains stoic as the whistle screams, marking the beginning of a decisive second half. The rivals resort to a trash-tier defensive formation, stacking the backline to survive the pressure. When the pass arrives, Ho Young doesn't hesitate, immediately looking for a gap in their wall. His touch is flawless, using his mesmerizing footwork to keep the ball glued to his feet. He knows that to win perfectly, he must dismantle their desperate defense with one final play. The defender is completely dumbfounded, unable to track the lightning-fast pace of our boy's sudden acceleration. Ho Young tells himself he's going to finish this the right way, weaving through the defense with effortless grace. He pushes his limits one last time, determined to leave a lasting impression before his time here ends. Sensing the opportunity, Douglas charges forward, trusting his teammate to deliver the ball exactly where it needs to be. The opposition is shaken as they realize the entire squad is now moving in perfect sync with Ho Young's breakthrough. Our boy carves open the pitch, leaving his markers stumbling as he creates a massive gap in their formation. He releases a clinical pass that slices through the backline, perfectly finding the run of his fellow striker. Douglas takes the touch in stride, his eyes locked on the goal as he prepares to end the game. He unleashes a thunderous strike that leaves the goalkeeper completely helpless as it rockets toward the back of the net. The ball ripples the mesh with a heavy thud, marking a perfect conclusion to his legendary run in Brazil. The crowd goes wild as the scoreboard flips, celebrating a second goal that puts the opposition on notice. Our boy isn't done yet, rising high above the defense to contest a cross with sheer determination. He connects perfectly, burying a header that leaves the keeper dumbfounded and extends their lead even further. His teammates are fired up, screaming for the squad to keep the pressure high and bury the rivals. Ho Young smells blood in the water, winding up for another strike to truly seal their fate today. The stadium erupts as he completes a legendary hat trick, proving he's on a completely different level. Amidst the celebration, he feels a familiar spark, realizing his performance has finally triggered his unique ability. The system confirms he's successfully met the conditions to snatch a piece of Coutinho's elite talent. With his goals and interceptions finally tallied up, the path to a new power-up is officially cleared. He decides to grab the exceptional agility, knowing this boost will make him even more untouchable on the pitch. The referee finally blows the whistle, signaling the end of a complete slaughter on the pitch. Our boy and his squad walk away with a massive 6-0 victory, officially securing the prestigious trophy. Ho Young celebrates wildly with his teammates, their faces beaming after dominating the competition so thoroughly. Meanwhile, the rivals are left breathless and utterly crushed, realizing they were never even in the same league. Coach Carlos watches from the sidelines with a satisfied smirk, knowing his star pupil exceeded every expectation. With the treble officially secured, the team stands tall as the undisputed kings of the youth circuit. As night falls over the city, the news of this historic victory begins to spread like wildfire. Headlines across the globe start praising Ho Young, proclaiming his existence to a world that isn't ready for him. Experts claim he is a football hero in the making, proving his meteoric rise is no mere fluke. Even the high-ranking league officials recognize his genius, ranking him among the top 5 elite prospects in Asia. Charles Leshak is absolutely baffled that his elite club hasn't made a move for our boy yet. The trash-tier bean counters argue that Europe is already crawling with talent, but Charles isn't buying their excuses. He reminds the room that his eye for talent is legendary, having scouted Merle despite everyone's doubts. If they don't move now, he knows other giants will swoop in and steal the prodigy away. Meanwhile, life back at the house is quiet, far removed from the high-stakes boardroom drama in Spain. Our boy is out front, putting in work, making sure his ball control stays elite even during rest. His mother suddenly breaks his focus, calling out that there is an urgent phone call waiting for him. She reveals that a legendary coach is on the line, leaving Lee Sang-woon and the family totally stunned. Ho Young is left wondering why a giant of the game would be reaching out at such a late hour. He reaches for the receiver, sensing that another massive opportunity is about to knock on his door. Our boy picks up and greets the legendary Cha Bum-kun, who notes he hasn't changed a bit. The legend suggests they meet immediately upon his return because someone very important is dying to see him. Ho Young is left dumbfounded, wondering if it's just another reporter looking for a quick headline. Turns out, it's a close friend of the coach who happens to lead the national youth team. The man in question is Park Hyung-woon, the heavy hitter currently in charge of the U-17 squad. He mentions the World Cup in Peru, and tells our boy there's no reason to be scared. The gravity of the situation sinks in as he realizes he's being scouted for the U-17 World Cup. This tournament is the ultimate factory for global stars, and now it's within his reach. He grips the receiver tight, calculating the odds of a 12-year-old actually surviving on that elite stage. With the Demon Duke watching, he realizes he can shatter the record for the youngest player ever signed. Ho Young collapses onto his bed, exhaling as the weight of the massive scouting offer finally hits him. He stares at the ceiling, wondering if a 12-year-old kid can actually survive the U-17 World Cup. He imagines himself on the pitch, looking like a total elementary student surrounded by high school giants. If those older monsters decide to play dirty, our boy knows he'll be tossed around like a rag doll. Instead of folding, he decides to grind his muscles and flexibility to survive the upcoming physical onslaught. A few days pass by as he balances his insane training schedule with his life back at home. Suddenly, he and Monica are jumping for joy after he crushes the Brazilian International Language exam. He beams with pride, telling her that he never could have cleared this hurdle without her help. She just laughs it off, clearly happy to see her star pupil finally reaping the rewards. Looking back, he realizes just how much time she spent tutoring him through those grueling study sessions. Monica's kindness hits home, and our boy realizes he needs to pay her back for all that help. But before he does anything else, he decides to take a little peek at her hidden potential. A massive list of talents pops up, proving she is way more than just a simple language tutor. The system reveals everything from gymnastic skills to incredible body balance, just waiting to be snatched up. He decides to copy her innate language sense first, knowing it will make his future growth much smoother. With one skill down, he immediately sets his sights on her elite body balance to fix his weaknesses. Seeing him so pumped up makes Monica smile, relieved that her star pupil is finally finding his groove. Fast forward to early March, and the scene shifts as he finally touches down at Incheon Airport. The moment he steps out, a massive swarm of reporters and fans surrounds him, shouting his name. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, realizing his fame has exploded way more than he ever expected. Through the sea of cameras, Ho Young finally spots his parents waving to him from the edge of the crowd. He tries to reach them, but the paparazzi are relentless, blinding our boy with a barrage of flashing lights. One reporter manages to corner him, asking if he made any high-profile friends during his legendary run in Brazil. He starts by naming his reliable teammates, thinking back to the brothers-in-arms who helped him conquer the youth league. Then he casually mentions he is tight with Gaga and Malik, leaving the reporter completely frozen in shock. The news is so heavy that the poor guy's brain literally starts buffering while trying to process the claim. The entire crowd is dumbfounded, unable to believe this kid was rubbing shoulders with actual global footballing icons. Ho Young just smiles and explains how he trained with Gaga and still gets regular tactical advice from Gabriel. The reporters go into a total frenzy, desperately begging for every single detail about his life with the gods. Suddenly, a firm step echoes against the floor as a familiar voice calls out to stop him in his tracks. Lee Sang-woon rushes in, apologizing for the delay because the Pro League has been absolutely hectic lately. Our boy's father just laughs it off, being his usual humble self while Ho Young sits there looking composed. The coach notices Ho Young has grown quite a bit, looking way more dignified than the last time they met. He doesn't waste any time and starts introducing the serious-looking man sitting right next to him. Turns out, this is Park Kyung-woon, the big boss in charge of the U-17 national squad. Ho Young's heart skips a beat as he realizes he's sitting across from a literal national team gatekeeper. Kyung-woon just smirks, telling the kid to relax because he isn't there to bite his head off. Our boy's brain starts racing, realizing a solid performance here could make him the youngest national representative ever. He knows this isn't just a meeting, it's a golden ticket to snatch some top-tier national-level talents. The coach leans in, testing the waters by asking if he truly understands the weight of the U-17 team. Ho Young recalls how the U-17 squad crushed it recently, securing a World Cup spot by beating Qatar. The coaches are clearly impressed that our boy has done his homework on the national team's recent history. Kyung-woon reveals the plan to draft him for September, but asks if his schedule is clear until April. Ho Young confirms he's free, but wonders what the veteran coach has up his sleeve for the immediate future. It turns out there's a prestigious U-16 tournament in France this month that serves as the perfect proving ground. He quickly pieces it together, realizing the staff wants to test his mettle before the big September call-up. He clenches his fists tight, already calculating how to dominate players who have a clear age advantage. Kyung-woon turns to the father, making sure the family is actually on board with this high-stakes opportunity. His father is absolutely over the moon, confirming that he fully supports his son joining the national ranks. With a deep bow, he entrusts the boy's future to the coaches, hoping they'll guide him well. Ho Young notices his old man is actually more hyped about the national team news than he is. His father laughs with the scout, agreeing that a recommendation from a legend makes this path inevitable. Our boy watches the adults celebrate, feeling a strange disconnect from their pure, unadulterated joy. He rubs his face, wondering if he is just overthinking the weight of the expectations resting on him. Suddenly, his heart starts racing with a mix of raw excitement and the pressure of what is next. Being the youngest is a cool title, but he knows that only absolute talent matters on the world stage. With the demon lurking, he views the upcoming tournament as a buffet of elite talents waiting for him. As they leave the meeting, the reality of his meteoric rise begins to settle in during the drive. He checks the morning paper, seeing his own name headlined as the future savior of Korean football. The media is already calling him a world-class prodigy who completely dominated the cutthroat Brazilian youth leagues. The papers are even comparing his shooting form to the legendary Ramadona, fueling the national hype. Our boy just sighs at the sensationalist headlines, wishing the media would stop with the fake articles. He understands the hero-making process is inevitable, but the constant attention is becoming a real drag. During the drive, he tentatively asks his father about the possibility of transferring to a top European club. He confesses that if he wants to make a serious pro debut, he cannot do it all alone. His father calmly responds that either he or mom would move to Europe to support his journey. Ho Young is completely dumbfounded to realize his parents had already been considering his future abroad. His dad just smiles, noting that moving to Europe is the best option for his professional growth. Yet, the thought of his family being torn apart for his career leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. He sits in silence, realizing that reaching the top requires sacrifices he never truly considered before. Ho Young's father tells him to stop stressing over the logistics and just leave the heavy lifting to the adults. He adds that our boy only needs to focus on his football if he wants to reach the top. Feeling the weight of his family's unwavering support, Ho Young gets all choked up and realizes how lucky he is. He quickly steels his resolve and promises to give it everything he has to make their sacrifices worth it. Soon enough, He arrives at the legendary Paju Football Training Center, the very heart of Korean national football. As his cleats hit the turf, he can feel the heavy atmosphere of elite competition thick in the air. He looks around and is immediately dumbfounded by the sheer presence of the monsters gathered here today. These are the elite prospects of the U-17 national team, and every single one is a certified beast. The intensity is on another level as the players warm up, prepping their bodies for the upcoming trial. Every single one of them is cut from the same cloth, hungry to prove they belong in the squad. Ho Young scans the crowd and realizes his time in Brazil has made his standards for geniuses impossibly high. Despite the talent around him, our boy is itching to get on the pitch and show his worth. Suddenly, he spots a familiar face among the sea of blue tracksuits and calls out in total surprise. It turns out to be Seo Kyung-jun, an old acquaintance who is just as shocked to see him. The two share a quick, friendly greeting, momentarily forgetting the high-pressure environment of the legendary training center. Hyungjun can't help but notice that something about the kid has changed drastically since they last met. He is completely dumbfounded by the physical growth, wondering just how much taller the striker has actually gotten. When Ho Young reveals he is now 171 centimeters, his friend jokingly asks if Brazil has secret hormone treatments. Their little reunion is cut short when a commanding voice demands to know who is causing such a ruckus. The captain, Kim Shin-woo, shuts them down instantly, reminding everyone that absolute focus is mandatory during national training. Our boy and his buddy immediately bow, offering a quick apology to avoid any further trouble. Ho Young realizes this guy is Kim Shin-woo, the oldest player and the absolute pillar of their defense. The captain makes it clear he won't go easy on them just because it's their first day. While the atmosphere in Brazil was friendly, Ho Young knows he needs to adapt to this intense Korean style. He decides to stop chatting and starts his warm-up, knowing he has to prove his worth here. Suddenly, the captain calls out to him again, stopping the striker dead in his tracks. Shin-woo mentions he has heard all about the kid's time training over in the Brazilian leagues. Ho Young just looks back calmly, wondering where this high-pressure conversation is actually headed. The veteran warns him that in Korea, players learn through hardship and he won't get any special treatment. With a sharp smile, the captain tells him he better perform if he wants to survive this squad. Our boy locks in, sensing the pressure of the National Training Center finally reaching a boiling point. A sharp whistle echoes across the grass as the command to gather up rings out for everyone. Park Kyung-woon steps forward with his clipboard, ready to initiate a grueling 9-on-9 practice match. The first squad is handed the white vests, naturally led by the intimidating veteran captain. The blue team is filled with the newer prospects, including defensive stalwarts like Oh Yan-ho. Midfielders like Nam Woo-jung are also assigned to the second squad to see how they handle the heat. Even Suk Hyung-jun finds himself on the blue team, eager to show off his growth as a forward. Finally, the coach calls Ho Young to join the midfield, putting his reputation on the line immediately. As they prepare to start, the atmosphere turns heavy while the regulars size up the Brazilian sensation. Gu Ja-young remains skeptical, wondering if the media's obsession with this kid is actually justified. The veterans are still stuck on the fact that our boy is technically just an elementary school kid. Gu Ja-young is visibly stressed, doubting if a bunch of rookies can actually stand against the first team. Ho Young tells himself to stay humble and just focus on his role without overcomplicating the flow. Yet, his inner drive is screaming to show these skeptics the true level of his Brazilian-honed skills. Youth coach Park Cheol-woo calls him over, wanting to test the kid's tactical understanding before the whistle blows. He explains that the playmaker role is the team's heartbeat, requiring perfect distribution between the lines. Ho Young responds with a confident grin, making it clear he is already 3 steps ahead of the instruction. The coach appreciates the high IQ but secretly worries if the boy can actually blend with the group. He fears the generational gap between a 13-year-old and high schoolers will create an unbreakable barrier. Finally, he warns that the physical intensity here means he can't just rely on his old Brazilian tricks. Ho Young clarifies that the coach basically wants him to stop being a one-man army and play nice. Park Cheol-woo doubles down, reminding our boy to avoid injuries and actually use his teammates for once. As Ho Young heads out, the coach sighs, wondering if a mere kid can really handle this elite pressure. Even the head coach, Park Kyung-woon, watches from the sidelines with a heavy, silent skepticism about the boy. The whistle finally shrieks across the field, signaling the start of a high-stakes clash between white and blue. The ball drops, and the air thickens as the players prepare to prove they aren't just trash-tier bench warmers. White team's midfielder, Yang Sok-ho, immediately takes charge, driving the ball forward with a focused intensity. He doesn't hesitate, launching a crisp pass to set the tempo and test the blue team's defensive line. Blue team captain Gu Ja-young intercepts the play, showcasing the veteran composure that earned him that armband. Suddenly, something catches his eye. leaving the captain momentarily stunned as the rhythm of the game shifts. Gu Young watches our boy closely, feeling the raw pressure of his relentless and aggressive approach. Ho Young doesn't care about the hierarchy, charging forward like a beast possessed by pure, unadulterated ambition. The captain acknowledges his insane speed, but thinks pressing this high is just a reckless, amateur mistake. He calmly shifts the play, confident that a simple pass will bypass the overeager kid and reset the tempo. Suddenly, Ho Young ignites his explosive acceleration, refusing to let the play escape his reach for even a second. With a burst of lightning speed, he hunts the ball down, closing the gap in a terrifying heartbeat. White team's Kim Taejin thinks he has it under control, ready to transition into an easy attacking phase. His heart skips a beat as he realizes the monster from Brazil is already upon him like a predator. In one fluid motion, Ho Young snatches the ball away, leaving the midfielder completely dumbfounded and utterly helpless. Our boy leaves him in the dust, proving that his high-press gamble was actually a calculated, elite masterstroke. Kim Taejin is left reeling, unable to believe the kid moved like literal lightning to snatch the ball. Our boy smirks, knowing the ball-cutting skill he stole from Casemiro is now his ultimate signature move. The midfielder struggles to keep up, realizing he was never told an attacker could defend this well. He remembers Park Kyung-woon's stern warning to never underestimate the monster who dominated the Brazilian leagues. Back then, he laughed it off with total confidence, thinking he could handle a mere youth prospect. Now, he grinds his teeth in frustration as he realizes just how dangerous this kid truly is. Ho Young charges toward the net, leaving the defense in shambles as he eyes the final hurdle. He unleashes a clinical strike, utilizing the goal-scoring instincts he has refined through countless high-stakes battles. The ball rips into the back of the net, signaling a complete shift in the game's momentum. The rest of the national team players watch in total silence, stunned that the underdog team took the lead. The blue team players stand there dumbfounded, unable to process the absolute clinic they just witnessed. Kim Taejin swallows hard, realizing that stopping a monster like that was a complete impossibility from the start. Suddenly, Kim Shin-woo marches over, clearly not interested in hearing any excuses for the defensive breakdown. The captain barks at him to focus, demanding he press harder instead of letting a kid run circles. Taejin offers a weak apology, while secretly wishing the captain would try dealing with that insane speed himself. On the sidelines, Park Cheol-woo stands up, his heart racing as the reality of the situation finally sinks in. He admits that the legendary coach Cha was right all along about this boy being a generational talent. Park Kyung-woon stares onto the pitch, still struggling to believe his eyes despite studying every bit of footage. He recalls the Santos match where our boy tore through elite Brazilian defenders like they were trash-tier amateurs. It turns out Ho Young was truly born for the big stage, finishing with a level of clinical precision. Park Kyung-woon realizes that when a player is this gifted, complex tactics and formations become completely irrelevant. He thinks back to the legendary Maradona, who once turned the entire pitch into his personal playground. Seeing our boy move now, he feels like he's witnessing that same transcendent level of football genius. When Park Cheol-woo asks what's wrong, he just brushes it off, keeping his wild thoughts to himself. He thinks comparing them is absurd, yet he feels the impossible might actually be happening right now. With a sharp gaze, he prepares to see exactly how the white team's ace handles this monster. On the pitch, Ho Young immediately closes in on his opponent, ready to dismantle their defense once again. The white team's ace tries to stay composed, but he can feel the suffocating pressure radiating from our boy. 10 minutes have already flown by in this intense intra-squad match, yet the score remains a dead heat. The battle in the midfield turns into a gritty dogfight as both sides refuse to give an inch. Ho Young sticks to the white team's ace like glue, realizing this guy is on a totally different level. This is Lee Chung-ryong, a high-tier midfielder who is already playing for a professional team's second squad. Our boy remembers being a fan of his before the regression, making this match feel like a dream. He scans the pro, seeing a list of B-ranked talents, and a set of tough conditions to steal them. Among those skills, that outstanding composure is exactly what he needs to take his game to the next height. Suddenly, he is caught off guard when the veteran midfielder makes a move he did not see coming. With a powerful strike, Chung-ryong sends the ball flying, proving why he is considered a legitimate pro prospect. Ho Young watches in awe as the ace effortlessly transitions into an attack, leaving the defense in the dust. The ball screams past the goalkeeper, showcasing a level of precision that most youth players can only dream of. Even under intense pressure, our boy realizes Chung-ryong's play is incredibly light yet lethally sharp. Ho Young realizes that even a pro prospect like Chung-ryong is just built differently compared to the usual competition. Meanwhile, the blue team's midfielders are completely gassed, struggling to keep up with the relentless pace of the match. Seeing the opening, the pink-haired ace notes that our boy is positioned too far away to stop him. He realizes this is his chance to finally break the game wide open and secure a dominant lead. He shouts for his teammates to push up as the defenders are caught ball-watching and out of position. With a clean strike, he executes a decent pass intended to slice through the blue team's disorganized backline. Suddenly, our boy kicks into high gear, his explosive speed making him look like a predator closing in. He intercepts the ball perfectly, showing that his positioning wasn't a mistake, but a calculated trap for the pro. Chung Ryong stands dumbfounded, realizing he was completely outplayed by a kid who was lurking in the shadows. Before Kim Shin-woo can react, Ho Young is already charging forward, ready to turn this interception into a nightmare. Kim Tae-jin realizes he had it all wrong and that the team must synchronize with our boy's insane rhythm. He believes that with the right support, the age gap won't matter against a monster of this caliber. Driven by that belief, he sends a clinical return pass deep into the field to kickstart the play. Ho Young traps the ball and immediately unleashes his storm dribble, his eyes glowing with predatory intent. He becomes a blur of blue, shredding through the midfield while the defenders can only watch in total silence. Gu Ja-young realizes he is the only one left to stop the charge and braces for a high-stakes confrontation. He berates his teammate for failing to block a mere elementary schooler, his pride clearly taking a massive hit. He tries to stay calm, convincing himself that his professional experience will outweigh the kid's raw talent. He prepares to use his body as a wall, planning to physically overwhelm the boy and snatch the ball. But our boy is already moving, his footwork making a mockery of the veteran's desperate attempt to intervene. Our boy executes a flawless Marseille turn, leaving the veteran defender grasping at thin air. Gu Ja-young is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe a kid just pulled off such a high-level move. Without wasting a second, Ho Young hammers the ball past the keeper to seal the deal. He leaps into the air, the sheer adrenaline of the goal surging through his veins. His teammates rush over to celebrate, realizing they just witnessed something truly special on this pitch. Park Cheol-woo blows the final whistle, officially ending the match and cementing the blue team's victory. The players on the sidelines are left in awe, whispering about how incredible this new kid really is. Standing alone, the veteran captain stares at the grass, his mind racing to process how he was bypassed. He grinds his teeth in frustration, humiliated that an award-winning defender was schooled by a 13-year-old. He concludes that Ho Young is a different breed, possessing a terrifying mix of precision and explosive speed. Gu Ja-young watches the celebration, realizing he just witnessed the kind of talent people call a true genius. Our boy just smiles, completely unaware that he is being labeled a monster by the players he once idolized. The captain remembers his own words about how getting crushed is the only way to truly improve in Korea. He cringes at his previous arrogance, wondering how he can even face his teammates after being schooled like that. Suddenly, a voice snaps him out of his self-loathing, making him jump as he realizes someone is approaching him. Ho Young walks over with total composure, looking like he did not just dismantle a professional-level defense with ease. He looks remarkably calm, showing the kind of mental fortitude expected from a seasoned veteran, not a middle schooler. He calls out to the captain, ready to show the respect that defines a top-tier sportsman on the pitch. Our boy bows deeply, thanking the stunned veteran for the match and for the chance to play together. The captain is left completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a 13-year-old can possess such terrifying, elite skill. Ho Young remains humble, his expression showing a maturity that completely belies his young age. He casually mentions that talent on the pitch isn't restricted by how many years someone has lived. Gu Ja-young can only nod in agreement, finally accepting that he was outclassed by a literal child. Despite the crushing defeat, the captain finds himself feeling strangely at peace with the outcome. He looks at our boy, realizing he has the looks, the personality, and most importantly, world-class talent. Gu Ja-young places a hand on his shoulder, admitting it was a complete loss and praising his performance. As he walks away, the veteran decides that skill is the only metric that truly matters in football. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to Ho Young, catching the young prodigy completely off guard. Lee Chung-ryong approaches with an open hand, showing respect to the kid who just dominated the field. Our boy is internally screaming with joy, as his favorite player is the one initiating a respectful handshake. Our boy firmly grips his senior's hand, feeling the electric thrill of meeting a true legend in person. He eagerly mentions how much he's looking forward to playing, while the senior finds his formality quite amusing. Lee Chung-ryong just laughs it off and tells the young prodigy to simply relax and be himself. Ho Young is touched by the warmth, thinking his idol is way kinder than the rumors ever suggested. While they bond, the system highlights the senior's impressive stats, offering a tempting gift of elite composure. Our boy happily claims the outstanding composure talent, marking a perfect start to his national team career. By March 20th, the scene shifts to France as the team arrives in the quiet town of Montague. The streets are packed with the world's best youth prospects, all hungry for a taste of international glory. With the tournament starting on the 23rd, the atmosphere is thick with anticipation and competitive energy. Ho Young stands ready with his teammates, fully focused on putting on the best performance of his life. The briefing begins with the heavy news that their first opponent in this tournament is the powerhouse France. However, the coach tries to lighten the mood, joking that the only difference is their diet of bread. Despite missing 4 key players due to age limits, he insists they have the strength to take down anyone. Ho Young keeps his cool, calculating that the league-based format gives them a safety net if things go south. He remembers that in the original timeline, even with legends like Yu Hyuk and Hakju, they only took silver. Our boy is determined to go further this time, scanning the horizon for any familiar faces among the elite. 3 days later, the squad arrives at the Maxime Bossis Montague Stadium, where the real pressure finally begins. Behind the doors of the French locker room, a different kind of energy is brewing inside. These French prospects look like absolute monsters, their bodies steaming with an intensity that borders on the supernatural. Finally, one player exhales a sharp, focused breath, clearly ready to devour anyone standing in his way. Meet Babadou Chaco, a French defender radiating a golden aura that proves he is a different breed. Nicknamed the Beast, he is absolutely starving for a challenge and cannot wait to start the slaughter. The heavy thud of cleats echoes through the tunnel as the warriors finally make their way out. Both nations walk out in formation, the air thick with the silent pressure of the international stage. Despite his team's injuries, Babadou scoffs at the idea of Korea actually posing a threat to them. He convinces himself that as long as his defense holds firm, the result is already a foregone conclusion. A massive roar from the stands greets the players, setting the stage for a high-stakes tactical battle. Babadou finally spots our boy on the pitch and feels a sudden jolt of intense, predatory curiosity. He realizes Ho Young is 3 years younger than him, yet the kid's presence is undeniably top tier. His coach previously warned him to keep a close eye on the prodigy, and now the hunt begins. Babadou acknowledges the hype from Brazil but wonders if one kid can really change the game. Our boy sprints across the turf, while Babadou hopes the prodigy doesn't end up in tears. The French defender just smirks, confident that his physical dominance will crush any Brazilian-style flair. It is finally time for the Montague opening match, as Korea and France prepare to clash for glory. The whistle blows and the game is live, with Ho Young immediately pushing the tempo from the start. Babadou shifts into high gear, trusting their 4-3-3 setup to suffocate any penetration through the middle. Korea counters with a 4-3-1-2, positioning Seo Kong-jun and our boy as the primary offensive threats. It is a battle of monsters, as the Demon's greed meets the French Lion's pride on the pitch. 15 minutes fly by in a blur of high-intensity football and desperate tactical adjustments from both sides. Seo Kong-jun looks for an opening, but the French defense is proving to be a tough nut. The midfield battle intensifies as France starts to squeeze the space, forcing Korea into a defensive shell. Babadou senses the momentum shifting and feels like they are finally taking total control of the pitch. He casts a sideways glance at our boy, looking for any sign of that supposed Brazilian magic. So far, Ho Young has been invisible, failing to even trap a basic pass during the opening 15 minutes. The French beast scoffs, convinced that the media just overhyped a kid who is actually trashed here. He finds it insulting that a team relying on luck managed to reach the World Cup semifinals before. Fueled by pure arrogance, Babadou readies himself to completely shut down the match with his physical dominance. Suddenly, Ho Young finds his rhythm and slips past a defender with a burst of explosive speed. He leaves the French midfield in the dust, finally showing why he is the real deal on this stage. Babadou steps up to intercept, vowing that nobody is getting past him without a brutal fight. Babadou acknowledges our boy's physique, but remains convinced he is nowhere near his elite level. Suddenly, Ho Young ignites his engines, leaving the French defense scrambling to catch his shadow. He tears through the grass, his explosive speed making the opposition look like they are standing still. Babadou digs in his heels, determined to prove that his defensive wall is absolutely impenetrable. A flash of golden energy erupts, as Ho Young activates a skill to bypass the heavy pressure. He weaves through the white jerseys with ease, turning the pitch into his personal playground. The crowd is dumbfounded, wondering why a top-tier striker is dropping so deep into the midfield. His pursuers hope he burns out, but Ho Young is just getting started with this relentless pace. With his burning spirit skill active, his eyes glow as he pushes his body beyond human limits. Instead of a selfish play, he launches a perfect cross to set up his teammates for glory. The ball zips across the pitch as our boy orchestrates a sequence that leaves the French defense scrambling. Babadou grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing his squad is slowly falling into the rhythm set by the Koreans. Ho Young's off-the-ball movement is pure art, using explosive bursts of speed to vanish from his marker's line of sight. Up in the stands, The scouts are dumbfounded, realizing they aren't just watching a striker, but a tactical mastermind. Losing his cool, the French defender screams for his teammates to stop the passing and face them head-on. Our boy ignores the noise, focusing entirely on the open space he is about to exploit with his next run. Before Babadoo can even react, Ho-young is already gone, leaving the so-called beast frozen in total disbelief. The ball cuts through the air with clinical precision, perfectly weighted for the next phase of this lightning-fast attack. Lee Chung-ryong cushions the pass with elite composure, ready to show why he is the most reliable senior on the pitch. He locks onto the goal with a sharp gaze, knowing that finishing this play will finally break the host nation's spirit. Ho-young leaves the French defenders in the dust, his speed making them look like they are standing still. Lee Chung-ryong spots the opening and sends a laser-accurate pass right back to our boy. Ho-young traps the ball perfectly, his touch showing the world-class training he received in Brazil. He flashes a confident smirk, knowing exactly how this play is going to end for the hosts. With a sudden burst of acceleration, he prepares to unleash the skill that made him a legend. He triggers his storm dribbling, tearing through the defense like a literal force of nature. The spectators are absolutely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the level of talent unfolding before their eyes. The French defense panics, frantically calling for their star defender to step up and stop the momentum. Babadoo Chaco steps up, his pride on the line as he tries to salvage his reputation. Babadoo tells himself he will block the path no matter what, desperate to impress the scouts watching. Our boy kicks it into high gear, making the trash-tier defense look like they are standing completely still. Babadoo Chaco can only watch in pure horror as the gap between them widens in a single heartbeat. He is left utterly dumbfounded, unable to process how a human being can possess such terrifying, explosive speed. With the goal finally in sight, Ho-young maintains perfect composure while locking onto his target with predatory focus. He unleashes a thunderous strike that the French goalkeeper has absolutely no hope of ever reaching in time. The net ripples violently as the ball tears through, marking a spectacular lead for the Korean national squad. Babadoo curses his own helplessness, realizing he and this monster are simply not cut from the same cloth. The stadium erupts in a deafening roar just as the whistle signals the end of a dominant first half. The French squad trudges back to the bench, their spirits crushed after being toyed with by a lone genius. Manager Durand realizes he needs a total tactical overhaul if they want to survive the second half of play. The French squad starts tightening the noose, planning to squeeze the Korean offense from the outside in. They fight tooth and nail for every inch, refusing to let our boy find any room to breathe. The pressure is suffocating, and the Korean players realize they'll be completely dominated if they don't move fast. Ho-young feels the shift in the atmosphere, his sharp eyes scanning for any crack in their defensive wall. He realizes the situation is turning south, and worries that their formation might break under the strain. However, the intense pressure actually creates a tiny opening for a sudden, desperate counterstrike. The French keeper is ready though, diving to secure the ball before it crosses the line. He immediately boots it back into play, looking to catch the Koreans off guard with a long ball. The ball hangs in the air as both sides prepare for a high-stakes aerial battle. Physicality reaches a breaking point as they jostle for position, determined to claim dominance in this gritty showdown. The aerial duel turns into a gritty scrap as a Korean teammate leaps to claim the long ball. He wins the header with pure determination, nodding it down to where the real threat is waiting. Our boy traps the ball with a touch so clinical it makes the surrounding defenders look like trash-tier amateurs. Suddenly, his burning spirit flares to life, transforming him into a predatory force that dominates the entire pitch. Babadoo Chaco feels a cold shiver down his spine, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of the Korean prodigy. The defender bites his lip and tries to steady his racing heart, refusing to let fear consume him. He knows he has to block this path no matter what, or the French defense will be annihilated. Ho-young explodes into a sprint, his movements so fluid and fast they seem to blur the very air. With his eyes glowing blue, he is completely locked in, seeing every weakness in the opponent's desperate stance. Lee Chung-ryong leaps into the fray with a powerful strike, determined to turn this momentum into a goal. Lee Chung-ryong prepares to capitalize on the opening, his focus razor-sharp as he meets the ball. Babadoo Chaco is completely dumbfounded, realizing too late that what he thought was a shot was actually a pass. Without hesitation, Lee Chung-ryong unleashes a thunderous strike that screams toward the French goal. The net ripples violently as the ball buries itself deep, marking a decisive turning point in the match. The entire Korean bench erupts in cheers as they celebrate their second goal against the host nation. Our boy and Lee Chung-ryong share a triumphant high five, their chemistry on the pitch proving to be unstoppable. Ho-young glances back at Babadoo Chaco, who is left kneeling in despair after being completely outplayed. Despite the success, our boy stays locked in, already calculating his next move to dismantle the opposition. He realized Chaco's strength was physical contact, so he deliberately used aerial play to bypass the defender's specialty. Now, he has his sights set on stealing the innate muscles talent to further bolster his own physical stats. Rumors say Chaco's strength is so monstrous he literally shattered medical testing equipment during his physicals. Our boy offers a hand to the fallen defender, but Chaco just spits out a bitter insult. Ho-young is taken aback by the sheer intensity radiating from the defeated Frenchman. Despite the loss, Chaco clenches his fists, swearing he won't let this happen again next time. Tears of frustration stream down his face as he refuses to accept such a humiliating defeat. He walks away without looking back, leaving our boy standing there wondering what's going through his head. The match continues as the ball bounces back into play for the final stretch. Seo Kyung-jun hammers home a third goal with a clinical header, putting the game completely out of reach. With the win secured, the coach subs Ho-young out in the 80th minute to save his energy. He knows a full 90 is still a stretch for his current body, especially with tomorrow's match looming. The French crowd is absolutely livid, raining down boos as the clock ticks toward the final whistle. France manages to claw back 2 goals in a desperate surge, but it is too little, too late. The whistle blows and Korea secures a gritty 3-2 victory, leaving the squad ecstatic over the opening win. Resting on the bench, our boy exhales sharply, realizing just how much they struggled in that second half. He wipes away the sweat, knowing their trash-tier stamina will be a major hurdle against Ivory Coast and Germany. Suddenly, his system flares to life, confirming he successfully met all the requirements to raid the defender's talent pool. Remembering a previous high work rate skill he snagged, he decides to double down on the innate muscles talent. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as the notification confirms his physical stats just got a massive boost. He joins the celebration on the pitch, feeling like this tournament is finally off to a legendary start. Meanwhile, the French coach sits in stunned silence, nursing a massive headache after being outplayed by a kid. Duran sighs, realizing the match he thought was in the bag just slipped through his fingers. He can't stop thinking about Ho-young, a dark horse whose link-up play is way too refined for a newcomer. If that kid keeps playing like this, Duran fears Korea might actually steamroll their way into the finals. It's clear now that Korea is the true wildcard of the tournament, and everyone else is just playing catch-up. Turning to his injured star, Duran asks if he'll actually be able to stop that monster once he's healed. Lusa Chisoko just looks back with a sharp gaze, clearly not intimidated by the hype surrounding our boy. He tells his coach that the answer is obvious, implying he's more than ready to shut Korea down. High above the pitch, the big screen flashes Ho-young's face as he's officially named the man of the match. The local fans are absolutely dumbfounded, grumbling about how Korea just ruined their perfect opening day celebration. Even the local fans are forced to admit our boy absolutely earned that man of the match trophy. Swarmed by the media, he handles the pressure like a seasoned pro while everyone hunts for a headline. A reporter asks if he found the French defense easy after blowing past their star player 4 times. He stays humble, explaining that his opponent was tough and he just capitalized on the small gaps. The press keeps digging, asking what France did wrong and what they could possibly learn from his genius. Refusing to talk down on them, he simply notes that France played strong and it was a close battle. Things get serious when they bring up the next match against the tournament favorites, the German squad. It is a chance for revenge, bringing back memories of a bitter loss from 3 long years ago. Instead of shaking in his boots, Ho-young just grins, clearly relishing the chance to settle the score. Night falls over the tournament grounds as the team rests up for the next big challenge. The internet is already exploding with news of our boy leading Korea to a massive upset over France. Fans are losing their minds over his growth, claiming he looks more like a pro than a middle schooler. By the time March 24th rolls around, the atmosphere at the stadium is thick with anticipation. The coach warns the squad that their next opponent, Côte d'Ivoire, is an absolute powerhouse from Africa. Since they just got crushed by Germany, the coach wants the boys to exploit their shattered mental state. He privately worries about the team's stamina, knowing the upcoming clash with Germany is the real gamble. However, he realizes that if he plays his cards right with Ho-young, they might actually pull this off. He tells our boy to strike early against their high-endurance foes, and Ho-young is more than ready. The stands are packed as everyone waits to see if the Korean squad can keep this momentum going. Our boy scans the field, his eyes glowing with intensity as he sizes up the new competition. He realizes the Côte d'Ivoire players don't have any unique talents he hasn't already seen or stolen before. Feeling a surge of confidence, Ho-young decides it's time to stop holding back and unleash his full power. The whistle blows and the match kicks off with the Korean team charging forward like a pack of wolves. Only 8 minutes into the first half, the pace is already blistering as they hunt for an early opening. One of his teammates fights off a defender and sends a perfect pass right into our boy's path. Ho-young traps the ball with surgical precision, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the panicked defense. With a thunderous strike, he buries the ball in the net, putting Korea on the board almost immediately. Just 8 minutes in, and Korea already has the lead, leaving the opposition completely dumbfounded. Our boy celebrates with his teammates, knowing their relentless pressure is finally starting to pay off. The fans in the stands are absolutely losing it as they witness this absolute masterclass unfolding. Park Ji-suk jokes that this is actually fun, while Ho Young just keeps his eyes on the prize. By the 15th minute, Ho Young decides to double the lead with a strike that sounds like a cannon. The goalkeeper desperately lunges for the ball, but it's moving way too fast for any human to stop. The trash-tier defense is falling apart, realizing there's absolutely no time to catch their breath. KP Many feels like he's trapped in a nightmare, regretting his debut against such a monster. As Ho Young controls the ball again, the keeper silently prays for him to finally go easy. Our boy bursts past the defense like they're standing still, leaving the opposition completely dumbfounded by his explosive speed. He spots a clear path to the net and prepares to unleash a strike that'll end this game early. Activating his heavy mid-range shot, Ho Young focuses all his power into a single, devastating point of impact. The sound of the kick echoes across the pitch as the ball transforms into a literal projectile. The keeper can't believe he's actually shooting from that distance, but the ball is already closing in fast. He desperately throws himself to the left, hoping his reflexes are enough to keep his team in the game. When his fingers finally make contact, he realizes the shot is way too heavy for him to actually stop. The ball rips through his hands and buries itself in the net, signaling another soul-crushing goal for Korea. Face down in the grass, the keeper admits he absolutely hates this tournament and wishes he was anywhere else. Ho Young notices his heavy mid-range shot has hit B+3, putting him just 1 step away from a promotion. He marvels at how much the talent he originally took from Yoon Jung-ho has flourished through constant use. Realizing KP Many is a bit on the shorter side, our boy plans to exploit that weakness immediately. The system confirms he is nearly finished with the grueling conditions required to copy Cha Byung-gon's legendary abilities. With the target within reach, he tells himself to keep shooting until those requirements are finally met. Meanwhile, KP Many looks completely shell-shocked, clearly terrified of the absolute cannon our boy has for a leg. Korea maintains their relentless pace as Ho Young dances around the Ivory Coast defenders like they are standing still. Even with a defender draped over him, he lets fly another projectile that screams toward the goal. The match ends in a crushing 3-0 victory, proving that this Korean squad is on a different level. Lee Chung-ryong joins the celebration, thrilled that they've managed to stack 2 dominant wins back-to-back. Ho Young is officially named man of the match again, proving he is the undisputed king of this tournament. Our boy casually notes that this European competition feels surprisingly easy compared to the brutal Brazilian youth leagues. He knows he can play with such flair only because the reliable seniors are holding down the fort. With his momentum at an all-time high, he vows to lead Korea to a historic world title. Meanwhile, the group standings get messy after France secures an unexpected 2-0 victory over a powerhouse German side. The return of French monsters like Chaco has turned the group into a total shark tank for everyone involved. As the sun sets, the Korean squad hunkers down to analyze the elite threats waiting in the next round. Ho Young and Chung Ryong study the German roster, realizing they are about to face a team of pure tactical geniuses. One name immediately catches his eye: Thomas Wöhler, the legendary prospect currently developing at Bayern Munich. He recalls their previous meeting and prepares himself for a high-stakes rematch against his old rival. Ho Young and Chung Ryong sift through the scouting reports, though the complex German names leave the senior totally confused. One name stands out on the list: Tolger Bachhudber, a defensive titan who looks like a nightmare to bypass. Our boy flashes back to the World Youth Final 3 years ago, remembering the sheer intimidation of the German squad. He wears a confident smirk, eager to use this upcoming rematch as a test for his own explosive evolution. When he mentions having history with Bachhudber, Chung Ryong is left dumbfounded by the depth of his junior's experience. The senior leans in with curiosity, asking if our boy actually managed to secure a win against such a beast. Ho Young admits he tasted defeat back then, leading Chung Ryong to conclude that even a genius can be humbled. He realizes that raw individual effort wasn't enough, and that winning at this level requires more than just him. Shifting the strategy, he points out Thomas Wöhler as the absolute priority target they must shut down tomorrow. Chung Ryong reveals he also faced Wöhler last year, jokingly asking if there is anyone left our boy hasn't challenged. Our boy notes their record is currently tied, making tomorrow's match the ultimate tiebreaker he refuses to lose. Chung Ryong smirks and promises to handle the dirty work so the ace can focus solely on finding the net. Grateful for the backup, Ho Young decides to share the secret to cracking the German defense wide open. The two lean in with intense focus, mapping out a strategy to dismantle their upcoming world-class rivals. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, The German camp is already buzzing with talk of the Korean threat. Tonus Wooler sits with a stern expression, demanding his teammates stay sharp for the storm that is coming. Tolger Batshudber scans the scouting report, wondering if this kid has really evolved into a genuine monster. Tonus reminds him that the boy they faced years ago is gone, replaced by something far more dangerous. He warns that caution is mandatory, since Ho Young is easily the most talented Korean he has ever challenged. Tolger admits the dribbling is legit but remains convinced he won't be losing any sleep over it. Tonus reflects on his past mistakes, vowing that his previous red card won't happen again this time. Tolger is practically buzzing with excitement, eager to finally settle the score on the pitch tomorrow. The sun beats down on Montaigu Stadium as the high-stakes showdown finally arrives on match day. A firm handshake seals the rivalry, signaling that all the talk is over and the battle begins. Our boy stands tall with his squad, ready to face the German giants in this crucial tournament clash. Ho Young takes a breath, realizing it's been a full year since they last crossed paths with these rivals. He locks eyes with Tonus, immediately scanning the Germans' upgraded stats and eyeing that sweet space infiltration talent. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he realizes this match is basically a goldmine for new skills. However, something feels off as he scans the field, wondering where the rest of the main threats are. He finally spots Tolger chilling on the bench, realizing the Germans might be keeping their best cards hidden. Tolger sits on the bench, haunted by the memory of how Ho Young made him feel completely powerless years ago. Our boy takes a deep breath, itching to prove that his growth has reached a whole new level today. As the teams face off, he knows he is no longer the same kid who struggled in the past. The whistle blows and the stadium erupts as the first minute of this high-stakes clash finally kicks off. Ho Young wastes no time, exploding past the German defense with the kind of speed that leaves them grasping air. Lee Chung-ryong watches the play unfold, ready to support the attack as the momentum shifts in their favor. The ball is sent screaming across the pitch, slicing through the midfield like a hot knife through butter. A German midfielder named Daniel lunges forward, desperately vowing to cut off the play before it gets dangerous. But our boy is already steps ahead, leaving Daniel in the dust as he drives deep into enemy territory. He notes the defender's height and decides to avoid a physical brawl, opting for pure technical brilliance instead. Ho Young leaves the first defender eating dirt, but he knows the real challenge is just beginning. He notes how the German defense remains perfectly coordinated, reacting instantly to his sudden breakthrough. Our boy identifies the anchor of their backline, a player hailed as the textbook commander. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence looms over him, radiating the aura of a world-class wall. The system identifies him as Max Hummelt, a top-tier prodigy with elite skills ripe for the taking. Ho Young recalls that this 16-year-old is already being scouted by the giants at Bayern Munich. Instead of backing down, his heart starts pounding with the pure thrill of facing such a monster. Max Hummelt doesn't hesitate for a second, lunging forward with terrifying speed to shut him down. Their bodies collide with a heavy thud, and Ho Young instantly feels the massive gap in raw power. It feels like a literal boulder is pressing against his back, threatening to strip the ball away. Ho Young decides that if this giant wants to use power, he'll simply turn that momentum against him. He taps into his outstanding flexibility to slip through Max Hummelt's reach like a ghost in the night. A precise touch on the ball shifts his center of gravity, leaving the defender grasping at thin air. Our boy pulls off a clean Marseille turn, spinning past the world-class prospect with effortless style. Max Hummelt stands there completely dumbfounded, unable to believe he was beaten so easily by a smaller opponent. He understands that these large-frame defenders are too slow to react when faced with such rapid, flexible changes. Synergizing his copied turn with his elite flexibility allows him to pull off high-level breakthroughs with ease. Two more German players quickly close the gap, forcing him to navigate through another wall of black jerseys. The German defense is staying cautious now, refusing to rush in and leave any more space for him. While Lee Chung-ryong watches from behind, our boy ignores the logic of retreating and prepares to strike again. Ho Young resolves to smash through any defense, whether it is a narrow gap or a wide-open field. Our boy ignites his storm dribbling, leaving a trail of dust as he bypasses the first line of defense. The crowd erupts in shock, unable to believe the sheer speed and technicality being displayed on the pitch. Suddenly, Jerome Boateng surges forward, proving he is not just another obstacle but a world-class threat who keeps up. As the anchor of the German backline, Jerome Boateng is known for his rare mix of physicality and versatility. He acknowledges our boy's legendary speed, but remains determined to shut him down just like his coach ordered. Jerome Boateng asserts his dominance over the pitch, treating the defensive third as his own personal, untouchable territory. Our boy feels a chill down his spine as he realizes he has finally met a defender who is not shaken. He is genuinely baffled that a guy with such a hulking frame can match his explosive acceleration so effortlessly. With the ball hanging in the balance, Jerome Boateng prepares to strike, while our boy prays for more speed. Our boy digs in, his footwork becoming a blur as he initiates a high-speed maneuver. He leaves Jerome Boateng in the dust, showcasing a level of acceleration that defies logic. With his eyes glowing, he pushes his body to the absolute limit to maintain this insane momentum. Jerome Boateng is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how any human can move that fast. He is clocking in at track athlete speeds, proving his physical stats are truly off the charts. Even at top speed, his ball control remains perfect, a specialty that makes him a nightmare to mark. Jerome Boateng thought leaving extra space would work, but our boy still finds a way through. The German defender curses his luck, wondering if he should have played even more conservatively. Thanks to his S-rank flexibility and storm dribbling, he safely navigates the final line of defense. Now that he has broken free, his gaze sharpens as he prepares to finish the job. Ho Young is down to the last man as he charges into the box with absolute conviction. Jerome Boateng is panicking, realizing he is the only thing standing between our boy and the net. Lee Chung-ryong delivers a perfect pass, trusting his teammate to finish what they started together. With the ball at his feet, Ho Young ignites his explosive speed to leave the defense in the dust. He puts everything into his strike, focusing all his regression-earned power into one clinical shot. The ball screams past the keeper, hitting the back of the net to secure the opening goal. Our boy celebrates the breakthrough, proving to the world that Korea isn't here to play around. The scoreboard confirms it, and the stadium erupts as Ho Young cements his status as a true prodigy. He thanks Lee Chung-ryong for the assist, acknowledging that their teamwork is what truly broke the Germans. The German squad is left dumbfounded, comparing his elite talent to the legends of European football. The Germans try to regroup, banking on their monster striker Wooler to turn this mess around. Tolger Bachhudber rallies the squad, reminding them that the German national team doesn't know how to lose. Ho Young keeps the pressure high, forcing Jerome Boateng to scramble as our boy hunts for another opening. The German keeper barely keeps them in the game, pulling off a desperate save against the Korean onslaught. Max Hummelt uses his height to dominate the air, desperately trying to claw back some much-needed momentum. The whistle blows for halftime, giving both teams a moment to breathe after a grueling first half. Tension rises in the tunnel as the coaching staff rushes to deliver the latest updates from the group. A staff member approaches Coach Jonas with urgent news about the other match happening simultaneously. She reports that France just scored, meaning the standings are shifting and the pressure is officially on. Coach Jonas realizes they are in deep trouble. If they don't beat Korea, their tournament ends here. Durand admits losing the opener was rough, but acknowledges our boy is a total tactical nightmare on the pitch. Even the Ivorian coach is left dumbfounded, admitting they simply had no answer for the 2 goals he buried. Coach Jonas sits in the locker room, realizing his carefully crafted tactics are falling apart against this Korean monster. Suddenly, a familiar face approaches the coach, ready to take matters into his own hands for the second half. Tolger Bachhudber tapes up his wrists, his eyes burning with the desperate need to settle an old score. He looks more focused than ever, knowing he is the only one capable of stopping the prodigy's momentum. Both squads march back onto the pitch, the atmosphere thick with the crushing weight of the tournament's survival. In the tunnel, Tolger catches up to Ho Young, noting that it has been a long time since their last clash. He remarks on how much the little brat has grown, though his tone carries a sharp, competitive edge. Extending a hand, he makes it clear that this time, he is the one walking away with the win. Ho Young firmly returns the handshake, making it clear that he is the one who will be winning today. Tolger just scoffs, claiming the match is already over because they are subbing in the strongest midfielder alive. Our boy senses a heavy pressure and turns around, wondering what kind of monster could trigger such a warning. He spots a silver-haired player named Tommy Kroos, who looks completely unfazed by the high-stakes atmosphere around him. The system confirms his suspicions, displaying a laundry list of elite-tier passing and playmaking talents that seem unfair. Ho Young realizes he is looking at a world-class prospect who is already being scouted by European giants. This is the man destined to lead the German attack in the future, a true protagonist of football. Even if his skills are skewed toward playmaking, his tactical flexibility makes him a nightmare for any defense. It feels like he just climbed one massive mountain only to find an even deadlier peak waiting for him. Yet, as his eyes glow with greed, he realizes he can devour the talents of all 3 German stars. The whistle blows for the second half, signaling a massive shift in the game's momentum. Coach Jonas watches intensely, realizing the tide is finally turning in Germany's favor after a rough start. Germany shifts to a 3-5-2 formation, flooding the midfield to choke out the Korean playstyle completely. Tolger Bachhudber moves up to defensive mid, specifically tasked with shutting down our boys' explosive breakthroughs. The coach knows the real threat isn't just the defense, but the new engine they've just ignited. The ball zips across the grass as the German machine finally starts clicking into gear with precision. Tommy Kroos takes control, instantly accelerating the tempo with his world-class vision and elite composure. He effortlessly bypasses the Korean press, launching a lightning-fast attack that leaves the defenders dumbfounded. With a series of short, clinical passes, the German squad carves through the midfield like a hot knife. Thanks to Tommy Kroos's insane build-up play, the Korean defense is getting completely toyed with by these monsters. The stadium erupts as the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch with the German offense finally catching fire. Thomas Wöhler receives a pinpoint ball and immediately puts the Korean backline under immense pressure. One of the Korean midfielders realizes with horror that Tommy Kroos has just unlocked their entire defense. The German ace leaves his marker in the dust, showcasing speed that makes the defender look trashed here. The Korean defender curses his own lack of focus, knowing he just handed over a golden opportunity. With the ball practically glued to his boots, Thomas Wöhler charges toward the goal like a predator. He finds himself in a high-stakes one-on-one, realizing this is the moment to silence the opposition. The Korean goalkeeper rushes out in a panic, desperately trying to close down the space before it's gone. Thomas Wöhler doesn't blink, firing a clinical strike that leaves the keeper clutching at thin air. The ball ripples the net as Germany takes the lead, leaving the Korean squad completely dumbfounded. Thomas Wöhler and Tommy Kroos celebrate wildly after the German equalizer, leaving the atmosphere heavy with tension. Park Ji-seok and his teammates look completely rattled, wondering how on earth they can stop such a monster. The captain replays the goal in his head, blaming himself for letting the German ace slip through. He grips his captain's armband in pure frustration, feeling the weight of the entire nation on his shoulders. Suddenly, Ho-young approaches his captain, telling him they need to use their heads to shut down the opposition. Our boy explains that Thomas Wöhler thrives on space infiltration, making him impossible to stop with just speed. He warns that reacting with eyes is too slow, so they must predict the German's path before he moves. Park Ji-seok takes a deep breath and realizes the tactical shift needed to keep their tournament hopes alive. He places a hand on the young prodigy's shoulder, finally finding his composure thanks to Ho-young's insight. The captain tells Ho-young to focus on the attack, promising the defense will cover his back no matter what. The Korean side initiates a quick play, shifting the tempo to catch the Germans off guard. Thomas Wöhler is visibly shaken as he realizes the Korean formation isn't as static as he first thought. Tolger Batchuber sticks to his man like glue, determined to prove the German defense is still trash-tier proof. He notices the four-back movement has shifted but remains confident he can outplay any tactical adjustments they make. The German defender decides to push his limits, convinced that raw talent will always trump a desperate strategy. Park Ji-seok locks in, reading the play perfectly and vowing that no German ace will breach his line. Suddenly, the defense collapses on the ball, leaving the German star dumbfounded by the sudden switching play. Tolger Batchuber curses under his breath as he realizes they've been completely baited into a tactical trap. Thomas Wöhler desperately tries to salvage the possession, but the pressure from the Korean side is becoming suffocating. The German defender lunges in a last-ditch effort, realizing that Korea's tactical evolution is far beyond his expectations. Thomas Wöhler lets a rocket fly, proving that the German offense isn't just for show. The ball tears into the net, officially putting the Germans ahead as the momentum shifts. Ho-young grits his teeth, questioning if Tommy Kroos was ever actually injured given that insane assist. While the rivals celebrate, our boy calculates that their defense is getting shredded by the German playmaking. He decides to bet everything on his offense, knowing his stamina won't last if he plays both ends. Coach Jonas smirks from the touchline, seeing his master plan unfold exactly as he envisioned. Despite the lead, the German strategist is hungry for one more goal to bury the Korean squad. Tommy Kroos doesn't slow down, immediately hunting for another opening to exploit the tired defense. He weaves through the blue jerseys like they are trashed here, showing off that elite German academy pedigree. The silver-haired genius locks in, determined to finish this play and end any hope of a Korean comeback. Thomas Wöhler charges forward, convinced that his team has finally found their golden route to the net. He pours every ounce of his elite German academy training into this final, decisive sprint toward the goal. Seeing the immediate danger, Park Ji-seok screams for his teammates to hold their positions while he intercepts. The Korean captain throws his entire body into a desperate slide, successfully deflecting the lethal German strike. Thomas Wöhler is left completely dumbfounded as his guaranteed goal vanishes into thin air before his eyes. Park Ji-seok exhales in relief, knowing he barely managed to stop that trash-tier outcome by a hair. Coach Jonas bites his lip, realizing that missing that breakthrough might have just cost them the entire game. Suddenly, the German strategist's eyes widen in terror as he sees the momentum shift in an instant. Our boy Ho-young snatches the loose ball, igniting a lightning-fast counterattack that leaves the German defense scrambling. With his mesmerizing footwork, Ho-young locks in, ready to show these rivals why he is cut from a different cloth. Ho-young feels a sudden chill as a familiar, suffocating pressure closes in on him from the German side. It is Tolger Batshuber, the defensive wall who once seemed like an immovable mountain to our boy. The German defender grinds his teeth, clearly remembering their past encounter and desperately seeking his own redemption. Tolger reflects on his growth, believing he has finally surpassed the wall that once held him back. Ho-young quickly scans his rival, noting that Tolger's defensive positioning has reached a formidable level since then. The system confirms that winning this match is the key to snatching that juicy defensive talent for himself. With a sharp inhale, Ho-young shifts his weight, preparing to test if this wall is actually trashed here. Tolger focuses intently, convinced he has predicted the exact moment our boy will try to make his move. Suddenly, Ho-young executes a lightning-fast feint, sending the ball through a gap Tolger did not even see. Before the German can blink, Ho-young explodes past him, leaving his old rival completely dumbfounded in the dust. Ho-young dances around Tolger, making the elite defender look like a complete amateur on the pitch. He leaves his rival eating grass as he charges toward the goal with predatory, single-minded focus. Tolger screams for his keeper to stay alert, realizing he's been totally bypassed by our boy's speed. Ron scrambles into position, but he can already feel the overwhelming pressure of a world-class striker. With his eyes glowing blue, Ho-young calculates the perfect trajectory to finally silence the German crowd. He unleashes a thunderous strike that tears through the air with a sharp whoosh of power. The ball ripples the net with a satisfying snap, securing a desperate equalizer before the final whistle. Our boy roars in triumph as his teammates swarm him, the stadium erupting in absolute, unbridled chaos. The system pings with a notification, confirming his scoring talent just jumped to a solid B rank. While Korea celebrates their miracle, Tolger hangs his head, crushed by the undeniable gap in their skills. Tolger is absolutely gutted, sweating buckets as he realizes he couldn't stop the momentum of a true monster. He collapses to the turf in total despair, unable to believe they let the lead slip away like that. Wooler looms over his teammate, coldly reminding him that dropping his guard was a total trash-tier move. The weight of the draw hangs heavy over the German side, while the stadium atmosphere shifts into stunned silence. The final whistle finally screams across the pitch, cementing a match ends result that nobody actually saw coming. Our boy is instantly swarmed by the squad, having single-handedly dragged Korea into the semi-finals against all odds. The players are losing their minds in pure disbelief, questioning if this miracle run is even real life. Park Ji-seok makes his way over to Ho-young, giving him props for a job well done under extreme pressure. Our boy looks up, a bit dumbfounded that the captain actually trusted him to shut down the German defense. Park Ji-seok just brushes it off with a smirk, claiming he basically just bet everything on dumb luck today. Park Ji-seok smirks and tells our boy that luck is just another high-tier skill he's clearly mastered. As the adrenaline begins to fade, heavy footsteps approach Ho-young across the trampled, sweat-soaked grass. Our boy spins around, caught off guard when a voice calls out his name from the opposing side. It turns out to be Tommy Kroos, the German playmaker who stayed dangerous despite playing through a nagging injury. Ho-young is left completely dumbfounded when the German ace suddenly starts stripping off his sweat-stained match jersey. Tommy gives a respectful thumbs up, making it clear that despite the result, he recognizes a fellow elite. Our boy is stunned that someone whose team was just eliminated can be such an incredibly cool guy. They trade kits as Ho-young secretly hopes to be cut from the same cloth as this world-class professional. The final standings confirm the miracle as Korea and France advance, leaving the German giants in the dust. Even with Tommy and Wooler contending for man of the match, they couldn't stop Korea's march to the semifinals. The technical committee makes it official, handing Ho-young the Man of the Match award for his heroics. Back in the quiet of his room, our boy finally checks the system rewards waiting for him. He has hit the jackpot, fulfilling the complex conditions to loot talents from 3 different elite opponents. The haul is insane, netting him Hummoldt's prediction, Wooler's high IQ, and Tommy Kroos's legendary kicking precision. Snagging 3 A-ranked talents in one go has him feeling like he is finally playing on a different level. Yet, he settles down, realizing that personal stats mean nothing if he does not secure his first international championship. Their next hurdle is the Japanese players, a disciplined team that dominated their group without breaking a sweat. Our boy just grins at the challenge, genuinely excited to test his new toys against such a fierce rival. Over in Korea, the morning sun rises on a nation that is slowly waking up to a football miracle. Lee Sung-woon looks at the front page headlines, knowing his golden boy is just getting started on the world stage. Lee Sang-woon beams with pride, seeing our boy's name right next to the top-tier German striker in the headlines. He can't help but celebrate, finally seeing his protege gracing the front page instead of some tiny side column. The man goes on a shopping spree, grabbing every single paper that mentions the young Korean sensation's legendary performance. The shopkeeper watches him curiously, wondering if this ecstatic guy is actually related to the kid in the photos. He sighs with a bit of envy, thinking about how incredibly lucky the boy's actual parents must be right now. Meanwhile, the hype has crossed oceans, reaching the high-stakes offices of Madrid where the big players are watching. A youth director is skeptical, questioning why his scout is wasting time on a mere 13-year-old from Korea. He compares the kid to elite legends, doubting if a middle schooler could ever play at a world-class level. Michelle remains unimpressed, thinking that speed alone isn't enough to survive the cutthroat world of European football. Antonio just tells him to shut up and actually read the data, knowing he's found a once-in-a-generation monster. Antonio lays it all out, highlighting our boy's insane experience in Brazil and his recent treble victory. He doesn't stop there, pointing out the staggering 40 goals that prove his not just some random talent. Michel is visibly shaken, his usual skepticism finally cracking under the weight of such impossible statistics. Turns out his mother's Spanish roots mean he'll adapt fast, making him the perfect long-term investment for Madrid. The director admits the kid is appealing, but demands constant updates to see if he can actually maintain this. Antonio is practically vibrating with excitement, promising to deliver every bit of data as the tournament progresses. He even tries to leverage the hype, asking for a recommendation to the big boss, Chairman Pellis himself. Michelle tells him to cool his heels, insisting they only talk business if the kid reaches the finals. Antonio just laughs it off, knowing deep down that the finals are already a guaranteed lock for someone like him. While the director wonders what the scout sees, Antonio knows the truth. Our boy is a pure, unadulterated monster. March 26th arrives with the morning sun, signaling the start of the fated semi-final showdown against a familiar foe. Our boy steps onto the pitch feeling refreshed, thinking the perfect weather is a sign of another dominant victory. Suddenly, he senses an intense gaze from across the field that makes him stop and look twice. It is Kogawa Shinji, a Japanese prodigy he has not crossed paths with in over 3 long years. He remembers their last encounter when the kid was left dumbfounded and swore he would eventually settle the score. Now, standing face to face, Shinji boldly claims that he is finally ready to take the crown from him today. Ho Young just smiles confidently, thinking that a desperate rival is the perfect fuel for his own rapid growth. Just then, his vision flashes with a blue light, as the system reacts to the high-tier talent nearby. Shinji is a legitimate prodigy, but stealing his skills requires our boy to record more attacking points during the match. If the team secures a massive 3-goal lead, he will even unlock the chance to devour Shinji's entire potential. Our boy stares at the system window, wondering what this new potential mechanic actually means for his growth. He quickly shakes off the confusion, knowing he can't afford to lose this fated rematch against his rival. The whistle blows for the semi-final, kicking off a brutal clash between the powerhouse squads of Korea and Japan. Even the commentators are stunned, noting that something completely unexpected is happening right from the opening kickoff. Korea surprisingly retreats into a defensive formation, a move that leaves the aggressive fans feeling a bit dumbfounded. The Korean coach remains stoic, believing they need a specialized strategy to break down Japan's legendary iron defense. Ho Young isn't one for playing it safe and asks why they can't just go all out immediately. The coach shuts him down, explaining that Japan's top-notch counterattacks make a cautious 5-man midfield absolutely necessary. He puts So Kyung-jun at the top of the formation, to act as the lone target man. Our boy and Lee Cheong are slotted in as wingers, forced to adapt to this trash-tier defensive strategy. The Korean coach barks orders to conserve energy and control the midfield to shut down any Japanese counterattacks. Korea maintains high ball possession and tries to widen the space, but the Japanese players aren't budging easily. The strategy is way too cautious, as the national team players pass backward the moment they see any risk. The audition crowd starts losing their patience, screaming at the players to stop playing scared and finally attack. Our boy flinches as a massive wave of boos erupts from the stands, feeling the weight of their frustration. Ho Young looks around and realizes the game has become completely stagnant, and honestly, it is just plain boring. Suddenly, a system window appears, demanding a 3-goal victory to clear a special condition for this fated match. He knows a stable strategy is safe, but playing like this won't earn him the cheers he truly wants. His eyes sharpen as he spots a tiny opening in the defense, a glowing path only he can see. With a determined look, our boy decides to ditch the trash-tier defensive plan and take matters into his own hands. The Korean coach is left dumbfounded as he watches his star player completely ignore the defensive instructions. Our boy shouts for the ball, demanding his senior trust him and ignite the counterattack immediately. He bursts forward with explosive speed, leaving the trash-tier marking of the opposing defender in the dust. Park Ji-seok hesitates for a split second before launching a precise long ball into the open space. With a delicate touch, Ho Young brings the ball under control, his eyes already scanning for the next opening. He weaves through the midfield like a ghost, utilizing his mesmerizing footwork to bypass the desperate orange jerseys. The opposing defender can only stare in shock as the game's tempo suddenly shifts into overdrive. The crowd erupts in cheers, convinced that this sudden aggression was a hidden masterstroke by the coaching staff. His captain struggles to keep up, frantically asking why he is abandoning the formation and running out there. Ho-young just tells him to back him up this once because he is definitely breaking through their entire line. Park Ji-seok senses the shift in the air and decides to bet everything on our boy's aggressive play. Ho-young accelerates with terrifying speed, his eyes locked onto the goal as he ignores the mounting pressure. The Korean coach frantically warns them to maintain possession, fearing a single mistake will ruin their momentum. He worries that Japan's ironclad defense might be too much for their current formation to handle alone. Ignoring the doubts, our boy dances through the midfield, making the Japanese defenders look like absolute amateurs. He finally explodes past the final line, leaving everyone dumbfounded by his sudden, overwhelming display of skill. As he enters the box, he prepares to finish the job while the last defender lunges in desperation. He hammers a powerful shot toward the corner, putting every ounce of his strength into the clinical strike. The Japanese keeper makes a frantic, last-ditch dive, refusing to let the ball cross the line. Turns out the keeper has some moves too, pulling off a miracle save that leaves Ho-young completely speechless. Park Ji-seok quickly consoles our boy, telling him it was a great attempt despite the keeper's lucky save. Ho-young doesn't let the miss rattle him, radiating a blue aura while declaring they will break Japan down. Across the pitch, the Japanese players huddle in a panic, wondering how they can possibly contain such a monster. They decide their only hope is to narrow the gaps and press hard from the halfway line. Their red-haired defender vows to suffocate the space, desperate to prevent Ho-young from taking any more long-range shots. Unfazed by their new tactics, our boy charges forward again, his presence alone putting the defense on high alert. 5 minutes pass, and the crowd is absolutely electric as the game reaches its most critical, high-tension phase. The red-haired defender steps up to block the path, convinced that he can finally stop the Korean prodigy. Ho-young just smirks and uses his lightning-fast footwork to leave the defender completely dumbfounded and eating his dust. Instead of forcing a shot, he spots an open teammate and fires a clinical pass to keep the pressure on. The clinical pass finds Hyung-jun, who hammers it home to finally break the deadlock. Our boy rushes over to celebrate, thrilled that his vision just put them in the lead. On the sidelines, the Korean coach is losing his mind, screaming that they are doing everything right. He realizes watching Ho-young is like seeing a legend reborn, though the kid might already be better. Meanwhile, the Japanese defenders start bickering, completely lost on who was actually supposed to mark the runner. Their captain shuts them down instantly, demanding they tighten the gaps and help the fullbacks immediately. As play resumes, Ho-young keeps the engine humming, pinging another ball to keep the defense guessing. He immediately senses a shift in their formation, noting that the trash-tier gaps are finally closing up. Knowing the easy routes are gone, he scans the field, determined to hunt down a fresh opening. With a quick glance, he prepares to ignite his next move and tear through their desperate wall. Lee Chung-ryong nods, ready to exploit the trash-tier gaps Ho-young just spotted in the defense. Our boy Ho-young ignites his explosive speed, tearing through the midfield before anyone can react. A Japanese defender realizes the danger too late, desperately sprinting to cover the open space. Ho-young pings a clinical pass, bypassing the defensive wall to find his teammate in stride. Chung-ryong traps the ball perfectly, maintaining the momentum of their lightning-fast counterattack. He whips a low, dangerous cross into the center, forcing the defenders into a panic. Seo Kyung-jun fights off his marker, determined to double the lead and silence the opposition. He smashes the ball home with a powerful strike, leaving the Japanese keeper completely dumbfounded. The commentators go wild, praising the brilliant vision of Ho-young and the team's relentless pressure. In the stands, the fans erupt in celebration as the Golden Generation continues its dominant run. The stands are buzzing as fans admit this clash is way more electric than any European showdown. Kogawa Shinji stands there absolutely dumbfounded, unable to process how the game slipped through his fingers. As our boy and the squad celebrate, the Japanese rival feels the crushing weight of their superior talent. Ho-young glances back with that cold, elite composure that makes every defender on the pitch feel small. Shinji can only curse his luck, realizing he's facing a devil-like monster who refuses to show any mercy. The coach meets them in the tunnel, giving the team props for a first-half cut from greatness. Our boy snaps out of his thoughts when he's singled out, his focus already on the next 45. The boss makes it clear that the second half depends entirely on Ho-young's ability to keep leading. Even with those S-rank physicals, the sheer intensity of the counterattacks is starting to drain his tank. The coach catches him gasping for air and starts worrying if their ace is finally running on fumes. Ho-young insists he's fine, pushing through the hellish fatigue because he's desperate for just one more goal. Meanwhile, the Japanese locker room is thick with a heavy, suffocating silence after that brutal first half. Shinji and his teammates are fuming, realizing they haven't even shown a fraction of their true strength yet. Their coach steps in, demanding they pivot to a counter-attacking strategy before the game slips away completely. He barks at them to never back down, urging his squad to fight until the very last second. 10 minutes into the second half, the pace picks up as the ball finds a new set of feet. Gu Jiayong winds up, his eyes locked on the target with the kind of focus cut from greatness. With a thunderous strike, he unleashes a long-range missile that leaves the Japanese defense completely dumbfounded. The net ripples violently as the ball screams into the corner, marking Korea's third soul-crushing blow. Our boy rushes over to celebrate with Jaeyoung, the stadium erupting as the lead becomes a mountain. Shinji and his crew are absolutely gassed, realizing the gap between them and Korea is just too wide. Up in the stands, Tommy Kroos admits that stopping Korea's current momentum is now a total lost cause. By the 65th minute, our boy finally heads to the bench, his massive contribution to the game finished. He collapses onto the seat, barely having the energy to tell his teammate that he is actually doing okay. Deep down, he worries that his current stamina levels might keep him from surviving the elite U-17 league. The final whistle pierces the air, putting an official end to Japan's miserable afternoon on the pitch. Korea walks away with a dominant 3-0 victory, leaving the entire squad buzzing with pure, unadulterated hype. Resting on the bench next to the coach, our boy finally lets out a satisfied smile at the result. As the team heads back through the tunnel, the atmosphere is electric with the taste of another win. Best of all, he successfully snatched Shinji's delicate ball-touch talent, making this victory even sweeter for him. Shinji might be a mid-tier prospect now, but our boy knows he's a late bloomer destined for greatness. More importantly, Ho Young checks his system to analyze the reward he earned for meeting that hidden special condition. He realizes the potential skill is a total game-changer, allowing him to boost his existing talents even further. Our boy can't help but smirk, knowing this unique ability is exactly what he needs to reach the top. Suddenly, a man in a sharp suit approaches the squad, congratulating them on a good game in French. The stranger stands tall with an aura of absolute authority that immediately commands the entire room's attention. The man is none other than Marcel Desailly, a legendary figure whose presence is felt by everyone. While the rest of the team stands there dumbfounded by the foreign language, Ho Young's eyes go wide. He recognizes the legend as a World Cup winner and the official ambassador for this very tournament. Scanning the legend's insane physical stats, our boy realizes his standing before a literal immovable rock. Marcel Desailly was a literal wall back in his prime, earning the nickname Rock for his inhuman physical toughness. Our boy realizes that stealing this legend's physique is the ultimate shortcut he needs to erase his own weaknesses. However, the system conditions are insane, requiring him to sweep the tournament awards and gain the man's mentorship. Knowing this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, Ho Young decides to use his English skills to make a bold move. He steps forward and greets the legend, leaving his teammates completely dumbfounded by his sudden, casual confidence. The ambassador flashes a wide grin, immediately recognizing the kid as the standout performer from the recent match. Even though others scored the goals, the veteran defender can tell that our boy was the team's true engine. He looks at Ho Young and internally notes that this kid is destined for the professional stage very soon. When Ho Young expresses how honored he is to meet him, the legend is genuinely shocked the boy knows him. Our boy plays it cool, mentioning he is a huge fan and knows all about his time mentoring other legends. The legendary ambassador is completely taken aback by the kid's boldness and deep knowledge of his career. He lets out a booming laugh, playfully pinching our boy's cheeks while praising his surprisingly sharp awareness. As he pats the prodigy's head, it is clear the veteran is officially charmed by Ho Young's charisma. The legend gives a confident thumbs up, mentioning he expects to see the boy at the awards ceremony. Once the high-stakes interaction ends, the focus shifts back to the privacy of the Korean team's locker room. Ho Young finally lets out a massive sigh of relief, admitting that he was actually incredibly nervous inside. His teammates immediately swarm him, acting totally dumbfounded that he can speak English so fluently and casually. Our boy realizes that if he keeps snagging language talents, conquering the European leagues will be light work. One teammate jokingly suggests eavesdropping on the next team's tactics, but the captain just calls him an idiot. Park Ji-sok reminds the group that France is next, and they definitely won't be speaking English on the pitch. The news is officially out that the Montague final will be a legendary rematch against France. Back home, Ho Young's family watches with bated breath, their hearts burning with pride for their son. As night falls on March 28th, the stadium lights ignite the sky for the ultimate showdown. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, as both teams prepare for battle. France's star player, Rusa Cisse, is the first to be announced to the roaring local crowd. Rusa Cisse walks out looking cold and composed, clearly ready to defend his home turf at all costs. He carries the immense pressure of being the nation's hope, but he doesn't seem to flinch. The French supporters are absolutely losing it, shouting that their country needs his genius to secure victory. Suddenly, the screen shifts to our boy, the Korean ace who has turned this entire tournament upside down. As his boot hits the grass, Ho Young is locked in and ready to claim his first major championship. Ho Young steps onto the pitch as the crowd roars, feeling the electric energy of the championship final. Our boy looks ahead with focused eyes, knowing he's about to face the ultimate test of his skills. The French coach, Durand, watches him like a hawk, identifying Ho Young as the biggest threat to their victory. Meanwhile, the Korean coach remains tense, silently hoping his players can handle the immense pressure of the moment. His teammates, including the pink-haired Lee Chung-ryong, stand firm and ready to fight alongside their ace. The two stars meet at the center, their handshake signaling the start of a battle for football supremacy. Rusa Cisse offers a smug grin, confident that his home turf advantage will be enough to crush any opposition. They stand tall under the bright lights, two geniuses ready to prove who truly belongs at the top. Ho Young locks in, his blazing willpower surging as he prepares to turn this stadium into his own playground. A sharp whistle pierces the air, and the hunt for the Montague Trophy finally begins in earnest. The whistle blows for the final showdown against France, and the tension in the air is absolutely suffocating. Thousands of fans erupt in a deafening roar, turning the stadium into a literal pressure cooker for our boys. Right away, Rusa Cisse starts bullying the midfield, proving that his physical stats are on a different level. Ho Young watches the carnage, realizing this monster is even more imposing in person than he was on television. The kid is a total freak of nature, boasting elite athleticism and a work rate that just doesn't quit. To steal that talent, Ho Young knows he must score and dominate the pitch for at least 45 minutes. Rusa C sweeps through the field like a windshield wiper, tossing aside Korean players as if they were trashed here. But our boy isn't rattled, as he begins to dissect the Frenchman's movements with his cold, tactical genius. He realizes the opponent relies purely on his body, lacking the refined technique and game sense needed for greatness. Even the commentators are dumbfounded by the physical disparity, praying that Korea can somehow find an opening. Ho Young decides to drop back from the front line to snatch the ball himself. He knows he can't overpower Sis's insane physique, so his plan is to simply avoid him entirely. To pull this off, he activates the high work rate talent he previously snatched from Roska. Our boy suddenly explodes with speed, leaving the French defenders eating dust as he tears through the grass. He keeps pushing his limits, knowing that his stamina is the only thing that can bridge the gap. The French defense is left scrambling as Ho Young glides past them like they are standing still. Cisse starts to panic, realizing his midfield wall is crumbling because one kid is running everywhere at once. The frustrated Frenchman chases him down, desperately yelling for the little brat to stop running away like a coward. Ho Young just gives a smug look, wondering why anyone would think he's running away instead of just winning. With a sharp flick, he bypasses Sis's reach, proving that raw power is useless if you can't catch him. Sis is losing his mind because our boy keeps slipping away like a ghost every single time. He's sick of Ho Young avoiding a real fight and hates how the media obsesses over his looks. The Frenchman decides it's time to remind this kid that he's playing on French soil now. A teammate spots an opening and drills a pass toward Ho Young to keep the momentum alive. Our boy traps the ball with a soft touch, ready to initiate the next phase of the attack. Suddenly, Sissy slams into him with the force of a truck, catching Ho Young completely off guard. He realizes that in terms of raw physical power, the French star is in a completely different league. Everyone waits for a whistle, but the ref just watches, clearly favoring the aggressive home team playstyle. The stadium erupts as the local fans cheer for the brutal display of dominance on the pitch. Cisse keeps the pressure high, using his massive frame to bully our boy off the ball. Ho Young hits the turf hard, realizing his usual tricks aren't enough to bypass this absolute physical wall. He gasps for air, frustrated that he's being shadowed so tightly he can't even find space to breathe. Looking up at the French giants, our boy blames himself for not being strong enough to bridge the gap. He finally manages a desperate strike, but it's his only real chance in 40 minutes of grueling play. From the sidelines, Coach Durand smirks, confident that his tactical trap has completely neutralized the Korean prodigy. The Frenchman knows that if they kill Ho Young's dribbling, the rest of the team will crumble like paper. Another heavy shoulder check sends him reeling, forcing him to realize he needs a smarter way to win. He remembers Coach Carlos's advice about using his brain aggressively when his physical body is being outmatched. Taking a steadying breath, he decides to endure the pressure and wait for the perfect opening to strike. With a renewed fire in his eyes, he charges back in, waiting for the exact moment to flip the script. Just before the half ends, the ball rips through the net as France finally breaks the deadlock. The French side erupts in celebration, leaving our boy and his team trailing by a goal. The home crowd goes wild, mocking the Korean star for being completely shut down by their defense. Ho-young stands there breathless, feeling the crushing weight of the physical gap between him and these giants. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that pure effort alone isn't going to cut it this time. A bitter realization hits him that the flashy style he mastered in Brazil is useless against this raw power. Even his best moves are getting stuffed, making him feel antsy as the clock keeps ticking away. Suddenly, a sharp sting on his back snaps him out of his spiraling thoughts. Park Ji-seok tells him to wake up because the real fight is only just beginning. Hearing the desperate cheers from the stands, he knows he can't afford to give up now. Our boy snaps out of his daze as his teammates rally around him despite the overwhelming pressure. Lee Chong-ryong points out that if the defense is hyper-focused on Ho-young, the others must create space. He suggests that even if breaking through individually is tough, a well-timed long-range shot might find an opening. Ho-young realizes this isn't his first time hitting a wall and regains his signature composure. With a renewed sense of purpose, the Korean squad charges forward to take the fight to the French. Our boy sprints with everything he's got, determined to burn his limits to the ground for this win. The French defense doesn't make it easy, immediately slamming into him with their superior physical power. Rusa Sisa stays glued to him, but Ho-young refuses to let the pressure break his focus this time. Despite the heavy marking, he manages to squeeze a pass out to a teammate moving into space. The Korean players take the baton, ready to tear open a path and finally silence the home crowd. Lee Chong-ryong finds a pocket of space, knowing he needs to be the spark for this desperate attack. The fans are absolutely losing it, screaming for the boys to finally break this trash-tier deadlock. He doesn't hesitate, whipping a sharp pass forward to keep the momentum shifting in their favor. A quick touch is all it takes to keep the ball glued to his feet under heavy pressure. He weaves through the grass, his eyes locked on the goal as the French defenders scramble to recover. Suddenly, he spots something off and realizes the pitch itself might be working against them. The ball takes a nasty, unpredictable bounce on the turf, catching everyone on the field completely off guard. The French keeper barely reacts in time, fumbling but ultimately securing the ball before it crosses the line. The crowd groans in unison, dumbfounded that such a perfect chance just evaporated into thin air. Our boy and Rusa Sisa can only stare, both realizing just how close Korea came to scoring. Lee Chong-ryong is absolutely kicking himself for wasting that golden opportunity with such a trash-tier weak shot. The whistle blows for halftime with France leading 1-0, leaving the Korean squad in a desperate spot. Exhaustion finally wins out as Ho-young collapses onto the turf, his body feeling the weight of the match. He sits there gasping for air, realizing that the physical gap between them and France is no joke. Suddenly, a pair of cleats stops right in front of him, belonging to the French star himself. Rusa Sisa looks down and asks if he is doing okay after that intense and grueling first half. He flashes a confident smile, telling our boy to keep his head up because the game isn't over. Ho-young remains silent, his frustration simmering beneath the surface as a strange, blue energy begins to surge. He slowly picks himself up and thanks the Frenchman, but his eyes tell a completely different story. With a fierce glow in his eyes, he vows to do more than survive. The real game starts now. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere is thick with tension as the squad prepares for the final push. Coach Park firmly lays out the strategy for the second half, knowing their survival depends on this plan. Our boy and his teammates listen intently, realizing that even a risky plan is better than certain defeat. He barks at the team to stay focused and give every ounce of energy they have left. As the players regroup, the assistant coach approaches Park with a look of deep concern regarding the lineup. He suggests that Ho-young is clearly hitting his limit and should probably be subbed out for a rest. Park immediately shuts him down, noting that they are only down by 1 and have plenty of time. The assistant argues that France's physical advantage is too overwhelming and they need someone stronger like Nam Woo-jung. Park just stares him down and cryptically asks if he even knows why a football is round. He tells the man to stop talking nonsense from the sidelines and go think about that riddle instead. Coach Park calls out to our boy, pulling him away from his thoughts in the quiet locker room. Ho-young offers a respectful nod, thanking his mentor for keeping him on the pitch despite his fatigue. Park stares him down, making it clear that he is the only one who can decide this match. When the coach promises to believe in him until the end, our boy is left momentarily speechless. He joins his teammates as they march back out, feeling the immense pressure of the entire nation. Closing his eyes, he realizes he must find a way to repay that trust before he collapses. Just then, a system notification pings as the assimilation process finally reaches 100% completion. He is absolutely floored to see that Dimar's S-rank football prodigy talent has finally become his own. Realizing the transformation is complete, our boy prepares to show France what a true prodigy looks like. Ho Young recalls that copying Dimar's S-rank talent was supposed to take 40 long days of waiting. Suddenly, every single elite talent he's been waiting on finishes, assimilating into his body all at once. Feeling the massive surge of power, our boy vows to repay everyone's faith with a legendary performance. The stadium erupts in a deafening roar as the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch for the second half. On the opposing bench, Coach Durand sits with absolute confidence, certain that the match is already decided. He smirks to himself, believing that the current lead is more than enough to secure a French victory. As the Korean squad takes the field, the French coach remains convinced that a comeback is mathematically impossible. He knows that as long as they keep Ho Young neutralized, these underdogs don't stand a single chance. With a sharp whistle, the second half kicks off and the real battle for the trophy finally begins.